Overnight, all 8 billion people on Earth were transported to a world with only oceans. Here, each player starts with a random vehicle and a fishing rod, and automatically learns the corresponding vehicle control skills. To survive, people can only stay on their vehicles to fish or salvage drifting supply crates from the sea to obtain food, fresh water, and other resources. However, most people worry about energy and fresh water every day, not only desperately avoiding the all-consuming ghost fog, but also guarding against the terrifying sea monsters that may appear at any time. Even if you brave the scorching heat to go fishing at sea, you might not be able to catch a useful treasure chest. On the other side, a man not only installed a freshwater converter directly on a vehicle, but his automatic fishing rod could fish continuously 24 hours a day, day and night. He even spends his days on a vibranium yacht that can cruise automatically, embracing the nation's goddess, enjoying air conditioning, drinking soda, and leisurely eating hot pot. All of this is because Li Shuang unlocked a god-level empowerment system at the start of the game. Each time his vehicle is upgraded, he gains a divine empowerment and can bestow this powerful ability upon any object around him. Li Shuang held her breath, staring intently at the golden light that had suddenly appeared before her. The light faded, leaving a golden card hovering in mid-air, slowly rotating. God-level empowerment, infinite energy, can bind to any mechanical unit, achieving an unlimited energy supply. Detectable unit, rubber boat. Used. As the ghostly mist drew ever closer, Li Shuang's eyes lit up instantly. This thing was practically tailor-made for his current predicament. Without hesitation, he lightly tapped the yes button. The golden card instantly transformed into a thin stream, flowing entirely into the rubber boat's propulsion system. A faint golden light emerged from the surface of the thruster, and the previously lifeless machine began to vibrate violently, followed by a low hum. Divine empowerment fusion complete. Li Shuang immediately opened the panel. The previously glaring red low battery warning had disappeared, and only a line of gold text remained on the thruster module. Thruster battery. Unlimited. Take off. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unlimited power meant that no matter how the rubber boat was upgraded or how much equipment and weapons were added, there would be no more worries about energy. Food and fresh water were certainly important in the apocalypse, but with the ghost fog constantly chasing after them, the energy that kept the vehicle moving was the real lifeline. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Li Shuang took a deep breath, staring at the approaching ghostly mist, and pressed the thruster switch. The propeller spun violently, almost capsizing the rubber boat with the force. Li Shuang quickly steadied himself, leaning against the stern, and used one hand to press down on the control stick to adjust the direction. Full speed ahead. The thrusters throbbed wildly. The front of the rubber boat arched high, like a water supercar, cutting through the rolling waves as it sped into the distance. The speed soared 20, 40, 60, and finally stabilized at 80 kilometers per hour. A normal propulsion system could achieve a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, which was considered good. Some small 12-volt propulsion systems could only reach 5 to 7 kilometers per hour. But now, this dilapidated rubber boat was practically skimming the surface of the sea. The oncoming sea breeze made Li Shuang's scalp tingle and also brought him completely to his senses. The surrounding sea was eerily calm. From above, only a thin white trail remained on the black surface. Not far ahead, a survivor was slowly fleeing on a jet ski. To save fuel, he kept his speed to around 20 kilometers per hour. In just a few breaths, Li Shuang's rubber boat had already ripped through the sea like a locomotive, violently sweeping past him. The propeller whipped up salty, fishy waves, and the huge force of the water pushed the jet ski to one side, almost capsizing the man. The survivor frantically steadied the vehicle, wiped the seawater from his face, and cursed. "Are you blind? How could you crash into such a vast ocean?" But when he saw the rubber boat disappearing into the distance, his face froze. Damn, does energy cost nothing? Whose rubber boat can run like that? Wait for me, boss. Give me a ride. Li Shuang didn't look back at all, speeding all the way until sunset, leaving countless scattered survivors behind. Those who were still fleeing at a snail's pace could only watch him disappear into the distance, their hearts filled with shock and sorrow. A video of Li Shuang sprinting in an inflatable boat was quickly uploaded to the World Channel, instantly sparking heated discussion. Who is this? Isn't he afraid of running out of fuel? That's an electric inflatable boat. But the question is, where does he get so much electricity? Why is it that I paddled all afternoon and my arms are about to cramp up, but his broken rubber boat can fly? Is he cheating? Some people also speculated that Li Shuang might have fished out a treasure chest and opened it to get fuel or special items. The conversation quickly shifted from the rubber boat to the treasure chest. Some said the chest contained parts, materials, and daily necessities, while others showed off their catch of fresh water and bread. Li Shuang glanced at the panel. The arrival time of the ghost mist had been pushed back 13 hours. A treasure chest? Interesting. Having temporarily escaped danger, he finally remembered he was hungry. A fishing rod provided by the system lay in a corner of the boat, which would come in handy. Fishing rod, LV1. 20% chance of finding wooden treasure chests, 1% chance of finding iron treasure chests, 0.05% chance of finding bronze treasure chests. Can fish for food, and also has a chance to obtain basic resources. Li Shuang set up his fishing rod and began fishing in the sunset before the sun had completely set. Fortunately, the system fishing rod didn't need bait, which saved him a lot of trouble. How about a god-level treasure chest first? He thought for a moment, then immediately changed his mind. Don't be too greedy. A gold treasure chest will do. If I could catch a golden treasure chest, I'd be willing to live in Thompson Riviera and marry Dilraba. Li Shuang licked his chapped lips, rubbed his hands together, and stared intently at the float on the water surface. Not long after, the fishing line suddenly tightened. He immediately reeled it in, and with almost no effort, caught a sea fish weighing over 2 pounds. He cast his line again, then picked up the rusty knife on the stern of the boat and clumsily began to prepare the fish. Without oil, salt, or any seasoning, Li Shuang couldn't wait to pick up a piece of raw fish, tilt his head back, and swallow it. The cool, moist fish slid down his throat, relieving his parched throat. This was the first food he had eaten since being transported to this godforsaken place. He finished the whole fish in a few bites, finally feeling somewhat full. Just then, the fishing rod stirred again. This time, the feel was strange. There was no struggling creature, but rather it felt like it had hooked something heavy. Could it be? Li Shuang's eyes lit up, and he quickly reeled in the line. With a splash of water, a wooden treasure chest wrapped in tattered seaweed was finally pulled from the sea. The treasure chest landed in the rubber boat with a dull thud. Ignoring the sticky, fishy smell from being submerged in water, Li Shuang immediately pried open the latches. As the lid was lifted, a considerable amount of treasure was indeed revealed inside. After opening the wooden treasure chest, he found 10 portions of rubber, 10 portions of steel, 5 loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Li Shuang didn't even bother to look at the materials. He unscrewed the cap and gulped down half a bottle of mineral water. The cool water slid down his throat, and his parched body finally felt better. With bread and water as a safety net, he wouldn't have to worry about starving or dying of thirst for at least a short time. Just then, a series of upgrade announcements popped up on the world chat, instantly catching his attention. Liu Chong was the first to upgrade his vehicle to level 2, achieving the server's first level 2 vehicle achievement. His fishing rod also unlocked to level 2 at the same time, and he also received 5 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Following closely behind, Yi Zhiqi, Jia Hao, Zhao Rui, and others also successfully leveled up, but without the extra reward for being the first to achieve this. The world chat channel immediately erupted in chaos. Some were envious of the silver treasure chest, while others complained that they had also reached level 2 but hadn't received anything. Some said that the ghost mist was chasing them too closely, and it was a miracle they were even alive. There was no time to stop and fish or search for materials. But with the reward for being the first to achieve this achievement right in front of them, those who were originally planning to rest suddenly couldn't sit still anymore. Someone directly showed off 2 bronze treasure chests in the channel, which further fueled everyone's anger. Who can sleep now? It's the apocalypse, and we still have to desperately farm. Many survivors cursed, but their fishing rods were already back in the sea. Li Shuang was equally eager to participate. He hadn't expected the reward for completing the achievement first to be so generous. Those who had already reached level 2 were mostly far enough away from the ghost mist that they didn't need to fish while fleeing for their lives, allowing them to focus on accumulating materials for leveling up. In contrast, the survivors, chased by the ghostly fog and too afraid to even stop their boats, were indeed in a much more miserable situation. But this world is inherently unfair. Li Shuang gripped his fishing rod tightly, his eyes growing brighter. No matter how good the treasure chest rewards were, they couldn't compare to the divine level empowerment he was guaranteed to receive after leveling up. Thinking about the next empowerment, he immediately cast his line and started fishing. After a while, Li Shuang caught more than a dozen sea fish and also pulled up 2 wooden treasure chests. Both crates were opened simultaneously, revealing 20 portions of rubber, 20 portions of steel, 5 loaves of bread, 3 servings of instant noodles, and 4 bottles of mineral water. Li Shuang immediately opened the vehicle upgrade interface, only to find that upgrading to level 2 required 50 portions of rubber, and he only had 30. He had enough steel, but he was still short 20 pieces of rubber, and the gray upgrade button was hanging there. Undeterred, he continued fishing. More than an hour later, he finally collected 2 more wooden treasure chests. One of the crates also contained a universal energy source, which could provide any vehicle with a range of 100 kilometers. This was not practical for Li Shuang, who possessed an unlimited power booster, but he still put it into his supplies. Most importantly, the rubber was finally gathered. 50 parts rubber, 50 parts steel. All the upgrade requirements were met. Li Shuang pressed confirm without hesitation. The moment the command was given, the rubber boat beneath him emitted a faint blue light, and the entire hull gradually became translucent. The internal structure, materials, and modules became clearly visible, and the originally small and open deck gradually extended to reveal the outline of the submarine's cabin. The 2 semi-transparent iron walls slowly closed, and a brand new Tier 2 vehicle was thus formed. The vehicle is still called a rubber boat, but its level has been upgraded to LV2, with a top speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It has no weapons, and its defense is only 20, barely enough to withstand a level 1 siren attack. The system also explicitly warns against direct confrontation, but its thrusters still had unlimited power, making it even more powerful and fast enough to easily outrun the ghostly mist. After the blue light dissipated, the old, cracked rubber layer had become thick and sturdy, and the hull was a whole size larger than before. The most noticeable change is the addition of a control room at the front. There are storage cabinets below the bridge, and 2 life buoys have been added to each side. The stern propeller is significantly larger, its black hull vibrating constantly, producing a more powerful hum than before. Previously, Li Shuang had to bend over and turn sideways to pull the joystick to control the rubber boat, but now he can drive it simply by entering the control room, which is much more convenient. More importantly, the control room provides shade from the sun, so he no longer has to endure the scorching sun, which causes his face to ache and his lips to crack. Then, an announcement sounded on the World Channel. Survivor Li Shuang had successfully upgraded his vehicle to level 2, and his fishing rod had also been unlocked to level 2. The fishing rod in his hand glowed blue, becoming more sturdy and heavy. A level 2 fishing rod can catch small to medium-sized fish and has a 40% chance of catching wooden treasure chests. There's also a 5% chance of getting a black iron chest, a 0.5% chance of getting a bronze chest, and even a 0.1% chance of getting a silver chest. Li Shuang looked at the completely renovated vehicle and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This was no longer a rubber boat. It was clearly a small yacht. Although the control room was only a few square meters, it was a space he had never dared to imagine before. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Host vehicle detected to have reached LV2. A god-level empowerment card is now being issued. Li Shuang immediately perked up, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Golden light coalesced before him, transforming into a slowly rotating card. Divine empowerment, an improved vibranium coating. When applied to vehicles, this coating can absorb all shock waves, heat, and sound waves, storing and releasing this energy. Moreover, this is an improved version of vibranium that overcomes the weaknesses of ultrasonic waves. The system immediately detected a bindable unit, a small rubber yacht. Select to use? Yes or no? What else is there to say? It has to be. Li Shuang decisively pressed the confirm button. The gold card transformed into a golden torrent, quickly enveloping the yacht's bottom and deck, finally condensing into a thin metallic coating. He excitedly lay down on the deck, stroking the surface in disbelief. What was once a rubber dinghy had been transformed into a metal yacht covered in vibranium. The vibranium coating made the yacht appear heavy and solid, giving one an unparalleled sense of security simply by standing on it. Li Shuang immediately opened the vehicle panel, and the data for the defense module had indeed changed. Vehicle, Vibranium Yacht. Level, LV2 Defense. Durability, 100%. System evaluation. A powerful and perfect material, capable of withstanding any physical and sonic attacks. It can crush any enemy in its path. Li Shuang turned off the control panel, his face beaming with undisguised elation. The unlimited energy guaranteed his continued survival in the sea of death, while the Vibranium Yacht gave him the confidence to recklessly charge forward. As long as he didn't court death, his chances of surviving to the end were clearly much higher than others. Just then, a server-wide announcement suddenly sounded. The first natural disaster is about to begin. Disaster type, extreme heat. Countdown, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Li Shuang glanced at the time. It was already 11:56 p.m. A slight smile played on his lips. Extreme heat was a disaster for others, but for him, with his unlimited energy, it was no problem. Before the countdown ended, he carried all the fish and treasure chests he had caught into the control room. Soon after, the sea air became humid and stifling. The system panel showed that the nighttime temperature had already risen to 42 degrees Celsius and was still slowly increasing. Li Shuang dared not imagine how hot it would be after dawn. After organizing the supplies, his back was already soaked with sweat, so he immediately closed the doors and windows and turned on the air conditioner. A cool breeze blew out, and Li Shuang stood in front of the vent, arms outstretched, enjoying the most luxurious comfort on the sea. Meanwhile, on the World Channel, the survivors were in complete chaos. Some were nearly dehydrated from the heat, others had run out of water, and were too exhausted to even fish for treasure chests. Those with yachts, despite having air conditioning, dared not start them due to insufficient fuel. Universal energy was a life-saving resource, completely unavailable on the market, and no one was willing to exchange it for water. Many people could only continue fishing for boxes at night, hoping to find water and food before daylight. Otherwise, if the temperature rose further, even movement would become difficult. But just as everyone was busy fighting the extreme heat, a message suddenly silenced the channel. Someone spotted something swimming beneath their wooden boat and posted a photo. In the moonlight, a large shadow, almost as long as the boat itself, floated on the water beside it. Soon, someone recognized it. Run? That's a siren. I just barely managed to shake one off on my jet ski. Immediately afterwards, cries for help filled the channel. Some said the monster was clinging to the ship, while others spotted similar shadows near the yacht. Even more terrifying, the siren could not only move in the water, but also climb onto the ship to attack. Li Shuang realized something was wrong. The total number of survivors in the upper right corner was rapidly decreasing, dropping by 100,000 in just a few minutes. The threat posed by the siren was even more deadly than the ghostly fog. Splash. The sound of splashing water came from outside the yacht. Li Shuang scalp dinglet. Looking through the control room glass, he saw 4 or 5 shadowy figures had already surrounded the yacht. A system notification immediately popped up. Host detected surrounded by sirens. Target quantity, 5. Level, LV1. Strength, 20. Speed, 30. System evaluation. An extremely fast basic siren with strength far exceeding that of a human. Its sharp teeth can easily tear you apart. It is recommended to use firearms to kill it or escape. Li Shuang was slightly taken aback. He thought the ghostly fog and extreme heat were dangerous enough, but he hadn't expected such a monster to lurk in the sea. However, he quickly calmed down. Before, he could only desperately run away from the sea monster, but now, with the Vibranium Yacht, it was hard to say who was the hunter and who was the prey. Li Shuang's lips curled into a cold smile as he slammed the start switch. Let's see if you guys are tougher, or my Vibranium Yacht. The motor roared, and the yacht vibrated as it adjusted its posture, preparing to break free of the encirclement at full speed. The nearest siren seemed to sense his intention, suddenly leaping out of the water and grabbing the side of the yacht. With a hissing sound, its head emerged from the edge of the deck. Li Shuang finally saw the siren's true form. Its head was covered in scales, its dorsal fin extended all the way to its tail, and its scarlet vertical pupils were fixed on Li Shuang. Its limbs were also covered in scales, with membranes connecting its claws and toes, and hideous bone spurs growing from its joints. The siren opened its gaping maw, saliva dripping from its dense, hooked teeth, clearly having identified Li Shuang as its prey. Li Shuang instinctively took a half-step back, then frowned and said, "Goodness, it's strangely ugly." The next second, the yacht suddenly surged forward at full speed. The siren, clinging to the side of the ship, was caught off guard and was thrown back into the sea by the inertia. The sound of wind cutting through the air and the sound of waves mingled as the vibranium yacht raced across the dark sea at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The commotion attracted even more sea monsters. Underwater, pairs of glowing red eyes surged rapidly towards the yacht, a dense, unsettling sight. But Li Shuang didn't slow down at all. Another sea monster lunged straight at him. He sneered, "You're asking for it." Bang! The vibranium yacht slammed into the siren, smashing its head to pieces. A foul-smelling green liquid mixed with scales and bits of flesh splattered across the deck. Ding! Vehicle impact detected. Durability 100%. Ding! Killed LV1 speed-type siren. Drops LV3 vehicle blueprint fragment *1. Ocean coin *10. Hot pot base *1. A series of notification sounds rang out. In the control room, Li Shuang looked at the hot pot base and LV3 vehicle blueprint fragment that had fallen to the ground and couldn't help but grin. Unexpectedly, hunting sirens yielded rewards, with 10 ocean coins directly deposited into his account. He immediately stored the blueprint fragments and hot pot base in his storage cabinet. Initially, Li Shuang simply wanted to fight his way through the sirens and get rid of these annoying creatures completely. But upon learning that the sirens could drop supplies, his thoughts instantly changed. These weren't monsters anymore. They were clearly a moving treasure trove. Ha ha ha, ram them! The vibranium yacht's motors roared wildly, the sound of waves crashing and wind howling deafeningly, the entire ship ramming wildly across the sea as if out of control. Wherever the yacht passed, the sirens were smashed to pieces, their greenish-brown fluids floating on the surface, their corpses tumbling and sinking. A notification sound kept exploding in Li Shuang's mind. Slay a LV1 speed-type sirens and obtain ocean coins, an electric fan, and an Odin set meal. Another siren was smashed to pieces, dropping vodka and toilet paper. Then came iodine, cola, steel, rubber. Various supplies kept pouring into the storage space. Li Shuang was too lazy to calculate them one by one, steer the vibranium yacht forward, crashing into wherever there were many sirens. The exaggerated commotion quickly attracted the attention of nearby survivors who were fleeing. Everyone stared at the yacht from afar, almost unable to believe their eyes. "Holy crap, what's that? How can a yacht go so fast?" He crashed right into the siren and didn't even flinch. After hitting so many times, the ship isn't damaged at all. What kind of vehicle is that? Someone filmed the scene and posted it to the World Channel, which instantly went viral. Many people recognized him as Li Shuang, who had appeared in the video earlier that day. They fled desperately, barely escaping the jaws of the siren, only to have Li Shuang use his yacht to ram into them, treating them like roadblocks. Some were shocked, some were jealous, and some immediately cried for help. Some claimed to be able to cook, others said they were mechanics willing to repair and modify vehicles. Some people were crying and begging Li Shuang for help, saying that their ships had been torn apart by the sea monsters and were about to sink. But Li Shuang had no idea that the World Channel had been turned upside down because of him. After breaking out of the sea monster's encirclement, he immediately began to sort through the spoils he had just acquired. There are 7 LV3 vehicle blueprint fragments, over 1,000 ocean coins, 305 pieces of steel, 108 pieces of rubber, and 11 pieces of electromagnetic components. In addition, there are drinking water, hot pot base, sausages, energy, fans, Odin sets, toilet paper, iodine, vodka, and cola. The lockers even contained extra Shuangwei balloons, made outfits, as well as blueprints for converting fresh water into cash, a single bed into cash, and a refrigerator into cash. Looking at the dazzling array of supplies in the control room, Li Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't a siren, it's clearly a mascot." However, what he cared about most were the 7 LV3 vehicle blueprint fragments. He retrieved the fragments, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. Suffice number of blueprint fragments detected, combined to form a complete LV3 blueprint. Finally, it's level 3. Li Shuang licked his lips and, without the slightest hesitation, confirmed. The 5 fragments floated together, merged, and dissipated in the white light, finally transforming into a complete LV3 vehicle blueprint that fell to the ground, which Li Shuang caught. Immediately afterwards, a new upgrade notification appeared. Upgrading a LV2 vehicle to LV3 requires the complete blueprint: 100 units of rubber, 200 units of steel, and 5 electromagnetic components. The materials Li Shuang had just obtained from hunting the siren all met the requirements. Up until this moment, no one in the world chat had yet acquired a level 3 vehicle. Most survivors didn't even have a level 2 vehicle, let alone have accumulated enough upgrade resources amidst the ghost fog, extreme heat, and the siren's pursuit. Li Shuang was able to gather the materials so quickly entirely thanks to the terrifying defensive capabilities of the vibranium yacht, which allowed him to use the sirens as a monster-killing ground. I wonder what the reward will be for being the first to reach LV3. Filled with anticipation, Li Shuang decisively pressed the upgrade button. Countless materials surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the yacht's interior. The originally translucent hull gradually emitted a blue glow, as if it had come back to life. The yacht's size continued to expand, and the control room became taller and wider accordingly. The decks extended in all directions, and the seawater beneath the transparent hull was clearly visible. Li Shuang looked down and saw that the 2 sea monsters were stealthily approaching again. He worried that the vibranium coating might fail during the upgrade, and the next second, the 2 sirens slammed into the hull. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, but the yacht didn't budge. On the contrary, the sirens, their heads bleeding green blood from the impact, didn't dare to continue their attack and turned to flee. Li Shuang finally felt completely relieved. Seeing that the yacht upgrade was clearly not going to be finished anytime soon, he decided to study the other 2 blueprints, a single bed blueprint and a refrigerator blueprint. Once confirmed, both could be built directly on the deck. Li Shuang chose to use it, and the 2 blueprints instantly transformed into a white torrent, solidifying on the transparent deck into a single bed and a double-layered refrigerator. A single blueprint saved a significant amount of materials and time, and Li Shuang increasingly felt that blueprints were truly the best thing. Then he remembered the freshwater converter he had just received. The system description indicated that it could convert seawater into drinking water, but it required a continuous power supply and could only produce 1 liter of water in 24 hours. The system even described it as a useless feature, consuming a lot of energy and having low conversion efficiency. 1 liter of fresh water in 24 hours is indeed slow. But for Li Shuang, who has unlimited energy, it's not a problem at all. Others complain about the electricity consumption, but he doesn't have to pay any cost. Receiving a liter of fresh water every day is hardly a burden. It's a stable source of sustenance. If more freshwater converters can be collected, the freshwater supply will be endless. All survivors are currently fleeing for their lives, and food and fresh water are already precious. This extreme heat disaster has amplified the importance of water to an unprecedented degree. Li Shuang could not only sell water, but also ice water once the refrigerator was in use. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the world chat and posted a trade message. Does anyone have a freshwater converter? I could trade it for general purpose energy. Private message me to trade. The moment the message was sent, the world chat exploded. Holy crap, the big shot actually traded general energy? What's a freshwater converter? Why would Li Shuang want one? Soon, some people said they had 2, and others offered to add Li Shuang as a friend, saying they were willing to sell the converter to her. Others didn't understand, saying they had plugged it in and waited for over an hour, only to receive a few sips of water, and thought the thing was completely useless. But someone immediately countered that since Li Shuang dared to exchange general-purpose energy, he obviously had more energy than he could use, so it was none of anyone's place to be sarcastic. The channel erupted in chaos, and more people with freshwater converters began vying to contact Li Shuang. Brother Li Shuang, do you have a lot of energy? How about we team up? Team up with me, boss. My jet ski is fast enough that neither Ghost Mist nor Siren can catch up. The messages on the World Channel kept refreshing, and the arguments came one after another, almost too many to keep up with. Li Shuang simply closed the channel and began filtering through the dense stream of friend requests. The freshwater converter wasn't a rare item, but it was only the first day, and not many people had actually obtained it yet. Fortunately, it was rather useless to ordinary people, and the World Channel had a large number of users, so there were quite a few willing to trade it. Li Shuang had 10 units of general-purpose energy, so he randomly approved the applications of 10 people and completed the transactions one by one. The light screen swept over the 10 units of general-purpose energy, and the energy disappeared instantly. Then, a flash of light appeared on the deck, and 10 freshwater converters appeared in neat rows. 10 machines, plus the original one. That makes 11 in total, and they can only produce 11 liters of water per day. Li Shuang frowned. This amount of water was still insufficient. He continued scrolling through friend requests, thinking that if anyone was willing to accept ocean coins, he could continue exchanging them. At this moment, a message came from someone named Yu Tao. Brotherly Shuang, how about a deal? I have an LV intermediate freshwater converter, much more efficient than the basic one. Intermediate? Li Shuang's eyes lit up. He only had basic converters. He'd never even heard of an intermediate one. Yu Tao's ability to produce something like this was clearly impressive. After the application was approved, Yu Tao immediately sent the item information. The intermediate freshwater converter can convert seawater into drinking water, and when operating continuously for 24 hours with electricity, it can produce 100 liters of fresh water. However, the system also states that its energy consumption is 100 times that of the primary converter. Its efficiency is astonishing, but the cost is equally astonishing. 100 liters of water a day. Li Shuang's heart raced. With it, daily drinking water would no longer be a problem, and it would even be enough for washing clothes and taking a shower. He immediately replied, "It's tradable, but I'm out of universal energy. Can I exchange it for ocean coins?" After sending the message, Li Shuang stared at the chat box. The specific value of ocean coins was still unstable. Currently, basic materials like steel, rubber, wood, and plastic were snapped up as soon as they were listed. Prices would only become clearer once the survivor pool stabilized and more materials became available. Yu Tao remained silent for 2 minutes before finally replying, "Brotherly Shuang, to be honest, what I lack most is energy. Since you can offer a general energy trade, do you already have a stable energy source?" Li Shuang's brows furrowed immediately. Unlimited energy was his greatest trump card, and he would never reveal it to strangers. After a moment's thought, he replied with only 4 words, "Enough for now." Yu Tao seemed to sense his wariness and quickly explained. His vehicle was a ferry, and on board were 6 survivors, including himself, all of whom he had rescued or who had voluntarily sought refuge with him. Because those people's vehicles were too poor, they simply banded together and pooled the materials and supplies they collected to supply one ship, which was far more efficient than surviving alone. Yu Tao also said that in this kind of apocalypse, it is too difficult to survive alone. Although he had his own selfish reasons for taking them in, mutual use and mutual help were the only way to go further. Li Shuang was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Such small teams could indeed improve efficiency, but the hidden dangers were equally enormous. You can't see into someone's heart, especially in the apocalypse. Anything can happen in order to survive. Yu Tao seized the opportunity to win him over, saying, "Brotherly Shuang, joining us is definitely better than going it alone. We've already gathered all the materials to upgrade to LV3 vehicles, and we're only missing the last LV3 blueprint fragment. Once we have it all, we'll be the first fleet in the entire server to have LV3 vehicles." These words were incredibly ambitious and extremely tempting to ordinary survivors. But Li Shuang, looking at his yacht about to be upgraded, remained unmoved. He had fought his way through countless battles to gather the materials, yet Yu Tao's group hadn't fallen too far behind. At this rate of development, by the mid to late game, Yu Tao's fleet would likely have expanded to an extremely terrifying extent. "No need," he said. "I have no intention of joining the team for now." After being rejected, Yu Tao didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and expressed his understanding. It's normal to be wary in this kind of environment. Having more friends means having more options. I don't need the intermediate converter anyway. How about we exchange it for 20 bottles of drinking water? Li Shuang thought for a moment. The price wasn't too high. Drinking water was extremely scarce, but the intermediate converter consumed too much power and the other party didn't have enough energy, so keeping it was pointless. Deal. The transaction was completed, and a larger intermediate-scale freshwater converter was transported onto the deck. It was significantly larger than the primary converter, meaning Li Shuang would no longer have to worry about water sources. Meanwhile, in another body of water, Yu Tao stared expressionlessly at the 20 bottles of drinking water that had appeared out of nowhere. No shortage of electricity, yet you can produce so much water at once. Li Shuang, you're really making me more and more curious. A mixture of doubt and chilling, killing intent flickered in his eyes. Inside the ferry control room, 5 people were eating fast food around an old table. In a corner, 3 ragged women were tied together, their faces purple and trembling. Outside the deck, 5 male survivors were bound to the railing, each with a fishing rod tucked into their hand. They were covered in dust, footprints, and bruises from beatings. Their lips were cracked, their skin peeling, and their eyes were numb. One of the crew members gulped down some drinking water and said impatiently, "Brother you, why don't we just storm over and rob him? He has so much energy, it's all ours if we take it." The others chimed in. "He dares to buy so many converters. He must have an inexhaustible supply of energy. If we get our hands on it, our top sales team in the park will be invincible. Haha, we used to scam people in the park. We can pull off an even bigger heist after we travel to the apocalypse." Yu Tao coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, his voice filled with undeniable pressure. "Notarus, first, level up to LV3, then lure more survivors over, consolidate your forces, and then make your move. In the meantime, continue searching for targets on the World Channel. After the first week's performance is settled, you'll have plenty to eat and women to enjoy. Understand?" "Understood," the 5 men shouted in unison, their faces beaming with excitement. Li Shuang stared intently at the vibranium yacht that was about to be upgraded, even unconsciously slowing her breathing. As the last section of the railing solidified, a server-wide announcement instantly exploded in the ears of all the survivors. "Congratulations to survivor Li Shuang for upgrading to LV3 vehicle, achieving the first LV3 achievement in the entire server, unlocking the fishing rod to level 3, and receiving 5 silver treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest as rewards. It's done." Li Shuang stretched out his arms with satisfaction. The vibranium yacht in front of him was even bigger than before, and its appearance had completely changed. The once cramped and confined control room has now been expanded into 2 floors. The first floor is used for operating the yacht, while the second floor serves as a rest area. The lowest cabin is equally spacious and can be used to store supplies, eliminating the need to pile various items in the living space. He walked to the front of the yacht, where the deck, about half the size of a badminton court, was open and flat. Standing at the bow, the waves were cleaved by the hull and rushed away to both sides. More importantly, the LV3 vehicle has unlocked speed cruise control, and autonomous driving can be turned on or off at any time. But for Li Shuang, who has unlimited energy, range has never been an issue. This is the absolute privilege that unlimited energy brings. The World Chat channel immediately erupted in chaos. "Holy crap, it's Li Shuang again? How did he reach LV3 so quickly? Is he cheating? I've been working myself to the bone and still haven't collected enough electromagnetic components, and he's already completed the upgrade. Don't rush. The basic materials are just the first step. The LV3 upgrade blueprint only has a chance to drop from hunting sea monsters. The sky is falling. I can't stand the sight of a sea monster, and you want me to kill one. How many sea monsters has Li Shuang killed to collect all the blueprint fragments so quickly? Is his vehicle really an amphibious tank?" Some were shocked, some despaired, and others immediately changed their tune, wanting to join Li Shuang's cause, with some even offering to live with him. But soon, others mocked, pointing out that Li Shuang had just obtained 5 silver treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest. Why would he need anyone's help to fish for ordinary wooden chests? The World Chat channel had been shaken for what felt like the umpteenth time because of Li Shuang. Meanwhile, in the control room of a ferry, Yu Tao, upon hearing the report, angrily smashed a half-empty bottle of drinking water. The deformed bottle rolled onto the deck, where a survivor, bound nearby, with bloodshot eyes, pounced on it like a madman, greedily sucking the remaining fresh water into his mouth. Yu Tao's face darkened. He grabbed a makeshift whip and lashed it hard at the man. "Useless. All of you are useless. Hurry up and fish. A whole group of you, and you're still no match for Li Shuang." The survivor lay on the deck, struggling in agony. His body twisted and turned, but his strength waned until he finally breathed his last. Yu Tao put away his whip and coldly swept his gaze over the remaining people. All the survivors were terrified and turned pale. Even though sweat was pouring down their backs, a chill ran down their spines, and they could only force themselves to continue swinging their fishing rods. Yu Tao coldly ordered, "Chop this piglet up and distribute it to others. Continue fishing for sea monsters." Several henchmen skillfully dragged away the corpse, and the continuous chopping sounds came from the deck. The sound of bones and flesh breaking was like knives cutting into the hearts of the remaining survivors. Yutao gazed at the distant sea, his eyes filled with malice. To collect the fragments of the LV-3 vehicle blueprints, he had long ago used dead survivors as bait to lure sea monsters. Those sea monsters had limited intelligence. Once they bit the bait, they wouldn't let go even if they died. And the system's fishing rod was incredibly sturdy. The sea monsters couldn't break the fishing line at all. Relying on his superior numbers, he continuously dragged sea monsters onto the ferry to hunt them down, collecting upgrade materials and blueprint fragments. Li Shuang, no matter how many resources and energy you have, they'll be mine sooner or later. Achoo! On the other side, Li Shuang suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and the familiar system notification sounded again. Host vehicle level detected as LV-3. A god-level empowerment card is now being issued. A golden light suddenly appeared, and before the card could fully solidify, Li Shuang had already grabbed it. Divine Empowerment. Infinite Space. Empowerment description. Grants an entity the ability to bind an infinitely large virtual space. Additional skill, Spatial Gate. Deploys a 1m x 2m spatial gate in front of the user, blocking attacks from any flying unit. Note, time flow within the space can be reduced indefinitely, and living beings cannot be stored there. Please select your own binding carrier. Li Shuang couldn't hide his joy. This ability had come at the perfect time. With unlimited space, he no longer had to cram together with various supplies, and food like fish, meat, and vegetables could stay fresh for longer. As for the spatial gate, it's ridiculously powerful, capable of stopping even bullets and cannonballs. Whether encountering enemy ships or exploring islands, it will provide an extra life-saving trump card. Let me think, what should I bind it to? Li Shuang returned to the control room, looked at the storage cabinet next to the console, but quickly shook his head. The storage cabinets were on the first floor, and the bedroom was on the second floor. To get something, he would have to go up and down, which was obviously inconvenient. He went up to the second floor to look at the bedside table, thought for a moment, and still felt it was not a good idea. As Li Shuang stroked her chin, her gaze falling on the titanium alloy ring on her finger, an idea suddenly came to her. Target for binding, titanium alloy ring. Buy now. It's you, Sister Na. The gold card surged into the ring like a torrent. As the golden light gradually dimmed, a spatial ring was revealed. Its design remained unchanged, but its touch was icy cold, clearly indicating that it was no longer an ordinary ornament. Li Shuang raised his hand, and the several treasure chests awarded by the system were immediately stored in his ring. With a thought, a silver treasure chest flipped into his palm. Not bad. After figuring out how to use it, Li Shuang gave a fair evaluation. Next, let's see what we can get from the reward chest for the first LV-3 vehicle. With a wave of his hand, 5 treasure chests gleaming with silver light appeared neatly arranged on the deck. Open. 5 beams of silver light burst forth simultaneously, revealing the rewards within the chests. Smart Chip 1, essential for upgrading LV-4 vehicles. Loyalty Scroll 1, usable on living targets, eliminates all hostility, preventing any possibility of betrayal. LV-4 Vehicle Blueprint Fragment 1. Collect 20 fragments to synthesize the complete blueprint. European-style Double Bed Blueprint 1. Resting can quickly restore sanity and provides 5x healing speed. Basic Kitchenware Set 1. Complete with pots, pans, and utensils. Li Shuang looked through them one by one, and the harvest from the silver treasure chest was quite good. The Smart Chip is essential for the LV-4 upgrade, and you can only get one from a silver chest, so its importance goes without saying. The LV-4 blueprint fragments are equally crucial, meaning he's already on the path to the next upgrade. As for the kitchenware set, he now has no shortage of power and water, and the yacht is safe enough, so it's definitely time to improve his quality of life. What surprised Li Shuang the most was the blueprint for a European-style double bed. A 5-fold healing speed may not seem exaggerated, but unless it's a fatal injury caused by severe blood loss, there's even a chance to save a person while they're lying in bed. Even if the vibranium yacht is safe enough, an extra layer of protection is never a bad thing. Silver quality treasure chests already have a chance to yield items with basic passive skills. Now, the real main event begins. Li Shuang narrowed his eyes, looking at the golden treasure chest reflecting a golden light. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, Li Shuang didn't receive ordinary supplies, but rather a mechanical module gleaming with a blue-gold luster. The module could integrate with mechanical structures, allowing the equipment to operate autonomously. The only limitation was the need for a continuous power supply. After reading the introduction, Li Shuang immediately understood where it was best suited for use. The yacht itself already had automatic cruise control, and the air conditioning, freshwater converter, and kitchen appliances could operate independently when connected to a power source. The only thing that truly required his personal time and effort under the scorching sun was the LV-3 fishing rod. He took out the mechanical module, then picked up the LV-3 fishing rod, and a system notification sounded. Ding! Detectable target. LV-3 fishing rod. Select a bind. Without hesitation, Li Shuang confirmed. The two items floated up simultaneously and rapidly merged in the light. The completed fishing rod now had a mechanical base, resembling a small turret, and gleamed with a cold, metallic blue luster. The original fishing rod, which was over 10 meters long, shrunk into an exquisite model, hovering in Li Shuang's palm. Ding! LV-3 automatic fishing rod has been synthesized. Please select a placement area. Li Shuang carried it to the center of the deck at the very front of the yacht. The view was unobstructed, making it convenient for fishing and also for temporarily storing the fish and treasure chest caught. I'll put it here. The moment the base touched the deck, the automatic fishing rod instantly expanded, returning to its original length of over 10 meters. The slender rod extended from the bow of the boat, and the fishing line automatically cast out a perfect arc, its movements even more skillful than those of a master angler. Li Shuang's lips curled into a smile. With it, he would no longer have to brave the scorching sun to fish on the deck. In the sweltering heat, while others had to wait in the sweltering heat for their prey to bite, he could stay in an air-conditioned room drinking iced drinks, the yacht moving forward automatically, fishing automatically, and even crashing into any sea monsters that approached along the way. More importantly, treasure chests would continue to be delivered to him. Inside the cabin, a row of freshwater converters had been connected to power and were operating stably. Li Shuang opened the panel. The data for the vehicle and fishing rod had been updated. The drop rates for treasure chests obtained from an LV-3 fishing rod are as follows: 60% for wooden chests, 20% for iron chests, 10% for bronze chests, 1% for silver chests, and 0.5% for gold chests. Previously, he had to consider the probability and whether it was worth the time, but now with the automatic fishing rod working day and night, he doesn't need to worry at all. After arranging the kitchenware, the double bed, and the refrigerator, Li Shuang discovered that the second floor of the yacht was actually a layout with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Although the space isn't large, it's quite comfortable for him to live alone. The bathroom also has a flush toilet and shower, and with no shortage of fresh water, these amenities are enough to elevate his survival life to another level. After finishing everything, he finally fell asleep peacefully. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The glaring sunlight shone through the window, and the heat outside was sweltering. As soon as Li Shuang opened the door, the stuffy heat, carrying the smell of the sea, rushed towards him. The scorching heat felt like being stuffed into a pressure cooker, making my skin ache. The midday heat wave finally revealed its true horror. Anyone left outside for even a short time would either die of thirst or be roasted alive. Li Shuang was increasingly understanding of his third brother. The person who could invent the Himalayas was indeed a genius. On the deck, the automatic fishing rod continued its tireless work. He quickly counted the catch. In just half a day, he had already caught 26 wooden treasure chests, 5 black iron treasure chests, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Li Shuang put all the treasure chests into a spatial ring and rushed back to the lounge. The moment the door closed, the 25 degrees Celsius air immediately enveloped his body, giving him goosebumps. He took a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator and gulped it down. The icy liquid slid down his throat, instantly suppressing the burning sensation throughout his body. After letting out a loud burp, Li Shuang finally felt better. In this weather, he would never go out to suffer again unless absolutely necessary. After opening all the treasure chests, the haul was quite good. 80 portions of steel, 35 portions of rubber, 3 portions of electromagnetic components, 10 cans of cola, and 10 portions of drinking water. The food included beef rolls, chocolates, a type of chocolate, tomahawk steak, and even a bottle of Romanicani red wine. In addition, shower gel, silk comforters, General Electric products, and a folding knife were also provided. Li Shuang put the drinking water and cola into the refrigerator and stored the rest of the supplies in his spatial ring. After a nap, the freshwater tank had accumulated over 48 liters of water. He immediately went into the shower and took a long, refreshing bath. His body had been sticky and uncomfortable for the past 2 days due to the constant evaporation and dripping of sweat. Having no change of clothes, he simply hand-washed his dirty clothes, wrung them out, and hung them outside. The terrifying heat only took a dozen minutes to make his shirt and shorts scorching hot. The yacht continued at a steady pace, having already distanced itself from the ghostly fog for over 30 hours. There was no longer any need for a full-speed escape. Li Shuang lay back on the bed, looking at the blue sky and sea through the window. For a moment, it didn't feel like a struggle for survival, but rather like a vacation at sea. Sea monsters occasionally peeked out from beneath the surface, some oblivious to their impending doom, charging straight at the vibranium yacht upon spotting its movements. Their fate was sealed. They were instantly killed upon colliding with the yacht. Ding! Defeat a LV-1 control-type siren. Obtain ocean coins *10. Wallace laxative set meal *1. Ding! Defeat a LV-1 speed-type siren. Obtain ocean coins *10. Snail rice noodle set meal *2. Kill notifications sounded intermittently, and dropped items automatically went into Li Shuang's spatial ring. Just then, on the sea not far away, a small fishing boat was desperately heading towards Li Shuang's yacht. The woman on the boat was disheveled, her hair greasy and tangled, her smudged makeup revealing deep terror. The old-fashioned diesel engine at the stern roared laboriously, trailing thick black smoke. Only when they drew closer did Li Shuang see a siren chasing closely behind the fishing boat. The siren suddenly leaped out of the water, opened its scarlet maw, and lunged at the woman. At the critical moment, the woman forcefully turned the helm to port, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but the fishing boat was still struck on the side. The damage was not severe, but seawater had already begun to seep into the cabin. The woman was filled with anxiety. With no tools at hand, she could only take off her shirt and desperately stuff it into the cracks in the fishing boat. But seawater continued to seep in, proving that this method wouldn't last long, and her face grew increasingly pale. In her panic, she saw a vibranium yacht moving steadily in the distance, while the siren behind her closed in once again. She bit her lip, as if gambling with her last life, and suddenly increased the horsepower of the diesel engine, rushing towards Li Shuang's yacht. Li Shuang saw everything clearly through the window and immediately understood her intention, but he didn't want to interfere easily. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is never just monsters, but also human nature. There is no order here. There are no constraints on saving or killing, and he didn't want to get involved in other people's lives. But just as he hesitated, the fishing boat had already pressed against the side of the yacht. The woman looked up and shouted towards the lounge, her voice filled with despair. "Help. Is anyone there? My boat has been rammed by a siren and is about to sink." Li Shuang got up and walked to the window. The woman on the fishing boat saw him and grasped at his last straw. Her eyes were red and swollen as she dodged the siren chasing after her, desperately crying out, "Handsome guy, save me. I'll do anything to save my life." Li Shuang had been single for over 20 years, and his heart was inevitably stirred, but he suppressed it. More than beauty, he wanted to live peacefully to the end. Seeing that Li Shuang remained motionless, the woman suddenly remembered something and shouted with all her might, "There's an exploration island nearby. That's where I escaped from. Save me. I'll take you there." Explore the island? Li Shuang's eyes lit up immediately. The woman quickly held up a fragment. This is a fragment of an LV-4 vehicle blueprint. It was found on the island. I'm not lying to you. This time, Li Shuang couldn't sit still any longer. The LV-4 vehicle blueprint fragment was exactly what he desperately needed, and he only had one, which he got from a silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chests were notoriously difficult to catch. Even if an automatic fishing rod worked nonstop all night, you might not be able to catch a single one. Moreover, there's no guarantee that the treasure chest will contain blueprint fragments. The fact that this woman managed to obtain fragments in a small fishing boat suggests that the island being explored is certainly well supplied with resources. More importantly, people from all over the world are being transported here, and the number of people banding together like Utao will only increase. These groups will concentrate resources and manpower, inevitably accelerating their upgrades. Li Shuang cannot let his guard down just because things are currently stable. All right, this is a golden opportunity. He finally opened the window and shouted down, "I'll lower the ladder. You can climb up yourself." The woman nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Li Shuang stepped out of the lounge, the heat wave from the deck hitting him in the face, the burning sensation making him feel extremely hot. He quickly lowered the ladder while the woman steered the fishing boat, slowly approaching the yacht. Without any protection, she could only cling tightly to the side of the yacht, climbing up little by little. One slip and she would fall into the sea, becoming food for sea monsters. Seeing that she was about to collapse, Li Shuang reached out her hand. "Give me your hand." The woman was nearly dehydrated and so weak that she could barely open her eyes. Li Shuang grabbed her hand and forcefully pulled her onto the deck. The out-of-control fishing boat drifted further and further away, and the next second, a muffled thud came from the sea. The siren slammed into the empty fishing boat, and the already nearly broken hull snapped in two on the spot, sinking into the sea in the blink of an eye. The woman stared at the sea, still shaken, her face filled with lingering fear. Just a few seconds later, she would have perished at sea with the ship. Thank you. My name is Lu Xiaoxiao. She stammered, staggering from the heat and dehydration, before collapsing into Li Shuang's arms. Lu Xiaoxiao, why does that name sound so familiar? Li Shuang muttered to himself, but didn't have time to think about it further, immediately helping her back to the lounge. As soon as the door opened, a blast of cold air enveloped the two of them. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. A bright, clean glass bedroom, a soft, large bed, a spotless kitchen and bathroom, and such a cool temperature. Not long ago, she was being chased by sea monsters under the scorching sun. Her lips cracked, and she almost died of dehydration. Yet Li Shuang was living like she was in paradise on the apocalyptic sea. A mix of grievance, bitterness, and relief at surviving a close call welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing her like this, Li Shuang coughed lightly and reminded her, "There's a bathroom inside. Go take a shower first, then wash your clothes." Lu Xiaoxiao then realized she hadn't showered for days, her body sticky and dirty. Her face flushed even more, and she quickly slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. She could hardly believe her eyes when hot water gushed from the shower head. She washed away the sweat and grime, and couldn't resist drinking a few sips of the hot water. Her parched throat finally felt a little better. But worried that using too much water would displease Li Shuang, she quickly turned off the shower. Then, she found herself in an awkward situation. Her shirt had long since sunk to the bottom of the sea with the fishing boat, and now, besides her underwear and shorts, she had no clothes to change into. Just as she was hesitating about how to start the conversation, Li Shuang's voice came from outside the door. "You don't have any clean clothes, do you? Use this sheet for now." "Huh? Okay, thank you." Lu Xiaoxiao carefully opened the door crack and took the neatly folded sheet. Not long after, the bathroom door opened a crack. Lu Xiaoxiao stood awkwardly in the doorway, wrapped in a sheet, her wet hair hanging over her shoulders. Li Shuang turned around and stared blankly at Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao was wrapped in a thin sheet, barely covering her body, and she looked particularly uneasy after just taking a shower. Li Shuang stared at her for a long time before suddenly snapping out of his daze and finally remembering why the name sounded familiar. "Lu Xiaoxiao? You're the national goddess Lu Xiaoxiao." He was filled with disbelief. The top-tier actress who had risen to fame at the age of 19 and had never had any scandals or controversies was now standing disheveled in the yacht's lounge. Lu Xiaoxiao tucked her wet hair behind her ears, embarrassed, but her eyes quickly darkened as she thought about her situation. She said she was reading the script for a new movie when suddenly everything went black, and when she woke up, she was floating at sea. Everything here was too bizarre. She didn't even know if she could ever return to her original world. Li Shuang didn't know how to comfort her. She could only face reality. In this environment, survival was more important than anything else. He got up and moved the induction cooker to the lounge, then took out a hot pot set meal of sliced meat and Odin from the refrigerator to prepare a hot pot. Afterward, he handed Lu Xiaoxiao an open can of ice cola. "Have some first, calm down a bit." Lu Xiaoxiao took the cola, feeling the cold temperature of the can, her face full of surprise. She carefully took a sip, the icy and stimulating taste sliding into her stomach, making her shiver involuntarily. Previously, to maintain her figure and condition, she almost never touched carbonated drinks. But after experiencing the high temperature and a life-or-death crisis, this can of ice-cold cola was more precious than anything else. The hot pot broth gradually boiled, and the spicy aroma filled the room. Lu Xiaoxiao sat quietly to the side, watching Li Shuang busy herself, clearly starving. But Li Shuang wasn't in a hurry to start the meal. In the apocalypse, the most unpredictable thing is people's hearts. Although Lu Xiaoxiao didn't seem like a threat, he couldn't possibly entrust his back to someone he had just met. He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and said calmly, "I saved you, so naturally I won't throw you out to feed the sea monsters. But you've lost your vehicle, and if you leave this yacht, you'll have almost no chance of survival." Lu Xiaoxiao immediately tensed up and tried to explain, but Li Shuang raised his hand to interrupt her. "Don't rush, let me finish." With that, Li Shuang took out a scroll of loyalty from his spatial ring. Lu Xiaoxiao was so shocked to see him take something out of thin air that she covered her mouth. Li Shuang told her that once the scroll was used, she would be absolutely loyal to him and would not harbor any betrayal or malice. If she was willing to join him, Li Shuang would help her survive and provide her with food and safe shelter. However, she couldn't do nothing. She would need to help manage the yacht and become his assistant, because Li Shuang didn't support idlers. If she refused, he would send her back to the island, leaving her food and water as payment for guiding her, and then they would be even. It was a fair transaction, without coercion or false promises. After listening, Lu Xiaoxiao replied almost without hesitation, "Okay, I agree. How do I use this loyalty scroll?" Li Shuang was stunned. "So fast? Don't you think I'm threatening you? Don't you need to think about it some more?" Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled, but her tone was very serious. "If I don't agree, am I supposed to go to the island and wait to die? I know very well that I have no choice. Besides, you saved me, and I, Lu Xiaoxiao, am not an ungrateful person." She glanced at the cola and the bubbling hot pot on the table, and added, "You not only saved me, but you also gave me food and drink. Other men might not have done the same." Lu Xiaoxiao blinked and joked on purpose. "Besides, even if you eat me, it's still better than being eaten by a sea monster." This sentence eased the tense atmosphere, and Li Shuang was completely free of worries. He picked up the scroll of loyalty, and a system notification immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected using scroll of loyalty. Target bound. Lu Xiaoxiao. Use now? Without hesitation, Li Shuang selected yes. The next moment, the scroll transformed into a beam of light and pierced Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead. She simply gazed calmly at Li Shuang, offering no resistance. A moment later, the system notified her again. Ding! Binding complete. Target, Lu Xiaoxiao. Loyalty value, 100%. Li Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked her if she felt unwell. Lu Xiaoxiao sensed it for a moment and gently shook her head. "Nothing's wrong. It's just that you seem a little more pleasing to the eye." The lack of obvious abnormality actually showed that she had no ill intentions to begin with and genuinely felt approval and gratitude towards Li Shuang. Li Shuang smiled, and the last trace of worry in his heart disappeared. "All right, let's eat first." Come to think of it, this was the first decent meal he had eaten since arriving in this godforsaken place. "Yay, finally we can eat." Lu Xiaoxiao skipped over to her seat, looking relaxed as if they had only known each other for less than an hour. Li Shuang looked at her, a smile also appearing on his lips. The monotonous life at sea seemed to have finally gained some spice. Beef rolls and various meatballs slid into the pot, steaming and bubbling. Lu Xiaoxiao blew on them for a while, then took a bite, squinting her eyes in satisfaction, only to exclaim how spicy it was from the heat. Despite the lack of elaborate side dishes and dipping sauces, the two still ate heartily. The spicy meatballs, ice-cold cola, and the air conditioning in the yacht made this survival journey feel like a sea voyage. Halfway through the meal, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked him what he should call him now that they were companions on the same boat. After Li Shuang gave her his name, she was taken aback at first, then her eyes filled with surprise. "You're Li Shuang, the first person in the entire server to reach LV3? Lu Xiaoxiao instantly became a little fangirl. Currently, only a few guild leaders have reached LV3, and they all achieved it by sheer numbers. Li Shuang, however, surpassed everyone else single-handedly. Faced with her persistent questioning, Li Shuang could only explain that his yacht had a vibranium coating, allowing it to directly ram into sea monsters, making its kill efficiency far superior to others. He then went on to explain the situation with the freshwater converter and the automatic fishing rod. Anyway, Lu Xiaoxiao had already used the loyalty scroll. She would find out about these trump cards sooner or later. More importantly, Li Shuang had already planned to entrust her with handling the subsequent procurement and sale of resources. Now that she had become an assistant, she should assume the responsibilities of an assistant. After the meal, Lu Xiaoxiao took the tableware to the kitchen to wash the dishes. She had finally found a sense of security in the apocalypse, and with the first LV3 powerhouse in the entire server by her side, she naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Seeing that she was wrapped in a sheet and unable to move easily, Li Shuang took out a maid outfit from his spatial ring and handed it to her, so she could change and avoid worrying about accidentally exposing herself. Lu Xiaoxiao opened the package, and a choker with bells fell out first. Then she noticed that the outfit even had rabbit ears. She blushed and stared at Li Shuang, asking with a half-smile, "So you like this kind of thing?" Li Shuang quickly explained that it came from a fishing treasure chest. But Lu Xiaoxiao then pulled out a foxtail from it and pressed him on whether this was the same thing. This time, Li Shuang was completely speechless and could only give an awkward laugh. While Lu Xiaoxiao changed clothes and tidied the kitchen, Li Shuang went downstairs to the control room to readjust the yacht's cruising route. According to the information she provided, the island was at the 3 o'clock position. The previous deviation from the course caused too much delay, and it will take another 2 or 3 hours to get there now. LV3 vehicles do not have radar navigation, so we can only feel our way in the general direction. Fortunately, once an island appears on the vast sea, it can be seen clearly from a distance. Li Shuang glanced at the spatial ring again. It already contained 2 fragments of a LV4 vehicle blueprint, one from a silver treasure chest and the other handed over by Lu Xiaoxiao. However, there were still 18 fragments short of completing the blueprint. Upgrading was indeed getting increasingly difficult. The automatic fishing rod on the deck was still working, and after finding nothing amiss, he returned upstairs. Lu Xiaoxiao had already tidied up, changed her clothes, and even made 2 cups of tea. The island was just ahead, and Li Shuang had intended to rest and recharge along the way. After all, opportunity often comes with danger, and no one knew what awaited them on the island. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, blushed and approached him as if she had made up her mind. She believed that since they had decided to live together, they should express their trust and reliance in their own way. Li Shuang was initially caught off guard and quickly explained that he didn't mean it that way. But under Lu Xiaoxiao's shy yet firm attitude, their relationship grew much closer. More than 2 hours later, Lu Xiaoxiao, who was by the window, suddenly stood up, pointed to a black dot on the distant sea, and exclaimed with delight, "Brother Shuang, look, that's it." Li Shuang immediately rushed to the window and looked out. Sure enough, a small island stood alone in the sea. Half an hour later, the yacht finally arrived near the island. It was already evening, but the temperature was still over 40 degrees Celsius. Having finally found the island, no matter how dangerous it might be, they had to go aboard and search it. A hot, humid sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, swept over Li Shuang as he observed from the deck. He discovered it resembled a small coral atoll, roughly the size of 8 football fields. However, most of the area was submerged, with only about a quarter of the central section visible above the surface. For safety, Li Shuang first maneuvered the yacht around the outer edge of the atoll. The seawater was clear, and schools of fish could be seen swimming around. No sea monsters or other abnormalities were detected. However, Lu Xiaoxiao, having returned to the place where she had been chased by the sea monster, became visibly nervous and clung tightly to Li Shuang. Their relationship had long since changed, and they were naturally closer now. When the yacht docked, Li Shuang jumped off the boat first, then carried the immobile Lu Xiaoxiao to the beach. "Does it still hurt?" Lu Xiaoxiao's face was flushed, and she was both aggrieved and resentful. "It's all your fault. I said I didn't want it anymore, but you wouldn't stop." Li Shuang coughed awkwardly twice, surprised that she had absolutely no experience. The sand beneath her feet was soft and sandy, and apart from some bushes, there was nothing particularly special about the shore. Li Shuang frowned and turned to Lu Xiaoxiao. "Are you sure the LV4 vehicle blueprint fragment was found on this island?" Lu Xiaoxiao glanced around, nodded with certainty, and pointed to the bushes not far from the shore. "It's here. Look over there. Isn't there a stone pillar? Li Shuang looked in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, less than 10 meters from the shore, there was a stone pillar leaning into the mud. He hesitated for a moment. Then, under Lu Xiaoxiao's surprised and admiring gaze, he raised his hand and stored the entire vibranium yacht into his spatial ring. The two walked to the stone pillar, its surface covered with withered leaves, moss, and decaying plants, almost blending into its surroundings. Li Shuang peeled back the surface of decaying vegetation, revealing dense, incomprehensible ancient runes beneath. A sense of unease immediately arose in his mind. This small island reef was likely far more complex than it appeared. After confirming the stone pillars, Lu Xiaoxiao continued walking for more than 10 meters based on her memory, and suddenly pointed happily ahead. Look, this is the altar! In the center of the depths of the bushes, an ancient platform of more than 20 square meters appeared, with 6 stone pillars engraved with runes standing around it. At the foot of each stone pillar lay a silver treasure chest, but in the center of the altar sat a gleaming golden treasure chest. Li Shuang stared at the golden chest, his heart pounding faster. It was practically a treasure trove from the ocean. The first person in the entire server to reach LV3 was rewarded with a golden treasure chest. He never expected that such a small island would hide something like this. However, he didn't rush forward impulsively. Instead, he bent down, picked up a rotten coconut, and threw it towards the altar. The coconut, dripping with green, putrid liquid, rolled around on the altar until it hit a stone pillar and stopped, without triggering anything unusual. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It's all right. I took a silver treasure chest last time. There are no traps here. However, as soon as the treasure chest was taken away, the sea monsters in the surrounding waters seemed to be summoned and all rushed over. There were about a dozen of them. As long as we run fast enough, there will definitely be no problem, she said, her face still showing lingering fear as she recalled her last experience. But when she thought of Li Shuang's vibranium yacht and those magical methods, she felt much more at ease. Li Shuang glanced at her and said irritably, "Better safe than sorry. You've already forgotten the pain after being rescued for only half a day." Yes, Master is right. Lu Xiaoxiao deliberately acted coquettishly and rubbed against his shoulder. Her alluring gaze made Li Shuang quickly avert his eyes. The most important thing right now was to take the treasure chests. The two walked out of the bushes and came to the altar, only to find that beneath the 6 stone pillars, only 5 silver treasure chests remained. On one of the empty slots, a string of numbers floated. 64 hours, 29 minutes, and 33 seconds. Is this a treasure chest respawn countdown? Li Shuang frowned, quickly calculating that the silver treasure chest respawned every 72 hours. That meant a new batch of treasure chests would appear here every 3 days. But he immediately dismissed the idea. With only 18 hours left before the ghostly mist arrived, there was no way he could stay here and wait for the refresh. The system of this world was clearly pushing all players to keep moving forward. However, there are still 5 silver treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest left. Adding to the silver treasure chests Lu Xiaoxiao had previously obtained, she has already opened LV4 vehicle blueprint fragments. All things considered, today is definitely a very successful day. Li Shuang lowered his voice and reminded them. Taking the treasure chest will attract sea monsters, so we have to be quick. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded solemnly, and just as the two were about to make their move, 4 or 5 figures suddenly sprang out of the bushes beside them. Wow, a golden legend. There's a gold treasure chest, and so many silver treasure chests too. We're rich. The group burst into excited laughter. One of the men, who seemed to be the leader, rolled up his sleeves and brazenly fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoxiao. This place not only has treasure chests, but also such an alluring little girl. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine under that blatant, lewd gaze. She quickly covered her chest and hid behind Li Shuang. In this world where civilization and order had collapsed, the weak were always at risk of being bullied or even losing their lives. Li Shuang coldly observed the group of people who were armed with baseball bats, axes, and machetes. A direct confrontation wouldn't be worthwhile, but that didn't mean he had no other options. The leader, Brother Tian, pointed to the altar and ordered his men, send 2 men to pack up all the treasure chests. Don't leave a single one out. All right, Brother Tian. The two underlings immediately stepped forward and deftly lifted the silver treasure chest. But just as they lifted the chest, a series of mournful roars suddenly echoed from the waters surrounding the atoll. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Tion and his men's legs trembled as they glared at the two henchmen carrying the chest. "You two idiots, did you run into some kind of trap?" "No, Brother Tion. We just picked up the treasure chest. We didn't touch anything else." The two henchmen were pale-faced, looking around with the treasure chest in their arms, but they couldn't find any trace of any trap. Brother Tion gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Move it quickly and leave immediately after you're done." Two henchmen beside him raised their axes and pointed them at Li Shuang and his companion. "Brother Tion, what should we do with these two?" Lu Xiaoxiao trembled with fear and clung tightly to Li Shuang's waist from behind. Li Shuang, however, remained calm and only said 3 words, "Don't be afraid." He didn't run away because he was absolutely confident that these treasure chests would eventually fall into his hands. Brother Tion looked at the two men, a cruel smile on his face. "Kill the woman directly, tie up the man, and carry him into my cabin." "Okay." The two henchmen immediately approached. Li Shuang was full of questions, while Lu Xiaoxiao behind him was clearly so scared that tears were about to come out, but she still couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was an utter disgrace. Li Shuang raised his hand, which was adorned with a spatial ring, ready to strike. But the next second, a creaking sound of chains being pulled came from underground, as if something was about to burst forth from the ground. Everyone instinctively looked towards the altar, only to see that the golden treasure chest in the center had already been lifted up. Immediately afterward, a dull creak of gears turning echoed from beneath the altar, and a rumbling vibration quickly spread outwards. The ground began to shake, and everyone finally realized that things were completely out of control. "Run!" Tiange no longer cared about the treasure chest and Li Shuang, because all around the atoll, countless sea monsters were emerging from the sea. Countless LV-1 sea monsters with gaping, blood-red mouths swarmed ashore, leaving the beach and bushes in ruins. Even more terrifying, as the golden treasure chest was taken, the entire reef began to slowly sink. The seawater quickly rose to their ankles, and Li Shuang immediately pulled Lu Xiaoxiao closer, while keeping a close eye on the golden treasure chest and the several silver treasure chests. He was ready to act at any moment. No one would be able to take these treasure chests away from him. A hoarse, earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out, and an exceptionally enormous siren appeared from beneath the altar. A system alert popped up. LV2 strength-type siren, strength up to 150, speed 20, astonishing defense. Its claws can even easily tear apart LV3 vehicles. Li Shuang stared at the monster, his heart sinking. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful enemy. The next second, the powerful sirens swung their thick forelimbs and slammed them down on the henchmen who were carrying away the golden treasure chest. With a muffled thud, only a golden treasure chest stained with blood remained on the sea. Large chunks of flesh and blood floated in the distance. Not even a complete limb was left. The remaining henchmen, clutching the silver treasure chest, completely broke down, screaming as they threw it away and turned to flee for their lives. Before they could get far, the swarm of sea monsters that had already landed pounced on them, instantly engulfing them and silencing their screams. Lu Xiaoxiao, trembling, looked at Li Shuang and asked, "Brother Shuang, what do we do?" Li Shuang suddenly stepped forward and put all 5 silver treasure chests and the bloodstained gold treasure chest into his ring. Immediately afterward, a massive vibranium yacht appeared out of thin air and slammed down on the LV-2 strength-type siren. "Go!" Li Shuang shouted, grabbing the still-dazed Lu Xiaoxiao and leading her onto the deck. The moment they regained their footing, the entire yacht began to shake violently. The system notification indicated that the vehicle's underside was under attack, but its durability remained at 100%. The LV-2 strength-type siren was using brute force to keep the entire yacht afloat underwater. The seawater had already reached his chest, and Tiange desperately reached out to the deck, crying for help in despair. But the next second, countless sirens surged in, dragging him completely underwater, leaving only a cloud of blood foam on the surface. Having lost their target, the swarm of sirens immediately swarmed the vibranium yacht like madmen, even piling on top of each other and climbing up the hull towards the deck. Li Shuang immediately pulled Lu Xiaoxiao into the control room, locked the hatch, and then started the yacht. The engine roared as the vibranium yacht crushed the dense swarm of sirens, hurtling off the island at full speed. Along the way, slimy, mangled limbs floated to the surface. System notifications blared incessantly as LV-1 speed and strength sirens were successively crushed to death, dropping ocean coins, meal sets, nurse outfits, and vegetable seed packs in droves. Li Shuang had no time to check the rewards, because the yacht was accelerating much slower than expected. The LV-3 vibranium yacht could crush the LV-1 siren with its sheer weight, but a large number of siren were clinging to the stern, still slowing the speed down. Bang! The stern of the yacht was suddenly pushed out of the water and then crashed back down. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression changed, and she pointed ahead. It's that monster! The LV-2 strength-type siren had already circled around to the front of the ship, raised its massive upper body, and its two huge forelimbs, like mutated crab claws, slammed down on the yacht. You're asking for death. Li Shuang sneered, pushing the power to maximum and charging headlong into the monster. The giant pincers slammed into the bow, but there was no loud crash as expected. The vibranium coating on the bow rippled with honeycomb-like black gold patterns, spreading outwards in concentric circles, absorbing all the impact. Release. As Li Shuang's voice fell, the coating color changed abruptly, and the terrifying kinetic energy it had just absorbed instantly rebounded. With a crack, the first fissure appeared on the giant pincers, and then cracks spread like a spider web until the entire pair of giant pincers shattered. The LV-2 strength-type siren roared in agony, dragging its mangled body as it rammed into the yacht once more. But without its strongest weapon, its counterattack was tantamount to suicide. The vibranium yacht didn't slow down at all, crushing its head and breaking free from the swarm of sirens. A system notification sounds. You have defeated a LV-2 strength-type siren and obtained 200 ocean coins, a LV-4 vehicle blueprint fragment, and a LV-1 taming scroll. The taming scroll can erase the intelligence of a LV-1 siren and control it for defense and combat, but cannot control LV-2 or higher level targets. Li Shuang glanced at the rewards and put them all away. This trip not only yielded a gold treasure chest and 5 silver treasure chests, but also a large amount of supplies dropped by sea monsters, making it a truly bountiful harvest. Lu Xiaoxiao watched the swarm of sirens recede into the distance and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Li Shuang's profile, her emotions grew increasingly complex. The longer they spent together, the more she felt that following Li Shuang was the best decision she had ever made. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lean over and kiss Li Shuang on the cheek, then blushed and hid behind him. This is a reward for you, hee. Now that the danger was over, Li Shuang relaxed and teased her deliberately. What? Aren't you afraid I'll do it again? No, it still hurts. Lu Xiaoxiao clung to his arm, her voice soft and aggrieved. After this round of exploration, it was completely dark. After washing away the sweat, the two looked expectantly at the 6 treasure chests laid out in front of them. This was the biggest reward of the day. Without further ado, Li Shuang opened all 6 treasure chests. The 5 silver chests contained 2 LV-4 vehicle blueprint fragments, a composite crossbow, 50 crossbow bolts, and a basic constant temperature crop cultivation box. The golden treasure chest contained a basic vehicle radar, capable of detecting targets within a 50-kilometer range. Not bad. I didn't expect to get 2 LV-4 vehicle blueprint fragments this time. Including the ones I got before, I now have 4. Li Shuang was overjoyed, carefully putting away the fragments and then picking up the composite crossbow to examine it closely. The crossbow, with its weight, immediately reassured him. Its matte metal casing was understated yet sturdy, and the sharp, gleaming bolts exuded a reliable, deadly aura. He knew that on future explorations of the island, he wouldn't have to flee in such a sorry state as he had today. After putting away the crossbow and arrows, Li Shuang picked up the miniature radar module again. The blue, semi-transparent miniature radar floated in his palm, slowly rotating, and a system notification popped up. Ding! Target detected. Vibranium yacht. Radar module binding. Li Shuang clicked confirm without hesitation. Okay. The next second, the mini radar turned into a blue light and shot out of the window, automatically flying to the platform on the top floor of the lounge and docking with the yacht. On the control room screen, The disc-shaped radar map immediately lit up, with scattered small red dots appearing around it. Li Shuang was overjoyed. With this device, no movement within a 50-kilometer radius could escape his notice. After studying the radar, he turned his attention to the primary constant temperature crop cultivation box. The cultivation box was about the size of a ping-pong table, filled with highly nutrient-rich black soil prepared by the system, and covered with a transparent protective cover, with neatly arranged spotlights providing continuous illumination. The system description was clear. This thing comes with its own nutrient soil and fluorescent lights, allowing plants to grow 10 times faster, but it requires a constant supply of fresh water and energy. This meant that they could finally eat fresh vegetables. Li Shuang couldn't help but wonder if, since there were plant cultivation boxes, there would be animal cultivation equipment in the future. Raising chickens or cattle wouldn't be out of the question. At dinner time, Lu Xiaoxiao prepared a table full of dishes. Well-done steak with pasta, plus chilled red wine. After a busy day, the two finally enjoyed a decent dinner. Afterwards, Li Shuang inventoried and stored all the treasure chests caught by the automatic fishing rod. A day's work had yielded 4 or 5 bronze treasure chests, a pretty good haul. Besides food and water, the treasure chest also contained a freezer. Combined with their existing refrigerator, their ice-making speed increased significantly. With the freezer installed, Li Shuang prepared to officially launch their water-selling plan. He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who had just changed into a nurse's uniform and white stockings, and asked, "It's extremely hot now. I'm planning to sell water and ice. Do you have any suggestions?" Lu Xiaoxiao immediately leaned closer and snuggled into his arms, her tone very confident. "Since we're going to sell, why not do a live stream at sea?" She explained that water in the market can only be purchased with ocean coins, and there's always been a shortage. But if they sell water via live stream and then conduct private transactions behind the scenes, they can bypass the single currency and directly collect supplies and items from other survivors. Li Shuang thought it made sense, but she was still a little troubled. "I don't know how to do live streaming, do you?" "Of course I do. I've done live streaming on set before, although I haven't really sold any products." Lu Xiaoxiao patted her chest, her face full of confidence. Li Shuang looked at her and thought it was worth a try. "Okay, you get ready. I'll decorate the room." He dragged the table to the window and took out hundreds of bottles of pre-chilled mineral water from his spatial ring, neatly stacking them behind the background. He had collected all this water little by little, chilled it, and stored it in his spatial ring. Time flowed almost at a standstill within the ring, so there was no need to worry about the water melting. To make the scene more impactful, Li Shuang deliberately piled up bundles of mineral water, creating a small mountain. As soon as a large amount of chilled water was brought out, the temperature in the lounge dropped considerably, and the bottles quickly became covered with damp condensation. Lu Xiaoxiao tidied her clothes and hair. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, her 19 years were her best natural feature. Her skin was fair and flawless, her face full of collagen, making her even more stunning without makeup. Combined with her nurse's uniform and eye-catching attire, the moment she sat down at the table, she instantly became the center of attention in the entire room. "Brother Shuang, I'm ready." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded to Li Shuang, indicating that the live stream could begin. She then sat down at the table and opened her system panel. In the past 2 days, some people had been live streaming in the World Channel, but most were either factions recruiting members or survivors begging for help. The moment Lu Xiaoxiao started her broadcast, the entire channel exploded. "Holy crap, it's Lu Xiaoxiao. National goddess Lu Xiaoxiao is actually broadcasting." Was she also teleported to this godforsaken place? Of course. Everyone says all of humanity has been teleported. She must be there too. Xiaoxiao, look at me. She's actually wearing a nurse's uniform? She's so beautiful. Even without makeup, she looks so good. It's amazing that a girl like her has survived this long. Soon, people in the live stream started trying to recruit her. "Xiaoxiao, join our One Piece Guild, and you'll have plenty of food and drink. Come join our Mad Shark Guild, and we'll make you the guild leader's wife right away." Some people immediately mocked. "Do you think Lu Xiaoxiao would be interested in you? Take a look at yourselves first." But soon, everyone's attention shifted from Lu Xiaoxiao to the background behind her. "Wait, what's that behind her? Mineral water? All mineral water. It looks like it's chilled. How is that possible? How can she have so much water?" Then, someone else noticed Li Shuang sitting to the side and the large bed in the lounge. "There's another guy behind me. In a double room? My goddess!" The lounge was small, so Li Shuang could only sit by the wall, drinking an iced cola while staring at the live stream. Once Lu Xiaoxiao started selling products, he was responsible for handling private messages and transactions in the back end. The number of viewers in the upper right corner of the live stream jumped wildly, and in just a few minutes, the number of online viewers exceeded 500,000. Watching the numbers climb, Lu Xiaoxiao's smile grew increasingly confident. This reflected her absolute confidence in her popularity. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xiaoxiao. I believe many of my fans know me. I'm going live today for 2 reasons. First, I want to cheer on my friends who support me and hope that everyone can try to survive in this apocalypse. Second, on behalf of my boss, Mr. Li Shuang, the first LV3 vehicle master in the entire server, I'm selling chilled drinking water. Lu Xiaoxiao stood up and displayed the stack of drinking water behind her on the large screen. She crossed her legs and stepped back, exposing her long, white-stockinged legs, the row of drinking water, the large bed, the air conditioner on the wall displaying 25 degrees Celsius, and the unfinished red wine on the table to the live broadcast room. No, why is my Xiao in Li Shuang's bedroom, and in a king-size bed no less? So much water? And ice water too. Li Shuang, sell me a few bottles, I have ocean coins. Holy crap. Ice cola, half a bottle of red wine, air-conditioned room with a king-size bed. Their lounge is so comfortable. I'm still drying out on the awning boat, while they're lounging in air-conditioned rooms. I rode a jet ski, and my butt is blistered and bleeding. The difference is just too big. Li Shuang, you scoundrel. I hate you so much for stealing my wife. Xiao, you didn't really turn into shape, did you? Some people, forgetting their envy, only pleaded over the water, asking if they could buy a few bottles cheaply or if students could get 2 free. Once the atmosphere in the live stream was fully engaged, Lu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and got to the point. As everyone knows, today is only the first day of this extreme heat disaster. There are still 6 more days of terrifying high temperatures to come. In this environment, the most important strategic reserve is water. However, there are 2 kinds of water. One is the ordinary drinking water that you risked heat stroke and dehydration to open from the wooden treasure chest. Another type is the chilled drinking water behind me, which can truly cool you down and relieve the heat. After saying that, she unscrewed a bottle of mineral water with condensation droplets on it and slowly poured it into the glass in front of her. Then, she scooped the prepared ice cubes into the glass. The ice cubes splashed as they hit the water, releasing wisps of cold air that floated on the surface. Lu Xiaoxiao gently pinched the glass, her red lips slightly parted, and took a sip of the ice water, a look of lingering enjoyment on her face. This scene instantly caused the live stream to spiral out of control, with the chat filled with people calling her a goddess and some even demanding the glass of water she had drunk from. Seeing the topic veer off course, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly steered the situation back on track and continued speaking. Making chilled drinking water consumes a lot of electricity, making energy costs very high. Therefore, Boss Li Shuang has decided to sell in the back end for 100 ocean coins per bottle, or 1 black iron treasure chest. Limited quantity, first come, first served. The price announcement immediately caused an uproar in the previously lively live stream. 100 ocean coins? You'd have to kill 10 LV1 sirens to earn that much. Are they crazy for money? The probability of getting a black iron chest with an LV2 fishing rod is only 5%. Is it really that easy to work your ass off to catch just one? I've been waiting in a live stream for ages just to watch you guys disgust people. You have so much water, but you don't share it with everyone. You're taking advantage of the national crisis and profiting from it. Curses and threats filled the screen, and the public sentiment instantly shifted from envy and excitement to vicious accusations. Lu Xiaoxiao panicked instantly, her initial confidence vanishing completely. This was entirely different from her past live streams from the film set. Facing the wrath of millions, she felt only powerless and aggrieved. Her eyes reddened as she turned to look at Li Shuang, as if she felt she had messed things up and let him down. Seeing the helpless Lu Xiaoxiao in front of the camera, Li Shuang knew he couldn't stand idly by any longer. He put down his cola, walked straight to the camera, and his first words turned the tide. Attention, starting the distribution of lucky bags. 10 survivors who send Long Live Goddess Lu Xiaoxiao in the live stream will be randomly selected. Each will receive 2 bottles of chilled drinking water and 10 ice cubes. The deadline is in 5 minutes, The timer starts now. Those who were just angrily cursing the outrageous price were immediately stunned. Wasn't it 100 ocean coins a bottle? It's being given away for free. Really? Are you kidding us? The next second, the live stream chat was flooded with a unified barrage of long live goddess Lu Xiao Xiao. Long live goddess Lu Xiao Xiao. I'm winning too. Don't let it slip away. Full on the left, Villa by the Sea. I'm sure to win. Long live goddess Lu Xiao Xiao. I trade my ex-boyfriend's life for winning the lottery. Some people verbally accused Li Shuang of lying, but their hands were honestly scrolling through the same comments. Countless messages were scrolling wildly, and the number of viewers in the live stream surged to a staggering 8 million. Seeing Li Shuang turn the tide with just a few words, Lu Xiaoxiao covered her red lips, her eyes glistening with tears, both surprised and delighted. Brother Shuang, thank you. She looked up at Li Shuang, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. This man seemed to be a man who could never lack miracles. Li Shuang reached out and wiped away her tears, his tone tinged with amusement and indifference. Just human nature. He glanced at the time and then reminded the live stream viewers, survivors who haven't sent their messages yet. Hurry up and do it. Time is running out. This one sentence immediately changed the attitudes of those who had been mocking and ridiculing him, prompting them to shamelessly join the flood of comments. 5 minutes later, Li Shuang spoke coldly. Time's up. He randomly added 10 lucky viewers as friends. Congratulations to the 10 lucky survivors. I've already added you as friends. Once you accept my friend request, come ask me for your lucky bag gifts. Don't be discouraged if you didn't win. I still have plenty of chill drinks coming up. The price remains the same, but for the first 20 buyers, it's buy one, get one free. Buy one bottle and get one free. Damn, I'll do it. Li Shuang, please approve this. I'm reserving a spot in the first 20. I have 2 black iron treasure chests. Buy 2 bottles, give me 4. Someone tried to expose Li Shuang's tricks, but was immediately rebuffed. Didn't you just try it too? You're already jealous because you didn't win. My throat is practically on fire. Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them. Leave one spot in the top 20 for me. In the world chat, Li Shuang ignored all the insults, urging, and pleas because he had already achieved his goal. He handed the live stream back to Lu Xiaoxiao, while he kept an eye on the friend requests popping up in the background. Li Shuang accepted the requests one by one in order, then made private transactions, earning more than 7,000 ocean coins and 37 black iron treasure chests in just over 10 minutes. Survivors who managed to snag chilled drinking water shared photos on the World Channel. The sight of the water, with its floating ice and icy steam, was enough to make anyone feel cool, and it also spurred even more people to rush to buy more. After approving another survivor's application, Li Shuang asked, as usual, how many bottles? With ocean coins or black iron treasure chests? The other party quickly replied, Boss, I don't have any ocean coins or treasure chests left. Can I exchange one fruit for one? Immediately afterwards, an item page appeared. LV1 lure fruit emits a bloody scent and special pheromones, attracting nearby LV1 sirens. Very weak against LV2 and higher sirens. The other person, named Shirkai, explained somewhat awkwardly that this was the most special thing he had. All he had left were bread and basic ingredients. He added that if Li Shuang didn't like the tempting fruit, could he trade the bread for a bottle of water? Li Shuang stared at the description and immediately pressed. Where did this come from? Shirkai said he picked it on the outskirts of an island. He was worried about sea monsters hiding on the island, so he didn't dare go deep inside and only picked a few fruits. He couldn't bear to eat them, so he planted the rest in a cultivation box. After asking carefully, Li Shuang learned about Shirkai's situation. This guy was driving a soil transport ship, and at the start of the game, there were a full 8.5 days before the ghost fog appeared. His luck was ridiculously good. But taking advantage of his favorable start, Shirkai actually set his sights on planting. In the past 2 days, he used all the treasure chests he caught and the supplies he collected to trade privately for temperature-controlled crop cultivation boxes. Now, he has accumulated 6 basic cultivation boxes and even a basic temperature-controlled livestock shed. The central hull of the soil-carrying ship was deep and wide enough to accommodate all the equipment. However, he used most of the drinking water from the treasure chest to irrigate the land. It wasn't until the extreme heat truly arrived that Shirkai realized the terror of the heat and found himself in dire need of water. You could say he's clever, using precious drinking water for farming. You could also say he's foolish, thinking of shrinking into a 6 square meter temperature-controlled livestock shed to avoid the high temperatures. Li Shuang was sweating bullets for him after hearing this. Such a good start, almost ruined by his own actions. I'll take the fruit in exchange for a liter of water. Sure Kai had expected to be rejected, and he was stunned when he heard this. Boss, you really want it? This thing seems to have no other use except to attract dangerous sea monsters. Li Shuang smiled faintly. What I want are sea monsters. With the temptation fruit, his efficiency in hunting sea monsters could be increased by another step. Li Shuang then scanned the 2 bottles of chilled drinking water and immediately initiated an exchange request. Upon seeing the request, Sure Kai jumped up from his temperature-controlled livestock shed, finally believing Li Shuang wasn't joking. He hurriedly asked, Boss, do we need more enticement fruits later? I planted quite a few in my cultivation box. They're almost ripe. For Sure Kai, this was like grasping at a straw. As long as Li Shuang needed him, he would have someone to rely on for survival. Li Shuang's eyes lit up, and she tentatively asked, How much can you collect each day? 6. Sure Kai replied instantly, then quickly added, If I find another incubation box later, I can expand the planting. As long as you need it, I can specialize in planting and raising livestock. If you get vegetable seeds, or if you find live animals like cattle, sheep, chickens, or ducks, I can also provide fresh vegetables and meat. Li Shuang couldn't help but smile. This level of awareness was indeed commendable, and the suggestion was quite appealing. The vibranium yacht had no shortage of energy and defense. The problem was the limited internal space. Apart from a temperature-controlled crop cultivation chamber, almost the entire cabin was filled with freshwater converters. For Li Shuang, freshwater is the most important resource and must be firmly controlled. Limited space is naturally prioritized for the converter. As for growing vegetables and raising livestock, having someone else manage is obviously much less troublesome. The freshwater and energy consumed by Sure Kai are practically zero cost to Li Shuang. After thinking it over, Li Shuang readily agreed. Continue to sell me the food-attracting fruit, and I can also buy vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck, meat, and eggs. Sure Kai was so excited he almost jumped up. Boss, no, you're going to be my second parents, my real father. Being able to latch onto the coattails of a level 3 powerhouse instantly increased his chances of survival. Li Shuang smiled wryly. No need for father. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. I'll definitely farm well. Sure Kai immediately changed his address, but then quickly faced a dilemma. The incubator needs water and electricity, but he doesn't even have enough water for his own drinking, and his electricity is almost depleted. Because the ghost fog is still far away, he hasn't been sailing much these past few days, and almost all his energy has been used to power the incubator. By the time the ghost fog gets closer, the remaining energy won't be enough to travel very far. Li Shuang waved her hand and sent him 2 units of general-purpose energy and 20 liters of fresh water. Take these and use them first. Focus on farming for me. Don't worry about anything else. Seeing the large bucket of water and 2 units of general-purpose energy appear out of nowhere, Sure Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. So much water and universal energy that's priceless and unavailable, and Li Shuang just gave it to him like that. Sure Kai was so moved he cried, Boss, I'll definitely work hard. Where are you? I'll wash the hook clean and give it to you. Get lost. Shut up. Li Shuang was disgusted by that person and immediately closed the chat window. After this little incident, the chilled drinking water was also sold out. Looking at her account balance and the black iron treasure chest piled up in a room, Lu Xiaoxiao was as happy as a little rich woman guarding her treasure, carefully stacking the treasure chests one by one. Li Shuang tapped the table and announced to the live stream, Today's chilled drinking water is sold out. Don't worry if you didn't get any. There will be a new batch tomorrow. The live stream immediately erupted in excitement. Some people had just fished up a black iron treasure chest and didn't even get a chance to trade it. Some people even said they had privately sold several sets of revealing photo albums, finally managing to collect enough ocean coins, only to find the water was gone. The topic quickly veered off course again, with people constantly asking about the photo albums, making Li Shuang frown. Some people were unwilling to accept this, believing that Li Shuang was deliberately targeting them, and even accusing him of using scarcity marketing, suggesting he was hiding water to raise prices. Faced with these clamors, Li Shuang remained indifferent, showing no concern about the iced water not selling. He assured them that when the broadcast resumed tomorrow, these people would still snap it up quickly. That's all for today. I'm ending the broadcast. After the live stream ended, Li Shuang immediately tallied her gains. The system panel showed that she had 15,620 ocean coins and 65 black iron treasure chests. Not bad, a great harvest. Li Shuang clicked his tongue. This money-making speed was much faster than crashing into a siren in a vibranium yacht. Lu Xiaoxiao thoughtfully brought him a glass of red wine, snuggled into his arms, and said with eyes full of admiration, "Brother Shuang, you're so amazing." Smelling the fragrance in her hair, Li Shuang asked with a mischievous smile, "Are you better now or at night?" Lu Xiaoxiao blushed instantly and playfully punched his chest in anger. "Oomph, I'm ignoring you." In high spirits, Li Shuang eagerly opened all 65 black iron treasure chests. Inside were 38 bottles of drinking water, 12 portions of general energy, 310 units of steel, and 160 units of rubber. Other items included canned draft beer, electromagnetic components, popping candy, a vanity mirror, Balenciaga stock, laundry detergent, beanbag chairs, cough syrup, some protective clothing, and frozen lobster tails. They even found a book on postpartum care of sows and a solar panel. While most were basic necessities, in a post-apocalyptic world where daily necessities were scarce, you can never have too much of anything. Li Shuang handed the vanity mirror and Balenciaga perfume to Lu Xiaoxiao, who blushed as she accepted them, but her gaze involuntarily fell on the 2 packets of popping candy on the table. Li Shuang raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding her thoughts, and grabbed the popping candy, stuffing it into her hand. Lu Xiaoxiao blushed so deeply she almost bled, both embarrassed and annoyed. "You're so mean. I just wanted to eat it. I understand. It's not too late to eat it tonight." Li Shuang coughed lightly, but there was no embarrassment on his face. Lu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, but still put the popping candy into her nurse's uniform pocket, giving a haughty snort. For dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao made a large bowl of garlic and spicy lobster tails. Li Shuang opened her mouth to catch the peeled lobster meat. The rich broth coated the tender flesh, making each bite incredibly satisfying. With an ice-cold beer in hand, he felt as if he were back in the days of enjoying skewers at roadside barbecue stalls. While eating, Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly flipped through the system panel, saying, "Brother Shuang, I gained over 2 million followers in just one live stream today." She had worked in the entertainment industry for many years, and her combined followers on Weibo and Douyin were only a little over 1 million. Unexpectedly, a single apocalyptic live streaming sales event surpassed all her previous gains. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for the actress who used to make a living in the entertainment industry. However, she also knew that most of her 2 million followers were there because of Li Shuang's iced water. Li Shuang wasn't interested in the number of fans and was drinking beer when Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed a private message with 99+ followers and sat up abruptly. "Sister Qingru?" she exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Li Shuang asked in confusion, "Who is Qingru?" "Your friend. She's my best friend, Jiang Qingru. She's not in the industry, so it's normal that you haven't heard of her." Lu Xiaoxiao's expression became tense. She was also teleported here. It must be very difficult for a girl like her. With tears welling in her eyes, she quickly replied, "Qingru, is that you?" After all, billions of people were teleported, and there were bound to be many people with the same name. Soon, a reply came from the other end. "Xiaoxiao, you finally replied to me. Where are you now? Are you hurt?" Lu Xiaoxiao noticed that her tone was off and hurriedly asked. At this moment, Jiang Qingru's face was pale, her lips were chapped, and her greasy long hair was stuck to her cheeks, knotted with sweat. She said weakly, "I don't know where I am. That Bisong Jishu took all my food and water. I've been out in the sun all day, and I'm out of water. What? That scumbag is actually with you." Lu Xiaoxiao was instantly filled with rage. She knew that Song Jishu, relying on his family's wealth and power, had been relentlessly pursuing Jiang Qingru. When his advances failed, he even sent his father to the Jiang family to propose marriage. Jiang's father, wanting to leverage the Song family's business connections, unilaterally agreed to the marriage, but Jiang Qingru never acknowledged this fiancé and always kept her distance whenever she saw him. Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "I knew he was a scoundrel long ago. Now that the apocalypse has come, he's finally showing his disgusting, true colors." What angered her even more was that Song Jishu had harassed her privately after learning about the close relationship between Jiang Qingru and Lu Xiaoxiao. However, considering Jiang Qingru's situation at the time, she only gave him a stern warning. Realizing that Jiang Qingru hadn't had any water all day, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately sent her 2 bottles of chilled drinking water. Sister Qingru, drink some water quickly, you have to hold on. Jiang Qingru stared blankly at the 2 bottles of ice water that had appeared out of nowhere in front of her, completely stunned. She thought she was hallucinating from heat stroke, but the condensation on the bottles and the cold air emanating from them felt incredibly real. She trembled as she reached out to touch the water droplets, the icy chill shooting from her fingertips straight to her mind. Is it really water? Jiang Qingru could no longer care about maintaining a ladle-like image. With red eyes, she unscrewed the bottle cap and desperately gulped down the ice water. The cool water soothed her chapped lips and gave her strength back to her nearly dehydrated body. She leaned against the cabin, breathing weakly. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. I feel much better. Looking at the remaining bottle of water, she was filled with gratitude and unease. Here, take this back. You gave me such precious ice water. What are you going to drink? Seeing Jiang Qingru about to return another bottle of water, Lu Xiaoxiao felt both heartache and gratitude. In this apocalyptic world, she herself was barely surviving, yet she was still worried about her best friend having no water to drink. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, and she quickly said, Qingru, you drink it. I have some more here. Jiang Qingru, recalling a live stream from earlier that day, immediately became serious. Xiao Xiao, I know you're with Li Shuang. You've only been in the industry for a few years. Don't let a man fool you. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, and she hurriedly pressed, those things you ate and drank. Did Li Shuang bully you? Was he threatening you during today's live stream? Pa, what are you thinking, Qingru? Lu Xiaoxiao was both embarrassed and anxious. Shuangji is so good to me. It's not like what you think at all. Li Shuang, who was peeling a lobster tail next to her, was also speechless. Goodness, have I suddenly become a perverted uncle? Lu Xiaoxiao stuck her tongue out at him. Humph, aren't you one too? You bad guy. Jiang Qingru finally breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Lu Xiaoxiao was unharmed, but still reminded her to be careful and not let Li Shuang take advantage of her. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately felt guilty. After all, she was the one who had initially approached Li Shuang. Seeing Li Shuang try not to laugh, she secretly pinched him, making him wince in pain. Then, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly asked, Qingru, where are you now? Send me your location, Shuangji, and I will come pick you up. Upon hearing that they were coming, Jiang Qingru was initially worried. It's very dangerous here. The ship ran out of fuel while we were trying to escape the sea monsters. But in this desperate situation of high temperature, lack of water, and lack of energy, she had no choice. If no one came to rescue her, she would either die of heat stroke and dehydration or be hunted down by the sea monsters. In the end, Jiang Qingru sent over the coordinates. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately looked at Li Shuang pitifully, grabbing his hand and pleading, Master, please let's go save Sister Qingru, okay? She's my best friend. If I don't take care of her, she'll really die. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao on the verge of tears, Li Shuang knew he couldn't refuse. Besides, with the yacht upgraded, there was more and more equipment and daily tasks, and Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't handle it all by herself. She really needed an extra helper. All right then. Li Shuang sighed and finally nodded. Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly rushed over and kissed him, but Li Shuang added seriously, saving people is fine, but my rules can't be changed. Once she's on board, she'll be responsible for the same daily tasks and live streaming sales as you. Also, I'll use a loyalty scroll on her to make sure the people on board pose no threat to me. Ask her if she agrees first. If she does, we'll head over at full speed immediately. Lu Xiaoxiao understood Li Shuang's concerns and immediately told Jiang Qingru about the situation. Jiang Qingru had no other choice but to agree. After the conversation, Lu Xiaoxiao happily threw herself into Li Shuang's arms, rubbing against his chest repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Shuang, you're so kind. Li Shuang laughed. This is because you've done well before. Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, and she buried her head even deeper. The coordinates showed that Jiang Qingru was still more than 4 hours away from them. Fortunately, the vibranium yacht had an automatic cruise function, so Li Shuang didn't have to stay in the cockpit all the time. Time passed slowly. When Li Shuang took a sip of her iced cola and looked at the screen again, The yacht had already reached the location Jiang Qingru had initially sent. Under the night sky, moonlight bathed the sea, and the vibranium yacht was brightly lit. But the surroundings were empty. Jiang Qingru's boat was nowhere to be seen. Lu Xiaoxiao rushed onto the deck, anxiously looking around. How is this possible? Why isn't Sister Qingru here? She quickly opened the chat window to ask. Soon, Jiang Qingru sent a trembling voice message. Xiaoxiao, I'm so scared. There are so many sea monsters chasing me. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale instantly. Qingru, don't be afraid. Quickly send the location. We'll be there right away. Li Shuang rubbed her head and calmly reminded her. Don't rush. She's already sent it. 1 o'clock direction, 8 kilometers away. The distance wasn't far, so Li Shuang immediately steered the yacht around and sped towards the new location. The yacht raced through the waves, chasing for over 10 kilometers before finally spotting Jiang Qingru's small fishing boat on the sea. Jiang Qingru was in a sorry state. The ship was constantly leaking water and could sink at any moment. Even more deadly was that a dozen meters behind her, swarms of sea monsters were relentlessly pursuing her. There were at least 20 or 30 of these monsters, a dark mass swimming close to the surface of the sea, giving her no chance to catch her breath. Qingru, I'm here. Lu Xiaoxiao stood on the deck, her eyes red as she desperately called out. Jiang Qingru turned around and saw the vibranium yacht. A look of surprise appeared on her face, but when she saw the siren behind her, her face turned deathly pale. With her last breath, she shouted, Xiaoxiao, don't worry about me. There are too many monsters. You can't save me even if you come. Run. Jiang Qingru, tears streaming down her face, was prepared to die. She had used up all her remaining energy in her escape, and the pointer was almost at its lowest point. She had been worried that Lu Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to find her when she arrived, so she hadn't left the area. Unexpectedly, this waiting only resulted in them being completely surrounded by the swarm of sea monsters. Seeing that Jiang Qingru's ship was about to be caught by the monsters, Lu Xiaoxiao finally burst into tears, clinging tightly to Li Shuang's arm. Brother Shuang, please save Sister Qingru, okay? The situation was critical, and Li Shuang felt more overwhelmed than ever before. There were too many sea monsters behind them, and the pursuit was even more urgent. Jiang Qingru was already in very poor condition, and even if the gangway was lowered, she might not have the strength to climb onto the yacht by herself. If they turned their boat around and rammed into her, they might scrape her fishing boat, resulting in the loss of both the person and the boat, and they might not even be able to retrieve their bodies. Li Shuang's gaze shifted, and he suddenly remembered the LV1 temptation fruit. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a fist-sized scarlet fruit. A strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air, mixed with pheromones that Siren could detect. Humans found it unpleasant, but to the Siren it was like a leech drawn to blood. Just then, the engine of Jiang Qingru's fishing boat emitted a muffled groan and completely lost power. The small boat glided less than 10 meters by inertia before finally coming to a stop on the sea in despair. The sea monster behind them roared excitedly and accelerated towards them. Don't come any closer! Jiang Qingru and Lu Xiaoxiao screamed at the same time and could only watch helplessly as the sea monster leaped out of the water and pounced on the fishing boat. At the critical moment, Li Shuang raised his hand and threw the temptation fruit at the swarm of sea monsters. Go, temptation fruit! As soon as the fruit hit the water, the pheromones spread faster than the smell of blood, and the sea monsters that were originally rushing towards the fishing boat froze. The next second, their scarlet eyes went completely mad. They roared and turned around, desperately rushing towards the bait fruit floating on the surface of the sea. Even the sea monsters that had already clung to the deck of the fishing boat abandoned Jiang Qingru, who was right in front of them, and turned back into the water to join the fight. Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the scene in disbelief. This red fruit, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, had such a terrifying effect. Inside the fishing boat, Jiang Qingru, soaked to the bone, huddled at the bow, had thought she was surely going to die, but the pain never came. Qingru, come on up quickly, it's all right. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's voice, she finally mustered up the courage to open her eyes. A large, luxurious yacht was moored beside her, the gangway already lowered, and Lu Xiaoxiao was leaning over the edge of the deck, her eyes red with anxiety. Jiang Qingru wiped away her tears and used her last bit of strength to climb up, finally reaching the deck with the help of Li Shuang and Lu Xiaoxiao. The two girls, having survived the ordeal, hugged each other and cried for a long time. Li Shuang didn't disturb them, waiting until they calmed down before speaking. Xiao Xiao, take her to the lounge to settle her in first. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and helped the exhausted Jiang Qingru walk towards the cabin. On the sea, countless sea monsters were entangled in a tangle, frantically fighting for the lure fruit. The scene was like a ball of feed falling into a school of eels, rolling and writhing all over the sea, disgusting yet shocking. The effects of the temptation fruit far exceeded Li Shuang's expectations, even attracting the sea monsters wandering nearby. In just a short time, at least 50 or 60 of them gathered on the surface of the sea. Seeing the crimson color of the seawater gradually fading, Li Shuang knew he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately entered the control room and steered the vibranium yacht to ram into it. Ding! Slayed a LV-1 speed-type siren. Reward: 10 ocean coins, 1 men's cologne. Ding! Defeat a LV-1 strength-type siren. Reward: 10 ocean coins, 1 premium pork tenderloin. Ding! Defeat a LV-1 strength-type siren. Reward: 10 ocean coins, 5 konjac delight. Upon the first impact, system reward notifications sounded in succession. The sirens' severed limbs, mixed with green slime and enticing juice, only made the remaining sirens even more out of control. They showed no fear whatsoever, still gathering like madmen, greedily devouring the remaining juice and pheromones in the seawater. Li Shuang laughed. He had initially worried that the sea monsters would be scattered and escape. Then they rammed them several more times, practically plowing up the entire sea surface. On the other side, Jiang Qingru stood at the door of the lounge, staring blankly at the scene inside. Air conditioning, sofa, soft bed, lobster shells still lying on the table, and the air filled with the aroma of red wine and garlic. The kitchen was fully equipped with tableware, plenty of meat and vegetables, and even a separate toilet. She carefully rubbed her swollen eyes, her pale, chapped lips trembling. She couldn't believe that while she was hiding from sirens and enduring the scorching sun, but couldn't catch any treasure chests, and even had her last supplies stolen by that scumbag, someone else was living such a life. Looking at her disheveled appearance, Lu Xiaoxiao felt both heartache and lingering fear, and gently patted her back. It's all right, Qingru, you're safe now. Jiang Qingru stepped into the water and immediately became reserved. After all, this was Li Shuang's yacht, and the place where she had been saved. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't seem to care at all. It's okay, we'll clean it later. With that, she took her hand and led her into the shower room. Let's go. I'll take you to take a bath first. A shower. Jiang Qingru was even more shocked than when she entered the 25-degree constant temperature restroom. In the apocalypse, wasn't water meant to save lives? Before she could react, warm water was already pouring from the shower head, enveloping her cold, shivering body. From the moment she stepped onto the yacht until now, everything felt like a dream. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of person could possess such things in the apocalypse. She had reservations about the conditions Li Shuang proposed. The scroll of loyalty sounded like he wanted to turn her into his plaything. But when she truly faced life and death, she realized that survival was the most important thing. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxiao's current condition is much better than before. Her complexion was rosy, and she exuded a more feminine charm, a change that even Jiang Qingru could notice. While taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxiao handed Jiang Qingru a glass of drinking water. Staring at the water, Jiang Qingru could no longer hold back her tears. She cried as she drank water. Her tears contained the lingering fear of escaping death and the gratitude that someone still remembered her even in her desperate situation. After Lu Xiaoxiao comfortably washed away her fatigue, she handed the maid outfit to Jiang Qingru. Jiang Qingru unfolded the dress and saw that it was a sexy backless style. Her face turned red instantly, and she quickly closed the dress. Xiao, what did you bring me? How can I go out wearing something so revealing? Li Shuang is still outside. She then noticed that Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing a nurse's uniform, which was obviously also an outfit from the treasure chest. Jiang Qingru comes from a wealthy merchant family and has always been raised with strict discipline. Let alone clothes like this, she rarely tries even slightly daring outfits in her daily life. While adjusting her cuffs, Lu Xiaoxiao advised her, Sister Qingru, there are no clean clothes to change into. This place isn't very big, and there are no outsiders here anyway. Jiang Qingru still hesitated and said in a low voice, "But Li Shuang." Lu Xiaoxiao immediately said, "He saved you, but he didn't ask you to repay him with your body. These clothes were all from treasure chests. If you don't wear them, are you going to go out naked?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingru immediately became anxious and quickly took the maid outfit back. With a mischievous grin, Lu Xiaoxiao helped her change her clothes, and her previously messy and greasy hair was combed out and draped back down her back. After washing away the filth, Jiang Qingru seemed like a different person. Her tall figure and gentle, intellectual temperament created a strong contrast with her maid outfit. Lu Xiaoxiao stared at her for a long time, her tone full of envy. Sister Qingru, you're being too unfair. Looking at herself in the mirror, Jiang Qingru felt both unfamiliar and shy, and was still hesitant to leave the shower room. In the end, Lu Xiaoxiao coaxed and pleaded with them until the two reluctantly returned to the lounge. Li Shuang had already finished hunting and stored all the loot in his spatial ring. Loyalty scrolls aren't rare, and most survivors don't need them for the time being. He asked around on the World Channel and quickly traded one for drinking water. The trading market also began to bustle, with many survivors listing their supplies for sale. However, the prices were outrageously high in the early stages, with a bottle of drinking water costing 200 ocean coins and universal energy costing as much as 800. The prices of other items are not so outrageous, because drinking water and energy are the most scarce strategic resources at present. Li Shuang knew that these inflated prices wouldn't last long. Once the survivors stabilized, the market would naturally fall back. He glanced at the LV3 vehicle blueprint fragments again. One of them was priced at 5,000 ocean coins. To collect 5 fragments from a market and synthesize a complete blueprint, you would need a full 25,000 ocean coins. This price is destined to be unaffordable for no one. Those who have already upgraded to LV3 don't need it, and those who haven't upgraded simply can't afford that much money. Li Shuang checked his balance. After today's hunt, he had more than 31,000 ocean coins. With a try-it-and-see attitude, he started searching for LV4 vehicle blueprint fragments. The system panel only displays one line of prompts. LV4 vehicle blueprint fragments, not currently available. Li Shuang sighed. The result was exactly as he had predicted. Survivors who have reached LV3 are now desperately collecting LV4 blueprint fragments, so there's no way anyone would be willing to sell them. There were 4 LV4 fragments lying in the spatial ring. Li Shuang was only one fragment away from collecting them all, and he felt a lot of pressure. Just then, Lu Xiaoxiao led Jiang Qingru out of the shower room. "Brother Shuang, look how beautiful Sister Qingru looks in this outfit." Jiang Qingru was originally hiding behind Lu Xiaoxiao, but she was pushed to the front with a smile. Li Shuang looked up and was stunned for a moment. After washing away the filth, Jiang Qingru's face had a more refined and intellectual air about her, which, combined with her cute maid outfit, created a truly indescribable contrast. Jiang Qingru blushed and tugged at her collar, noticing that Li Shuang was staring at her. A hint of barely perceptible joy welled up within her shyness. Li Shuang snapped out of her daze and asked, "Why are you wearing Xiaoxiao's clothes?" Jiang Qingru panicked immediately, but luckily Lu Xiaoxiao explained that her original clothes had been washed and she could only wear this one for now. Li Shuang nodded, realizing that with a larger group, clothing would also be a problem to solve. There are already people selling clothes in the market. You can go and pick some out when you have time. You can use ocean coins to directly transfer the money to my balance. After saying that, he delegated some of the deduction permissions to Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru through the system panel. From now on, they can directly use the ocean coins in Li Shuang's account to buy things. Lu Xiaoxiao cheered and threw herself into Li Shuang's arms, expressing her excitement without any restraint. Jiang Qingru stood to the side, stunned, her face burning, yet she felt a faint envy in her heart. After preparing a meal for Jiang Qingru, Li Shuang took out the loyalty scroll he had just acquired. As the system notification sounded, the loyalty scroll was successfully bound, and Jiang Qingru officially became a member of Li Shuang's team. After a long separation and having survived a life-or-death crisis, the two girls quickly got together and had endless things to talk about. Meanwhile, on a brightly lit ferry in another part of the sea, piercing screams and pleas for mercy could be heard continuously. Inside the cabin, a man was tied to a steel frame, his chest and back covered in bloodstains, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Yu Tao sat in the main seat, eating his spicy chicken noodles, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. The henchman next to him grabbed the man's hair and pulled it back forcefully, revealing a swollen and deformed face. That person was none other than Song Jishu. The underling cursed. It's been a whole day, and you still can't fool a single person. Aren't you the young master of the Song family? How can you be so useless? Song Jishu was panting heavily, feeling extremely regretful. If he had known he would run into Yu Tao and his gang of lunatics, he shouldn't have fled with the supplies today, and he certainly shouldn't have abandoned Jiang Qingru. Now that Jiang Qingru is gone, the supplies are lost, and she herself has fallen into the hands of this group of people. She has truly lost both her wife and her army. One of the henchmen walked up to Yu Tao with a sinister look in his eyes. Brother Yu, this piece of trash hasn't managed to swindle a single person all day. How about we chop him up and use the money to fish for sea monsters? Yu Tao glanced at Song Jishu and said indifferently, drag it further away when you chop it, so it doesn't affect my noodles. Several crew members immediately stepped forward, grabbed Song Jishu, and dragged her out of the cabin, their laughter filled with cruelty. When Song Jishu heard that they were really going to chop him up, his face instantly turned pale, and he struggled and begged for mercy like a madman. Please don't chop me up. Spare my life. I can trick them into coming back. Give me another chance. The leader of the henchmen, annoyed by his noise, punched Song Jishu in the stomach, causing him to curl up in pain. How many chances have I given you? Weren't you very arrogant when you first met us? Did you think the Song family was so powerful? Song Jishu, his face filled with fear, managed to squeeze out a single sentence. I have a fiancée named Jiang Qingru, and she lives in this area of the sea. I can trick her into coming here. The next morning, Li Shuang had a dream in which a siren pressed down on his chest, making him feel suffocated and helpless, yet also with an indescribable softness. He opened his eyes and saw that what was pressing on his chest was not a siren at all, but a pair of deadly weapons that made his breathing even more difficult. Last night, the lounge couldn't fit a single bed, so the three of them had to squeeze onto the large bed. Jiang Qingru, who was originally sleeping on the innermost side, somehow moved past Lu Xiaoxiao and lay directly on Li Shuang's chest on the outermost side. Li Shuang stared blankly at Jiang Qingru, who was so close to her. Jiang Qingru was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. She wasn't as pure and cute as Lu Xiaoxiao, but she had a more mature and sophisticated womanly charm. The close proximity caused Li Shuang, who had just woken up, to experience some symptoms of localized ALS. Jiang Qingru seemed to sense something was wrong. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Li Shuang's gaze. The air froze instantly. "Yeah, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao's incredulous exclamation came from the foot of the bed. She had somehow been pushed to the other end and was pointing at the two people piled up on top of each other. Jiang Qingru's face instantly turned red. She hurriedly climbed off Li Shuang, shrank into the blanket in the corner, and mumbled, I'm sorry. Feeling the lingering warmth on her chest, Li Shuang, to avoid further embarrassment, used the excuse of organizing her fishing catch to quickly slip out of the lounge. As soon as he left, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately threw off the covers and looked at Jiang Qingru, who wished she could disappear into the ground, and couldn't stop laughing. "Qingru, I didn't expect you to be so proactive." Jiang Qingru came from a strict family and had never had a boyfriend. She was also quiet and shy. To Lu Xiaoxiao, today's scene was even more shocking than a siren attacking a ship. "You're still laughing." Jiang Qingru covered her burning face, filled with remorse. What if he thinks I deliberately leaned on him? Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was about to continue teasing her, a system message notification suddenly sounded. Jiang Qingru opened the panel, saw that familiar name, and her face immediately darkened. Song Jishu sent a message saying that he had found a large guild with abundant resources and energy and asked Jiang Qingru to go there. Lu Xiaoxiao leaned closer for a look, and her eyes instantly turned icy cold. "That damn scumbag Song Jishu?" Jiang Qingru nodded. Memories of being abandoned and having her supplies taken away flooded her mind. Feeling wronged and angry, she typed out a long string of words with trembling hands. She angrily denounced Song Jishu for being selfish and shameless, having the audacity to come looking for her after taking all the supplies. She also made it clear to him that she was doing very well now, did not need his hypocritical concern, and did not care about any big guild. Finally, she drew a clear line. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. Even if we return to reality, I, Jiang Qingru, will never marry you. Don't bother me anymore. You disgust me. On the other side, Song Jishu, whose face was swollen, panicked immediately upon seeing the news. Before he could reply, he was punched in the back again, the excruciating pain causing him to curl up on the ground. His henchman grabbed his hair and roughly lifted him up. You dare to play me for a fool? This is the person you thought you could fool? She's your fiancée. The man grew angrier as he spoke, cursing Song Jishu for taking even the women's belongings and calling him a beast. Now that people wanted to kill him, how could he possibly lure Jiang Qingru away? After beating him up, the henchman threw Song Jishu back to the ground like trash, then turned to the table to pick out blood-stained knives and axes. Song Jishu wiped the blood from his eyes, frantically edited a message, and humbly begged Jiang Qingru for forgiveness. He said the guild was huge, there were no sea monsters there, and food and drink were plentiful. He also urged Jiang Qingru to send him the ocean coordinates, saying he would personally come and pick her up. After reading it, Jiang Qingru's face turned extremely grim. This usually gentle and quiet woman ultimately replied with only one word. Roll. The single word "get lost" shattered Song Jishu's pride. He simply couldn't accept that the woman he had forced into an engagement, using his family's power, dared to speak to him like that. Seeing his underling return with an axe, Song Jishu was both afraid and angry, and immediately sent a voice message cursing him out. He insulted Jiang Qingru, saying she was unworthy of his engagement, and threatened her that without his help, she could not possibly survive alone at sea, and that she should immediately send her location, or she should not blame him if she was eaten by sea monsters. Lu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back and directly instructed Jiang Qingru to use the control panel to send a voice message in response. She angrily denounced Song Jishu as a scumbag and told him to stop harming Jiang Qingru. Then, she bluntly told him that no amount of trash guild could compare to the prestige of being the first LV3 in the entire server. You're not even as good as Shuang Ji's finger. Without a scoundrel like you around, Qingru will only live a better life. With Shuang Ji and me by her side, we'll definitely outlive you. After finishing her tirade, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't forget to comfort Jiang Qingru, who had been crying from anger. She was no pushover. Having worked her way up in the entertainment industry, she knew that if it came to a real confrontation, Song Jishu wouldn't stand a chance. As Song Jishu listened to the audio recordings, the fear on his face gradually turned into resentment. He recognized Lu Xiaoxiao's voice and also heard that name that he cared about deeply. Li Shuang. Song Jishu knew that Jiang Qingru was the first LV3 survivor in the entire server. But how could Jiang Qingru and Li Shuang be living on the same boat, with Lu Xiaoxiao also there? 2 women and 1 man? Thinking of this, Song Jishu completely broke down, roaring with red eyes, "If I can't have a woman, no one else will get away with it." He was going crazy when his henchman's eyes lit up. The voice in the background mentioned Li Shuang, the very person Yu Tao had been searching for. The underling immediately turned and walked out. Li Shuang? This woman is with Li Shuang? I have to tell Brother Yu right away. You guys keep an eye on this good-for-nothing. Don't kill him. Inside the cabin, Yu Tao suppressed his excitement, grabbed Song Jishu, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked her in a cold voice, "Are you telling the truth? Are you sure those 2 women are both on Li Shuang's ship?" Song Jishu's face was flushed red from being strangled, and she nodded with difficulty, clutching her neck. "Really? I swear, they are all with Li Shuang." Yu Tao looked at the underling in charge of the interrogation, and only released his grip after receiving confirmation. Song Jishu collapsed on the deck, panting heavily, like a dead dog that had lost half its life. Yu Tao frowned, but his mind raced with calculations. He had previously approached Li Shuang for a collaboration, but she had flatly refused. What annoyed him even more was that Li Shuang not only rejected him, but also became the first owner of an LV3 vehicle. Now, if he wanted to discuss cooperation, he had very few bargaining chips left. But Jiang Qingru's appearance gave Yu Tao a glimmer of hope. If he could make good use of this woman, he might be able to wipe out Li Shuang and his gang in one fell swoop. At that time, All the energy, fresh water, and supplies in Li Shuang's hands will fall into his hands. Yesterday, Li Shuang's live stream selling ice water completely shocked Yu Tao. The fact that she could convert fresh water into ice and sell it continuously demonstrates that Li Shuang has an astonishing amount of energy reserves. And it seems Li Shuang is going to continue selling water today. Yu Tao gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Li Shuang, what treasure did you get?" Subsequently, he contacted the leaders of the other two guilds, offering to split Li Shuang's energy and resources equally, preparing to join forces. On the other side, Li Shuang finished organizing the fishing rod treasure chest and was in a pretty good mood. Shi Kai had actually managed to grow 6 LV1 temptation fruits. Looking at the 6 scarlet fruits, Li Shuang nodded in satisfaction. He had personally used the appetite-inducing fruit yesterday, and the effect was indeed quite good. He hadn't expected that Shi Kai's constant temperature crop cultivation device could actually achieve stable planting. He accepted the fruit, readily paid for it with supplies and general energy, and even sent over a fragment of an LV3 vehicle blueprint. This thing is of little value to Li Shuang now. Selling on the market might earn him ocean coins, but it's far less profitable than selling water. Rather than keeping it, he'd rather use it to win people's hearts. Upon receiving the blueprint fragment, Shi Kai was so excited that his voice changed. "Boss, Dad, Grandpa Shuang, I only need one more fragment to upgrade my LV3 vehicle." Li Shuang was both speechless and gratified. At least Shi Kai was a grateful person. "All right, stop crying, you big man. Hurry up and upgrade the vehicles to expand the planting scale. The LV3 fishing rod can catch higher quality treasure chests. I'm looking forward to seeing what good things you can grow in the future." Shi Kai was deeply moved and immediately said that he had been wandering for half his life and only regretted not meeting a wise ruler. If Li Shuang did not mind, he was willing to become Li Shuang's godfather. Li Shuang got goosebumps all over and immediately turned off the voice message. But Shi Kai wasn't giving up and added, "My biggest regret in this life is not being able to give the eldest son a son or daughter." "Get lost." "Shut up." Li Shuang cursed as she closed the chat window and turned back to the lounge. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoxiao was keeping Jiang Qingru company, comforting her while simultaneously berating Song Jishu from afar. Li Shuang sensed something was wrong and asked what was going on. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately recounted everything Song Jishu had done. Seeing that Jiang Qingru was still upset, Li Shuang gently patted her back. "It's okay, he's just a scumbag. It's not worth being sad for someone like him. You've already been bound to the scroll of loyalty, so I'll naturally take responsibility for you. You and Xiao Xiao are both part of my team, and as long as you're stuck here, I'll protect you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingru's long-suppressed grievances and fear finally erupted, and she threw herself into Li Shuang's arms, sobbing. Lu Xiaoxiao first smiled, then suddenly realized what was happening and hugged Li Shuang from behind, as if afraid that her best friend would steal her away. Caught between the two, Li Shuang tensed instantly. But before he could even enjoy it, a private message notification sounded. Li Shuang reluctantly opened the message and discovered that the sender was Yu Tao. Yu Tao told him that a scumbag named Song Jishu had infiltrated his guild and seemed to know Jiang Qingru from Li Shuang's ship. Li Shuang immediately realized that the large guild Song Jishu mentioned was actually Yu Tao's organization. Having grown to this scale, Yu Tao was clearly not to be underestimated. Yu Tao continued to explain that after Song Jishu joined the guild, he harassed female crew members multiple times and abused his status as the young master of the Song family. He suggested that the two sides meet and that Song Jishu be handed over to Jiang Qingru for further handling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingru immediately and anxiously stopped him. "No, we absolutely cannot let that scumbag come here." Li Shuang naturally wouldn't fall for it and directly refused. "What's the point of having such scum? If Chairman Yu doesn't want to keep him, just kick him off the ship." Yu Tao laughed and said that his original intention in establishing the guild was to maintain civilized order in the apocalypse. He would not do that. Kicking people off the ship was no different from killing them. However, he had already starved Song Jishu for a day, intending to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Song Jishu, in his eagerness for food, revealed an important piece of information. Song Jishu once encountered an island that seemed to hold clues about fragments of LV4 vehicle blueprints, but the island was guarded by sea monsters. Yu Tao wanted to invite Li Shuang to collaborate on exploring the island together. Li Shuang's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing about the LV-4 blueprint fragment. As far as he knew, Jiang Qingru and Song Jishu had indeed encountered an island. The two had gathered supplies on the shore, and it was on that occasion that Song Jishu absconded with everything. When Jiang Qingru returned with 2 coconuts, only her own boat remained on the shore. Inside the ferry cabin, Yu Tao wore a smug expression. The LV-4 vehicle blueprint fragments were his true trump card. The so-called first below LV-4 is ultimately just an LV-3 vehicle, and he didn't believe Li Shuang could resist such a temptation. In order to save his life, Song Jishu had already revealed all the details of the island, including how he and Jiang Qingru took away the supplies after landing on the island. Jiang Qingru was on Li Shuang's boat. If you ask her, the two sides' accounts will naturally match up. Yu Tao was convinced that as long as Li Shuang wasn't stupid, she wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He'll get all the treasure chests on the island, and he'll also get all of Li Shuang's energy. However, Li Shuang did not believe it immediately and asked Jiang Qingru first. Do you remember the location of that island? Jiang Qingru shook her head, her face full of guilt. She was only thinking about escaping, and was so drowsy from the sun that she even fainted once. The boat kept drifting with the waves, and she had long since lost her sense of direction. Li Shuang frowned, but did not blame her. So much time has passed, even he might not remember, so he could only continue asking about the size of the island. Jiang Qingru nodded immediately, her expression somewhat excited. I remember it was a volcanic island, and it was really big. A volcanic island? Li Shuang had been sailing at sea for so long, and he had never seen an island like this before. Jiang Qingru said she didn't dare to go deep into the island, and only picked up some fallen coconuts on the shallow beach. Although there wasn't much information, Li Shuang was certain that this was a place they had to go. He then contacted Yu Tao to inquire whether the island's coordinates were locked. Seeing that Li Shuang had taken the bait, Yu Tao's lips curled up slightly, and his tone became even more enthusiastic. He said they were just 10 kilometers away from the island, a huge volcanic island, much larger than any of the islands they had encountered before. Yu Tao even deliberately lamented that no single force could possibly conquer this island. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite Li Shuang. Li Shuang didn't say much, only asking him to send the coordinates, so they could meet up first and then go to the island together. Upon receiving the coordinates, the yacht immediately activated its automatic cruise control. Upon learning that they were going to a volcanic island, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but worry. Last time, a small atoll had almost cost them their lives, and this time it would probably be even more dangerous. Jiang Qingru also reminded Li Shuang that they were not familiar with Yu Tao's union, and Song Jishu was on the other party's ship, making it hard not to suspect that the other party had other intentions. The two men's concerns were valid, but Li Shuang knew that the LV-4 vehicle blueprint fragment was a key opportunity for him to upgrade. Of course, he wouldn't really trust Yu Tao either. If the other party wants to double-cross him, he won't provoke trouble, but he also doesn't mind bloodshed. After calming the two women down, Li Shuang took out all the crossbow bolts and 2 tempting fruits from his spatial storage. He completely mashed the fruit, turning the pulp into a bowl of bloody, rotten pulp with a strong, foul odor that made people nauseous. Li Shuang braved the high temperature to come to the deck and evenly coated the arrowheads of each arrow with fruit pulp. By the time he finished, he was covered in sweat. But just as he was about to return to his cabin, he discovered that 4 or 5 sea monsters had somehow followed behind the yacht. These sirens, their eyes glowing red, clung to the yacht with a frenzied intensity, refusing to let go. Li Shuang immediately thought of the food-attracting fruit. After he put the fruit pulp back into his spatial storage, the siren, having lost the target's pheromones, gradually returned to normal and dispersed after chasing for a distance. This led Li Shuang to discover that the bloody smell and pheromones of the enticing fruit could not spread as widely in the air as they could in water. After everything was ready, the group waited quietly for their destination to be reached. More than 2 hours later, a magnificent island appeared at the horizon. From a distance, it appears to be more than 10 times larger than the previous atoll. The highest peak in the center of the island is particularly striking, with its top seemingly cut off at one corner, clearly indicating that it is a volcano. Li Shuang was shocked by the size of the island when suddenly 3 clusters of survivor markers appeared on the radar screen, not far apart. The three red dots were only a few dozen meters apart and clearly came from different vehicles. Li Shuang's gaze instantly turned cold. Yu Tao had indeed not told the truth. As the yacht approached, three vehicles were already parked in the waters surrounding the island. A long, flat ferry, an amphibious armored vehicle, and an assault boat. That ferry was clearly Yu Tao's boat. As soon as the yacht approached, a man wearing a floral shirt and beach shorts waved from the ferry deck. Yu Tao took off his sunglasses and called out enthusiastically, "Brother Li Shuang, I'm here." They looked as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, Yu Tao's decision to bring in two other groups of people without prior consultation still greatly displeased Li Shuang. "President Yu, so you called in other helpers? This seems to be different from what you said at the beginning." As Li Shuang spoke, he cautiously observed the other two forces. The amphibious armored vehicle was completely covered in steel plates and spikes, like an incredibly defensive iron shell. There were only two people on the assault boat, but both of them had dark skin, strong builds, and exuded a murderous aura that made people afraid to look directly at them. Li Shuang immediately made a judgment. These two people were probably mercenaries or assassins, and were extremely dangerous. He looked at Yu Tao again, his gaze growing increasingly hostile. Yu Tao sensed something was wrong, and quickly explained with a smile that he only realized the island was not simple after arriving, so he temporarily hired more people. Although a large group means sharing some of the spoils, it also allows for mutual support and assistance in times of danger. Yu Tao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, saying that having more friends meant having more options, but his tone carried an air of undeniable authority. Li Shuang coldly swept his gaze over the three forces, already preparing for the worst. "In that case, I have no objection." Seeing that he didn't turn around and leave, Yu Tao visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Li Shuang would realize something was wrong and then chicken out and run away. Yu Tao laughed and praised Li Shuang for living up to his name, saying he was indeed decisive in his actions. He then introduced Shi Qianlang, who was inside the amphibious armored vehicle. Shi Qianlang's vehicle has reached LV3 with extremely strong defense. Yesterday, it successfully withstood the attack of a LV2 power-type siren and retreated from another island. The sunroof of the armored vehicle opened, and a woman nearing 30 leaned out. She had fiery red curly hair, wore a leather jacket, and sported extravagant earrings, exuding a powerful aura. She lazily sized up Li Shuang and chuckled. "I've heard of you before, but I never imagined that the first person in the entire server to own an LV3 vehicle would be so young." But when she saw Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru behind Li Shuang, her expression suddenly became subtle. Shi Qianlang clicked his tongue twice and said that Li Shuang was indeed very lucky to be able to bring two beautiful girls with him in the apocalypse. He even offered to exchange them for LV4 blueprint fragments. She stared at the two women as if she were really selecting merchandise, and Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru couldn't help but take a step back. They weren't worried that Li Shuang would actually exchange people, but Shi Qianlong's gaze made them feel uncomfortable. Li Shuang couldn't figure out what the woman was thinking, so he simply refused. "They are all my women. I don't have that kind of weird fetish. I won't change them." Lu Xiaoxiao immediately made a smug face and tightly clung to Li Shuang's arm. Jiang Qingru, however, shrank back, clutching the hem of her clothes, her cheeks flushed red. Li Shuang just said that she was also his woman, and those words left her feeling extremely confused. Shi Qianlang covered her mouth and chuckled, then looked at Li Shuang more blatantly, saying that she liked both of them. So why didn't Li Shuang take her in as well, and the four of them could live together? Li Shuang merely pursed her lips, knowing in her heart that this seemingly frivolous woman was anything but simple. Seeing the atmosphere become awkward, Yu Tao quickly changed the subject and introduced the two people from the Black Shark Guild, Zhang Shui and Zhang Feng. The Black Shark Guild wasn't large, but its members were all retired Special Forces soldiers, making them a force to be reckoned with. However, the two men were expressionless, their lips slightly purple, and their faces showed signs of exhaustion. Li Shuang noticed their odd behavior and asked, "Are you sure you can get to the island, my friends?" The two didn't understand his hint and looked at him with confusion. Li Shuang could only point out the problem. "Your lips are a little purple." Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions immediately turned even uglier, and they even revealed hostility. Zhang Shui glared at Li Shuang. "Do you believe I can swim faster than you?" Zhang Feng also said coldly. They swim half marathons at sea every day. How could they have physical problems? Li Shuang was speechless after being confronted and could only wave his hand to indicate that he had spoken out of turn. After getting to know each other, Yu Tao first piloted the ferry to the shore, and the others followed suit, landing on the island one after another. Li Shuang, unwilling to expose her spatial ring, could only leave her vibranium yacht at the shore. He didn't plan to take Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru deeper into the island, and told them to stay on the yacht, because if there was any danger, he couldn't take care of them alone. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to go with him, but Jiang Qingru stopped her. Jiang Qingru knew very well that their presence would only be a burden to Li Shuang, so she could only stand on the deck and watch him leave. The island was densely wooded, making it impassable even for armored vehicles, so the 4 teams had to proceed on foot. Yu Tao's team led the way, with 3 crew members carrying broadswords and axes. Besides, Shi Qianlang followed a man in a jacket and sunglasses, who remained silent like a bodyguard. At the back of the group were Zhang Shui and Zhang Feng, who were not in good condition, and Li Shuang, who was acting alone. Shi Qianlang turned around and teased, asking why Li Shuang's 2 girlfriends hadn't accompanied him to the island, implying they trusted him too much. Li Shuang ignored him and continued to be vigilant about his surroundings. The further they ventured into the island, the denser the forest became. The group had to cut down trees to clear a path, making their progress extremely slow. However, this environment was actually quite safe. The sea monsters, slow-moving on land and hindered by the trees, were unlikely to launch a sudden attack. Li Shuang's right hand remained lowered, ready to retrieve a composite crossbow from his spatial ring at any moment. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the center of the island, where, as expected, there was another altar at the foot of the volcano. The difference was that this time, there were 10 stone pillars standing around the altar. Everyone had explored the island and knew that the altar meant a treasure chest, and that taking the treasure chest would trigger a siren tide. But as they approached the center of the altar, everyone's gaze changed. There, they saw 3 golden treasure chests. The 10 stone pillars correspond to 10 silver treasure chests, plus 3 gold treasure chests. This is clearly a treasure trove that has never been explored by survivors. The allure of 3 gold and 10 silver pieces was enough to make all 4 teams envious. But everyone knew that once the golden treasure chest was taken, it would inevitably be targeted first by the high-ranking sea monsters guarding it. No one wanted to be the first to act, since whoever took the treasure first might become the target of the siren's attack. If they died here, all their previous efforts would have been for nothing. After a brief silence, Yu Tao stepped forward with 3 crew members and looked at Li Shuang with a smile. He said he had long heard that Li Shuang had made a fortune selling iced water through live streaming, and was also the first survivor in the entire server to own an LV3 vehicle, so he must have something special about him. Yu Tao suggested that Li Shuang take the lead in taking out the treasure chest, and then everyone could share it. As he spoke, the 3 crew members behind him had already spread out, forming a pincer movement that surrounded Li Shuang. Faced with Yu Tao's sudden attack, Li Shuang showed no surprise, only coldly glancing at Shi Qianlang, Zhang Shui, and Zhang Feng. You 2 teams also want to get involved. The 2 men, their lips turning purple, remained expressionless, blocking Li Shuang's escape route. Their attitude couldn't be clearer. Shi Qianlang stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching the show with a smile, as if he was convinced that Li Shuang had been terrified by the scene. She stretched, revealing her toned waist and abdomen beneath her leather jacket, and spoke with a hint of seduction. Little brother Li Shuang, hand over half of your energy reserves, and I can help you deal with them. How about it? Yu Tao immediately became anxious. President Shi, isn't this against the rules? Shi Qianlang glanced at him sideways, a mocking smile on his lips. We're just cooperating. When did I become your vassal? Yu Tao was speechless, and his face turned ugly. He knew that the tripartite cooperation was fragile, so he could only suppress his anger and urge Li Shuang to hurry up. Please, brother Li Shuang, don't force me to do it. Losing a few fingers will make it inconvenient to move treasure chests in the future. Li Shuang had a spatial ring and was originally thinking about how to get closer to the treasure chest, but now these people were forcing him to take it first, which suited his wishes perfectly. He was secretly overjoyed, but outwardly he kept his head down, pretending to be forced into submission. Yu Tao watched with satisfaction, while his henchmen behind him mocked him even more, saying that the first survivor to own an LV-3 vehicle was nothing special. Some even clamored that once they dealt with Li Shuang, they would go after the two women on his boat. Li Shuang memorized every single one of those vulgar words. Reaching the altar, he glanced back at the crowd and suddenly asked, "If I trigger a mechanism while retrieving the treasure chest and get killed by the siren, how can you expect to leave safely with the treasure chest? Don't forget, your vehicle is also parked on the shore." Yu Tao interrupted impatiently. "This is none of your business. You're talking too much nonsense." As he spoke, he drew his butterfly knife, deftly twirling it between his fingers. His threat was no longer concealed. Li Shuang remained calm, but in his heart, he had already sentenced these men to death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked up the stone steps to the center of the altar, where 3 golden treasure chests were placed in front of him, and 10 silver treasure chests were placed around him. Li Shuang gently brushed the dust off the treasure chest, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. 3 teams of men stared intently at him, waiting for the mechanism to be triggered. But Li Shuang didn't make a move for a long time, so Yu Tao finally couldn't hold back and walked to the altar with his knife. "You bastard! What are you dawdling for? If you don't make a move, I'll chop you up." The two were only 5 steps apart. Yu Tao stepped forward alone, and Li Shuang couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you in such a hurry, Chairman Yu? I'm just waiting for the right opportunity." Yu Tao sensed danger from that smile and angrily retorted, "Shut up. What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for you to die." A murderous glint flashed in Li Shuang's eyes, and he suddenly raised his right arm, causing a composite crossbow loaded with arrows to appear out of thin air in front of his chest. The arrowheads were coated with enticing fruit juice, and a bright red liquid dripped down the sharp metal tips, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone was stunned, completely unable to see how the crossbow had appeared. The next second, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot through the air, instantly piercing Yu Tao's chest and abdomen, pinning him to the ground. From drawing the crossbow to firing the arrow, it was only a blink of an eye. It wasn't until Yu Tao crashed to the ground and screamed that everyone reacted. The 3 henchmen closest to the altar felt a chill run through their bodies, and the 2 with purple lips, along with Shi Qianlang, immediately sought cover, no longer daring to expose themselves to Li Shuang. Li Shuang ignored the others, stepped down from the altar, and coldly looked at Yu Tao on the ground. He deliberately attacked Tao when he was separated from the crowd and unprotected. At such close range, aiming at the torso, the opponent had no chance to dodge. Just moments ago, Yu Tao was all arrogant, but now he was lying on the ground howling in pain, clutching his piercing wound, with blood constantly gushing from the corner of his mouth. Without the option of surgery, this injury would almost certainly be fatal. Yu Tao's face contorted in pain as he screamed, "Kill him! Kill him!" Several henchmen, recovering from their fear, charged at Li Shuang with their knives drawn. At the same time, Shi Qianlang and the 2 Black Shark Guild members also took advantage of the chaos to rush towards the altar. They originally wanted Li Shuang to retrieve the treasure chest, then be killed by the Guardian Sea monster, and finally escape with the treasure chest to divide up Li Shuang's energy reserves. However, since Yu Tao, the strategist, was already useless, the temporary alliance naturally collapsed on the spot. Without hesitation, Li Shuang fired 3 arrows in quick succession, forcing back the nearest enemy. He then waved his right hand, and the 13 treasure chests vanished instantly, all stored in his spatial ring. This scene was like a miracle, leaving everyone stunned and frozen in place once again. Immediately afterwards, the entire island began to shake violently, slowly sinking as seawater surged in from all directions. The 2 men, their lips turning purple, forced themselves to remain calm and simultaneously drew their muskets from their waists, aiming them at Li Shuang on the altar. "Li Shuang, hand over the treasure chest." Li Shuang sneered. "You forced me to take it, and now that it's gone, you're unhappy?" Upon seeing the muskets, he was slightly startled. These people dared to land on the island. They must have their own reliance. The 2 men shouted angrily and decisively pulled the trigger. With 2 loud bangs, Li Shuang, who was prepared, raised his hand, and a blue spatial gate instantly opened in front of him. All the incoming projectiles were swallowed up by that floating space, leaving not even a ripple. How was that possible? Who exactly are you? The 2 men turned purple and blue, completely losing their composure. Li Shuang's eyes flashed with even stronger killing intent. He no longer needed to hold back against someone who was actively courting death. 2 more arrows shot out in a flash. The spatial ring allowed him to conjure an extra arrow in his hand every time he drew the bowstring, making his arrow release speed astonishing. The 2 hurriedly dodged, but Zhang Feng was still grazed on the shoulder by an arrow, and blood immediately flowed out. The waves crashing against the altar as the island sank were constantly being pushed up, and the seawater quickly rose above everyone's waists. The blood flowing from Zhang Feng's wound mixed with the enticing fruit juice, and the smell of blood and pheromones quickly spread across the sea surface. Zhang Shui helped Zhang Feng back, glaring fiercely at Li Shuang. "You dare to hurt someone from our Black Shark Guild?" They were Li Machuan's comrades in arms, having participated in countless assassinations together. They were true brothers who had risked their lives for each other. Noisy, Li Shuang sneered, drew back the bowstring again, and slowly aimed the arrow at the 2 men. "You dare!" Li Shuang's eyes turned cold when he saw the 2 still trying to escape. But the 2 men didn't dare to argue. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately pressed the red button on their belts. The next second, small assault vehicles popped out from their backs, and they plunged headfirst into waist-deep seawater, leaving only 2 white waves rushing away into the distance. Li Shuang raised his composite crossbow, preparing to fire a preemptive shot, when suddenly a dense and mournful roar of sirens echoed all around the island. Immediately afterwards, seawater suddenly spewed out of the crater behind them, and a giant sea monster more than 20 meters long crawled out along the cascading water. Ding! A powerful siren target has been detected. Target attribute: Speed-type siren, level LV3. Strength 300, Speed 150, Defense 100. System evaluation: its sturdy lower limbs allow it to catch up with most vehicles in the sea, and its powerful jaws are strong enough to penetrate the armor of a LV3 vehicle. Upon seeing the empty altar, the LV3 siren instantly flew into a rage. Unable to smell the treasure chest, its crimson eyes immediately locked onto the humans below. The massive body surged down with the seawater, causing the entire island to shake violently, trees to fall one after another, and giant waves to continuously pour into the center of the island. With all the treasure chests taken, the island was on the verge of sinking. LV3. Li Shuang's pupils contracta. Last time, only a LV2 siren appeared at the atoll, but this time it's a LV3, and it's the speed-type siren that's best at chasing. The monster was incredibly fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Shi Qianlang looked at it through his sunglasses, his face filled with disbelief. She was initially unwilling to give up, but both the unpredictable Li Shuang and the LV3 siren she had never seen before made her realize that staying would only lead to certain death. "Run!" Shi Qianlang quickly retreated with the men beside her. Just as Li Shuang was wondering how she was going to leave, the roar of an engine came from afar. The amphibious armored vehicles, which were originally parked on the shore, drove themselves through the waves, taking advantage of the seawater that had already reached the center of the island. Shi Qianlang stepped onto the pedal and sat back in the driver's seat, then leaned out and waved to Li Shuang. "Little brother who can do magic tricks, I'm going first. If you survive, remember to prepare for the Black Shark Guild's revenge. Their president, Li Machuan, is not someone like you, Tao. See you later." As soon as she finished speaking, she blew a kiss, and the armored vehicle immediately turned around and left. By this time, the seawater had risen to his chest. The seriously injured Yu Tao clutched his chest and leaned tightly against the highest platform of the altar. The blood mixed with the fishy smell of the enticing fruit spread, an irresistible temptation for the siren. The LV3 siren did indeed turn her head and stare at Yu Tao, but what enraged her even more than the smell was that Yu Tao had taken over the altar. "Li Shuang, you'll die a horrible death." With the seawater about to engulf his head, Yu Tao gritted his teeth and roared in fear of death. But the next moment, a huge shadow blocked out the sunlight. He looked up in horror and saw a gaping maw, dripping with saliva, hovering above his head about to bite down. "Li Shuang, Li." The screams stopped abruptly, but Li Shuang didn't turn around. Facing a LV3 siren, he wasn't naive enough to think that a composite crossbow could solve the battle. If Yu Tao can hold out a little longer, then his death won't have been in vain. Not far away, The vibranium yacht was speeding towards them, and Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru on the deck were waving anxiously. Brother Shuang, we're here. Li Shuang's yacht did not have an autopilot module, but before going to the island, he had already made an agreement with the two women that he would immediately set sail to pick them up if anything happened on the island. With the yacht just ahead, the LV-3 siren behind them finished eating Yutao and set her sights on Li Shuang again. Damn, doesn't this beast chew its food? Worse still, the roar of the sirens could be heard from all directions. Countless sirens had already landed on the island and were surging towards them. In a critical moment, Li Shuang threw all 4 remaining tempting fruits behind her. The fruit hit the water, and a burst of intense pheromones erupted instantly. Countless sea monsters, their eyes turning bloodshot, immediately abandoned their pursuit of Li Shuang and rushed towards the tempting fruit. The LV-3 siren only paused for 2 seconds before its scarlet eyes regained their clarity, and it continued to charge towards Li Shuang. A large number of sirens crowded in the center of the island to fight for the fruit, blocking the path of the LV-3 sirens. The monster paid no heed to its own kind, charging headlong into the swarm of sea monsters. Countless sea monsters were thrown into the air, their severed limbs and blood mingling and stained the sea surface. The out-of-control swarm of sirens clung tightly to its massive body, tearing at the remaining tempting fruit juices on its skin. The chaos finally bought Li Shuang time to board the ship. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, Lu Xiaoxiao hugged his waist with red eyes, her voice trembling. "Are you all right, Shuangji? You scared me to death." Jiang Qingru hesitated for a moment, then abandoned her reserve and hugged him. Seeing the two women's worried expressions, Li Shuang felt a warmth in his heart. "It's all right now, let's get out of here." The 3 quickly returned to the control room, preparing to turn around and leave. By this time, the island had sunk to the point where only half of the volcano remained, and the LV-3 siren was caught in the siren tide, half of its body submerged. Each time it swung its claws and bit, it could kill more than a dozen LV-1 sea monsters, but even more sea monsters pounced on it, and the pain in its body made it completely bloodthirsty. Seeing that it couldn't take care of him for the time being, Li Shuang originally wanted to leave directly, but suddenly changed his mind. He floored the accelerator, and the vibranium yacht, accompanied by the roar of the waves, actually rammed into the LV-3 siren. Bang, bang, bang. The yacht rolled over the swarm of sirens, smashing countless sirens to pieces wherever it went. Ding. Slayed a LV-1 speed-type siren. Reward. 10 ocean coins, 1 whole huazi, a type of fish. Ding. Defeat a LV-1 strength-type siren. Reward. 10 ocean coins, 1 homestyle recipe. Ding. Defeat a LV-1 strength-type siren. Reward. 10 ocean coins, 5 spicy chicken noodles. The sea surface was covered with limbs and fragments, and broken wooden rocks made the entire area murky. The LV-3 siren raised its massive head and furiously cleared away the surrounding LV-1 siren. When it saw the vibranium yacht daring to charge at it, its face was filled with provoked rage. But as it watched the yacht crash into the terrifying force of the destruction, its scarlet eyes revealed a human-like shock and fear. The LV-3 siren's intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary siren. It instinctively sensed that if it were to be hit head-on by this yacht, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Roar! With a sudden burst of strength, it tore more than a dozen sea monsters in half with the opening and closing of its claws. Just as the vibranium yacht was about to collide with it, the massive body of the LV-3 siren writhed strangely, narrowly avoiding the attack by grazing the side of the bow. It actually missed? Li Shuang frowned, never expecting that this LV-3 speed-type siren would be so agile. Thinking of that clumsy LV-2 strength-type siren from before, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Speed-type siren were already troublesome, but now they were even higher level, and the only thing he had that could inflict fatal damage was the vibranium yacht. If he had heavy weapons, a single burst of fire would have been enough. There would be no need for this maneuvering. But just as he was pondering how to trap the siren, the ever-growing swarm of siren around him gave him a sudden idea. Got it! Li Shuang abruptly changed direction, and the yacht sped off again, but instead of colliding head-on with the LV-3 siren, it circled around it continuously. Seeing the yacht dare to approach, the siren roared and slashed its side with its claws. The vibranium yacht absorbed the kinetic energy from the cut, and then fed back all the destructive force. With a crack, the LV-3 siren's claws shattered layer by layer, dripping with blood. It let out a shrill scream, and the ferocity in its eyes quickly turned into fear and apprehension. It had once torn apart countless enemies with those sharp claws, but now it was wounded by a human vehicle. That instinctive fear spread down its spine, and it finally succumbed to it. The LV-3 siren lashed its whiptail, sending more than a dozen low-level siren flying, before turning and fleeing in the opposite direction. Li Shuang immediately gave chase, unable to resist a sneer. No wonder it could grow to LV-3, turns out it's such a coward. The dark, surging tide of sirens slowed it down, and Li Shuang fired a series of crossbow bolts as he approached. The arrows only penetrated a few centimeters into the scales, causing no effective damage whatsoever. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru peered through the window at the gigantic beast so close at hand, their hearts pounding with tension. They both realized the crossbows were inadequate, yet they still believed Li Shuang wouldn't fire without reason. Li Shuang fired several more arrows at the siren's limbs, then deliberately created distance. From the dozen or so wounds, a bloody green mixed with enticing juice slowly oozed out, and the smell quickly spread. The surrounding sirens, drawn by the scent, went berserk and began relentlessly attacking the LV-3 sirens. The excruciating pain turned its eyes bloodshot, and despite its desperate struggles, it couldn't shake off the fearless LV-1 sirens. Li Shuang calmly watched the battlefield, waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Once the LV-3 siren was battered and bruised by the swarm of siren, he finally seized the opportunity and rammed the yacht into it with all his might. Ding! Slayed a LV-3 speed-type siren. Rewards: 1,000 ocean coins, 5 alpha potions, and 1 secondary ship scroll. Although the alpha potion injection will cause temporary pain, it will increase the maximum strength, speed, and defense by 10 points. Only one dose can be used within 24 hours. The secondary ship scroll can bind to another player's vehicle, making your own vehicle the primary ship and the bound vehicle the secondary ship, thus giving you control of 2 vehicles. However, the binding is automatically released upon the survivor's death, and the secondary ship cannot share the primary ship's attributes. Damn, this reward is awesome. Li Shuang was excited when another server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. Congratulations to LV-3 vehicle Li Shuang for achieving the server-wide first kill of the LV-3 siren. A desperate gamble. Due to the significant disparity in strength, the following achievement rewards are hereby issued. Golden Treasure Chest *1, LV-4 Vehicle Blueprint *5, Alpha Elixir *2. The world chat exploded instantly, with the pinned announcements scrolling repeatedly. Some were shocked that Li Shuang, with only a LV-3 vehicle, could slay a LV-3 siren. Others, who had just encountered a LV-2 siren on the island and escaped by rescue boat, were even more thrilled upon seeing the news. Some people directly suspected that Li Shuang was cheating, while many others started inquiring whether he had formed a guild, hoping to follow this big shot. Some even predicted that Li Shuang would most likely be the first to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. The conversation quickly turned to Alpha Elixir. Someone had learned from market information that it could enhance one's attributes, but a single dose cost a whopping 10,000 ocean coins, far beyond the reach of ordinary survivors. Li Shuang stored all the rewards into his spatial storage, not in a hurry to check them, but instead staring intently at the radar. The red dots for the 2 from the Black Shark Guild and Shi Qianlang were still within the 50-kilometer detection range. But the 2 red dots had already dispersed and retreated, so he couldn't determine which one was Zhang Shui and Zhang Feng's vehicle. Seeing that the pursuit was hopeless, his gaze fell on the 3rd red that was still in place. That was Yu Tao's ferry. Yu Tao was dead, and the ferry, now without its owner, could only drift with the current, becoming a worthless piece of meat on the sea. Li Shuang naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to plunder pass him by. The vibranium yacht quickly approached the ferry, where 4 or 5 crew members were anxiously watching the sunken island. Damn, why hasn't Brother Yu come out yet? With so many sirens, Brother Yu couldn't be dead already, could he? Shut up. Brother Yu has an ejection seat. Even if you die, he won't. The crew member who had been scolded dared not speak again, but out of the corner of his eye he suddenly caught sight of the vibranium yacht behind him, and his face turned deathly pale. It's Li Shuang. Li Shuang is here. The others didn't believe it at all, thinking that Li Shuang should have been killed by Yu Tao long ago. But when they looked back at the yacht and saw the pinned announcement at the top of the server-wide notification, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Not only was Li Shuang alive, but she had even just killed a level 3 siren. That meant Yu Tao had failed. The ferry, now without a controller, had become a sitting duck. The lead crew member wiped away his cold sweat, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness as he watched the vibranium yacht approaching the ferry. Get it? The moment the decks of the two vehicles collided, two LV-1C monsters suddenly burst out from inside the cabin and pounced on Li Shuang with lightning speed. Bite him to death. The two sirens' pupils glowed white, and they opened their massive jaws to bite down. But the next second, two arrows pierced the air and arrived. Whoosh! The two sirens collapsed on the spot. Li Shuang's arms remained in the bowstring-drawing posture, a playful smile on his face as he coldly looked at the people on the ferry. The leading crew member was completely panicked. The sea monster they had painstakingly tamed had been easily dealt with by Li Shuang. The men stared wide-eyed, their legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to believe that Li Shuang had survived the attack from 3 teams. Li Shuang's seemingly harmless face was now more terrifying than a demon in their eyes. Nothing is impossible. Don't overestimate Yu Tao. Don't worry, I'll take you to see him right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shuang's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand, firing 3 arrows. Several crew members screamed and fell onto the deck, their wounds bleeding profusely. Li Shuang climbed over the railing and landed on the ferry deck. Looking at the severely injured and wailing people on the ground, he slowly drew back the bowstring. When death truly approached, these once arrogant and domineering individuals finally broke down completely. The arrows pressed against their foreheads, the cold touch causing them to convulse. Pain and fear nearly overwhelmed them all. Some people coughed up blood and begged, saying they were willing to hand over all of Yu Tao's belongings. Some cried out that they were forced into it, and some were even willing to be Li Shuang's dog. But Li Shuang wasn't buying it. He looked at one of them and coldly asked, "You recruited me into the guild back then because you wanted to cheat me, didn't you? What you're after is my energy source." He tapped the man's face with the crossbow bolt, splashing the juice mixed with blood onto his face. The man was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder, and a foul stench immediately filled the air. "As for Yu Tao's things, even if you kill me, I can still find them." Just as Li Shuang was about to make a move, a furious and venomous roar suddenly came from inside the cabin. "Is there anyone else?" He immediately aimed his arrow at the hatch, but what rushed out was not the enemy, but a dozen or so survivors covered in blood and pale-faced. "Bastards, kill them! Kill these beasts!" These people didn't even glance at Li Shuang. They pounced on the crew members on the ground like madmen, raining blows on them. They had been tortured beyond recognition. Some had their hands wrapped in thick bandages. Some were missing ears, and their eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Even when they were so weak they could barely stand, they didn't stop. Too weak to throw a punch, they lay down and bit, tearing at each other with their fingers. The screams of the crew echoed across the deck, their pleas for mercy growing weaker and weaker, but this belated revenge did not stop. Seeing this, Li Shuang realized that he no longer needed to take action, so he picked up his weapon and went into the cabin. As soon as the hatch opened, a strong, fishy stench hit us, and a large number of broken hemp ropes were scattered at our feet. In the innermost corner, inside a half-open iron cage, 6 or 7 scantily clad women were huddled together. Seeing this, Li Shuang instantly understood. These people originally thought that boarding the ship was a way to band together for survival, but they ended up falling into Yu Tao's den of iniquity. Further inside is the ferry control room, a much nicer environment than the outside, clearly a private area for Yu Tao and his group. Li Shuang opened the locker, and the supplies inside surprised him. 69 general energy components, 1,030 steel components, 604 rubber components, 81 electromagnetic components, 3 loyalty scrolls, and 8 fragments of level 4 vehicle blueprints. More importantly, inside there was a coordinate gate, more than 200 bottles of drinking water, and 4 primary freshwater converters. In addition, there was a lot of food and drinks, and a samurai sword and several large bags of crop seeds were placed in the next lounge. Li Shuang didn't stand on ceremony and directly put all the supplies she could take into her storage space. But when he opened the freezer in the corner, his face immediately turned grim. It was filled with human remains left behind by Yu Tao. Damn it, this guy surnamed Yu is a real freak. Li Shuang immediately lost interest in looting the appliances. After a quick inspection, she turned and went back to the deck. By this time, the crew members were already motionless, their bodies torn and mangled, and the deck was a mess. The survivors, having exhausted their last bit of strength, collapsed to the ground. Several of the most seriously injured had even stopped breathing. Upon seeing Li Shuang emerge, 8 or 9 people in slightly better condition struggled to raise their heads, their eyes filled with pleading. Li Shuang remained silent for a moment, then took out a batch of drinking water and food and placed them on the deck. It's over. Yu Tao is dead. These resources were what Yu Tao had squeezed out of them, and Li Shuang giving away a portion of them was a way of returning the money to them. But he wasn't a kind person without any bottom line, nor did he have the ability to bring more than 20 people with him. Upon seeing food and fresh water, everyone immediately scrambled over to grab them, desperately shoveling them into their mouths. They were given only half a bottle of water and a piece of wood each day, and were constantly subjected to beatings and torture. If Yu Tao hadn't died, at least a third of them would not have survived today. Yu Tao exploited their labor, then used those with no performance as bait to lure sea monsters. There are now only about 20 people left on the ship, but in the past few days, more than 50 survivors have died on the ferry. Our benefactor, please take us with you. Just give us some water and food, and we'll do whatever you say. The underground warehouse has a planning area and incubators. I can help you grow vegetables. A group of people knelt on the ground with red eyes, some even kowtowing desperately, begging Li Shuang to give them a way out. Li Shuang sighed, his heart filled with helplessness. The sudden influx of so many people was not a help to him, but a heavy burden. If he really wanted to build up a union, why wait until today? Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru had been watching all this with sympathy in their eyes, and finally couldn't help but come up behind Li Shuang. Brother Shuang, please help them, they are so pitiful. Those women in the cabin were all harmed by Yu Tao. Seeing that the 2 women had spoken, Li Shuang finally softened. He remained silent for a long time, then calmly spoke amidst the expectant gazes of everyone. I know you want to live, but my yacht can't hold that many people. Upon hearing this, the hopes that had just begun to rise were instantly extinguished, and everyone collapsed on the deck in despair. Just when they thought they still couldn't escape death, Li Shuang's next words stunned everyone. Looking at the group of battered survivors before him, Li Shuang offered a new option. He can find them a vehicle large enough to accommodate everyone, ensuring they have basic food and supplies. But they must also put in the work, and the new vehicles will also be under his protection, so there's no need to worry too much about safety. There's just one thing Li Shuang needs to make clear first. Anyone who dares to challenge his position will be killed without hesitation. His tone left no room for negotiation, and his cold gaze swept over every survivor. He would show no mercy to those who betray their country and are lazy and unwilling to work. The survivors looked at each other and saw a long-lost hope in each other's eyes. As long as you work, you'll receive supplies, and you'll also be protected by a level 3 strongman. For them, who had just escaped from hell, this was simply a pipe dream. Soon, someone shouted, I'm willing to follow the boss. I'm willing too. From now on, you'll be our boss. Once someone took the lead, the rest immediately rushed to express their opinions, fearing that Li Shuang might change his mind at any moment. After confirming that no one had any objections, Li Shuang instructed those who were still able to move to carry the injured into the ferry cabin. The sun was blazing. If they were left on the deck to bake in the sun any longer, they would really die. After the food and water were delivered, everyone's condition finally improved somewhat. Li Shuang looked around, picked out the man in the best condition, and handed him 2 bottles of iodine. What's your name? Upon seeing the medicine, the man hurriedly and respectfully replied, Boss, my name is Wang Zhenhao. Li Shuang nodded. From now on, you will be in charge of these people, and you will be the team leader. Clean the wound with water, and then apply iodine. Li Shuang discovered that those whose ears or fingers were cut off all had marks from being branded with iron. Yu Tao clearly didn't want these people to die too soon, so he used this cruel method to stop the bleeding. However, in high-temperature environments, wounds can quickly ulcerate and become infected if not treated promptly. Wang Zhenhao accepted the iodine solution with both hands, feeling both surprised and delighted. He never expected that not only would he survive, but he would also be chosen by Li Shuang and become the leader of this group. He secretly resolved that he must get things done. On the other side, Liu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru came to the side of the imprisoned women and patiently comforted them who were on the verge of collapse. The two women bought new clothes from the market, gave them a change into, and shared the food. After dealing with the matter on the ferry, Li Shuang contacted Shikai. Shikai, I'm planning to start a team. Would you like to join me? The message was sent out, and Shikai replied almost instantly. Holy crap, boss. I'd love to. Is the boss going to start a guild? How do I join? I want to join now. The barrage of messages from Shikai surprised Li Shuang for a moment. Fearing that Shikai might not have understood, he immediately added that this was a guild, but he would use loyalty scrolls. Shikai clearly knew about this thing and quickly expressed that he completely accepted it. Li Shuang then told him that the soil transport ship would be bound to his secondary ship, with him having primary control, but the energy could be shared. After all, this was tantamount to handing over one's entire fortune. So Li Shuang made sure to explain the renovation details very clearly. But Shikai did not hesitate at all. I'll join. If it weren't for the boss buying my fruit with supplies, I would have died long ago. I believe the boss won't treat me unfairly. The boss is a good person. Upon hearing the words good person, Li Shuang touched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. If it weren't for Liu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru pleading for him, he probably wouldn't have cared about the people on the ferry. At most, leave some humanitarian supplies and let them fend for themselves on the ferry that has lost control. However, these survivors have now found a new home. Now that I've made up my mind, I'm coming to find you. Shikai was taken aback and quickly said he would send the sea coordinates. Li Shuang told him that he didn't need coordinates and that she could appear in front of him right now. He then retrieved the coordinate portal he had just found in Yutao's control room. These are a pair of portals that can be bound to fixed locations, allowing for travel regardless of distance. However, items cannot be bound repeatedly, and their location will be permanently fixed after use. Li Shuang teleported one of the doors to Shikai, instructing him to find a safe location to bind it. Shikai's eyes lit up when he got the prop, and he quickly ran into the cabin and completed the binding on an empty cabin wall. Li Shuang then chose a spot in the control room of the vibranium yacht. A notification sounded, indicating that the two coordinate gates had been successfully bound. The next second, the portal in the control room opened, and a dark-skinned fat man poked his head out. Boss. Shikai scratched his head and carefully walked into the control room. His tall, dark-skinned appearance, coupled with his shy and awkward expression, created a striking contrast. He said that after hearing the notification tone, he couldn't resist and immediately opened the door to check. But when the cool air rushed in and he saw the impressive control panel and radar screen, Shikai was completely stunned. Damn, boss, this yacht is so luxurious. It's way better than my beat-up boat. His skin was sunburned, red, and peeling, clearly indicating that he had suffered a lot at sea. Now that they were on the same side, Li Shuang wasn't stingy. He reached out and took out a can of chilled cola, handing it to Shikai. Here, have some to quench your thirst. Shikai took the Coke. The icy touch even made his hands feel a little cold. At that moment, his awe of Li Shuang deepened even further. With a leader like that, you must stick close to him and work hard to cultivate the land in the future. After completing the loyalty scroll binding, Li Shuang took out the secondary ship scroll. The system immediately detected the target, LV-3 ferry. Bind? Li Shuang was about to click yes out of habit, but stopped at the last moment. The thought of almost turning this maritime park into a secondary vessel is just unlucky. The two passed through the coordinate gate, and Li Shuang arrived at the control room of Shikai's Earth transport ship. This place is much more spacious than Vibranium Yacht, but it's old and empty with no decent furnishings. The system prompted again that a bound target had been detected, LV-3 soil transport ship. This time, Li Shuang confirmed everything was correct and directly chose to bind the account. Let's bind it. A crisp notification sound rang out, and the soil-carrying boat officially became Li Shuang's second base camp. The system interface then displays vehicle information. Secondary ship name, soil transporter, level LV-3, speed 40 kilometers per hour, defense 30, no weapons. Its most crucial capability is its unlimited power source. Once the system was successfully bound, all the equipment on the dumped ship instantly started operating at full speed. The air conditioning, which had been reluctant to be turned on, finally began to deliver cool air and the ship sailed forward at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Kai was so excited that he rushed up and hugged Li Shuang, almost making him faint from the stench of his own body. Li Shuang broke free from him and impatiently told him to follow her, preparing to go to the ferry to bring back the constant temperature incubator. Kai, however, was quite talkative. He first asked what a ferry was, and then pressed for details about whether the news in the world chat about Li Shuang killing a level 3 siren was true. Li Shuang told him to shut up, and even regretted in her heart how she had tied herself to such a fool. Back in the ferry cabin, the survivors were much calmer. Several female survivors, comforted by Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru, were no longer panicked. When Wang Jinhao saw Li Shuang return, he immediately went up to him respectfully and called him boss. Li Shuang introduced Kai as one of his own, and then told everyone that they could go to the soil transport ship through the yacht portal later. The ship is spacious enough and will also belong to him. Kai will lead them in planting and raising livestock, and they will not lack supplies and shelter. Wang Jinhao had no objections whatsoever and immediately said he would follow the arrangements. He then led Li Shuang and Kai down to the lower level of the ship's cabin. After turning on the lights, 6 constant temperature crop incubators came into view. Each incubator was filled with vegetables that were growing very well, and there were even 2 temperature-controlled livestock incubators inside. A series of squeals came from the piglets, and Li Shuang's eyes lit up. Yu Tao had actually managed to get his hands on a live pig. The group followed the sound and saw that each of the 2 incubators at the far end contained a half-grown domestic pig. Li Shuang licked her lips, thinking that after resting for a while longer, the braised pork would be ready. But just as he took a step closer, a figure suddenly darted out from behind the shelf next to him, a dagger flashing coldly, and pounced straight at Li Shuang. At the critical moment, Kai rushed out and kicked the man away, smashing the shelf into a mess. Li Shuang immediately raised his crossbow and aimed it at the collapsed shelf. He was just a hair's breadth away from being ambushed. He looked at Kai, this usually honest and burly man, whose eyes were now fierce as he stared intently ahead. Li Shuang immediately gave him an extra meal, a steak and 2 cans of ice cola for dinner. Kai immediately reverted to his simple and honest demeanor, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, but still guarding Li Shuang vigilantly. The commotion in the warehouse alerted Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru. The 2 women rushed down the escalator and immediately saw the person crawling out of the ruins. When Jiang Qingru saw that face clearly, her fear immediately turned into resentment and disgust. She stared intently at him, her voice trembling. Song Jishu, it wasn't enough that you tricked me into boarding the ferry. Now you actually want to hurt Shuangge. You deserve to die. Lu Xiaoxiao recognized him as well and immediately told Li Shuang that this beast was Song Jishu. After confirming his identity, a murderous intent flashed in Li Shuang's eyes. Song Jishu, covered in injuries, stood up unsteadily, his bloodshot eyes darting back and forth between Li Shuang and Jiang Qingru. Instead of showing any remorse, he spewed vulgarities and insults at Jiang Qingru, and even tried to use his status as the eldest son of the Song family in reality to intimidate her. Li Shuang didn't give him a chance to continue speaking and pulled the trigger directly, piercing Song Jishu's calf with an arrow. Song Jishu screamed and fell to the ground, writhing in pain, yet he continued to shout that Li Shuang didn't know who he was and that in reality, these people weren't even worthy of licking his shoes. With a whoosh, a second arrow shot out and pierced his other calf. Song Jishu collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony, while Li Shuang held a crossbow directly to his head. The blood-red, icy, tempting fruit juice slid down Song Jishu's forehead. Li Shuang looked at him calmly, as if he were a piece of trash. Make one more sound, and this arrow will pierce your head. Song Jishu trembled all over, clenching his teeth tightly, not daring to utter another sound. Li Shuang turned around and put his arm around Jiang Qingru's waist. Jiang Qingru, with red eyes, leaned into his arms and kept sobbing. Song Jishu could only lie on the ground and watch, his eyes bloodshot, his heart filled with madness with hatred, but he dared not utter another word. He secretly vowed that as long as he could live, he would kill the man and woman sooner or later. After comforting Jiang Qingru, Li Shuang packed up all the constant temperature incubators on the ship and took them with her, leaving behind none of the 3 primary freshwater converters. Due to limited energy resources, Yutao only activated 3 converters. The other 4 backup converters had long been taken away from the control room by Li Shuang. As for Song Jishu, who was huddled in the corner like a dead dog, Li Shuang didn't even bother to look at him. Killing him outright would be too lenient on him. Once all the survivors had retreated to the vibranium yacht deck, Li Shuang took out 6 temptation fruits and smashed them hard on the ferry deck and the outer wall of the control room. The moment the juice burst open, a strong, bloody smell spread rapidly, and a large amount of pheromones undetectable to humans surged into the nearby sea. Within minutes, more than 50 LV-1 sirens rushed to the vicinity of the ferry. The intense smell drove them completely mad, and they desperately climbed up the hull of the ship. The ferry, now out of control, was like an isolated island, its deck quickly filled with sirens. They eagerly devoured the enticing fruit juice and the carcasses on the boat. After confirming that the siren had entered the cabin, Li Shuang immediately steered the yacht away into the distance, completely getting away from the sea coffin. Inside the dimly lit cabin, Song Jishu had already been buried by 2 sea monsters. His desperate screams before his death went unheard, and he was destined to sink into the sea of death along with the ferry. Gazing at the gradually fading nightmare in the distance, the survivors on the deck finally broke down, embracing each other and weeping with joy. The high temperatures continued throughout the day, so Li Shuang had Wang Jinhao lead everyone into the cabin to escape the heat. The cold, empty control room was soon filled with people, but for the survivors who had just escaped from a deadly situation, the coolness felt especially warm. Subsequently, the survivors passed through the coordinate gate and were placed in the spacious cabin of the Earth-carrying ship. While the secondary vessels can share energy, their water supply cannot be synchronized. Since the soil transport ship is responsible for logistical tasks, including planting, aquaculture, and the daily needs of a dozen or so people, a stable supply of fresh water is essential. Li Shuang checked the market and found that a basic freshwater converter only cost 50 ocean coins, a price as cheap as cabbage. However, it can only produce 1 liter of water in 24 hours, which is ridiculously inefficient and cannot meet the needs of so many people. Li Shuang skipped the entry-level products and set his sights on the intermediate-level freshwater converter. There were only 5 units in the market, each costing 1,000 ocean coins, and he bought them all without hesitation. The 5 machines produce 500 liters of water per day, enough to cover the needs of everyone's daily life, as well as subsequent water for planting and aquaculture. The cargo ship was indeed spacious, but the conditions were very basic. There wasn't even a bed or blankets in the cabin. Even Captain Shi Kai could only sleep on the floor in the lounge. There weren't even blueprints for a single bed. Li Shuang couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she bought some daily necessities for Shi Kai and the survivors and separated the men's and women's nighttime rest areas. After making the arrangements, he called Shi Kai and Wang Junhao to his side. The two stood on either side of Li Shuang, excitedly calling out "boss," and filled with anticipation for life after joining his ranks. Li Shuang raised his hand and flipped it over, and several packets of seeds appeared out of thin air in his palm, which he then handed to the 2 of them. Shi Kai remained relatively calm, having already witnessed Li Shuang conjure up cola out of thin air. Wang Jinhao, however, was stunned on spot. After regaining his senses, he could barely contain his excitement and admiration. Li Shuang didn't care about their thoughts. His spatial abilities would be exposed sooner or later, so he might as well take the initiative to demonstrate his strength. This will not only give loyal people more confidence, but also deter those who might have ulterior motives. He instructed that, starting today, you should lead people to plant these seeds, which contain vegetables, fruits, and crops. I will take care of the water and energy needs, and I will also keep a close eye on safety issues. Please contact me directly if you encounter any problems. Shi Kai and Wang Junhao exchanged a glance, both seeing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. From this moment on, they no longer needed to constantly guard against the ghostly fog, sea monsters, or threats from other survivors. Just as Li Shuang was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and took out the book, Postpartum Care of Sows, again. He handed them the book and told them to take good care of the 2 piglets. The incubator would accelerate their growth, and once the pigs were grown, they could make braised pork. The 2 immediately agreed and quickly arranged manpower to begin allocating planting and breeding work. The incubators on the vibranium yacht were all transferred to the soil transport ship. Since there was no shortage of workers, Li Shuang didn't need to worry about these trivial matters personally. After dinner, it was finally time to settle the rewards for this operation. 34 gold chests, 10 silver chests, plus 7 alpha elixir. More importantly, Li Shuang originally had 4 LV4 vehicle blueprint fragments, obtained 8 more from Yutao's ferry, and added 5 extra reward for the first server-wide kill of a LV3 siren, bringing the total to 17. If he can get 3 more fragments from 10 silver chests, he will become the first person in the entire server to own a LV4 vehicle. Li Shuang stared at the 14 treasure chests in front of him, his heart pounding, and immediately decided to go all in. All 10 silver treasure chests were opened, and the most important reward was 4 LV4 vehicle blueprint fragments. In addition, there are 10 composite bows with enhanced armor-piercing arrows, capable of penetrating the deck and hull of LV4 vehicles. But these are single-use consumables. An advanced freshwater converter was also put into operation, producing 1,000 liters of water 24 hours a day. Its efficiency was extremely high, but its energy consumption was 1,000 times that of the primary converter. There is also a top-quality black Wagyu calf that can produce A5 grade marbled Wagyu cattle when it matures. The basic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, the LV-1 anesthetic fruit seed pack, and a multi-person jacuzzi that can accommodate 5 people were also included. The bathtub not only provides constant temperature massage, but also restores sanity and stamina. When combined with medication, it can even accelerate recovery through a medicinal bath. All the silver treasure chests have been opened, and I now have 21 LV4 vehicle blueprint fragments. I have finally collected all the core materials needed for the upgrade. Li Shuang suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the remaining 4 golden treasure chests. The reward offered this time is also quite good. An AK-47 automatic rifle with 200 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition. There's also a resource synthesis platform, which can probabilistically reconstruct low-quality resources to improve their quality, but there's no guaranteed minimum. Ghost Eye can search for coordinates by target's name. It can be used once a day and exposes the target's location for 1 hour. The last item is the constant temperature heating module, which, once attached to the vehicle, can heat all enclosed spaces, requiring only a certain amount of energy. Li Shuang grabbed the AK, the cold, heavy gun pressing against his palm, feeling its substantial weight. Which man hasn't fantasized about wielding an AK and galloping across the battlefield? But 200 bullets still made him feel uneasy. He played with the rifle for a moment, then carefully stored it in his storage space. Upgrading the vehicle was the most important thing right now. The 20 LV4 blueprint fragments transformed into streams of light, coalescing into a complete LV4 vehicle blueprint before him. A system notification then sounded, indicating that the vehicle upgrade conditions had been met. Steel 1048, demand 500 completed. Rubber 534, demand 200 completed. 246 electromagnetic components, 100 required completed. 1 LV4 vehicle blueprint, also meeting the requirements. The system will then prompt you to make a selection. Do you want to upgrade? Yes or no? As the confirmation button was pressed, all the materials surged into the yacht like a torrent, and a massive hull once again transformed into a blue, semi-transparent, illusory form. Li Shuang stood inside the boat, her feet seemingly suspended in midair. Schools of fish swimming in the seawater were clearly visible, and the surrounding structures were constantly expanding and growing. The scene resembled 3D printing, with the ship's cabin gradually taking shape, brimming with the unique beauty brought about by the upgrade. But just as he was getting into it, 2 familiar yet terrified screams suddenly came from above. Ah! Li Shuang looked up and saw that the control room was directly above the rest room shower area, where 2 wet figures were curled up on the floor. The cabin suddenly became transparent, catching Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru off guard, and their awkward postures were all seen by Li Shuang. Lu Xiaoxiao was his woman, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. As for Jiang Qingru, who was always intellectual and gentle, Li Shuang was even more stunned. The 2 floors were very close, almost only 1 meter apart, and the 2 women's screams grew louder and louder. "You're still looking, you pervert." Lu Xiaoxiao was both ashamed and angry, and hurriedly covered herself. Jiang Qingru blushed even more, frantically adjusting her posture, wishing she could find a place to hide immediately. Li Shuang was also a little embarrassed. Although it wasn't intentional, it was indeed inappropriate to keep looking up, so she could only rub her nose and turn around. After the two changed their clothes, the atmosphere remained extremely awkward. Lu Xiaoxiao walked up the semi-transparent escalator to the control room, her face full of accusation. Jiang Qingru was half a head taller than her, but she looked like a frightened little girl, blushing and hiding behind Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao snorted. It's one thing for you to have seen me, but Qingru is still a virgin. You have to take responsibility. Li Shuang froze on the spot. Huh? How do I take responsibility? This upgrade was purely accidental. He was the only one on the ship before, and who would have thought that the two women would be in the shower room at the same time? Besides, he was watching the yacht grow when the sudden scream almost scared the soul out of him. But Lu Xiaoxiao was completely unreasonable and made the decision for Jiang Qingru directly. Since you've seen it, you should spend the night with Qingru. Xiaoxiao no. Jiang Qingru panicked instantly, covering Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth, her face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. But Lu Xiaoxiao was clearly not going to let her off the hook and continued to tease her with a smile. Sister Qingru, didn't you say that Brother Shuang is a very nice person and that you feel especially safe around him? That scumbag Song Jishu was dealt with by Shuang Ji for you. She got revenge for you. Since you like Shuang Ji, what are you waiting for? Jiang Qingru was completely flustered by what she was being said, shaking her head repeatedly, but she didn't know how to refute it. Lu Xiaoxiao pressed further. Don't you like Shuangge? Jiang Qingru hurriedly said, No. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately grasped the key point. That means you like it. Jiang Qingru stammered, completely losing her usual composure. Seeing that she was about to cry, Li Shuang quickly interrupted their tug-of-war. All right, the yacht is still being upgraded. You guys go over to the soil transport boats and inspect them for me. As he spoke, he took out the seeds of the anesthesia fruit and led over a calf. Give these to Shirkai and let him arrange for people to plant and raise them. The two women took the items, but their attention was quickly drawn to the calf, and they couldn't help but pat its head. Wow, the little calf is so cute. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Jiang Qingru also leaned closer to take a closer look. Brother Shuang, is this your Nyonyo? What breed is it? Why is it so black, and its fur is black and curly? She even took a serious sniff and nodded in approval. It also has a cow smell. As Li Shuang listened to their serious conversation, her mind kept wandering to strange thoughts. The scene from earlier hadn't faded yet, so he could only force himself to suppress his thoughts and urge, stop touching it. Let's get down to business. I'll let you know when the upgrade is complete. Okay, I'll take Qingru over first. Lu Xiaoxiao led the little cow and pulled Jiang Qingru into the coordinate gate. Just before closing the door, she turned back and gave Li Shuang a flirtatious wink. Li Shuang was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Oh, Nyonyo, okay? This little vixen did it on purpose. He rubbed his face and refocused his attention on the item that had been activated this time. Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can conduct long-range reconnaissance, which can be used to scout the route in advance before landing on the island. The advanced freshwater converter can produce 1,000 liters of freshwater per day, enabling vibranium yachts to achieve complete freshwater freedom. Once the yacht upgrade is complete, install it along with a multi-person jacuzzi, and it will be ready for immediate use. Li Shuang stared at the words multi-person massage bathtub, and the images of Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru unconsciously surfaced in her mind. He quickly pulled his thoughts back and checked the constant temperature heating module again. The weather was too hot to use right now, so he had to put it away for the time being. Then he picked up the ghost eye. Item name, Faste. Remaining usage count for today, January 1st. This is definitely a good thing. If you ever make enemies or need to settle scores with someone in the future, you can just lock onto the coordinates. Although it only lasts for an hour, it can play a huge role in crucial moments. Next, Li Shuang opened the resource synthesis table and put in 2 pieces of steel. Steel, medium carbon steel. Synthetic raw materials, 2 out of 100. Success probability 2%. Should we synthesize it? Upon seeing this ratio, Li Shuang frowned. The ratio of ordinary steel to medium carbon steel was a staggering 100-to-1. But he decided to take a gamble and press confirm directly. The mechanical gears turned, and a prompt sounded soon after. Ding. Synthesis failed. Raw materials destroyed. Li Shuang sighed. Sure enough, Encountering this cheat system has used up all the good luck I've ever had in my life. But he quickly gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. If I can't rely on my character, I'll rely on my money. If $2 isn't enough, then $100 will do." This time, he directly invested 100 pieces of steel. Steel, medium carbon steel. Synthetic raw materials, 100 out of 100. 100% success rate. Should we synthesize it? Synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Medium carbon steel *1. Medium carbon steel. Its strength far exceeds that of ordinary steel. It is the basic material for upgrading vehicles of LV5 and above. It can be obtained randomly from treasure chests and LV2 Siren, or synthesized using a resource crafting table. Li Shuang finally understood that vehicles above LV5 required medium carbon steel, as ordinary steel was no longer strong enough. Then, he thought of a way to save on materials. Since 100 yuan guarantees 100% success, then 99 yuan would be 99%. He immediately put in 99 pieces of steel and pressed confirm without hesitation. Synthetic raw materials, 99 out of 100. Success rate 99%. The mechanical sound rang out again, and Li Shuang's face was full of anticipation. But the next second, a system notification popped up mercilessly. Ding! Synthesis failed. Raw materials destroyed. Li Shuang stared at the panel, completely dumbfounded. Fuck you, system. 99% and 0%. There's practically no difference. Looking at the resource synthesis platform, Li Shuang couldn't help but complain that the probability was exactly the same as some manufacturer's tactics. This time he remembered it completely. From now on, he would honestly synthesize steel at a ratio of 100-1. Steel is worthless now, so there's no need to gamble on probability. But he also knew that materials would only become more and more expensive in the future. Now, it was steel to medium carbon steel, and if medium carbon steel were to be upgraded in the future, the cost would definitely be even greater. Li Shuang was too lazy to think about it anymore, and turned her attention to the alpha compound. The description is very straightforward. After the injection, you will experience pain, followed by a 10-point increase in strength, speed, and defense. Compared to the vague probability of the synthesis platform, Li Shuang clearly preferred this kind of visible numerical improvement. He picked up a vial of the mixture. The blue liquid inside the glass tube flowed in a spiral, constantly emitting fluorescence, creating a futuristic effect. The more important something is, the more likely it is to be stored in a fragile glass bottle, Li Shuang muttered to himself. Then, staring at the alpha mixture in his hand, his expression gradually became serious. "Come on, let me see just how much this thing hurts. Back when I was in school, I endured all sorts of pain, and I really don't believe this could be more unbearable than those experiences. Even if we can't hold on, we have to." Li Shuang gritted her teeth and pressed the button on the side of the test tube. With a click, syringes and plungers popped out from both ends of the test tube, and the thick, long needle that gleamed coldly made his eyelids twitch. This might hurt a bit. With the arrow already on the bowstring, he steeled his heart, plunged the needle into his arm, and quickly pushed the entire vial of medicine in. The blue liquid spread rapidly along the blood vessels, extending down the arm and throughout the body, giving the nearby blood vessels and skin a faint fluorescent blue hue. Immediately afterwards, excruciating pain erupted. It felt as if every cell in my body was being torn apart in an instant, and then forcibly reorganized, tempered, and repaired. Li Shuang even had white foam coming from the corners of her mouth, and she collapsed to the ground numbly, trembling uncontrollably. This pain penetrated deep into his bones and seeped into every cell. Yet his consciousness remained unusually clear, leaving him no choice but to endure it all. Time passed slowly, and the pain and numbness finally began to subside, replaced by a surge of energy and blood after the weakness. Li Shuang propped herself up on the ground and sat up. Her body hadn't fully adapted to the changes yet, but she felt much lighter, and even her eyesight seemed to have improved. This ordeal, which felt like passing through the gates of hell, actually only lasted 15 seconds. For Li Shuang, it felt like half a century had passed. His shirt was already soaked with cold sweat, clinging damply to his body. Li Shuang took off his shirt, and the change before his eyes stunned him. What was once an unremarkable abdomen now features 8 neatly arranged abdominal muscles. His arms were thick and taut, his shoulders were exaggeratedly broad, and his veins were visible beneath his wheat-colored skin, glistening with sweat, exuding power. Unbeknownst to him, his face had become firmer, his jawline sharper and more defined, giving him a more stern and imposing presence. Li Shuang couldn't wait to open her personal profile. Name, Li Shuang. Gender, male. Race, human. Nationality, China. Health stat, 99/100. Sanity value, 99/100. Strength, 15. Average adult strength is 6. Speed, 16. Adult average is 6. Defense, 14. Adult average is 6. System evaluation, strong physical fitness, with all indicators far exceeding those of most adults, and excellent immunity. After taking 1 dose of Alpha Blend, Li Shuang completely transformed from a greyhound into a well-proportioned and muscular man, truly achieving the goal of looking muscular when dressed and lean when undressed. After experiencing the benefits, he immediately forgot about the pain he had just endured and even considered injecting all the remaining vials at once. The system will immediately pop up a reminder. 23 hours, 54 minutes, and 16 seconds remaining until the next injection. System reminder. Alpha compound achieves short-term enhancement by overdrawing the body's energy. It requires a large replenishment of nutrients and water and sufficient rest before another injection. Forced, continuous injections will place a tremendous burden on the body and may even lead to death. Li Shuang immediately dismissed her greedy thoughts. This elixir can directly enhance oneself and can be considered another way to improve strength besides upgrading vehicles. If he had possessed an AK while on the island, coupled with his current physical abilities, dealing with Yu Tao and his group would have been a piece of cake. Not to mention Yu Tao's team. Even the duo with purple lips and Shi Qianlong's team won't be able to escape. Vibranium Yachts is still undergoing upgrades, so Li Shuang can only wait patiently. Meanwhile, in another sea area, an armored gunboat was moving forward at a steady speed, followed closely by several vehicles, forming a convoy of 7 or 8 ships. Through the semi-transparent cabin of the armored gunboat, it can be seen that this vehicle is also undergoing upgrades. Inside the cabin, a man in camouflage combat gear leaned back in his chair, his throat emitting suppressed and painful roars. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged, his facial muscles twitched incessantly, and his brows were tightly furrowed as he struggled against the torment brought on by the drug. A moment later, the man exhaled a long breath, a look of enjoyment on his face. He released his grip, and an empty alpha compound fell to the ground and shattered. Name, Li Machuan. Gender, male. Race, human. Nationality, China. Health stat, 99/100. Sanity value, 99/100. Strength, 50. Average adult strength is 6. Speed, 45. Average for adults is 6. Defense, 42. Adult average is 6. System evaluation. Overall aptitude has reached the limits of human capability. Alpha Elixir cannot further enhance strength attribute. Beta Elixir is recommended for subsequent enhancement. Li Machuan opened his eyes with satisfaction, his pupils reflecting a dim blue light, both dazzling and eerie. He raised his hand to grab the steel on the table, his 5 fingers suddenly tightening. The hard steel was twisted and deformed by being gripped so tightly that several clearly visible fingerprints were left on it. Li Machuan was originally a Special Forces soldier and later formed a mercenary team called Black Shark. Countless battles that had brought him to the brink of death had forged his body into one of steel, as well as endurance and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Now that he has arrived in this unknown sea, he continues to contact his former subordinates and rebuild the Black Shark Guild. The former Black Shark mercenary team will also take on a different form to dominate this sea area. Has he already reached his limit after only 2 shots? Li Machuan looked at the remaining alpha mixture with a hint of lingering satisfaction in his eyes. The 2 injections yesterday and today caused his various attributes to surge by 20 points, a limit he couldn't break through even with all his previous efforts. Now, Alpha Blend has easily helped him overcome that hurdle. Right in front of him, Zhang Shui, soaking wet and terrified, knelt on one knee on the floor. Brother, we must avenge Zhang Feng. Zhang Shui gritted his teeth, practically forcing out the murderous words from his throat. That kid named Li Shuang used a very strange liquid. Zhang Feng only had a small cut on his shoulder, but the nearby sea monsters went crazy and all pounced on him. If it weren't for that strange liquid, even if he was injured, he would definitely have been able to escape. That's a tempting fruit, Li Machuan said coldly, seeing through the scheme at a glance. The imposing aura emanating from him made Zhang Shuai lower his head, not daring to meet his gaze. 3 teams, and you can't even handle one kid. Yu Tao and Shi Qianling are useless. Are you two the same? Zhang Shuai shuddered and hurriedly explained that there was indeed something strange about Li Shuang. He could conjure up a composite crossbow out of thin air, and with a wave of his hand, more than a dozen treasure chests would vanish without a trace. Even more bizarrely, the bullets he and Zhang Fengshui fired were directly absorbed by Li Shuang. That kid has too many tricks up his sleeve, otherwise we would have returned with our reserve energy long ago. Upon hearing this, Li Machuan showed no anger. Instead, his eyes revealed a fierce fighting spirit for the first time. His body is now approaching the limits of human potential, and his LV-4 vehicle is about to be upgraded. Once he becomes the first survivor in the entire server to own a LV-4 vehicle, no one in the endless sea can stop him. He looked down at the semi-transparent hull. The LV-4 armored gunboat's defense and firepower would far surpass those of the previous ones. In front of the gunboat, a 76mm tank gun is slowly outlined by blue light. With the addition of the 57mm twin-barrel naval gun unlocked at LV-3, this ship can be considered a true mobile fortress at sea. These days, under Li Machuan's leadership, the Black Shark Guild has been constantly annexing small teams, sweeping across the land with its advantages in level and weapons. They sank more than 10 LV-3 vehicles, and as for LV-2 and LV-1, it's unknown how many were destroyed. Compared to hunting sirens, directly plundering supplies from other survivors is obviously a much faster way to level up. After plundering his way through the land, he has finally reached the moment to attack a level 4 vehicle. As the last blue light from the tank cannon dissipated, the armored gunboat solidified completely, and the LV-4 upgrade was complete. Finally done, Li Machuan suddenly stood up, waiting expectantly for the server-wide announcement to ring out. The next second, a notification sound rang throughout the world channel. Congratulations to survivor Li Shuang for upgrading to a LV-4 vehicle, becoming the first player in the entire server to achieve an LV-4 vehicle, unlocking the fishing rod to level 4, and receiving 5 gold treasure chests and 1 platinum treasure chest as rewards. Then, the second announcement finally arrived. Congratulations to survivor Li Machuan for upgrading his vehicle to LV-4, becoming the first player in the entire server to achieve LV-4 vehicle status, and unlocking his fishing rod to level 4. Li Machuan's smile froze instantly, as if he had been struck by lightning. How could this be? Impossible. His furious roar echoed through the gunboat's cabin as he punched through the bulkhead, smashing a hole the size of half a head. Zhang Feng, kneeling on the ground, dared not move. Having followed Li Machuan for so long, he had almost never seen the other party lose control to this extent. In the world chat, 2 server-wide announcements scrolled one after another, but Li Shuang's name was always at the top. Li Shuang was already famous throughout the server, and now he has taken the first LV-4 vehicle achievement, which has caused a new stir. As for Li Machuan, who followed closely behind, he only appeared once in the announcement before being completely forgotten. Damn, it's Li Shuang again? This guy is definitely cheating. A urine test is a must. Does he really have his own system? Some people countered that the second place clearly came right after, and it's really so sour to say that someone cheated just because they couldn't beat others. Many more people are eyeing the platinum chest. Just from the name, you know the rewards inside are absolutely amazing. Some speculate that Li Shuang may have formed a guild and is planning to try to join during tomorrow's water selling livestream. The topic quickly shifted back to Lu Xiao, with one girl saying indignantly that she could do it herself. Faced with everyone's doubts, she directly posted a revealing photo, and the public opinion on the channel immediately changed. The person who was just speaking up for Lu Xiao immediately changed their tune and admitted that their voice had been too loud. Another person proudly stated that he had added the girl as a friend, which immediately drew a barrage of criticism. At the same time, Li Shuang felt a wave of fear after hearing the second announcement. That was close. We almost came in second. He looked around with relief, and the originally blue, semi-transparent yacht had finally become a solid entity. The control room is much larger than before, with a bigger radar screen and more advanced control modules. The lower deck is surprisingly spacious, and in addition to the warehouses housing the freshwater converter and incubator, it also includes a card room, a small bar, and a medical room. The second floor rest area has also been fully upgraded, with a larger bathroom and kitchen and an additional secondary bedroom. The master bedroom has also become bright and spacious, and even includes an exquisite walk-in closet. LV3 vehicles are only a basic survival requirement. It's only at LV4 that you can truly enjoy life in the apocalypse. Li Shuang walked onto the deck, where a scorching sea breeze swept across the platform, which was about half the size of a football field. The upgraded fishing rod is surprisingly thick, finally matching the size of this enormous yacht. He couldn't wait to open the vehicle panel. Vehicle, Vibranium Yacht. Level, LV4. Defense, durability, 100%. Speed, 120 kilometers per hour. Power, unlimited. Weapon, none. Upon seeing the last item, Li Shuang couldn't help but frown. From LV1 to LV4, the weapon slot always shows none. The yacht itself is geared towards sightseeing, and each evolution moves towards luxury. However, as his level increased, the importance of heavy weapons became more and more apparent, yet he still hadn't obtained vehicle armament. Li Shuang could only suppress his frustration and check the reward from the first LV4 vehicle chest. In addition to the 5 gold treasure chests, there were also platinum treasure chests that he had never seen before. Now it's time for the most exciting part, unboxing. He opened the golden treasure chest with great anticipation. Inside were 2 fragments of LV5 vehicle blueprints and a box of 500 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. It also includes an intelligent AI module that enables smart driving and voice control, as well as a piece of high-strength bulletproof glass. The real highlight, however, is the platinum treasure chest that follows. When Li Shuang saw the contents of the platinum treasure chest, her previously bewildered expression instantly turned into one of utter madness. Upon opening the platinum treasure chest, a list of rewards immediately popped up in front of Li Shuang's eyes. The most eye-catching item is a shipborne RPG rocket launcher, along with 10 modified rockets. This shipborne upgraded RPG far surpasses ordinary individual weapons in both range and power, and can also be directly mounted on vehicles. 10 rockets, each powerful enough to destroy a level 4 vehicle. If we encounter a LV3 siren again in the future, it's hard to say who should run away. Li Shuang was overjoyed. Just as he reached out and touched the rocket launcher, the system notifications sounded. His vehicle has been upgraded to LV4, and the system has issued a God-level empowerment card. This card's ability is called Infinite Firepower. By binding a weapon, you can obtain unlimited ammo and also gain the attributes of never overheating and never wearing out. The system provided 3 possible targets: an AK-47 assault rifle, a composite crossbow, and a newly acquired shipborne RPG rocket launcher. Li Shuang hesitated for a moment. The AK-47 was powerful with unlimited fire, and a composite crossbow with unlimited rapid fire was equally tempting. But the next second, his finger firmly landed on the shipborne RPG next to the composite crossbow. Fine. With system confirmation, the rocket launcher successfully gained unlimited firepower. Immediately afterwards, blue light converged on the central control panel, and a miniature vibranium yacht phantom floated in midair. Li Shuang lifted the mini rocket launcher module and placed it steadily in the center of the deck. After the weapon system was bound, the information on the vibranium yacht was refreshed again. The LV4 vibranium yacht boasts 100% durability, a top speed of 120 kilometers per hour, unlimited power, and a newly added shipborne RPG rocket launcher. After finishing the arrangements for the upgrade, Li Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the coordinate door of the control room opened, and Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru walked out quickly. The two were equally excited to learn that Li Shuang had become the first person in the entire server to own an LV4 vehicle. After finishing what Li Shuang had asked them to do, they rushed back to the Jinjin yacht. Looking at the much more spacious control room and rows of high-tech equipment, Lu Xiaoxiao was filled with surprise. The yacht model on the central control console, in particular, drew the attention of the two women, who couldn't help but surround it and examine it closely. Looking at their reactions, Li Shuang revealed a hint of smugness on her face. He could already imagine the expressions on their faces when they saw the card room and bar on the basement level. There's a surprise on the basement level. You can go down and take a look. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately grabbed his arm and pressed him for details about the surprise. But Li Shuang deliberately kept it a secret, telling her to go down and see for herself. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately started making wild guesses, and her words quickly made Jiang Qingru blush. Jiang Qingru quickly pinched her waist to stop her from talking nonsense. Li Shuang appeared calm on the surface, but her heart skipped a beat. Lu Xiaoxiao's intuition was truly frightening. She actually guessed half of it correctly. It was only after her reminder that Li Shuang remembered the multi-person jacuzzi that hadn't been installed after the upgrade. While the two women went to visit the basement, he went to the lounge, took out the blue bathtub module, and placed it into the enlarged shower room. As the system notification sounded, a steady stream of temperature-controlled water gushed from the faucet, quickly filling the entire bathtub. As for bars, card rooms, and medical rooms, they are currently lacking the necessary supplies. However, the market sells alcohol, chess and card game supplies, and medical products. With Li Shuang's current financial resources, it's only a matter of time before he can replenish these items. Not long after, the two women finished touring the basement and returned to the lounge excitedly. Lu Xiaoxiao said the bar was so beautiful that she and Jiang Qingru could do their live streaming sales there in the future. Li Shuang naturally had no objections, as long as the two of them were happy. He then brought up the new arrangements for tomorrow's live broadcast. Besides continuing to sell ice water, they can also sell the general energy they've accumulated. During this period, they kept fishing for treasure chests at Dai Tai, and with the supplies seized from Yutao's ferry, they had accumulated more than 100 units of general energy. Energy is still scarce and prices are high in the early stages, so it's most cost-effective to exchange it for ocean coins as soon as possible. After listening, the two women nodded in agreement. After dinner, Jiang Qingru prepared to wash up as usual. But as soon as she stepped into the shower room, she was stunned by the sudden appearance of a multi-person jacuzzi. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaoxiao ran inside to take a look, and then she and Jiang Qingru looked at Li Shuang, who was pretending to be nonchalant. The two instantly realized that this must have been arranged by Li Shuang again. Abnormal. More than an hour later, as night deepened, the lights on the yacht remained bright. Meanwhile, inside the armored gunboat, Li Machuan had recovered from his anger at being preemptively escalated the situation. He sat in front of the screen, waiting for a message. Finally, the notification sound rang. Li Machuan immediately turned on the voice chat, and Zhao Jie's excited voice came from the other end. Brother, I've already used the curse compass to track Li Shuang's location. Li Machuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately praised Zhao Jie for doing a good job. Zhao Jie explained that someone in his team had bought bottled water from Li Shuang's livestream. The curse compass can pinpoint the location of a target by looking at the items the target has touched. In other words, Li Shuang will probably never understand how he exposed his coordinates, even until his death. Zhao Jie quickly sent over the specific coordinates. When Li Machuan opened it, the anticipation in his eyes gradually dimmed. Li Shuang was more than 1,800 kilometers away from him, and it was too late for him to go there in person. He originally wanted to deal with Li Shuang himself and, incidentally, test the upgraded tank cannon. But now, he can only let others make the first move. Zhao Jie immediately asked who is closest to this coordinate. Select 3 teams and set off immediately to encircle and annihilate Li Shuang. The others continued on as planned, heading to the Death Islands to meet me. Zhao Jie didn't dare to delay and immediately contacted his former comrades from the Black Shark mercenary team. After arranging everything, Li Machuan looked back at the big screen. 900 kilometers to his north, a location marked by members of the Black Shark Guild was emitting a blinding crimson light. That place is the Death Islands. Li Machuan stared intently in that direction, his eyes filled with madness. This time, the Black Shark Guild will surely strike fear into the hearts of the entire server. The 3 closest teams were quickly selected. Li Machuan scanned the list, and his eyes immediately fell on a familiar name. Hawkeye, a top sniper among the Black Shark mercenaries, once carried out 99 assassinations with an M24, killing every single target with a single shot. Li Machuan, Snarat. Eagle Eye was nearby. This time, Li Shuang probably wouldn't be able to escape. He immediately contacted Hawkeye, and, simultaneously sent him a dose of Alpha Potion. This potion increases physical strength by 10 points and significantly improves vision and muscle control. Inside the dimly lit cabin, Hawkeye, wearing a black trench coat and a mask, gripped the still warm medicine, his eyes chillingly cold. Li Machuan left only one instruction. You already know the mission, don't let me down. Hawkeye's voice was calm, yet filled with absolute confidence. Don't worry, brother, my eyes are my ruler. A mere LV-4, like Li Shuang, isn't worth your personal attention. Li Machuan had no doubt about Hawkeye's abilities. At dawn, the three vehicles met in the designated sea area, only 30 kilometers away from the vibranium yacht. After confirming the distance, Hawkeye immediately stopped the other two search and rescue boats. Don't come any closer, lest you be detected by radar. You stay here and wait. I'll go first. With more and more vehicles equipped with radar these days, no one dares to underestimate Li Shuang, who is an LV-4 vehicle. 30 kilometers is already close to the danger zone. Going any further would easily be seen as a provocation. The other two team leaders had no objections. Their first reaction upon hearing that the target was Li Shuang was to refuse. That's an LV-4 vehicle, on par with Li Machuan. They've kept a low profile since entering the sea world, and the reason they've survived until now is because they never easily provoke powerful enemies. But when they learned that Hawkeye was leading the team, the two of them volunteered to join the operation. Hawkeye reassured them, once I succeed, I'll immediately notify you to board the ship. You'll get all the credit. After making the arrangements, Hawkeye piloted the hydrofoil and sped off into the distance. His vehicle was already capable of reaching 130 kilometers per hour, and after several upgrades and modifications, the thrusters pushed the maximum speed to 160 kilometers per hour. With the assistance of a shielding device, this LV-3 hydrofoil was like a silent ghost sailing the seas. Inside the cabin, Hawkeye opened a long black box, inside which AWM parts were neatly arranged. Meanwhile, Li Shuang had just woken up from his sleep. The enhancement effect of the alpha mixture from last night was still obvious, leaving him full of energy. After washing up, he tidied up the blankets for Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru, who were still resting, and then took out the high-strength bulletproof glass. For some reason, he always felt uneasy. The vibranium yacht's hull is protected by a vibranium coating, but the glass has always been a weak point in its defenses. The entire yacht is almost impenetrable, but the windows lack sufficient protection, which always makes him uneasy. But he only had one piece of bulletproof glass left, so he could only prioritize replacing the floor-to-ceiling window in the lounge. A system notification then popped up. Replaceable target detected. Tempered glass floor-to-ceiling window. Replace. Li Shuang didn't hesitate. Change it. As pale blue light flowed across the window, the original tempered glass was replaced with brand new high-strength bulletproof glass. Looking at the fully defended floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Shuang finally felt much more at ease. He had decided that he must continue collecting bulletproof glass to replace all the windows on the yacht. He was holding a freshly ground coffee, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the calm sea. He had just sighed about life when a muffled thud suddenly exploded in front of him. Bang! Li Shuang tensed up suddenly and saw a faint white mark appear on the glass surface. System alarms sounded simultaneously. Vibranium, yacht under attack detected. Affected area, floor-to-ceiling window in the lounge. Durability, 91%. Li Shuang's face instantly darkened. Sniper rifle? He raised his hand and opened a spatial portal in front of him, quickly avoiding the window. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru, who were on the bed, were also awakened by the gunshots and sat up, their faces pale. Seeing Li Shuang's alarmed reaction, the two immediately crouched down against the wall. The oppressive feeling of death made them realize that this was not a relaxing seaside vacation, but a survival world where they could lose their lives at any moment. 2 kilometers away, Eagle Eye saw this scene through his scope, and his expression changed completely. Damn it, what kind of glass can stop an AWM bullet? His shot should have gone straight to the head, but Li Shuang not only didn't die, he had even disappeared from the window. Hawkeye's heart sank. The materials used on this yacht were far more terrifying than he had imagined. An assassination attempt only had one chance, and since it had failed, Li Shuang must be on guard now. A strong sense of frustration and shame welled up inside him, but Hawkeye suppressed his emotions and immediately activated the backup plan. Assassination failed. Execute Plan B. Launch a full-scale attack. The other two teams were stunned when they received the news. They had never seen Hawkeye fail before, but now that the die was cast, they had no choice but to press their advantage and attack. Inside the yacht, Li Shuang looked at the bullet hole and broke out in a cold sweat. Apart from the glass, the rest of the lounge's exterior was protected by a vibranium coating. If he hadn't just replaced the floor-to-ceiling windows, that shot would have been enough to blow his head off on the spot. Having been in this maritime world for so long, this was the first time he had come so close to death. But the brief moment of fear was quickly overwhelmed by the surging anger. Li Shuang's eyes were icy cold, and he could no longer conceal his murderous intent. Fine. Now that you're here, you're not leaving. He looked up and shouted, "Little Bean." The next second, a clear female voice rang out from every room on the entire vibranium yacht. "I am here." This was the first time Li Shuang had officially used the intelligent AI module after it was installed. He stared at the sea outside the window, his voice chilling. "Activate the shipborne RPG rocket launchers." "You like sniping, huh? Well, then I'll give you a good sniping duel." As soon as Li Shuang entered the control room, he saw two clear red dots on the radar, approaching the vibranium yacht at full speed. He stared at the screen, frowning. The two targets were still more than 20 kilometers away. A sniper rifle simply couldn't reach that far. The sniper from earlier is clearly still hiding nearby. Just then, Shadow's alarm suddenly went off. Enemy target detected at 10 o'clock position on port, 2 kilometers away. Li Shuang looked out the window and could already see a high-speed vehicle on the horizon. The fact that they were only discovered at such close range indicates that the other side was clearly equipped with radar-blocking devices. Target locked. Li Shuang's voice was icy. The shipborne RPG on the deck rapidly rotated its aiming scope, and Shadow frantically calculated the opponent's trajectory. Target locked. Fire. The rocket streaked into the sky with a fiery trail, drawing a white line in midair as it hurtled towards the hydrofoil. Inside the hydrofoil, Eagle Eye saw the radar alarm, and his expression changed instantly. His survival instinct kicked in, and he jerked the steering wheel, causing the speeding boat to turn almost sideways across the sea. Thanks to the hydrofoil's amazing maneuverability, he narrowly avoided the shot. The rocket grazed the hull and plunged into the sea, but the shockwave from the explosion still tore open the stern. This attack destroyed the power system, and no matter how Hawkeye operated it, the hydrofoil completely lost its speed. The icy seawater poured into the cabin, and Hawkeye stood in knee-deep water, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Shui's intelligence report didn't mention this kind of heavy weapon at all. He gritted his teeth, raised his head, and roared Li Shuang's name, then picked up the AWM again. RPG reloading takes time. I don't believe your yacht has no weaknesses. On the control screen of the vibranium yacht, the footage of the hydrofoil making extreme evasive maneuvers is being replayed. Li Shuang also admitted that the other side was indeed highly mobile, managing to dodge the rocket at such close range. However, the propulsion system has been destroyed, and the other side is now just a sitting duck floating at sea. Just as he was about to fire another shot, the glass directly in front of the control room suddenly shattered. A magnum bullet pierced the glass and only stopped after hitting the other side of the cabin. Li Shuang had already lowered his body to guard against follow-up shots, but he didn't expect that Hawkeye, who was almost sinking, would still dare to fire. "You dare snipe me? I'll make you fly. Shadow, blow up that hydrofoil." The second rocket burst forth with a deafening roar, heading straight for the immobilized target. Hawkeye stared wide-eyed at the rapidly approaching rocket, his eyes almost bursting out of their sockets. How could it load so quickly? I calculated it perfectly. The next second, the sea exploded with a deafening roar. A burst of fire and black smoke shot into the sky, clearly visible even from dozens of kilometers away. The other two groups, seeing the explosion in the distance, felt their chests heaving violently, their faces filled with nothing but horror. Hawkeye is gone just like that, and it's hard to find even a trace of his remains. 2 RPG shots blew their courage out of them. They didn't even have any decent heavy firepower on their ships. The 2 ships combined had only 1 rifle, 3 shotguns, and a few knives. One of the team members, trembling, asked, "Captain, should we continue the assault?" The captain immediately cursed, "Straw my ass. Get out of here. There's still a chance to run now." The 2 groups immediately turned their boats around and fled desperately into the distance. On the radar screen, Li Shuang saw the movements of the two red dots. More than 20 kilometers away, the shipborne RPG couldn't reach them for the time being, but that didn't mean Li Shuang would let them go. These people sneaked into his backyard, and he almost got shot in the head. He wouldn't be able to swallow this insult until he wiped them out today. Xiaodo, accelerate at full speed. Don't let a single one escape. Clear. The two ships fled frantically, but the vibranium yacht relentlessly pursued them. It can't match the top speed of a hydrofoil, but it's far beyond what these dilapidated boats that can travel at 60 kilometers per hour can escape. A dozen minutes later, the distance between the two sides continued to shrink, and the fugitives could only watch helplessly as the yacht got closer and closer. Ultimately, both teams made the same decision. Split up and run. They knew that even joining forces wouldn't stop Li Shuang, so they could only gamble on one of the ships surviving. Li Shuang looked at the separated red dots, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Now you know to split up? Too late. Xiaodo, take out the rescue boat on the right first. Target lock. Target lock, fire. The third rocket ripped through the sky, and the distant rescue boat instantly exploded into a ball of fire, leaving not even a decent wreckage. The people on the other ship could see it clearly. The captain's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Go all out. Even if the engine burns out, we have to survive. The red dot on the radar actually increased its speed a little more, which surprised Li Shuang. Even on the verge of death, he still has the strength to speed up. It seems we didn't push him hard enough before. He originally intended to blow the opponent up, but suddenly changed his mind. Xiaodo, don't shoot at the hull. Aim at the power source at the stern. Clear. Another rocket roared out. The crew members on board could only wait in despair for death to come. With a deafening roar, the entire ship trembled violently, and its stern was almost completely destroyed. Seawater rushed into the cabin, and several people were thrown into the air by the water pressure, crashing heavily into tables, chairs, and the control panel. The effect of this attack was even more thorough than Li Shuang had anticipated. Vibranium, yacht slowly sailed into a messy sea. The bow of the sinking ship was surrounded by debris. 3 disheveled crew members were clinging to the debris, and a corpse floated not far away. Li Shuang walked to the edge of the deck, looking down at them with a cold gaze. Whose people are you working for? Why are you trying to assassinate me? Li Shuang, you dare to mess with the Black Shark Guild. The guild leader will never let you get away with this. The crew member, his face covered in blood, stared intently at Li Shuang, his eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. Li Shuang narrowed his eyes, conjured a fully loaded AK-47 out of thin air, and slowly pointed the muzzle at him. Tell me, why did you kill me? The man spat and sneered. The Black Shark Guild doesn't need a reason to kill. The remaining crew members fell silent and closed their eyes in despair. The next second, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced the man's head, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. The crew member next to him touched the warm blood on his face and screamed in fright. Li Shuang changed a magazine and turned the gun towards the second person. I'll tell you everything. The man's face was deathly pale, and he stammered as he confessed. You killed Zhang Feng of the Black Shark Guild. The guild leader was furious, so he sent several teams to assassinate you. Li Shuang was not surprised by this answer. He lowered his gun and continued to press. But how did you find me on the vast ocean? Did you have my coordinates? The crew hesitated immediately. Zhao Jie's cursed compass was a secret that the Black Shark Guild could not reveal. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Li Shuang raised his gun again. Tell me, and I may spare your lives. With the dark muzzle of the gun right in front of them, the crew could no longer hold on. It's Zhao Jie. He has a tool that can locate targets using objects, which is how he found your coordinates. Another crew member quickly chimed in. Yes, it was all Zhao Jie's doing. We were just following orders. Li Shuang silently memorized the name, Zhao Jie. If he himself can open a golden treasure chest and get the ghost eye, it's not surprising that others have special items. The feeling of being watched from the shadows at any time made him extremely uncomfortable. Killing these people today may not prevent new assassins from coming to our door tomorrow. Compared to Li Machuan, Zhao Jie, who possessed the ability to locate people, made Li Shuang even more determined to kill him. Zhao Jie must be eliminated as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Li Shuang asked again, since he knew my location, why did Li Machuan only send a few of you to your deaths? Where is he himself? Just as the crew member was about to speak, Captain Lu Jiqiang suddenly roared, Yang Long, Do you want to die? The remaining two were intimidated by his fierce gaze and immediately stammered, not daring to say anything more. Li Shuang's forehead veins throbbed. His last bit of patience had run out. What's wrong with them wanting to live? Lu Jiqiang looked up at Li Shuang with disdain. Live on? If we confess, do you really think you'll let us go? Li Shuang raised the AK-47 and pointed it at him. Wait, I'll talk. Lu Jiqiang suddenly changed his mind, which surprised Li Shuang. In that instant, Lu Jiqiang suddenly pulled out a shotgun from his waist and pulled the trigger at the bow of the boat. With a bang, Li Shuang ducked in time to avoid it. The projectiles scattered and all hit the yacht's hull, but not even a trace of the vibranium coating was left. Li Shuang's eyes turned completely cold as he raised his gun and swept it across Lu Jiqiang's arm as he clung to the floating board. Lu Jiqiang immediately let out a shrill scream as seawater seeped into his wound, causing him to convulse in pain. He could only cling tightly to the float with his other hand, his contorted face covered in cold sweat. Li Shuang looked down from his high position and pointed his gun at the remaining two crew members. The two men were terrified, and upon seeing their captain's fate, they immediately began to spill their beans. The guild leader is on his way to the Death Islands. Someone has discovered a treasure in the Death Islands. It's said that the contents can awaken abilities, and many major guilds have rushed there. The guild leader wants to get the awakening treasure first, then wipe out those LV3 guilds and dominate this sea area. He told us to kill you, and then immediately head to the Death Islands to rejoin the main force. Although the Black Shark Guild is not large, its members are all ruthless. The news of the discovery of the awakening treasure on the Death Isles was relayed by the guild's advance team and was not exactly a secret within the guild. Awakening the treasure. Li Shuang repeated in a low voice, unable to suppress her excitement. No wonder Li Machuan didn't personally pursue and kill him even though he clearly knew his coordinates. Compared to killing him, a treasure that can awaken one's abilities is clearly of greater value. If I manage to seize this treasure, my strength in this sea area will undoubtedly increase further. After the two crew members finished explaining the situation, they looked at Li Shuang nervously. Boss, we've told you everything we need to say. Please spare our lives. That's all we really know, nothing else. Li Shuang looked at them coldly. Send me the coordinates of the Death Islands. You're going to meet them, so you'll definitely have a location tracking system. Without hesitation, the two quickly sent the coordinates. Li Shuang put away the AK, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On the deck, Li Shuang looked at the group of people soaking in the seawater, his tone playful. I keep my word and will spare your lives. However, whether they spare you or not is not my business. Them? What do you mean? A sudden chill ran through them. They had a very bad premonition. Li Shuang took out two scarlet tempting fruits and threw them into the sea without looking back. The vibranium yacht started slowly and then sped away. Watching Li Shuang walk away, the group became even more fearful. This is an enticing fruit. Not good. The surrounding sea surface quickly churned with dense waves, and dozens of sea monsters had already surrounded them without anyone noticing. The gaping maws lunged in one after another, and soon desperate curses and cries echoed across the sea. Li Shuang, you'll die a horrible death. Li Shuang had obtained the coordinates of the Death Islands, but he wasn't in a hurry to go there. The more important thing right now is to get rid of the venomous snake lurking in the shadows and watching him. Zhoye. Li Shuang narrowed his eyes and took out the ghost eye from his spatial storage. Today's location tracking count, 1 out of 1. Please enter the name of the target location. After entering Zhao Jie's name, the ghost eye floated into the air. A beam of blue light shot out from the pupil, projecting a rapidly moving coordinate onto the wall. Li Shuang's lips slowly curled up. Found you, you little brat. Zhao Jie's sea coordinates are still moving, and his direction of travel is completely aligned with the Death Islands. Li Shuang immediately turned the boat around, and the vibranium yacht, carrying the ready-to-launch RPG rocket launcher, sped off towards the target. Meanwhile, more than 400 kilometers away in the sea, a reconnaissance boat was advancing along a predetermined route. In front of the control panel, Zhao Jie suddenly widened his eyes and stared intently at the screen. What happened? Hawkeye's coordinates have disappeared. More than 20 red dots were distributed on the light screen, representing the Black Shark Guild's teams scattered in the surrounding sea area. As the head of the Guild's reconnaissance team, Zhao Jie was in charge of communication and location sharing among the teams, which facilitated unified command from the rear and enabled timely transmission of guild leader Li Machuan's orders. Apart from the team personally led by Li Machuan, the positions of everyone else were under his control. But the eagle-eye coordinates that were just there suddenly disappeared without warning. This means that Hawkeye's assassination attempt on Li Shuang failed, and he is very likely dead after his ship was destroyed. Zhao Jie's heart sank suddenly, and fear and a sense of loss of control surged up instantly. He hurriedly contacted the other two teams that were carrying out the assassination mission, but before he could finish editing the message, the two red dots went out one after another. Zhao Jie slumped into the chair, his eyes losing focus. In this sea area, most people only have LV2 vehicles, and even those who reach LV3 have few survivors with firearms. Despite having rifles and shotguns, and Hawkeye even carrying an AWM sniper rifle, all three teams were defeated by Li Shuang. What kind of strength does that guy, whom they originally only regarded as an archer, actually possess? Zhao Jie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, completely at a loss for how to explain this to Li Machuan. Unbeknownst to him, a vibranium yacht had already locked onto his route and was rapidly approaching him on the sea. Although the location of the ghost has disappeared, since Zhao Jie is moving towards the Death Islands, Li Shuang will definitely be able to find him as long as he follows this route. Half a day later, a vehicle finally appeared on the radar screen of the vibranium yacht. Li Shuang calculated the time and knew that his target was probably Zhao Jie, so he immediately controlled the yacht to accelerate and sprint. This undisguised pursuit quickly alerted Zhao Jie. Seeing the persistent bright spot on the radar, Zhao Jie, already irritated, immediately started cursing. Damn it! Where did this idiot come from, following me around like that? Although his reconnaissance boat was only LV3, as Li Machuan's second-in-command, his equipment was far superior to that of ordinary survivors. The heavy machine gun on the bow deck, in particular, had killed countless lone survivors. At this moment, Zhao Jie, who had been hit with a series of bad news, was furious and just wanted to find someone to kill to vent his anger. You're asking for death. You delivered yourself to my doorstep. With a fierce look on his face, Zhao Jie turned the boat around and steered the reconnaissance boat toward the target behind him. Seeing that Zhao Jie actually turned around on his own initiative, Li Shuang didn't know whether to say he was brave or that he had something wrong with his brain. The two ships quickly closed the distance and stopped almost face-to-face in the sea. But when Zhao Jie finally saw the target clearly, his eyes widened in surprise. There are many yachts in this area, but the yacht in front of him, in terms of size, appearance, and luxury, far exceeds the targets he has plundered before. Zhao Jie swallowed hard, his anger instantly turning into greed. Good heavens, it's a big fish. He brought the reconnaissance boat to the side of the yacht, and with one hand, he operated the heavy machine gun, firing several shots into the sky. The muffled gunshots echoed across the sea, demonstrating the formidable power of the heavy machine gun to the fullest extent. Seeing the vibranium yacht slowed down slightly, Zhao Jie's eyes were full of disdain. In the past, any prey that saw this heavy machine gun would usually stop their boat obediently. Even if someone tries to escape, they will be caught up by his reconnaissance boat and eventually mowed to pieces by machine gun fire, resulting in the destruction of the ship and the loss of life. Zhao Jie grabbed the speaker and threatened him in the same familiar way. Fuck you, stop the boat right now. Despite calling out for a long time, the yacht neither stopped nor received any response from the deck. This complete disregard reignited Zhao Jie's anger. Court death. Just as he was about to make his move, a figure finally appeared on the deck of the vibranium yacht. Li Shuang stood on high ground, coldly looking down at Zhao Jie on the reconnaissance boat. Your name is Zhao Jie? Zhao Jie was taken aback at first, seemingly not realizing why the other party knew his name. But the next second, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his face instantly changed from anger to terror. You're Li Shuang? All the clues suddenly matched up. The yacht looked familiar, and its sailing direction was exactly from the location where Hawkeye was attacked. More importantly, the yacht in front of us is clearly an LV4 vehicle. Li Shuang is also LV4, and he's the one who took down Hawkeye's 3 squads. Zhao Jin no longer dared to continue seizing the boat. Only one word remained in his mind. Run. Without looking back, he rushed into the control panel, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the reconnaissance boat shot out instantly, leaving a large spray of water on the sea. This incredibly skillful escape maneuver made Li Shuang burst out laughing. "You bastard, you're faster than the previous teams." Li Shuang pressed the accelerator, and the vibranium yacht locked onto the reconnaissance boat. No matter how much Zhao Jie accelerated or adjusted his direction, the two boats maintained a distance that left him feeling hopeless. Zhao Jie felt as if he were being deliberately mocked, and a shadow of death gradually pressed down on him. But Li Shuang wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Zhao Jie is the head of reconnaissance for the Black Shark Guild. Only by capturing him alive can we extract the coordinates of everyone in the Black Shark Guild from him. Since the Black Shark Guild dared to send someone to assassinate him, Li Shuang wouldn't mind making the guild disappear from the sea completely. The next moment, Li Shuang suddenly launched an attack, increasing the speed of the vibranium yacht to its limit and slamming it hard into the stern of the reconnaissance boat. The impact was so powerful that the stern of the reconnaissance boat was blown off. It plunged headfirst into the sea. Salty seawater rushed into the cabin, choking Zhao Jie and causing him to cough repeatedly as he desperately tried to stabilize the out-of-control ship. By the time he finally managed to get the reconnaissance boat back to the surface, Li Shuang was already standing on the edge of the deck, the muzzle of his AK gun steadily pointed at his head. "Don't make any rash moves, or I'll send you to see Hawkeye right now." The icy voice sent chills down Zhao Jie's spine. He had originally intended to climb onto the deck and take control of the heavy machine gun to fight back, but now he was frozen in place, only able to raise his hands with trembling hands. Li Shuang called over Shirkai and Wang Jinhao, and the two quickly jumped over, tied Zhao Jie up, and threw him directly onto the deck of the vibranium yacht. Shirkai kicked Zhao Jie's leg and asked in a cold voice, "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" Wang Jinhao also rolled up his sleeves, his face almost unable to contain his murderous intent, just waiting for Li Shuang to say a word before he was ready to smash Zhao Jie's face. The two had just joined Li Shuang's team, and their peaceful days hadn't lasted long before someone dared to assassinate Li Shuang. They absolutely cannot tolerate this. Upon learning that the enemy had been subdued, Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru also came to the deck. Thinking of the shot during the day, the two women were equally filled with hatred for the Black Shark Guild. If Li Shuang hadn't upgraded the material of the lounge's floor-to-ceiling windows at the last minute, they would probably be prisoners of the enemy by now. On the sea, where civilized order has collapsed, what will happen to a woman once she falls into the hands of such a person? The events on Yutao's ferry have already provided the answer. Surrounded by three burly men with murderous intent, Zhao Jie, tied to the deck, trembled with fear. "Li Shuang, let me go. I was just following orders. Li Machuan told me to do it." The familiar excuses for shifting blame came out again, but Li Shuang had no intention of listening to his nonsense. "I heard you have a compass that can locate my coordinates?" Yes. I can give it to you, as long as you let me go." Zhao Jie, who was tied to the ground, struggled desperately, looking utterly pathetic. Li Shuang didn't bother to look at him and directly ordered Shirkai and Wang Jinhao, "Search him." The two men immediately took action. One held Zhao Jie down, while the other pulled a palm-sized metal compass from his pocket. "Boss, we found it." Wang Jinhao respectfully handed over the compass, which Li Shuang examined several times but couldn't figure out how to use. He looked up at Zhao Jie, his tone turning cold. "How do you use this?" Zhao Jie didn't dare to say a word. Shirkai grabbed his hair and dragged him in front of Li Shuang. "My boss is asking you a question. Are you mute?" Li Shuang couldn't help but take another look at Shirkai. This kid was usually honest and simple, but he was like a different person when he made a move. Zhao Jie was trembling with fear and could only stammer an explanation. The compass was set with a voice lock, and a command had to be spoken to open it. "What password?" Zhao Jie's face immediately turned ugly, and he refused to speak for a long time. Li Shuang lost his patience, rubbing his temples as he drew a samurai sword. This was a weapon he had seized from Yutao's ferry, and today it finally came in handy. "Stretch out your hand." "Zhou Ye trembled." Li Shuang shouted again. "I told you to put your hand out." The blade slashed through the air, as if calibrating its landing point, its cold light constantly flashing past Zhao Jie's eyes. Zhao Jie was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder, but even so, he still refused to speak. Li Shuang gave Wang Jinhao a look, and Wang Jinhao immediately pried Zhao Jie's arm off and pressed his hand firmly onto the deck. As the knife was about to fall, Zhao Jie finally broke down completely, crying out in despair, I'll talk. I'll talk. Li Shuang stopped what she was doing and threw the compass in front of his face. With a face full of humiliation and regret, Zhao Jie sang the command in a tearful voice. A cup of good tea. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Good fortune shines upon you. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Immediately, some people in the audience couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao Jie seemed to have all his strength drained away, collapsing completely on the deck, his face ashen. Li Shuang cursed idiot in his heart, but kept a cold face on the surface. He picked up the compass and continued to ask, use it to find the location of all the members of the Black Shark Guild. Zhao Jie caught his breath and shook his head, saying, it's useless. This thing needs an object that the target has come into contact with as a medium to activate. He explained that a member of the Black Shark Guild had previously bought water from Li Shuang's livestream, which is why he was able to pinpoint Li Shuang's location using that bottle of water. Seeing Zhao Jie's utterly dejected expression, Li Shuang concluded that he wasn't lying. After all, his ghost can only be used once a day, and each time it can only target a target for 1 hour. If this cursed compass can truly lock onto a target unconditionally and continuously, then it's ridiculously powerful. However, since this is an item obtained from a golden treasure chest, it's reasonable to have more restrictions. Li Shuang thought for a moment. Then his gaze fell on the reconnaissance boat. Then give me the access to the shared coordinates of Black Shark Guild members. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie went completely insane. No, I'll die a horrible death if I do that. You have no idea how terrifying Li Machuan is. No, absolutely not. He screamed hysterically, the fear in his eyes genuine. It was as if relinquishing control would lead to a fate far worse than death. Zhao Jie even deliberately pushed his neck towards the direction of the samurai sword, clearly determined to die. Even Li Shuang frowned now. If they couldn't get the authorization, their plans would be in trouble. Just then, Jiang Qingru, who had been standing at the back, suddenly spoke up. Brother Shuang, I can hack into his console and get access. Li Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at the usually gentle and quiet girl. You? Jiang Qingru nodded seriously. I can give it a try. Seeing that Li Shuang was still hesitant, Lu Xiaoxiao put her arm around Jiang Qingru's waist and said smugly, don't look down on me. Sister Qingru is a top student in the computer science department. If she says it can be done, then it definitely can be done. Since both women were so confident, Li Shuang decided to give it a try. He walked up to Zhao Jie, bent down, and spoke in a low voice that sent chills down one's spine. You'd better pray that we manage to get access. If we fail, I'll make you regret not speaking up earlier. After saying that, Li Shuang ignored Zhao Jie and led Jiang Qingru and Lu Xiaoxiao to the control panel of the reconnaissance boat. Sitting in front of the control panel, Jiang Qingru seemed like a different person. Her eyes were focused, her movements were decisive, and she no longer had any weak appearance. Instead, she really had the aura of a female hacker. Li Shuang couldn't understand her actions at all and could only wait quietly. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Qingru stretched and smiled. All right, the yacht control panel should now be able to locate the positions of all Black Shark Guild members. However, Li Machuan's coordinates are not on this reconnaissance boat. It's nothing. Thank you for your hard work. Li Shuang rubbed Jiang Qingru's head, and Jiang Qingru immediately regained her shy demeanor. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and leaned closer, clearly wanting the same treatment. Li Shuang deliberately put on a stern face and teased her. Qingru is so amazing. What about you? Lu Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced. I'm a great cook. Who do you think you are? Cooking? Is it proper cooking? Li Shuang grinned mischievously, while Lu Xiaoxiao was both embarrassed and angry. She could only grit her teeth and say, you wait, tonight Qingru and I will deal with you. Back on the yacht deck, Li Shuang glanced at Zhao Jie, who was sprawled on the ground like a corpse. Throw him back onto the ship. Although Shi Kai and Wang Zhenhao didn't understand, they still did as instructed. After the yacht left, Zhao Jie struggled to climb back to the control panel, trying to start the reconnaissance boat to escape. But he soon discovered to his horror that the power system and communication system had both failed. Moreover, the cabins and decks were covered with an unidentified crimson liquid. Beneath the surface of the sea around the ship, it seemed that many things were slowly approaching. On the other side, Li Shuang, who had gained internal access, stood in the yacht's control room, her gaze fixed on the screen. More than 20 red dots appeared one after another, each representing a team from the Black Shark Guild. Li Shuang marked the nearest target. 80 kilometers. He stared at the screen, a cold smile slowly creeping onto his lips. The Black Shark Guild, is it? Your nightmare is about to begin. Vibranium yacht continued its journey, and the floor-to-ceiling windows in the lounge and the glass in the control room had all been repaired. Previously, the AWM shot reduced the durability of the floor-to-ceiling window by 9%. Li Shuang spent a total of 50 units of bulletproof glass to synthesize 1 unit of high-strength bulletproof glass to repair the bullet hole. Liu Xiaoxiao is leading Jiang Qingru in daily live streaming sales. With the addition of a beautiful woman, the live streaming room is even more popular than before. Li Shuang sat in the lounge, sipping an iced drink, her eyes glued to the radar. The next Black Shark member was still half a day away, so this was a rare moment of leisure. Just then, Shirkai suddenly sent a series of urgent messages. Boss, something terrible has happened. A monster is attacking. So many monsters. Come quick. The soil-carrying boat was about a week's journey from the Jinjin yacht, and Li Shuang was in no hurry to have the two boats meet. That ship, tasked with rear supply and far from the fighting, was originally the safest arrangement. But today, it was clearly attacked for the first time. Li Shuang suspected it was a siren and immediately passed through the coordinate gate. As soon as they entered the soil-carrying ship, the cabin was packed with survivors, all huddled in a corner, their faces filled with fear. The metal hull of the ship was riddled with holes, through which the rapid flapping of wings could be heard from outside. Shirkai and Wang Jinhao immediately came forward to report. Boss, it's a bee bigger than my head. We were passing an island when suddenly a dozen giant bees flew out and kept chasing the ship. The two were talking incoherently, so Li Shuang simply went to the hole and looked out himself. A system notification then sounded. Ding! Dangerous target detected nearby. Target species, wolf attack bees. Level, LV1. Quantity, 12. System evaluation. A unique bee species found only on the island. These bees are enormous, carnivorous, and usually led by a queen. Their stinger can easily penetrate LV3 unarmored vehicles. It is recommended to use firearms to counter them. After hearing the introduction, a bold idea popped into Li Shuang's mind. He carefully observed the swarm and soon discovered that one of the bees was significantly larger, with golden stripes between its hairs. It was different from the other wolf-slaying bees in both size and appearance. This one is clearly the queen bee. Moreover, the number of wolf-like bees is far below the normal size mentioned by the system, indicating that this is a newly developed small bee colony, and even the queen bee is only LV1. In nature, queen bees usually hide deep within their nests, but the queen bee in this place dared to lead her entire colony out of the nest, like a queen expanding her territory everywhere. Li Shuang asked curiously, why would they attack the soil-carrying boats for no reason? You really didn't provoke them? Shirkai and Wang Jinhao repeatedly protested their innocence. No, boss, we're just passing by. We wouldn't dare go ashore. They seemed to have smelled something and suddenly rushed out from the island, chasing after it relentlessly. Can you smell it? Li Shuang immediately realized the key point. Wolf-hunting bees are carnivorous, and the ship had a large number of temperature-controlled crop incubators containing enticing fruits. The pheromone fruit emitted a strong, bloody odor, which was probably what attracted the swarm of carnivorous bees. To verify her guess, Li Shuang took out a tempting fruit and threw it onto the deck through a hole in the wall. The fruit fell to the ground, and its scarlet juice splattered everywhere. The next moment, 12 wolf-like bees swooped down like madmen, frantically licking the sap. Just as I expected. These guys weren't here to attack the ship at all. They were just drawn by the scent of the food-attracting fruit to freeload a meal. Li Shuang threw out a few more tempting fruits, and then, to everyone's astonishment, opened a hatch and walked out. Boss, watch out. It's too dangerous outside. Shirkai and Wang Jinhao were extremely anxious, but Li Shuang simply turned around and gave him a reassuring look before casually picking up his AK automatic rifle. He carefully walked onto the deck, where the wolf-slaying bees were engrossed in eating the tempting fruit and completely ignored him. The survivors in the cabin breathed a sigh of relief. Some of the bolder ones even peered through the windows and holes to see what Li Shuang was planning to do. Li Shuang passed through the ordinary wolf-like bees, took out a lure fruit, and handed it to the queen bee. At the same time, the black muzzle of the AK was steadily aimed at the queen bee's head. He'll shoot immediately if this guy makes any unusual move. Suckling. The scent of the attractant fruit wafted out, and the queen bee raised her head, revealing two enormous compound eyes, each as large as an egg. Li Shuang shook the fruit, then shook the AK. I have plenty more. If you want to eat, just follow me obediently, and I guarantee you'll have tempting fruit every day. With food and a gun in front of her, the queen bee remained rooted to the spot, not daring to make a move. A moment later, it nodded gently, as if it understood what was being said. Li Shuang smiled and tossed the enticing fruit to it. While the queen bee was greedily devouring the food, he took out the taming scroll. Nearby target detected. Wolf attacking queen bee. Bind on. Weather. Yes. Ding. Binding successful. A faint white light appeared in the queen bee's originally scarlet eyes. Li Shuang immediately felt that a subtle master-servant relationship had been established between him and it, and he could even perceive its general thoughts. He immediately took out a piece of bread and threw it to the other side of the deck. Go, pick it up. The queen bee immediately put down the unfinished bait fruit, flapped her wings, flew up, grabbed the bread, and brought it to Li Shuang. It wriggled its plump body, looking rather ingratiating. Li Shuang patted its back with satisfaction and rewarded it with a tempting fruit. Good dog, good dog. With so many golden stripes on your body, we'll call you Little Gold from now on. Little Jean hugged the tempting fruit and ate it with gusto, his mouth covered in scarlet juice. After the binding was completed, the originally fierce wolf bee, Queen, actually looked much more pleasing to the eye. With the wolf-slaying bees, Li Shuang has solved the problem of having no guardian creatures in the sky. He continued to pat Xiao Jin's back and began to explain the task. From now on, you and the remaining 11 of your kind will make your home on this soil transport ship. There will be plenty of tempting fruit, but you must protect this ship, understand? A glint of intelligence flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes, and she nodded again in a human-like manner. But then, it sent Li Shuang another shocking message. There was a palace on the island where they originally lived. Li Shuang, still shocked, asked the queen bee again, but the answer remained unchanged. Having been in this world for so long, most of the islands he had seen only at altars, but this was the first time he had ever discovered palace. There may be unknown treasures hidden there, or there may be unpredictable dangers lurking there. But Li Shuang had a vague feeling that if she didn't take a look, she would definitely regret it later. After much deliberation, he finally decided to go to the island to investigate. Before setting off, Li Shuang returned to the captain's cabin and took out the second dose of alpha combination injection and injected it into his body. Intense pain swept through his body instantly, and although it was slightly weaker than the first time, it still almost made him faint. Once the pain subsided, his muscles became even more resilient, and his strength, speed, and defense improved across the board, bringing his physical condition to the level of an excellent combat soldier. The system also automatically unlocked fighting skills, and countless moves flooded his mind, as if he were born to be a fighter. Li Shuang clenched his fist and slammed it down, cracking the solid wood tabletop. The power within him seemed ready to explode at any moment. Let's go, Xiao Jin, lead the way. The queen bee immediately led the remaining 11 wolf-like bees to the bow of the ship to guide the soil-carrying vessel. The soil-carrying boat was not fast, but fortunately the island was not far away. In less than an hour, the target appeared on the horizon. Far from the main group of survivors, the island still retains the appearance of a primeval forest, with tall vegetation almost completely obscuring the view. During this trip to the island, Li Shuang brought Shirkai and Wang Jinhao with him, and even specially prepared a loyalty scroll for Wang Jinhao. He only dared to take the person with him when he was certain that they would not betray him. Li Shuang handed the composite crossbow and samurai sword to the two men, then carried the AK and carefully pushed his way through the jungle. 12 wolf-like bees buzzed and flapped their wings overhead, making quite a commotion, yet they moved with ease and agility, as if they had returned to a familiar place. After the three of them ventured deeper for more than 20 minutes, a small lake finally came into view. On the opposite shore of the lake, a magnificent palace stands silently, its reflection shimmering on the smooth water without even a ripple. The quieter it is, the more uneasy it makes people. The queen bee, accompanied by the wolf-hunting bees, stopped by the lake and refused to fly any further. Li Shuang immediately understood its meaning. Is there danger underwater? After receiving confirmation, he frowned and stared at the lake, but quickly came up with a way to test the waters. He threw a tempting fruit into the water with all his might, and the once still lake surface suddenly burst into waves as two tentacles as thick as water buckets instantly snatched the fruit away. Shirkai and Wang Jinhao were so startled that their hearts skipped a beat. When they came to their senses, the lake returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this? Its tentacles are way too long. Shirkai's voice trembled. Li Shuang didn't answer, and threw out another tempting fruit. With a bang, the tentacles burst out of the water again, revealing countless suckers to the three of them. That wasn't a siren at all, but a giant octopus. A system notification appeared, indicating that the target was named Centipede Octopus, Level 3, with tentacles reaching up to 30 meters in length and strong enough to drag a vehicle to the seabed. No wonder there are no fish or shrimp in such a big lake. They've probably all been eaten clean by this guy. But if they bypassed the lake, they would have to circle half the island, and the Vibranium yacht was still automatically patrolling and hunting Black Shark Guild members, so Li Shuang didn't have that much time. It's only level 3, let's go straight for it. He set up his AK and threw out 3 lure fruits in quick succession. The tentacles at the bottom of the lake were already poised to strike, and 3 giant tentacles burst out of the water simultaneously. Now, the AK gun spat out flames, and bullets poured heavily onto the tentacles. The centipede, in pain, finally revealed its true form, its head being 2 stories high, which stunned Li Shuang. But the next second, multiple tentacles swept towards the 3 of them. The wolf swarm was terrified and scattered in panic. If the LV-1 wolves were hit, they would probably be turned into mincemeat in an instant. Aim for the head, Li Shuang shouted and instinctively rolled away, narrowly avoiding the tentacle's lashes. He then raised his gun and fired wildly between the octopus's eyes. Shirkai also picked up his composite crossbow and fired piercing arrows into the centipede's body, which noticeably slowed down its attack speed. The excruciating pain enraged it, and more than a dozen thick tentacles simultaneously emerged from the water, lashing out indiscriminately in all directions. Boss, save me. Li Shuang turned around abruptly and found that Shirkai had been grabbed by a tentacle and was being dragged into the lake. At the critical moment, Wang Junhao rushed forward and swung his samurai sword, slashing fiercely into the tentacle and almost severing it in half. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shuang fired repeatedly at the wound, until the tentacle was riddled with holes and had no choice but to release Shirkai and retreat back to the bottom of the lake. Seeing that the centipede octopus was already at a disadvantage, Li Shuang was about to finish it off when an angry female voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? What do you want to do to my Lulu? Li Shuang turned around and raised his gun as a reflex, but was surprised to find that the person who came was a girl who was only about 1.5 meters tall. Wait, Lulu, is this LV-3 siren your pet? Li Shuang looked at the girl, and his mind suddenly went blank. The white-haired girl completely ignored Li Shuang's questioning, leaving the 3 of them standing aside, and walked straight to the lake shore. She stretched out her slender, snow-white hand and gently stroked the surface of the water, her voice as gentle as if she were soothing a child. Lulu, don't be afraid, I'm back. A string of bubbles immediately rose to the surface of the lake, and then the thick tentacles of the centipede burst out of the water and obediently entered the girl's palm. Li Shuang and the others were stunned. The LV-3 sea monster that had been ferociously attacking them just moments before was now as docile as a pet. The girl looked down to examine the injury on the tentacle, and Li Shuang followed suit, his heart skipping a beat. The wound that Wang Junhao had severed most of was now healing at a visible speed. The bullet embedded in the flesh was being pushed out little by the new tissue. The blood hole was closing rapidly, and flesh was growing back at the break. Although both are LV-3, the centipede octopus may not be the fastest or best in terms of speed and defense, but this regenerative ability is something Li Shuang has never seen before. After confirming that it was the girl's companion, Li Shuang apologized first, then couldn't help but ask, how did you manage to tame an LV-3 siren? He had opened many treasure chests, but he had never even seen an LV-2 siren taming scroll. The only one available in the entire trading market was an LV-1 scroll. but it's really unusual that this white-haired girl can gain the trust of a LV3 siren. The girl finally turned around, her blue eyes sweeping over the three of them indifferently, her tone aloof. You'd better leave this island as soon as possible. I've already taken the awakening gem from the ruins. Awakening gem? Li Shuang immediately grasped the key point. Could this be related to the awakening treasure in the Death Islands? Seeing the three of them looking blank, the girl was somewhat surprised. You didn't come for the awakening stone? No. Li Shuang pointed to the wolf-slaying bee queen above his head. It said there was a palace on the island, and I just came to see if there were any treasures. When the wolf queen bee saw the centipede octopus, she was so frightened that she clung tightly to Li Shuang's hair and dared not move an inch. After hearing the explanation, the girl's expression finally softened a bit, and she took the initiative to extend her hand. My name is Yunxi, and this is my partner, Lulu. Li Shuang shook hands with her. The girl's palm was slightly cool. He still couldn't understand how a seemingly petite girl could get along peacefully with a level 3 siren. So he pressed on, asking, what exactly is this awakening stone you mentioned? Yunxi raised her hand to brush away the white hair on her forehead, then unbuttoned her collar and pointed to the area below her collarbone. Li Shuang looked down and saw a blue mark there. Shi Kai and Wang Jinhao were stunned. One hadn't even noticed that the wolf-slaying bee in his arms had fallen, while the other couldn't help but mutter that their boss's luck was really outrageous. Yunxi didn't seem to care and simply explained calmly. This is the mark left by the awakening stone. The mark is different for each person who inherits the power. My awakened ability is telepathy, so it is imprinted on my heart. I can communicate with sirens precisely because of this ability. She pulled her collar back up and gently rubbed Lulu's tentacles. The centipede nestled quietly against her, clearly very familiar with her. Most sea monsters are brutal, but Lulu is an exception. She's very well behaved. Li Shuang was shocked. This world actually had awakened abilities. He had to go to the Death Islands anyway, and now he had no reason to give up. At this moment, Yunxi stood up, and Lulu immediately extended a thick tentacle, spanning the lake and forming a tentacle bridge that led directly to the palace on the other side. Yunxi stepped onto the tentacle first, then turned around and said, Let's go, I'll take you inside to have a look. Li Shuang and the other two exchanged a glance and quickly followed. The palace was surprisingly empty, with almost nothing except for an altar in the center. But when they looked up, they discovered that the walls and the dome above were covered with ancient murals. The island is surrounded by the sea, and the salty sea breeze has eroded many of the murals over time, leaving them in a dilapidated state. Yunxi pointed to the wall and said, When I first teleported to this world, I was on the edge of this island. It took me a long time to find this place. Initially, there was an awakening stone and 5 treasure chests in the palace. After I absorbed the awakening stone, I stayed on the island. I have studied these murals for a long time, and I think they record what appears to be a war. Following the direction she pointed, Li Shuang saw a picture of a naval battle. In the scene, a long-haired man stands atop a giant siren, with countless siren following him as they rush forward on the sea behind him. What caught Li Shuang's attention the most was that the man also had a blue mark on his chest, which was very similar to the mark on Yunxi's body. However, the edges of the mural have been eroded so badly by the sea that it is no longer possible to see what enemy the man was fighting. Li Shuang vaguely understood that the power of the awakening stone would obviously be passed down continuously. The long-haired man in the mural should have been the former owner of this palace, and now the power had fallen into Yunxi's hands. Thinking about this, an even bigger question arose in my mind. If each awakening stone has a previous owner, were they really the first humans to be transported to this hellish place? Could it be that a group, or even many groups, of humans were sent into this world long ago? Li Shuang felt her head throbbing, as if she had stumbled upon another secret that was enough to overturn her understanding of the world. After looking at the mural, Yunxi smiled mysteriously. Let's go, I'll introduce you to another friend of mine. She led Li Shuang and the others to the palace's backyard. It wasn't spacious, and Li Shuang looked around, soon noticing a strange green plant that resembled seaweed. Its leaves are incredibly large, each one exceeding 1 meter in length. Even more strangely, when Yunxi reached out and touched the leaves, they seemed to come alive, quickly twisting and wrapping around her wrist, then affectionately pressing against her cheek. What is this? Li Shuang pointed at the plant, her mind almost blank. A moving plant? Could it be a man-eating plant? Yunshi gently touched the leaf and explained, "It's called royal scale grass, and it's still in its juvenile stage. When it matures, its leaves will turn golden, and each leaf will grow scales with extremely strong defensive capabilities. When I first came here, it was just a seed placed together with the awakening stone. Royal scale grass." Li Shuang looked closely and found that the leaf was covered with fine veins. Yunshi explained that those patterns were traces of scales, but the royal scale grass was not yet mature, and the scales had not fully hardened. Li Shuang curiously reached out, wanting to feel what this thing felt like. Just as he was about to touch the leaf, Yunshi suddenly grabbed his hand. Almost at the same instant, the leaf closest to him suddenly straightened up, stabbing fiercely like the tip of a spear, only freezing in midair because the distance was not enough. Li Shuang broke out in a cold sweat. If Yunshi hadn't stopped him, his palm would probably have been stabbed with a bloody hole. Yunshi gently reminded him not to touch it, as it was very timid and had just been frightened. Li Shuang's lips twitched. This thing pricks people when they're scared, and you call that being timid? However, considering that Yunshi could sense the emotions of living beings, he could only believe it for the time being. If even such a young royal scale grass was this ferocious, its power would probably be even more terrifying once it grew up. While the vibranium yacht's defenses are strong enough, the royal scale grass can continuously grow and actively attack. If it were planted on a ship, any sea monster or enemy vessel that dared to approach would likely be strung together. More importantly, Li Shuang possessed a temperature-controlled crop incubator that could accelerate growth tenfold. How could he not be tempted by such a natural protective tool for the ship? He coughed lightly and asked Yunshi earnestly if she would be willing to sell him this royal scale grass. He could exchange energy, food, fresh water, and ocean coins. He could even collect resources for Yunshi if her vehicle was only LV1 or LV2 and help her upgrade it to LV4. Currently, very few people in the entire server own an LV4 vehicle, which is the greatest sincerity Li Shuang can offer. Moreover, the ghostly mist will arrive in a week. This place is safe for now, but can't be safe forever. Yunshi can't stay trapped here forever. To everyone's surprise, Yunshi shook her head without hesitation. No. Li Shuang was stunned on the spot, and couldn't help but mutter to himself that while awakened abilities were powerful, vehicles were the key to survival on this sea. Without a boat, how could she travel and avoid danger? Was she really going to ride the siren across the sea forever? Just as Li Shuang was wondering how to continue the conversation, Yunshi spoke up again. She said the royal scale grass was special, and only she, with her awakening stone abilities, could control it. Even if she sold it to Li Shuang, the royal scale grass would turn against him. She couldn't harm anyone. Li Shuang then realized that he had misunderstood Yunshi and felt somewhat ashamed. But with such a wonderful thing right in front of him, he really couldn't bear to give it up. At this moment, Yunshi turned around, looked straight at Li Shuang, and said that there was actually another way to have the royal scale grass guard his vehicle. Li Shuang's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately asked if it was true or false. Yunshi bit her lip, looking hesitant, as if she had struggled for a long time before finally whispering her conditions. Take me away. As long as Li Shuang takes her with him, she can control the royal scale grass and protect his vibranium yacht. Yunshi's vehicle was only an LV1 drift raft. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave, but that she had been trapped here. Lulu is unable to travel long distances, and even when the royal scale grass matures, it can only remain in place to guard it. She possesses abilities, yet she has never truly found a way to leave. Li Shuang had originally thought she would make some harsh demands, but it turned out she just wanted to leave with him. He nodded almost without hesitation. Deal. A rare smile appeared on Yunshi's face, and the barely concealed despair in her eyes finally dissipated. With Li Shuang's help, Yunshi temporarily transplanted the royal scale grass into a flower pot. She planned to plant it in the temperature-controlled crop incubator once they returned to the vibranium yacht. With Yunshi by his side to communicate, the royal scale grass also put away its hostility and stopped suddenly attacking Li Shuang. Back in the hall, Kai was playing toss with Wolf B, while Wang Jinhao was leaning against the door wiping his samurai sword. Seeing Li Shuang carrying a flower pot and walking out chatting and laughing with Yin Tide, the two exchanged a glance and immediately revealed meaningful expressions. Li Shuang, holding the royal scale grass, said cheerfully, Let's go back to the Earth transport boat. Shirkai and Wang Zhenhao looked at Yunshi following behind, and then at Li Shuang's smug look, and a bunch of images instantly flashed through their minds. Shirkai couldn't help but sigh. The boss brought back another one. That's incredibly fast. Wang Zhenhao solemnly stated that he would definitely look for more new species and see if there were any fruits that could nourish the body, so that he could plant more for his eldest son. Shirkai nodded quickly. Now that he had 3 sisters-in-law, logistical support had to be arranged properly. Before leaving, Yunshi made a special trip to the water's edge to say goodbye to Lulu. The giant octopus underwater exhaled a string of bubbles, as if it were urgently trying to say something. Yunshi was both touched and happy after hearing this, and said that Lulu also wanted to go with her. Li Shuang was dumbfounded. How could she bring such a huge octopus onto the boat? But Yunshi didn't explain. She simply put her small hand into the water. Blue ripples spread across the surface, and strange sounds came from the bottom of the lake, as if a whirlpool was constantly contracting. The waterline on the shore slowly sank, and before long, a ball of blue light rose from the water and landed steadily in Yunshi's palm. After the light faded, the originally huge Lulu turned into a miniature octopus the size of a palm. Yunshi explained that this was an additional ability of the sensing stone. As long as the intimacy with living beings reached a certain level, it could change their form. Li Shuang was stunned and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Who would have thought that this little guy almost caused the 3 of them to crash? The group boarded the soil-carrying boat, and the Wolf Bee Queen, along with her 11 companions, found a corner and began building their hive. After pushing open the portal, the scene behind it instantly came into view, leaving Yunshi in a daze and shocked. The futuristic control console, the virtual yacht projection floating in the center, and the huge radar screen covering the walls left Yunshi standing there in a daze. Even more impressively, the entire control room maintains a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, making it feel like another world. Although Yunshi had never left the island, she knew through the world channel how scarce energy was in this sea. But Li Shuang was so generous that she even kept the air conditioning on in the control room, a level of financial resources that she found hard to adjust to. These days, she quenches her thirst with fruit and catches some sea fish, bread, and water with her LV-1 fishing rod. There are also sea monsters in the waters outside the island, so she can only stay on the island most of the time. Although the palace could block out the scorching sun, it couldn't block out the damp and stuffy heat, and the long-term stressful life had already exhausted her. Suddenly entering such an environment, Yunshi even had a dazed feeling, as if she had fallen from a deserted island into a dream. Seeing that she didn't move for a while, Li Shuang thought she was just being reserved, so she smiled and said, "There's a spare bedroom in the upstairs lounge. You can stay there for now." He opened the hatch, and the interior immediately made Yunshi's eyes widen. A light pink silk quilt, a large and soft bed, exquisite tables, chairs and sofas, and a view of the blue skyline and the boundless sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The kitchen, the shower room, the snacks on the storage shelves, and even the fresh flowers on the table. Everything felt unrealistically cozy. Yunshi stood at the door, as if afraid that if she went in, she would immediately wake up from this dream. Only after Li Shuang gestured again did she carefully step onto the soft carpet, and a long-lost sense of security welled up in her heart. What she wants to do most right now is take a hot bath to wash away all the tension and fatigue of the past few days. Li Shuang handed her a glass of ice water. Yunshi took a small sip, and the restraint on her face finally eased a bit. Meanwhile, in the basement bar, Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru had just finished their live stream and excitedly ran back to the lounge. The two surrounded Li Shuang, eager to report on their day's gains. "We've struck it rich, Shuang Ji. We sold 80,000 ocean coins worth of ice water, and all the universal energy was snatched up. Earn a total of 170,000 ocean coins in just one afternoon." Lu Xiaoxiao was incredibly excited, marveling at how valuable even ice water was now, and how she was about to become a little rich woman. Li Shuang nodded, saying it wasn't surprising that iced water was becoming increasingly popular. As survivors level up, they have more resources, and with the price of ice water remaining stable, more and more people can afford it. However, he was more concerned about something else. There are only 2 days left until the next natural disaster strikes. If we can get the information in advance, we can prepare early and avoid being caught off guard at the last minute. Just then, the faint sound of running water could be heard from the shower room. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru looked up at the same time, their eyes warily landing on the door. Who's taking a bath in there? Lu Xiaoxiao stared at Li Shuang, her tone clearly questioning. Although Jiang Qingru didn't speak, she bit her lip lightly, and her eyes revealed a hint of grievance. Li Shuang felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he would rather go out and fight the two LV3 sirens one-on-one than face this scene. Before he could explain, Lu Xiaoxiao had already pulled Jiang Qingru toward the shower room. She was able to accept Jiang Qingru because the two were best friends. But if another woman suddenly appeared and approached Li Shuang, she would immediately become nervous. Li Shuang quickly got up to stop him, but it was too late. The moment the door was opened, Yunxi had just finished showering and changed her clothes and came out. The three of them were stunned on the spot. Then Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru turned around and looked at Li Shuang. When did you have such a grown, illegitimate daughter? Li Shuang looked helpless. I'm only 25. Where did I get such a big, illegitimate daughter? After confirming that Yunxi was not his daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression became even more shocked. Pervert, you even prey on minors. It's no wonder the two misunderstood each other. Yunxi had no change of clothes and could only temporarily wear Li Shuang's white shirt. She was already short, and her baby face made her look even more childish. She looked like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Just when Li Shuang was at a loss for words, Yunxi finally explained seriously. I'm not a child. I'm an adult. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately waved her hand. Even if you're an adult, it's not allowed. Jiang Qingru's gaze toward Li Shuang became increasingly strange. Li Shuang was completely speechless and could only explain the whole story of Yunxi boarding the ship from beginning to end. After listening, the two people's attitudes gradually softened. Especially when they learned that Yunxi also had a LV3 pet, their attention was immediately drawn to the mini Lulu on the table. The two women went over to tease mini Lulu, and the atmosphere finally calmed down. Yunxi nestled on the sofa, watching them play with Lulu, and her expression relaxed considerably. Li Shuang glanced over unintentionally and suddenly realized that she hadn't prepared suitable clothes for Yunxi. Lu Xiaoxiao keenly noticed his gaze and immediately raised an eyebrow, asking, Is it pretty? Li Shuang snapped back to reality and awkwardly looked away. Unexpectedly, Yunxi, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke up seriously. Brother Li Shuang, if you want to see, I can unbutton my shirt. One sentence was enough to freeze all three people present in place. Li Shuang had just explained things clearly, but now Yunxi's words have made it even more difficult for her to explain. No, what do I want to see? Yunxi replied earnestly, but I just saw you glance in my direction a few times. She didn't hesitate at all, just calmly looked at Li Shuang. Since I've chosen to leave with you, then my world will only consist of you and Lulu. Since we're close family, it's fine if you want to see it. Li Shuang felt a chill run down her spine and immediately looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru. What do you mean, my people? I didn't do anything, don't get the wrong idea. But Yunxi just tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Li Shuang hurriedly said, I haven't even tasted it yet, and I've already been labeled as such. Yunxi asked softly, would you like to try some? In no mood. Shall we still watch it? I won't watch. Li Shuang quickly turned her head away, and Yunxi's smile faded slightly. She then silently fastened the top button. Li Shuang turned her head away, her tone full of helplessness, and asked Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru to take Yunxi to the market to buy some clothes, including underwear. Yunxi listened expressionlessly, but Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru immediately agreed, flanking her on either side and starting to select items from the clothing module on the system panel. They knew that Li Shuang was trying to win over Yunxi mainly because she valued her abilities, but this sweet yet cold-faced little girl still inexplicably made the two of them feel a sense of crisis. Before they knew it, the best friends seemed to have formed a united front and started picking out clothes for Yunxi in tacit agreement. Li Shuang then went to the lower level of the ship's cabin area, bought a constant temperature crop incubator from a market, and carefully transplanted the royal scale grass into it. With a tenfold growth rate, this precious plant will soon be able to form a real combat scale. Just then, Shadow's radar alert sounded. Ding! Dangerous target detected nearby. Li Shuang immediately rushed back to the control room. The radar showed that the nearest Black Shark Guild member was only about 40 kilometers away from the vibranium yacht. Finally caught up, he slammed his fist on the control panel, and the vibranium yacht immediately accelerated, heading towards the target coordinates at full speed. The closer they got, the more Li Shuang felt something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, the sea stretches to the horizon, and at this distance, they should have been able to see the other party's vehicle long ago. But now the two sides are only a few kilometers apart, and the sea is empty, without even a black dot. Could the location be wrong? Shadow, relocate. Ding. Repositioning has been completed. The straight line distance to the target is 7.8 kilometers. The radar coordinates were correct, but the target seemed to have vanished into thin air. Li Shuang couldn't help but suspect that the other side might have some kind of stealth coating. After all, the items that can be obtained from treasure chests are varied, and there is never a shortage of people who get opportunities among the sea survivors. Just as he was pondering this, the entire vibranium yacht suddenly shook violently. Ding! Attack detected on the hull. Durability 100%. There's something underwater. Li Shuang rushed onto the deck, but didn't see the expected siren. Yunxi and the other two in the lounge heard the commotion and immediately ran out to be on guard. Then came another roar, and the explosion at the bottom of the ship sent up huge waves, splashing salty seawater onto the deck. Li Shuang's eyelids twitched, and she finally saw the attack method clearly. That's a torpedo! It turns out that the Black Shark Guild's team wasn't on the surface of the sea at all. They were hiding underwater, using a submarine. In this way, the shipborne RPGs on the vibranium yacht became useless, unable to hit the enemies hiding on the seabed. Li Shuang was racking her brains for a solution, but Yunxi gently rubbed Lulu in her arms, her tone remaining calm. Leave it to Lulu. As soon as she finished speaking, Lulu leaped from her hands and plunged into the sea with a splash. Everyone quickly leaned over the railing to look down, and the next second, a giant octopus head, as tall as 2 or 3 stories, rose from the sea. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru were so frightened that they backed away repeatedly before they realized what had happened. Is this Lulu? I never knew Lulu could grow this big. The two immediately waved at it, and Lulu made a gurgling sound as its massive body sank back into the sea. Looking down from the deck, a huge black shadow swept across the water at high speed, heading straight for the submarine's location. Not long after, the sea surface churned violently, and a small submarine, more than 10 meters long, was forced to the surface. The vibranium yacht seized the opportunity to catch up, and Li Shuang and the others, holding onto the railing, witnessed firsthand how Lulu's tentacles tightly entangled the submarine. The lookout tube on top of the submarine was broken off first, and the dark hull gradually deformed under the immense pressure. If this continues, it will eventually be completely strangled by Lulu. The Black Shark Guild members inside the submarine finally sensed death approaching and, in desperation, launched another torpedo. Boom! The torpedo exploded within Lulu's entangled tentacles. The explosive force was contained nearby, but it still managed to sever 2 of Lulu's thick tentacles. But those people didn't gain anything either. The submarine was also torn open by the shockwave, and seawater rushed in instantly. This torpedo, launched in a desperate situation, did not save them. Instead, it hastened their deaths. In the end, no screams could be heard as the twisted and deformed wreckage of the submarine sank into the deep sea like garbage. Li Shuang watched this scene coldly, without the slightest psychological burden. These people from the Black Shark Guild were pirates who survived by hunting down lone survivors. This current predicament can only be described as retribution. After the battle, Lulu returned to its miniature form and was put back into Yunxi's hands. Tiny fleshy buds had already grown from the base of its 2 severed tentacles. The more Li Shuang looked at the little guy, the more pleasing he became, and he took out a tempting fruit and handed it to him. Lulu immediately grabbed the fruit with its 2 short, chubby tentacles and began to happily gnaw on it, completely unrecognizable as the terrifying war god of the sea just moments before. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru couldn't help but reach out and rub it. Lulu is so amazing. Brother Shuang, give me 2 food-attracting fruits. I want to feed Lulu too. Okay. Everyone has one. Li Shuang, both amused and exasperated, took out a bunch of tempting fruits, But in her heart, she was thinking that the scale of tempting fruit cultivation should continue to expand. After all, there was a whole family of wolf bee queens waiting to eat on the soil-carrying boat. On the other side, Li Machuan, aboard the armored gunboat, stared at the system panel with a gloomy face. They were only a little over a day away from the Death Islands, but Hawkeye hadn't sent any news back. It's been almost a day. What on earth is this kid doing? Li Machuan was furious and prepared to contact the other two teams traveling with him, but they also did not respond. The unusual situation of being unable to contact him repeatedly finally made him realize that something was wrong. A chilling thought, which he simply did not want to believe, surfaced in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hawkeye can't fail. He lost his temper and shouted angrily, then quickly sent a message to Zhao Jie to confirm. But 10 minutes passed, and Zhao Jie still hadn't responded. Where are they? Where the hell are they all? A sense of absurdity and a burning anger at being ignored surged up. The simultaneous loss of contact between Hawkeye Team 3 and Zhao Jie led Li Machuan to rule out Li Shuang. According to his intelligence, Li Shuang, though only a level 4, didn't even possess firearms. He didn't believe Li Shuang could single-handedly take down 4 entire teams. With the Death Islands right in front of him, Li Machuan could only adjust his speed, rejoin the other scattered teams, and then rearrange the plan. But he never dreamed that Li Shuang was already at the very end of his battle line, hunting down Black Shark Guild squads one by one. As an RPG rocket landed, a small mushroom cloud instantly exploded on the distant search and rescue boat. The 6th squad. One shot and they're all gone. Not even ashes left. Li Shuang calculated the number of kills, staring at the radar with a cruel smile. On the radar, 5 closely connected red coordinates appeared prominently 46 kilometers away. 5 teams. Looks like we're getting close to the core area of the Black Shark Guild. On a vast, boundless sea, 5 vehicles, arranged in a V formation, were speeding toward the Death Islands. Leading the way was a warship converted from sports yacht. It was not large in size, but its speed was astonishing. The yacht is equipped with 2 shipborne grenade launchers on each side, giving targets within 500 meters virtually no chance of escape. The team leader is Zhou Lei, and more survivors have died at his hand than Hawkeye. With the maneuverability of his yacht and the power of his howitzers, Zhou Lei was already notorious in the nearby waters. Inside the cabin, a woman covered in wounds huddled in a corner, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Lei, shirtless and panting heavily, slammed the belt to the ground, his anger barely contained. "You bitch, how dare you bite me? If it weren't for the fact that you're somewhat pretty, I would have beaten you to death." He looked down at his thigh, where 2 rows of deep teeth marks were seeping blood, almost tearing off a piece of flesh. Zhou Lei grew angrier the more he thought about it, and kicked the woman again. She curled up in pain and fell completely still. He rummaged through the cabinet and found iodine and medicine powder. He endured the pain to treat his wound, his face terribly grim. This time, the guild leader summoned everyone to the Death Islands. He cannot deviate from the route and go to other sea areas to hunt lone survivors. He finally managed to catch a woman along the way, but she was fierce and ruthless, making him afraid to get close to her. Zhou Lei lit a cigarette and was cursing when an unfamiliar target suddenly appeared on the radar screen. A yacht was approaching from more than 10 kilometers behind. Zhou Lei's eyes lit up immediately, and he licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. "Oh, there's a lone little lamb here." The other 4 teams also spotted their target, and the group, who had been traveling for a long time, immediately became interested. After Zhou Lei's communication, the 5 teams quickly reached an agreement and prepared to pull off a big heist. On the other side, Li Shuang could only smile helplessly as he looked at the 5 vehicles that were turning around at the same time on the radar. "It seems they think I'm an easy target." He simply slowed down, tilted the yacht to change course, and pretended to have accidentally entered territorial waters and was hurriedly trying to avoid it. Seeing this, Zhou Lei became even more certain that the other side was outnumbered and outmatched, and immediately urged the other 4 teams to tighten the encirclement. These people had done many bad things with Zhou Lei, and they were skilled at cooperating with each other. Their formation changes were smooth and fluid. Before long, Li Shuang's vibranium yacht was surrounded by 5 vehicles and forced to a complete stop. After bandaging his wound, Zhou Lei picked up his submachine gun and limped to the bow of the boat. In order to capture the women on the boat alive, they did not fire directly, but planned to force Li Shuang to submit first. Hey guys on the yacht, can we borrow some General Electric? Zhou Lei's tone was unfriendly, but his eyes kept scanning the yacht in front of him. Both in size and appearance, this was an incredibly valuable fish, which surprised and tempted him. Soon, Li Shuang walked to the edge of the deck with a playful expression, looking down at the 5 vehicles around him. With a spatial ring in hand, he can open a spatial portal at any time as long as the other party raises a gun. This is the source of his confidence to show himself. Zhou Lei saw that it was just a young man who came out, and with a look of disdain, he spat out the burnt-out cigarette butt. Before he could even utter a threat, Li Shuang asked directly, "You're all from the Black Shark Guild, right? Where's Li Machuan? Send me his coordinates." Zhou Lei was taken aback at first, then his anger surged. "Who do you think you are, daring to address our guild leader by his first name? I'll give you 2 choices. Either hand over all the supplies or jump into the sea yourself. Either I shoot your head off and throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Li Shuang's eyes were icy cold. She looked at Zhou Lei as if he were a fool. Upon seeing this, the other 4 teams immediately raised their guns and arrows and aimed them at Li Shuang on the deck. Just then, the hatch suddenly opened, and Yunxi walked out carrying Lulu, coldly sweeping her gaze over Zhou Lei and the others. She stepped onto the smooth deck and obediently stood next to Li Shuang, asking, "Do you need my help, Brother Li Shuang? There's a lot of scum this time." Li Shuang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Yunxi to take the initiative to come out. Normally, when faced with such battles, he would leave Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru in the restroom to avoid them getting involved in danger. The moment Yunxi appeared, Zhou Lei and the other team members' gazes changed, and a string of foul language erupted. Despite the laughter and humiliation from the group, Yunxi's face remained expressionless, but the murderous intent in her eyes grew stronger. "Yunxi, come back quickly. It's dangerous outside." Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru also rushed to the cabin door, anxiously calling out to her. They were just shopping together at the market when Yunxi ran out on her own in the short time it took to pour a glass of water. The moment the 2 women appeared, Zhou Lei was completely mesmerized, his eyes brimming with barely concealed desire and jealousy. He never expected that this young man not only drove a top-of-the-line yacht, but also had 3 women with him. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Lei suddenly felt that Lu Xiaoxiao's face was extremely familiar. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then a name suddenly popped into his mind. "Lu Xiaoxiao? You're Lu Xiaoxiao." Zhou Lei had watched Li Shuang's live stream before, so he naturally remembered Lu Xiaoxiao's appearance and name. The next second, the greed on his face turned into intense, killing intent as he stared intently at Li Shuang. "So you're Li Shuang, the one the chairman wants to kill. A survivor with an LV-4 vehicle is surrounded by us like a stray dog. Tell me, should I start a live stream right now and let all the survivors on the server see how you're kneeling at my feet and wailing?" Faced with Zhou Lei's provocation, Li Shuang merely sneered and slowly raised his middle finger. "Shine my shoes. Fine, you got guts. Li Shuang, you've given me another reason to kill you." Zhou Lei was so angry that he laughed, clapped his hands, and spoke in a cold voice, but he didn't expect Li Shuang's next word to send chills down his spine. "You guys talk more nonsense than Hawkeye and Zhao Jie's teams." Zhou Lei's expression changed drastically. Li Machuan had just been asking about Hawkeye and Zhao Jie's whereabouts in the guild not long ago, and today, Hawkeye was supposed to be leading a team on an assassination mission. But now Li Shuang stands here unharmed. Could it be that Hawkeye, Zhao Jie, and their men were all killed by Li Shuang? Impossible. How could you possibly evade Hawkeye's sniping and Zhao Jie's pursuit? Li Shuang looked at him calmly. "Nothing is impossible. I can take down all of your teams at once." The moment he finished speaking, a violent tremor came from the bottom of the ship. Before Zhou Lei could react, a thick, terrifying tentacle covered in suckers burst out of the sea, wrapped around his waist, and lifted him into the air. The other 4 vehicles were also tightly wrapped by the tentacles, and one motorboat was even dragged to the bottom of the sea on the spot. "Monster, let me go." Zhou Lei trembled with fear and raised his submachine gun, firing wildly. Dozens of bullets hit the tentacle, the barrel of the gun getting scorching hot, but apart from leaving bullet holes, they couldn't harm it at all. What made him even more desperate was that the bullet holes were healing rapidly, and the embedded bullets were being squeezed out by flesh and blood little by little, falling into the sea one after another. The tentacles tightened their grip, and Zhou Lei's every breath was filled with blood and the smell of the sea. He could clearly feel his ribs shattering one by one. "Spare me." Zhou Lei's face turned purple. Blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't even finish pleading for mercy. He stared intently at Li Shuang, who stood coldly on the deck, until everything went completely black before his eyes, leaving him with only endless regret. Why provoke this demon? The people on the other 4 vehicles completely panicked and desperately jumped into the sea to escape. But they had only swum a few meters when countless tentacles emerged from the sea, dragging them into the deep ocean, and their screams could not even reach them. Once everyone had finished dealing with the situation, Li Shuang immediately stopped Lulu. "Don't sink the boat. I want to go up and see what good stuff is there." Lulu obediently released the rickety vehicles. Li Shuang turned to Yunxi and asked with a smile, "Thanks to you this time. Want to take a look at the spoils?" "Okowo." Yunxi also became interested. She had been staying on the island for a while and hadn't really seen many decent supplies. Lulu extended its tentacles and helped the 2 people onto the vehicles one by one. Apart from the LV-2 motorboat, the rest were all LV-3 vehicles. Most survivors are still struggling at LV-2, so this lineup is already considered luxurious, especially Zhou Lei's sports yacht, which is even more powerful than Yu Tao's previous ferry. However, most of what these people looted was just basic supplies and bronze and iron-level treasure chest items. Only Zhou Lei had hoarded quite a few good things, including a fragment of a level 4 vehicle blueprint. Clearly, he didn't give this fragment to Li Machuan. Otherwise, it's hard to say who would be the first person in the entire server to own a LV-4 vehicle. Just as Li Shuang was about to leave, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the innermost part of the cabin. "Help! Help me! Help me! Is someone inside?" Li Shuang immediately became alert, shielding Yunxi behind him, and picked up his AK as he walked deeper into the cabin. In the innermost corner lay a woman covered in wounds. She weakly opened her eyes, too weak even to lift her hand. Upon seeing Li Shuang, the woman grasped at a last straw and said with all her might, "Please remind, our guild leader, Li Machuan, is lying in ambush on the Death Islands." "Who is your president?" Li Shuang quickly asked. The woman managed to utter 3 words, Qianlang. After saying that, she completely fainted. The name Shi Qianlang immediately reminded Li Shuang of that languid and alluring red-haired figure. Back on the island, although the 2 had different stances, they had never truly clashed. Before leaving, Shi Qianlang warned him that the Black Shark Guild might retaliate. Now it seems this woman was on her way to the Death Islands to meet the guild, but was kidnapped by Zhou Lei on the way. She had clearly realized that Shi Qianlang was unaware that Li Machuan had already laid an ambush on the Death Islands, which was why she was desperately trying to send out the message. "Shi Qianlang, you owe me a huge favor this time." Li Shuang untied the woman's hands and feet and carried her back to the lounge. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru saw that she was covered in bruises and immediately put her into a heated massage bathtub. The jacuzzi could speed up her recovery, and combined with the medications they had stockpiled, it might even save her. A few hours later, just before going to bed, Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to the control room. "Brother Shuang, she's awake." When Li Shuang returned to the lounge, the woman had already changed into the new clothes prepared by Jiang Qingru. Thanks to the heated massage bathtub, her external injuries had mostly healed. She huddled at the head of the bed, warily looking around. The soft blankets, the drinks and fried chicken on the table, and the cool, bright room made her wonder if she was already dead and had come to heaven. Li Shuang walked up to her and said, "Tell Shi Qianlang about Li Machuan's information as soon as possible." "I don't have her contact information." The woman asked anxiously. "You're a friend of our president, aren't you?" Li Shuang remained silent for a moment. He and Shi Qianlang had only met once at most, but seeing the despair in the woman's eyes, he still said, "You could say we've met once." The woman's eyes immediately reddened, and she rushed over to hug Li Shuang's waist, pleading in a trembling voice. "There's a black shark mole among the president's people, and I've lost contact with her. Please save her." Li Shuang and Lu Xiaoxiao patiently comforted the woman until her intermittent sobs stopped, and then they understood what had happened. The woman's name was Su Yin, a member of the Zhulang Guild, and the Shi Qianlang she mentioned was the guild leader of the Zhulang Guild. When a guild was first established, the Black Shark Guild planted an undercover agent within the team. Suyin heard this news with her own ears after being kidnapped by Zhou Lei. But at that time, her hands and feet were bound, and she was unable to warn Shi Qianling at all. When she woke up from her coma, she immediately contacted the chairman, but never received a response. Suyin deduced that Shi Qianling was likely under the control of an undercover agent, or even had met with misfortune and was now in despair. Back then, she was just a level 1 vehicle. When her energy ran out, she was chased by sirens and ghost fog and had nowhere to run. It was Shi Qianling who saved her. In this apocalyptic world, Shi Qianling is not only the president, but also the faith she has always relied on. After understanding the situation, Li Shuang was still puzzled. Li Machuan sent people to kill him because Zhang Feng died at his hands. But why did Li Machuan choose to attack Shi Qianling at the very moment when the Death Islands were about to open? Su Yin explained helplessly that Shi Qianling had previously collaborated with Li Machuan to go to the island, not the time Li Shuang encountered him. A few days ago, the Chasing Waves Guild and the Black Shark Guild explored an island together. They had agreed to cooperate, but Li Machuan suddenly betrayed them when opening a treasure chest. There were 2 gold treasure chests and 8 silver treasure chests on that island, and the Black Shark Guild, relying on its overwhelming strength, stole almost all of them. Despite his desperate efforts, Shi Qianling only managed to obtain 1 gold treasure chest and 2 silver treasure chests, yet he was still relentlessly pursued by the Black Shark Guild and barely managed to escape. Although Li Shuang had never met Li Machuan, she could tell from this series of actions that he was ruthless and vindictive. But the Black Shark Guild has already taken most of the treasure chests, so why should they go to such lengths to eliminate Shi Qianling before they reunite on the Death Islands? Unless Shi Qianling has something that Li Machuan urgently needs. Li Shuang stared at Su Yin and slowly asked, "What exactly did you get from that golden treasure chest?" Su Yin looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with shock. She looked at Li Shuang and couldn't help but say, "The president is right. You really are different." Seemingly stunned by Li Shuang's intuition, Su Yin finally stopped hiding the truth. What she found inside the golden treasure chest wasn't a weapon, but a map of the Death Islands. The map shows that the Death Islands consist of 21 islands, but only 3 of them contain the awakening treasure. The remaining 18 islands are all guarded by LV-3 sirens. Rashly landing on an island could very likely result in certain death. The map that Shi Qianling obtained happened to mark the coordinates of one of the 3 treasure islands, allowing him to directly lock onto the target and greatly increase the success rate of seizing the treasure. Li Shuang was also somewhat surprised after hearing this. He had opened many golden treasure chests, and most of what he got were modules, items, and weapons. Although this map only marks 1 location, it is related to the awakening treasure, and its value is immeasurable. It now seems that the map information was leaked to Li Machuan by an undercover agent. Finding Li Machuan might lead to the discovery of an awakened treasure. Li Shuang stood up and said calmly to Su Yin, "Li Machuan and I have always been sworn enemies, and I will fight with all my might for the awakened treasure. If Shi Qianling were still alive, I would kill Li Machuan, and he would naturally have a chance to escape. But you must understand that I have no connection with the Zhulang Guild. Killing Li Machuan was my own choice." Su Yan's eyes dimmed, but she understood that Li Shuang was telling the truth. Helping is a favor, not helping is one's right. Regardless, Li Shuang's willingness to deal with Li Machuan has indirectly helped the Zhulang Guild. Su Yan took a deep breath and forced a smile. "No matter what, thank you for saving me. The Zhulang Guild owes you a favor." After the conversation, Li Shuang arranged for Su Yan to stay in the 2nd bedroom to rest with Yun Shi for the time being. She would send her back once the other members of the Zhulang Guild were found. Before going to bed, Li Shuang rechecked the route. There were still more than 9 hours to go to the Death Islands. After Zhou Lei and his group were dealt with, no new members of the Black Shark Guild appeared all night, indicating that most of them had already joined up with Li Machuan. With fewer assassinations and harassment, Li Shuang finally got a good night's sleep. The next morning, Li Shuang woke up from her dream to find the sun already rising outside her window. He drew back the curtains, and the sight before him stunned everyone. Dozens of vehicles of various designs had appeared on the sea near the vibranium yacht. These survivors kept their distance from each other, yet tacitly moved towards the Death Islands. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others stared in astonishment into the distance. Having lived in this world for so long, this was the first time they had ever seen such a massive fleet. For a moment, I even had the illusion of going on a sea vacation with a fleet of tour boats. As the destination gets closer, the number of nearby vehicles increases and the distance between them also decreases. Just then, that emotionless voice rang out again in the minds of all the survivors. Attention survivors, 50 people have been detected in the waters near Death Isles, which meets the minimum number required for the live chat channel to be open. The live channel is now open for a limited time, lasting for 24 hours. Everyone immediately opened the panel and found that a live channel had indeed appeared next to the world channel. The number of online users in the upper right corner of the channel kept fluctuating from 50 to 60, and it was still increasing. Someone tentatively sent a message. "Hello, is anyone there?" Someone immediately replied, "Nobody's here." This was immediately followed by a barrage of curses. "Go to hell. You're one of us on the same boat. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The channel quickly became lively, with some asking if the live channel would make it easier to experience the real thing offline, and others already planning to run and mock each other while grabbing treasure on the island. Some people remarked that they hadn't seen so many living people in a long time and openly recruited team members. But many more people are worried about the 21 islands. With so many people coming, there simply isn't enough treasure to go around. Someone pointed out the key point. It seems everyone knows that there is an awakened treasure in the Death Islands. Some people were completely confused, simply seeing the crowd, rushing over, and mistakenly thinking there was some free benefit, so they followed along. Li Shuang had been watching the live broadcast channel, but never saw Li Machuan speak. The vibranium yacht, with its luxurious appearance, massive size, and speed far exceeding that of surrounding vehicles, quickly became the absolute focus of attention on the sea. Wow, a level 4 yacht. Whose ship is this? It's so imposing. Soon, a close-up photo of the vibranium yacht was posted on the live channel, attracting a large number of viewers. LV4 vehicles instantly attract everyone's attention wherever they appear. Soon, sharp-eyed survivors recognized the yacht's owner. Could it be Li Shuang's? It really looks like it. This window is exactly the same as the one in the background of the live stream. A level 4 yacht. You can't go wrong with that. Hey Li Shuang, want to team up? Take me with you. I'd be happy to get some soup with the big shots after we get on the island. On the other side, Li Machuan saw the photos on the channel, and his vision went black. Li Shuang, wasn't that kid taken out by Hawkeye? What happened? Can anyone tell me why he's still alive? Where's Hawkeye? Where's Zhao Jie? Li Machuan roared furiously on the live broadcast channel. He had actually guessed the answer, but he simply refused to accept it. Li Shuang, is the disappearance of Hawkeye and Zhao Jie related to you? He had a premonition that Li Shuang was also on the Death Islands. And sure enough, a dozen seconds later, the other party replied. Yes, brothers. But you're only right about part of it. There are 9 Black Shark squads that died at my hands. Don't lie about my record. Li Machuan was so angry upon reading these words that he almost vomited blood, his anger mixed with intense fear. Hawkeye Team 3, Zhao Jie, and the 9 other teams. How many people did Black Shark actually lose? He immediately contacted the members of each team and eventually discovered that all 5 teams led by Zhou Lei had also lost contact. Li Shuang, I'll fuck your mother. Li Machuan completely lost his temper and started cursing in the channel. Li Shuang retorted without hesitation. Stop meddlesome all the time. Are you a teddy bear at sea? Why are you meddling wherever you go? You're so powerful. Why don't you go and capture the LV3 siren? There are so many islands. Why don't you just pick one and demonstrate? You really did it. From now on, your third brother will have to treat you like an eagle god. Li Shuang, I will kill you today. Li Machuan said through gritted teeth, but he had not lost his mind. The most important thing right now is to obtain the awakening treasure first, and then kill Li Shuang after we've improved our strength. Li Shuang sneered. What if I kill you first? Shi Qianlang is in your hands, isn't he? And that map too. Map? What map? The survivors in the channel immediately sensed something and crowded around. A map of the Death Islands? Does Li Machuan have some kind of cheat code? Only some of the 21 islands hold the treasure of awakening. The rest are traps. With the map, he can avoid the risks. Li Machuan, take out the map. Don't try to eat it all by yourself. Enraged by the encirclement, Li Machuan yelled, Get the hell out of here. Who the hell has a map? You've all been fooled by Li Shuang. But the more intense his reaction, the more others felt he was guilty. What is the Black Shark Guild? Our Tianba Donba Guild is not to be trifled with. Hand over the map, right now. Don't think that just because you're a level 4 vehicle, we can't take you down with so many of our forces combined. Normally, Li Machuan wouldn't even consider these LV2 and LV3 vehicles a threat. He could destroy one with a single shot. However, there were too many people gathered on the Death Islands, and even LV4 vehicles could not withstand the siege of so many forces. Only by seizing the awakening treasure can he completely suppress everyone. Seeing that the atmosphere on the channel was just right, Li Shuang prepared to give Li Machuan a hard blow. He took out the ghost eye and entered Li Machuan's name. Target being located. Ding. Target location complete. As the newly generated coordinates appeared, Li Shuang's lips curled into a gloating smile. Everyone, I have located Li Machuan. This guy not only wants to keep the map for himself, but he also said that after he gets the awakening treasure, he will kill us all. Coordinates have been sent to the channel. Everyone, sense it. Upon seeing the message, Li Machuan's face turned deathly pale, and he felt as if something was tightly gripping his throat. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But when he nervously clicked on the coordinates, his pupils suddenly contracted. Those coordinates actually pinpointed his current location. How could this be? How could Li Shuang know my coordinates? The live chat channel exploded. The Black Shark Guild's usual practice of robbing lone survivors was quickly exposed. Some members of our Sea Lion Guild have been robbed by them. Even the Singing and Dancing Guild was robbed. They couldn't even keep the guild leaders' overalls. Want to kill us? Then we'll kill you first. More and more people responded, and the grudges accumulated by the Black Shark Guild erupted completely at this moment. Li Machuan finally panicked, because more than a dozen red dots had appeared on the radar and were approaching him at full speed. Brother, what do we do? I'm being mowed down by a level 3 vehicle with a submachine gun. I was also caught by 2 speedboats. The Black Shark squad behind them kept calling for reinforcements, and they were beginning to feel surrounded. Li Machuan could only rely on his speed to constantly increase the distance. He might be able to kill the pursuers, but once he was tied down, the number of people behind him would only increase. There are already over 300 survivors on the live channel, and at least half of them want to kill him. If you are surrounded, even if you are in a level 4 vehicle, you will only face certain death. As the Death Islands drew closer, the surrounding waters became increasingly eerie. The deep blue sea had turned pitch black at some point, and the vast sea surface resembled a gaping maw of abyss, as if it might swallow any passing yacht at any moment. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a suffocating atmosphere of oppression and death enveloped the surroundings. Finally, a series of gray islands appeared ahead. The Death Islands? This is the Death Islands. Li Shuang stared ahead. Li Machuan's coordinates on the radar were almost at the edge of the archipelago. Yunqi walked into the control room, looking at the islands with a worried expression. Brother Li Shuang, are you going to join the group to chase after Li Machuan too? Of course not. Li Shuang smilat. I deliberately revealed the map so that most people would cling to Li Machuan in order to awaken the treasure. In this way, the competition between the other 2 islands that hold the treasure of awakening will be much less. After saying that, he took out a basic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from his storage space. With the hum of its engines, the reconnaissance aircraft hovered steadily in midair. Its search radius is a full 5 kilometers, and the situation of all 21 islands will not escape Li Shuang's eyes. 10 minutes later, the vibranium yacht arrived at the edge of a relatively sparsely populated island. The reconnaissance plane flew out of the window, quickly climbed to a higher altitude, and headed towards the nearest island. Several vehicles had just docked around the island and were preparing to land. Chapter 51, the incredibly realistic awakening stone locks onto the correct island. Although a basic reconnaissance drone lacks stealth capabilities, it wouldn't attract much attention if dropped into a death island with only a few hundred people. As the drone takes off, the footage of its surroundings is projected in real time onto the light screen in the control room. On the shore of the nearest island, several teams of survivors had already set off, fully armed. Without a vehicle, the dense forests, vines, and even steep river slopes would slow down the pace of exploration. This undoubtedly bought Li Shuang a lot of time. To bypass these people, raised his flight position, and look down at the entire island. There may be an altar, a palace, or even a high platform in the center of the island. These diverse relics of civilization are scattered across each island. Everything clearly tells everyone that this maritime world once had a civilization. In other words, they were not the first survivors to arrive here. Thinking of the murals in Yunshi's island palace, this unknown world is definitely not that simple. The drone successfully navigated the obstacles and arrived at the palace entrance on the island. Li Shuang was worried that the drone wouldn't be able to get in, but to her surprise, the palace entrance in the footage had no gate. The dimly lit hall was pitch black. Li Shuang turned on the drone's searchlight, and a ring of light came into view. The drone surveyed the surroundings and indeed found a magnificent platform in the very center of the hall. On the platform, 6 silver treasure chests are distributed around the 6 corners. In the center of the treasure chest, a multicolored stone floats quietly, gleaming faintly, like a divine miracle. Li Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected to be so lucky, finding the right island on her very first try. Could this be the awakening treasure? This stone with its colorful light is the awakening stone. Just as Li Shuang was feeling smug about his good luck, Yunshi's soft exclamation made his heart sink. Something's not right, brother Li Shuang. This doesn't seem to be an awakening stone. Yunshi bent over, leaning forward, her small face intently focused on the screen. After getting to know Lu Xiao and Yunshi better these past few days, they even specially picked out several new outfits for Yunshi. Today I'm wearing white stockings with a sailor uniform. In this pose, the sailor uniform short skirt was slowly lifted, revealing her fair and pinkish thighs that looked as delicate as if they could be broken with a touch. Paired with light-colored white sheer stockings, she looks so delicate and petite that you can't help but want to hold her in your arms. But Li Shuang had no interest in appreciating any of this. He quickly pressed Yunshi for answers. Didn't the awakening stone you inherited look like this? I see. But have you noticed that there are no murals on the walls around the hall? Yunshi pointed to the dim background wall on the screen. Mural? Upon hearing Yunshi's explanation, Li Shuang quickly controlled the drone to approach the wall and used the searchlight to inspect the ceiling dome and all the surrounding walls. It wouldn't have mattered if they hadn't checked, but as Li Shuang continued to explore, she was shocked to discover that there were no clues about the murals in the palace's main hall. The awakening stones are the carriers of the power of their predecessors, and the murals in the hall record the battle experiences of their predecessors. Is it really not true? What is this floating stone that glows with colorful light? Is it an illusion? Li Shuang was also unsure, and the drone did not have a robotic arm to operate and grip. To verify his hypothesis, he relentlessly controlled the drone to fly to the next island. Having learned from the experience of the first island, Li Shuang immediately locked onto the palace on the island, and the drone plunged into the gate. The searchlight swept around the wall, but there were still no murals. In the center of the hall, a colorful fluorite still floats silently. No, this island isn't it either. Li Shuang dared not delay and flew tirelessly toward the next island. On the live broadcast, nearly 200 people followed Li Machuan to the easternmost island. Damn, the Black Shark Guild people ran away so fast. They're all on shore now. Li Machuan has come to this island. The island he marked as the awakening treasure on his map must be this one. Brothers, charge together. The awakened treasure is right in front of us. That's right, we absolutely cannot let the Black Shark people get the awakening gem. Li Machuan and his ilk have committed numerous evil deeds. If they possess this power, we LV3 and even LV2 will never have a chance to turn the tables. Kill Black Shark, kill Li Machuan. More than 200 people, armed with weapons, landed on the shallows. The morning heat was still intense, but everyone was as excited and frenzied as if they had gone mad in the face of the treasure. Meanwhile, Li Shuang had arrived at the 4th island, but still returned empty-handed. Li Shuang wavered. He didn't know if continuing this search would be of any use. With little hope and a little patience, we arrived at the 5th one. Although no palace was found, there was a large plaza and stone pillars in the center of the island. On the stone pillars and landscape walls, there are still modeled murals and inscriptions. Li Shuang quickly looked at Yin Tide, her eyes filled with ecstatic joy. This is it. Having determined the correct location of the island, Li Shuang immediately drove the vibranium yacht at top speed. But he suddenly noticed that among the scattered red dots around the radar, 2 teams of people were following closely behind him. Li Shuang tried to change her route, but the other party wouldn't let her go. This unusual behavior basically rules out the possibility that the other party was going the same way. In other words, both teams were closely monitoring the movements of vibranium yachts from the very beginning. Li Shuang's eyes gradually darkened. While most people followed suit and focused their attention on Li Machuan, these two teams went against the grain. Li Shuang deliberately slowed down, his AK already cocked. The two vehicles took the opportunity to surround the yacht on both sides, and a hostile tone came through the loudspeaker. Li Shuang, you really do have the means to lock onto awakened treasures. There are only 3 islands to the north in this direction. Why don't you just tell me which one it is? Once I, Yang Tianlong, obtain the awakened treasure, I will definitely repay this favor to you. Since you're so capable, you can just find another one yourself later. What do you say? At that moment, the survivors in the other vehicle also spoke up. Li Shuang, we don't want to beat around the bush with you. Just tell me directly which of these 3 islands you are. Although I, Lu Xiao, am not the president of any major guild, my reputation in the surrounding waters is no less than that of the Black Shark Guild. Remember, my patience is also limited. Faced with the blatant threats from the 2 groups of survivors, Li Shuang had already sentenced them to death in his mind. But he remained calm and composed as he answered. The second one from the north. Upon hearing this, the 2 teams of survivors froze on the spot. They were prepared to turn hostile and take action, but Li Shuang's reaction was completely different from what they expected. You just blurted out like that? Shouldn't he have resisted to the end, begged for mercy after we surrounded him, and then confessed? Not honored. Chapter 52, Landing on the Island. Awakening Stone obtained. It's a trap. The 2 of them reacted almost simultaneously and were immediately overwhelmed with a sense of humiliation, as if they had been made fools. You dare play us? Li Shuang sneered, making no attempt to hide his sarcasm. Do you not believe it? Or are you afraid to believe it? You're the ones who want the island designated, and you're also the ones who, even after being given the island, dare not go there. With that kind of guts, you dare to pretend to be a gangster? Li Shuang glanced at the 2 of them, urging them on as if they were trash. Let's get started. I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. Yang Tianlong glared angrily, his spittle almost spraying across the deck and the sea. You really think I wouldn't dare touch you? Even if we kill you, we can still find the 3 islands by slowly eliminating them. Since we've already fallen out, there's no need to continue the conversation. Yang Tianlong carried out a heavy machine gun, its barrel gleaming with a black metallic sheen, aimed at the vibranium yacht, and began firing wildly. Meanwhile, a small cannon had been raised on Lu Zhao's deck at some point, its black barrel aimed at the stern of the vibranium yacht. With both the driver and the power source destroyed, even if Li Shuang survives, he will have no chance of escape. Boop, boop, boop. The machine gun bullets rained down on the vibranium yacht like a storm. Every bullet was fired toward the control room. Faced with the heavy machine gun fire, the ordinary explosion-proof glass in the control room was powerless to resist and shattered one after another. Smoke and dust filled the control room. The artillery fire that followed also exploded at the stern of the vibranium yacht. Huge sprays of water flew in all directions, powerful enough to destroy the vehicle's power source. But as he looked at the vibranium yacht, which was completely unharmed after the explosion, Lu Zhao's smile gradually froze. Ow, how could this happen? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lu Zhao's face lit up with madness, and he fired 5 shots directly at the hull of the vibranium yacht. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion rang out, and even Lu Zhao's own cabin was affected by the shockwave, resonating with the sound. When Lu Xiao looked again, Li Shuang's yacht was strangely intact. You're cheating. Li Shuang, you're cheating. Lu Zhao's devastating roar echoed through the sky. In the control room, Li Shuang raised his right hand, and a spatial portal silently floated in front of him. Countless machine gun bullets shot out, only to be absorbed by the portal. Even bullets that deviated from the target were blocked by the vibranium compartment behind them. The warhead, having lost its kinetic energy, fell onto the deck like trash. Looking at the broad back that stood in front of her, Yunxi felt a sense of security she had never felt before. She raised her small face, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and slowly stretched out her arms. With a sly look in her eyes and a hint of shyness, she hugged Li Shuang tightly from behind. Li Shuang, who was focused on controlling the spatial gate, was suddenly jolted. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. The thought was so strong that he didn't have time to think before he turned to Yunxi and blurted it out. It's so peaceful. So flat, so flat, so flat, so flat. accompanied by the echo of the vibranium yacht's perspective constantly rising. And so, this sea area gained another little girl, broken and fragmented. After firing an entire belt of ammunition, Yang Tianlong's heavy machine gun barrel was emitting scorching red flames. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag with the butt pressed against the gun barrel, and inhaled deeply. Looking at the silent, smoky room, Yang Tianlong's tone was filled with smugness and disdain. So what if it's level 4? I can kill it as long as it has a health bar. But when the smoke in the control room dissipated, Li Shuang was still standing there unharmed. Yang Tianlong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mouth, which was holding a cigarette, opened blankly. He didn't even react when the cigarette but burned his shoe. Sorry, I really don't have any health points. Li Shuang casually waved away the dust, his indifferent eyes staring at Yang Tianlong without any emotion. Looking around, all the glass windows of the control room were shattered, and cold air was constantly escaping outwards, making the air gradually become hot and dry. Impossible. How can you be completely unharmed? On the other side, Lu Xiao screamed and pointed at Li Shuang as if he had seen a ghost. All right, I'll see you two off now. Li Shuang pressed the switch, and a shipborne RPG fired a rocket at each of the two vehicles. As two explosions rang out, Li Shuang, without turning his head, steered the vibranium yacht toward the island. Only on their deathbeds did these two idiots realize that Li Shuang had single-handedly wiped out 9 teams from the Black Shark Guild. The price of making a foolish mistake is your life. We finally arrived at the island that the drone had locked onto, where several vehicles were already parked on the shore. The previous reconnaissance and dealing with Yang Tianlong and his companion had already wasted a lot of time. Hurry up, someone has already landed on the island. Li Shuang looked around uneasily. He had originally dreamed of taking over the remaining 2 awakening treasures. But judging from the current situation, it's simply wishful thinking. After calming down, Li Shuang immediately took Yunxi to the island. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru remained on the vibranium yacht. With Yunxi's power, the gigantic Lulu lifted the 2 of them with its head, and its thick, dense tentacles smashed through the forest in the most savage manner. What would normally be a journey of more than half an hour was transformed into a shortcut by this centipede. Yunxi stood behind Li Shuang, her disappointment clearly visible. At this moment, Li Shuang just wanted to slap himself twice. The atmosphere became subtle and awkward, and the 2 of them tacitly remained silent. Fortunately, Lulu was quick and arrived at her destination in less than 10 minutes. Standing in front of this square, Li Shuang couldn't contain her excitement. In the far distance, in the very center of the plaza, surrounded by 6 silver treasure chests, the colorful awakening stone suspended in the center is even more dazzling and captivating, making it impossible to look away. We continued deeper into the central avenue of the square. The murals, however, were even more dilapidated than those on Yunxi's island. This may be related to the open-air environment. The further inward the scenic wall faces, the more dilapidated it becomes. The innermost wall is eroded by wind and rain and has even collapsed. Based solely on the content of those few severely damaged murals, it can be discerned that the previous holder of this awakening stone was dressed in armor and wielding a long spear. His pupils were ice blue, like the eyes of a god. Those eyes seemed to see right through everything. Even on the broken and incomplete murals, Li Shuang could feel like a naked infant when she looked into them. Even though it's just a mural, those eyes seem to be alive. Is this what the previous owner looked like? Those eyes are absolutely radiating an aura of dominance. Li Shuang murmured. Before he knew it, he had arrived in front of the awakening stone, completely ignoring the 6 silver treasure chests around him. The 7-colored awakening stone reflected a hazy figure. It was himself. Yunxi took a deep breath and stepped forward to remind her. Brother Li Shuang, the power of the awakening stone takes a long time to be inherited, so you need to hurry. Yunxi and Lulu will be here to protect you. Thanks. Li Shuang turned her head to the side, looking at the latter with some apology. Fortunately, this little girl doesn't hold grudges. I'll make it up to her properly after this is all over. Pulling herself back to reality, Li Shuang immediately reached out her hand, and the floating awakening stone landed warmly in her palm. The instant he made contact, images flashed rapidly through his mind like a jumbled slideshow. Chapter 53 Inheritance Awakening Stone, The Eye of Divine Vision. In the scene, A man in silver armor holds a long spear and walks on the waves. Countless giant sea monsters surrounded him. Each of his sirens was far larger than any Li Shuang had ever encountered. Their bodies were shrouded in malevolent energy, even condensing into solid blood mist, carrying extreme malice and malevolence. Although it was just a fragment of memory, it had already chilled Li Shuang to the bone, leaving him too terrified to move. Such a terrifying siren. Just how many levels is it? Li Shuang even suspected that this malevolent aura and blood mist alone could easily take his life. Just as his scalp tingled, these terrifying, enormous figures suddenly attacked, targeting the man in the center of the screen. As the attack was about to land, the man's eyes flashed. The originally fierce and swift attacks were all dodged by the man, as if in slow motion. The spear thrust out like a dragon, exposing the man to the weak points of every siren, which were then struck with perfect accuracy. This series of movements was as if they had been rehearsed countless times. Every millimeter of tremor and piercing of the spear tip was like a delicate scalpel piercing the heart of every siren. The several moves shown in slow motion were actually too fast for the naked eye to see. With a single move, more than a dozen giant sea monsters around him spewed out blood of a bloody green color and sank to the bottom of the sea. That tall, slender figure, riding the waves, exuded ultimate power and visual impact. His eyes seemed to see right through the siren's weaknesses. Li Shuang stared at the scene in shock, but quickly realized what the problem was. Before he could think it through, even more powerful sea monsters surged toward the man. Amidst the siren's horde, a terrifying being 100 meters tall looked down upon the man. Images flashed through my mind, these fragmented memories of battle rapidly fading away. The final image freezes on the blood-red sea, with a 100-meter-long corpse floating on it. Li Shuang's heart skipped a beat. Is this even human? As the memory faded into darkness, Li Shuang's eyesight returned to normal in reality. Ding! Awakening stone power inheritance detected. Awakened ability, divine vision. Awakening introduction. Time lag vision. Stage 1 visually reduces enemy attacks, allowing for earlier offensive dodges and predictions. Perceptive understanding. Stage 2 allows you to discern enemy weaknesses, enabling a fatal strike. Eye of Divine Punishment. Stage 3, the ultimate stage of the eye technique, capable of inflicting a powerful, soul-deep shock on the target, causing brief fear and paralysis. The duration varies, depending on the target's level. The Awakening Stone inheritance is in progress. Interruption will result in the loss of the qualification for awakening. Li Shuang suddenly came to her senses. He lowered his head, and a colorful awakening stone was firmly embedded in his palm. It doesn't hurt or itch, but my body is so stiff that I can hardly move. He could feel the power of the awakening stone flowing through his shoulders and neck to his head, eventually converging in his eyes. A cool, refreshing sensation filled my eyes, bringing immense comfort. The inheritance of power continues, and at this moment, more than a dozen figures have appeared on the outskirts of the square. Yunxi, who had been standing guard beside Li Shuang, immediately stood up, her small face warily staring at these uninvited guests. Damn it, we finally made it up. This wretched island isn't even bare. Huh, there's actually a plaza here. Is it a ruin? Could there really be an awakened treasure here? What are you waiting for? Charge! Holy crap, a monster! A monster! It's a siren. There's a level 3 siren in the square. The survivor at the front collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling all over as he pointed at the centipede in the center of the square and retreated. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's expression changed, and they instinctively drew their weapons. Ha ha! There really is an awakening treasure. That colorful stone looks like the awakening treasure. A sharp-eyed survivor finally spotted the awakening stone in Li Shuang's hand, his face burning with madness. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with greed, and they even ignored the pressure from the LV3 siren. I've struck it rich. The awakening treasure is mine. It's all mine. Yunxi's face was unusually cold as she took firm steps to shield Li Shuang behind her, her tone icy and unquestionable. Brother Li Shuang is receiving his inheritance. Anyone who dares to approach the square, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone stopped abruptly, staring straight at Yunxi in front of them. You're welcome. I'd like to see what you can do about it. Sure, she's a little girl. TSK, TSK. If you're willing to spend one night with me, I'll leave this island right now. How about it? So what if we schwang? He's just a lowly LV for nobody. Is all you can do is hide behind women? Hee hee, what a coincidence. I haven't killed a LV4 survivor yet. Hand over the awakening treasure, or you too, and this beast will all die. The dozen or so survivors looked hostile, and they pointed their guns and crossbows at the center of the square. Yunqi's face was a little pale. This was the first time she had ever faced so many enemies at the same time. Don't worry, just help me hold it off for a bit. Just as Yunqi was suppressing her panic and fear, Li Shuang, who had his back to her, slowly spoke. Although Li Shuang is still unable to move, the awakening stone is about to be fully integrated into her body. In 5 minutes at most, he will be able to completely control this power. Li Shuang's words immediately restored Yunqi's confidence. Lulu, eat them. Upon hearing Yunqi's command, Lulu immediately launched an attack on the survivors. As the LV3 centipede, 3 or 4 stories tall, charged at them, the dozen or so survivors' legs went weak and their faces showed fear. But the thought of the awakening treasure chest right in front of them drove everyone to attack with all their might, with a desperate, all-out effort. Rifles, submachine guns, and melee weapons were unleashed one after another, bullets raining down on Lulu's massive body as if they were free. Countless bullet holes and knife marks left gruesome wounds. Before everyone could even rejoice, Lulu's despairing regeneration speed made them turn pale instantly. Crunch, crunch. Thick tentacles wrapped around the waist of a lone survivor, and the immense force of the wrapping caused terrifying sounds of bones cracking to echo continuously. Help! The motionless body was violently thrown forward, knocking 3 survivors to the ground along with it. After several rounds of attacks, only 8 of the dozen or so survivors remained. But Lulu's condition is also extremely bad. Under such a high-intensity offensive in a short period of time, the regeneration rate of the tentacles has become extremely slow. Brother Li Shuang, you have to hurry. Yunqi looked at Li Shuang behind her with concern, completely unaware that a crossbow bolt was aimed at her forehead from the bushes to the side. The arrow's owner understood that as long as this woman was killed, the LV3 siren would lose control. Whoosh! The arrow hurtled straight in with a whooshing sound. At that speed, even Lulu couldn't stop in time. Yunqi subconsciously moved her body to avoid him, but when she felt Li Shuang pressed against her back, she straightened up again. Thank you, leave the rest to me. For a brief moment, all the attacks around seemed to pause. Li Shuang slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, a ring of golden runes encircling his icy blue pupils. Chapter 54, Phase 1, The Time Lag Perspective. Looking at Yunqi standing in front of him, Li Shuang felt an indescribable surge of emotion. The arrows were getting closer and closer, but their speed was getting slower and slower. If you look closely, you can even see every tremor of the tail feathers at high speed. The eye of divine vision. Is this the power of the first stage time delay horizon? Li Shuang was overjoyed. This powerful ability brings a thrill that transcends reality, making it truly enjoyable. But the most important thing right now is to take care of these enemies in front of us. Li Shuang observed the trajectory of the incoming arrows. After determining the distance, he decisively grabbed Yunqi and made an extreme evasive maneuver. The state of time delay vision is merely a pupil technique and does not increase his speed. However, under such slow-motion attacks, Li Shuang was able to make the most accurate evasive maneuvers. This process will not involve the slightest unnecessary movement. Whoosh! The time-lapse vision stopped, and the arrow that should have struck Yunqi's forehead grazed past hers. As the broken strands of hair slowly drifted away, Yunqi finally came to her senses, realizing that she had just brushed past death. Not only that, when she looked around, she found herself in Li Shuang's arms. That warm sense of security once again filled every corner of my body. Are you all right? A deep, powerful voice of concern rang out, its vibrations sending a shiver down one's spine. Yunqi regained her senses, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Lying in this firm, warm embrace, she felt as if she were sick and had no strength left. In the end, she simply gave up. Brother Li Shuang, Yunqi feels a little dizzy. After saying that, Yunqi snuggled even tighter into his arms. Seeing the girl's shy demeanor, Li Shuang learned his lesson and did not point out. He stood up, supporting Yunqi's soft buttocks with his forearm, letting her arms wrap tightly around his neck. How could it have missed? I clearly aimed at her head. Why did it suddenly dodge at the last second? A terrified and unwilling roar came from the bushes, and the survivor who had been hiding in the shadows finally revealed his location. Li Shuang turned his gaze to the owner of the arrow, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. This is the person who almost killed them both. What happened? Li Shuang. Has Li Shuang finished absorbing the power of the awakening treasure? The surrounding survivors stared wide-eyed, somewhat unsure of Li Shuang's current condition. Li Shuang had been absorbing power without moving, but his sudden attack has caused unease among the crowd. At that distance, even a god couldn't dodge that arrow. You're just playing tricks. I don't believe he could dodge my 7.62 with his bare hands. Go. If we kill him, the awakening treasure might still be ours. Li Shuang, take this. The survivors present raised their weapons and unleashed a hail of bullets at Li Shuang and his companion. With the aid of the time delay vision, he could see the trajectory of every bullet clearly and accurately, and dodged them perfectly. Each subsequent bullet grazed Li Shuang's sleeves and was dodged. Impossible. Impossible. Those present were trembling uncontrollably. Just as they were about to change their magazines, a fist carrying a strong gust of wind suddenly struck, slamming hard into the heart of the man at the front. The intense pain caused numbness throughout the body, making it almost impossible to breathe. Finally, he slowly collapsed to the ground, curled up, and blood and foam kept gushing from his mouth. Li Shuang withdrew his fist, unable to resist clenching it tightly to feel the enhanced power of his body. This was Li Shuang's first hand-to-hand combat after receiving the Alpha Combination injection. Now, he possesses the strength and speed of an elite Special Forces soldier. With the added effect of time-lapse vision, he could eliminate these survivors armed with firearms without taking any damage, even if he was unarmed. You're the ones who want to kill me? Li Shuang twisted her neck, making a series of cracking sounds from her joints. His eyes were icy cold, and his icy blue gaze seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding air. One punch took down one person, and the remaining survivors retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Retreat! Retreat! The crowd scrambled and fled in all directions. This bizarre battle, even with so many of them, couldn't ignite the slightest fighting spirit. At this moment, Li Shuang's oppressive presence was far more terrifying to them than that of the LV-3 siren. Trying to leave? Li Shuang snorted coldly and raised the AK with one hand, firing continuously at the group of men. In a time-delayed state of vision, this escape behavior appears to him like a slow-moving live target. Bullets were fired with pinpoint accuracy into the chests of every single person. Boop, boop, boop. After a series of muffled thuds, came a burst of screams. The numb warmth in their chests quickly drained their life force, and they could only slowly fall, breathing their last with resentment and fear. Li Shuang Siga. He can only use the first stage of the time delay vision at present. He cannot use the all-seeing eye or the eye of divine punishment yet. Just after he finished dealing with these people, the survivor who had shot the arrow had already run more than 20 meters away. Li Shuang was about to finish off the enemy when he suddenly put away his AK with a smile, because he saw a thick tentacle thrust out from his side first. The tip of the tentacle pierced through the man's chest from the front. Well done, Lulu. Li Shuang rubbed Lulu's retracted tentacles and threw out a few more tempting fruits as a reward. Lulu quickly rolled up the tempting fruit, excitedly put it into her mouth, and made a cheerful gurgling sound. After doing all this, Li Shuang remembered that Yunqi was still being held in his arms. He subconsciously looked down and saw Yunqi curled up in his arms like a kitten, sweetly sniffing the warm sense of security in his embrace. Li Shuang's heart raced, and he couldn't help but knead her hands tightly. Yunqi in his arms let out a coquettish hum, and he tightened his grip even more. All right, let's get out of here quickly. If other forces land on the island later, it will inevitably cause more delays. Li Shuang gently patted Yunqi's shapely buttocks, and the latter reluctantly withdrew from his embrace and stood steadily on the ground. Before leaving, Li Shuang made sure to take the 6 silver treasure chests with him. With Lulu leading the way, the group left the island at an extremely fast speed and returned to the vibranium yacht on the shore. When the 2 women saw Li Shuang return, they immediately rushed forward excitedly to check on her. Brother Shuang, how are you? Are you all right? Did you get the awakening treasure? After you arrived on the island, many more people followed you. I was so worried about you. The two women chatted back and forth, finally breathing a sigh of relief after seeing that Li Shuang was unharmed. It's all right. The awakening treasure is already in our hands. I don't know if we'll make it to the next island. Li Shuang piloted the vibranium yacht forward, while the drone continued to hover in the air, overlooking the island. In the following days, large numbers of survivors landed on several islands. Several of them even triggered mechanisms that released LV-3 siren. The awakened treasures within these trap islands are all constructed from illusions and mechanisms. What awaits these survivors is a relentless pursuit by LV-3 sirens. Finally, on another island, the drone locked onto the third awakened treasure. Chapter 55, Shi Qianlong's Humiliation, Li Machuan's Surrounding Squad. Li Shuang stared intently at the big screen. At this moment, in the palace hall, a woman dressed in blue has entered the final stage of the power inheritance process. The woman raised her hand, and a ball of water the size of a fist floated in her palm. A blue ripple appeared on the side of her snow-white neck. The woman exhaled a breath of stale air, her exquisite face breathtakingly beautiful. Her dark, thick eyes slowly lifted, as if she had noticed the presence of the drone. The woman raised her hand expressionlessly, and a whirlpool as thick as a bucket shot out from the lake outside the palace, crashing into the drone like a water dragon. Seeing this, Li Shuang knew something was wrong. They hurriedly tried to distance themselves from the reconnaissance aircraft, but it was already too late. The water jet was so fast that no one could react. The reconnaissance plane was eventually hit and crashed to the ground, and the screen in the control room simultaneously lost its display. Li Shuang stared at the pitch-black light screen, lost in thought. It's actually the power to control water. It must be said that in this environment where it is all sea, this awakening ability is like adding wings to a tiger. The size of the body of water often determines the upper limit of its water control power. Li Shuang took a deep breath and murmured, I hope you won't become my enemy. Having lost his only unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, there's no point in him landing on the island now. Of the 21 islands in the Death Islands, only 3 contain the treasures of awakening. Now one awakening stone is in his hands, and the other has been obtained by this mysterious woman. The last piece is on Li Machuan's most bustling island. Li Shuang could only deduce Li Machuan's current situation from the live broadcast. The densely packed distress messages scrolled rapidly, but it wasn't the Black Shark Guild that suffered a setback. Rather, it was the survivors of the 200-plus vehicles. All members of the Black Shark Guild come from a Special Forces squad. In terms of both combat strength and discipline, they are far superior to this rabble. However, due to the vast disparity in numbers, the Black Shark Guild's defenses began to falter. Gradually, Black Shark team members were injured or even killed. The overall defense line is also constantly shrinking. Hurry, people from the Eastern Islands. Li Machuan can't hold out much longer. Damn Black Shark Guild, they've actually managed to hold out for more than a dozen teams until now. We cannot allow Li Machuan to successfully obtain the power of the awakening treasure. Damn the Zhuang Guild. They're actually helping Li Machuan attack us from both sides. Come and help us. Shi Qianlang is making an enemy of all survivors in the surrounding waters. We cannot let anyone from the Wave-Chasing Guild or the Black Shark Guild get away. Shi Qianlang. When a familiar name reappeared, Li Shuang felt that something was wrong. Just as he was wondering why Shi Qianlang was helping Li Machuan, Suyin also saw the information on the live channel and immediately rushed out of the room. Brother Li Shuang, please save our guild leader. The president must have some reason for helping Li Machuan. Upon seeing Shi Qianlang cooperate with the Black Shark Guild to deal with all the survivors, Suyan's excited face instantly turned pale, and she frantically explained and pleaded for mercy. Don't get agitated. I also think there's a problem. Li Shuang pressed his fist against his chin, unable to figure it out for a long time. But compared to Shi Qianlang, Li Machuan is his ultimate target. This time, they used tactics to incite a large-scale attack on Li Machuan. Such an opportunity to catch a turtle in a jar is truly rare. Now is the best time to kill Li Machuan, and we can even make the Black Shark Guild disappear from this sea area completely. Li Shuang looked at everyone solemnly and made a decision after careful consideration. Since we're already locked in a life-or-death struggle, there's no reason to give up this opportunity. If Li Machuan successfully awakens his power, It will be very disadvantageous for us in the future. Li Shuang looked at Su Yin, but there was still something she didn't say. If Shi Qianlang dares to team up with Li Machuan against him, he will not hesitate to kill Shi Qianlang. The vibranium yacht set off and soon arrived at the island where Li Machuan was located. The eastern part of the island has a long stretch of gentle sandy beach suitable for landing. On the beach, more than 200 vehicles of all kinds were moored haphazardly along the shore. This exaggerated scale is far more visually striking than when they assemble at sea. A slightly beastly thought couldn't help but arise in Li Shuang's mind. If I were to drive my vibranium yacht along the coast and plow through it, what kind of expression would these 200-plus people have when they return? Li Shuang hesitated for a moment, then quickly dismissed the dangerous idea. This situation is bound to arouse public outrage among all survivors. It's best to avoid unnecessary complications. Once the vibranium yacht had come to a stop, Li Shuang and Yun Tide went ashore. This time, however, Su Yin followed suit. With so many people around, Li Shuang didn't let Lulu grow to its enormous size to avoid any trouble. The three followed the already cleared ruins deeper into the area, and soon they heard the sounds of artillery fire and bullets in the distance. If one didn't realize they were exploring an island, it would feel like they had stumbled upon a scene of resistance against Japanese pirates. The palace was now completely surrounded by survivors. Members of the Black Shark Guild were present at every gate of the palace. In the hall, Shi Qianlang, his face grim, was pinned to the ground by a man in a leather jacket. If Li Shuang were here, he would definitely recognize him as the man who followed closely by Shi Qianlang when they first arrived on the island. The damp, sticky moss rubbed against Shi Qianlang's cheeks, and no matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. Following her gaze, not far away, Li Machuan held a colorful awakening stone, admiring its power with a look of rapture. Li Machuan, you'll die a horrible death. Give me back my sister. Shi Qianlang cursed loudly, but the latter ignored her and didn't even glance at her. Your sister? Huh. I've already sold her to the Breaking Enemy Guild. She's probably being ravaged by Wu Qing right now, huh? Li Machuan bent down and slapped Shi Qianlang's face hard with his hand, looking at her with mockery and provocation. This woman ruined his plans time and time again. Just now, the moment he obtained the awakening stone, he dared to attack him despite the threat. You deserve to die, you beast! Upon hearing that his younger sister had already been sold, Shi Qianlang's last hope was shattered. A surge of anger at being deceived ignited an unprecedented murderous intent within her. Unexpectedly, she managed to break free from the jacket-wearing man's hold, drew a hidden dagger from her waist, and charged fiercely at Li Machuan. Faced with this sudden attack, Li Machuan's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. With a powerful, heavy whip kick, Shi Qianlang's figure was sent flying backward. You filthy bitch! If Chairman Wu Qing hadn't specifically instructed that you be taken alive, this kick of mine would have killed you. Li Machuan's tone was cruel and terrifying. Having suffered this blow, Shi Qianlang was too weak to stand up. Only now did she realize how terrifying the gap was between her and Li Machuan. From planting spies around her to kidnapping her own sister and using her to land on the island and even cooperate in attacking the survivors outside. All of this led her to gradually push the entire Zhulang Guild to the brink of disaster. Shi Qianlang felt dizzy, as if he could see that slender and tall figure. If Li Shuang were here, with his unorthodox methods, he might actually be able to defeat Li Machuan. Chapter 56, Li Shuang, Who Wants to Kill. The battle between the two sides continues. If you want to kill Li Machuan and obtain the Awakening Stone at the same time, you must not alert either side in the battle. Li Shuang circled around for a long time before finally finding the only gap in the encirclement behind the palace. Looking up at the cliff face, which is more than 20 meters high, one realizes that climbing it is beyond human capability. Li Shuang looked troubled and could only look around for a solution. Suddenly, he stared at Yunqi's chest with a wicked grin and kept moving closer to her. Noticing Li Shuang's undisguised gaze, Yunqi's pupils dilated instantly, and her expression became both shy and expectant. Brother Li Shuang, you wouldn't be going to... There was no one around, and although the cliff face was somewhat inconvenient, but... Oops. As Li Shuang drew closer and closer, so close that he could even feel his heavy breathing. At this moment, Yunqi's mind went completely blank. She ultimately chose to give up thinking, simply raised her small face, closed her eyes, and awaited what was about to happen. Suddenly, Yunxi felt a void in her chest. When she opened her eyes again, she found that Li Shuang had taken Lulu from her arms at some point, leaving her bewildered in the wind. Yunxi felt even more grieved. Is he really that concerned about scale? At this moment, Li Shuang held Lulu in her arms, flipped her right hand, and took out a tempting fruit, coaxing her affectionately. Lulu, I'm counting on you again. See this cliff? Can you take us up there? Her big, bright eyes darted around, but she didn't react at all. Li Shuang's face stiffened slightly, and she gritted her teeth to take out 2 more tempting fruits. I'll ask you one more time. Is it okay? 3 tempting fruits were waved in front of Lulu at the same time, and the latter immediately stretched out its tentacles and quickly pulled them into its arms. Its exaggeratedly large, blood-red maw opened instantly, and the 3 tempting fruits were instantly melted in its mouth. Lulu let out a satisfied burp, immediately jumped out of Li Shuang's arms, and instantly grew to a gigantic size. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them finally arrived silently at the back of the palace. Just as Li Shuang observed, there was no one there. Since there was no door, the 3 of them had to ask Lulu to help them reach the 2nd floor window using her tentacles. Descending the moss-covered, salty stairs, they soon found the group of people in the hall around the corner. Li Machuan held the awakening stone, racing against time to receive the power inheritance. Beside him, Shi Qianlang was being held firmly to the ground, and he didn't look well. Li Shuang raised his AK. Now was the perfect opportunity to kill Li Machuan. President! Just at this critical moment, a sudden cry came from behind Li Shuang. With tears in her eyes, Su Yin rushed headlong into the hall. Fuck your mother! Even Li Shuang, who considers himself to be quite resilient, couldn't hold back and blurted out some national treasures at this moment. However, Su Yan's shout had already alerted everyone in the hall. Upon seeing Li Shuang again, Li Machuan was filled with both fear and anger. He remembered that there was a sheer cliff behind the palace. So how did Li Shuang manage to sneak up there? When fate brought them together, Li Shuang didn't hesitate to raise his AK and pull the trigger. The man in the jacket who had been suppressing Shi Qianlang had already pounced on Li Machuan as soon as he heard Su Yan's commotion. The bullet, which was originally aimed precisely at Li Machuan's head, was blocked by the man in the jacket at the last moment with his chest. The bullet pierced the man in the jacket, splattering blood onto Li Machuan's face behind him. The bloody scene finally filled Li Machuan with unprecedented rage and panic. Li Shuang. Li Machuan roared with murderous intent and venom, but he had no other choice. In the end, they could only bear the price of losing their eligibility to awaken with extreme resentment, forcibly interrupting the power inheritance. The awakening stone suddenly slipped from Li Machuan's hand, and the resulting weakness caused him to stagger. Just as Li Shuang was about to finish off his opponent, the Black Shark members who rushed over upon hearing the commotion raised their guns and fired at him. In desperation, Li Shuang had no choice but to immediately open the spatial gate. Under the barrage of 3 or 4 submachine guns, he had almost no chance to fire again. Before leaving, Li Machuan mustered his strength to pick up the awakening stone from the ground, but Shi Qianlang, who was lying on the ground, grabbed him tightly. The 7-colored lights surged once more, and the awakening stone was deeply embedded in Shi Qianlong's palm, marking the beginning of a new round of power inheritance. You shameless woman! Seeing the awakening stone, which was within his grasp, snatched away by Shi Qianlang, Li Machuan cursed angrily in resentment, but dared not linger any longer. In just a few seconds, he had already escaped the hall under the cover of the Black Shark team members. Outside the palace, Li Machuan's angry voice rang out again. You bunch of idiots, the awakened treasure has already been stolen by Shi Qianlang and Li Shuang. Li Machuan, it's a Machuan. Kill his brothers. We've surrounded all the exits. Who the hell are you trying to fool? The survivors, their eyes bloodshot with rage, surged forward, guns at the ready. Charge out. Upon seeing this, Li Machuan couldn't help but curse angrily. Under the cover of well-equipped teammates, they gradually fought their way out. However, the price paid for this move was extremely high. Of the dozen or so teams, only 4 or 5 remained with me, totaling no more than 11 people. Unable to catch up, the survivors turned and rushed into the palace hall. Looking at the awakening stone that Shi Qianlang had gotten there first, Li Shuang felt both angry and amused. There are only two ways to prevent the interruption of a tradition. Either the successor interrupts the transmission themselves, or they die. Li Shuang raised the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at Shi Qianlang. He admitted that for a fleeting moment he considered killing someone to steal their treasure. However, when Shi Qianlang was besieged by Yu Tao, Zhang Shui, and Zhang Feng on the island, he did not take advantage of the situation to attack him. In the end, Li Shuang reluctantly lowered the muzzle of his gun. The commotion outside grew closer, and a large number of treasure hunters rushed in. There's no point in staying here any longer. Li Shuang glanced at Yunxi and urged them to retreat. Hurry up, we can't stay here any longer. Li Shuang, help me. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Shi Qianlang in the hall pleaded anxiously. She knew that even though she had begun the power transfer, staying here would still be a dead end. Li Shuang was her only hope for survival. I'll help you my ass. If it weren't for you, you idiot teammate, Li Machuan wouldn't have gotten away today. Already extremely annoyed, Li Shuang retorted even more irritably. Upon hearing this, Su Yan, who was already supporting Shi Qianlang, immediately knelt down and pleaded again. Please, brother Li Shuang, take my president with you. I'll stay here. I know it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Just save the president. No matter how much the woman cried and begged, Li Shuang left without looking back. There's no cure for idiots. But at that moment, Shi Qianlang spoke up again, pleading. Li Shuang, help me survive. If I can leave here alive, I can join your guild and bind a loyalty scroll to you, so you can command me. I only ask one thing of you. Let me live to save my sister. Shi Qianlang's face was deathly pale, but he looked directly at Li Shuang with a firm tone. Chapter 57 declaring war on the entire field. However, Li Shuang simply stood there coldly, adopting a bystander's attitude, in the face of Shi Qianlang's plea. Seeing that Li Shuang still had no reaction, Shi Qianlang spoke slowly and deliberately with a do-or-die determination. Now that I have inherited the power of the Awakening Stone, I have absolute strategic value to you. I know you are different from others. You are still a living, breathing human being. If it were anyone else, they would have killed me by now for the Awakening Stone. Li Shuang, believe me, my joining will definitely be valuable to you. Li Shuang gave Shi Qianlang a meaningful look. The dashing and spirited demeanor of our first meeting seems to still be vivid in my mind. Now, she can only beg to survive like a prisoner. But what this woman said was indeed true. With the addition of another awakened individual, his power will become even stronger. Yunxi, who lives next to me, is a good example. If it weren't for her, there would likely have been many twists and turns and obstacles on the Death Islands. Moreover, thanks to the Scroll of Loyalty, he had no need to worry about the possibility of betrayal. Li Shuang pondered, mentally going over all the pros and cons. Although it was only a few breaths, it felt like an eternity to Shi Qianlang. Outside the palace, the first group of survivors had already broken through the gates. An awakened treasure. Truly an awakened treasure. Those idiots only knew how to keep chasing Li Machuan. They never expected him to actually be here. Haha, it came to me without any effort. Wait, is that Li Shuang? Is it really Li Shuang? The survivors at the entrance of the palace hall suddenly saw Li Shuang looking down at them, and their eyes showed fear. Putting aside Li Shuang's status as the first LV4 vehicle user, he alone wiped out almost half of the Black Shark Guild. This is a truly solid record that even Li Machuan acknowledges. It can be said that Li Shuang is even more terrifying than Li Machuan. Li Shuang, we're just here to find the awakening treasure. Yes, we should all keep to ourselves. This woman from the Zhulang Guild actually colluded with Li Machuan to harm us. You saw it just now. Kill her. The awakening treasure shouldn't be given to someone who betrayed us. That's right, kill Shi Qianlang and seize the awakening treasure. The survivor became more and more agitated as he spoke, appearing quite righteous and awe-inspiring. At first, the 6 or 7 people were wary of Li Shuang's strength and dared not be too aggressive. But as more and more survivors arrived at the palace, even Li Shuang's reputation and oppressive aura gradually lost their effectiveness. So what if he's Li Shuang? Do you think we're afraid of you with so many of us? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Mind your own business or you'll die. However, the big shots with LV4 vehicles must have a lot of good stuff on them. Haha. And there's also the little girl next to Li Shuang. He's so lucky with girls. What's wrong? Do you want to try some? Oh dear, We'll have to ask our boss Li Shuang if he'll give us brothers this opportunity. Li Shuang, let us guys have a taste of how succulent this girl is, okay? Several powerful guild leaders joked with each other, their lecherous glints making no attempt to conceal their lecherous gazes as they looked at Yunxi, who was hiding behind Li Shuang. Facing the approaching survivors who were even beginning to stir, Li Shuang's face remained calm and composed. Seeing the scale of the encirclement, Shi Qianlang had lost all hope. In this situation, even if Li Shuang wanted to protect himself, it would be extremely difficult. Just as she slowly closed her eyes and awaited death, Li Shuang's unexpected and forceful words made her eyes widen instantly. Do you dare? The three words floated lightly down into the palace hall. Li Shuang stood on the stairs, looking down at everyone with an emotionless gaze. That chilling, overwhelming killing intent seemed to be staring intently at everyone, sending a chill down one's spine. You, the survivor, who was about to retaliate after being rebuffed by the question, was stopped in time when someone next to him held his shoulder. Chairman Liao, let's not complicate things. Taking down Shi Qianlang and obtaining the awakening treasure is the most important thing. The man called Chairman Liao glared at Li Shuang and retreated with a look of resentment on his face. At the same time, a sense of lingering fear kept rising in my heart. Despite the presence of so many survivors, he had a strange feeling about it. If I make a move, I'll die. These survivors came here because they had awakened a treasure. If it's a fight for the awakening treasure, they might temporarily form a united front. But if he takes action because he's after Li Shuang's woman, these people will likely stand by and watch. He knew he didn't have the ability to kill Li Shuang. After calming down, Chairman Liao nodded to the survivor who had tried to dissuade him. President Qian is right. Let's get down to business first. Meanwhile, Chairman Liao had already made a mental note of Li Shuang. With so many people here, once we get our hands on the awakening treasure, we might find an opportunity to kill Li Shuang. Chairman Qian stepped forward, revealing a hypocritical smile of kindness and friendliness. We have come here only to awaken the treasure, so please do not interfere. Otherwise, with so many survivors present, even a level 4 survivor would be in grave danger. Hearing the undisguised threat in Chairman Qian's tone, Li Shuang finally showed a slight expression on her face. He smiled contemptuously and spoke in a provocative tone. Oh, life or death is uncertain. What if I were to intervene? Upon hearing this, all the survivors looked up at Li Shuang in shock. Even Chairman Qian's face clearly showed surprise and confusion. What makes Li Shuang so special? How could he take down so many of us by himself? Is this how you pretend? On the other hand, Chairman Liao appeared extremely happy. That idiot Li Shuang actually dares to challenge so many people. I was just looking for a reason to get back at him, but unexpectedly, Li Shuang walked right into the trap. Shi Qianlang raised his head, his face showing no less shock than the survivors. I was deeply moved that Li Shuang would still dare to help her under such great pressure. But considering the current situation, even if Li Shuang intervenes, there is little hope. Finally, a familiar carefree expression appeared on her face, and she smiled at Li Shuang in a deliberately relaxed tone. Brother Li Shuang, this is my fate to suffer this calamity. You go first. If you can kill Ma Chuan, please save my sister. I would be extremely grateful. Upon hearing this, the surrounding survivors echoed the mockery. Didn't you hear that? They told you not to interfere. I'm dying of laughter, Li Shuang. Are you crazy? What makes you think you can take on so many of us? Haha, Brother Liao. Don't be angry, Li Shuang is drunk. If you've had too much to drink, then get out. Are you waiting to be served a meal if you don't leave? Whoosh! An unexpected whooshing sound tore through the hall, and a delicate arrow, gleaming with a cold light, was deeply embedded in the hall's stone wall. At the tip of the arrow, residual blood dripped slowly along with brain matter. A trail of blood slid down Chairman Liao's brow, his face still bearing the look of horror before his death. With a gun in one hand and a composite crossbow in the other, Li Shuang declared war on everyone present with an unquestionable and icy tone. Shi Qianlang is currently a member under my command, Li Shuang. Both he and the Awakening Stone are my personal property. If you want to grab it, feel free to try. Chapter 58. Annihilating the entire group and recruiting Shi Qianlang. As Chairman Liao collapsed heavily with a thud, the entire audience was filled with disbelief, shock, and fear. They didn't even see when Li Shuang made his move before the arrow was already embedded in the wall. Li Shuang squinted and looked at Chairman Qian. At this moment, fine beads of cold sweat had already appeared on the latter's forehead. He swallowed hard to steady himself. President Qian, right? It seems that among these survivors, you're the one who follows their lead. Does this mean that once you're eliminated, everyone else will back down? Realizing he was being targeted, Chairman Qian immediately made a panicked threat. Li Shuang, are you going to make enemies of everyone? If you dare kill me, none of US will let you get away with it. A cruel smile appeared on Li Shuang's face as he descended the steps one by one. Oh, is that so? Seeing Li Shuang walking towards him, Chairman Qian immediately screamed and gave an order. Shoot! Kill him now! As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 guns of all kinds began to spray fire. Countless bullets rained down on Li Shuang, but he narrowly avoided each one. Li Shuang's eyes gleamed with an icy blue light, and the golden inscription in his pupils spun rapidly, frantically capturing the path of the bullet as it left the barrel. The alpha combination enhanced his physical abilities, making him more agile. However, even with time lag, visibility is still somewhat limited when facing areas with dense bullets. For a moment, Li Shuang's steps were suppressed by the firepower, making it increasingly difficult for him to get close to Chairman Qian. Although it's unclear how Li Shuang managed to get through the hail of bullets, the survivor's firepower is clearly superior. A look of madness appeared on Chairman Qian's face, and the barrel of the rifle in his hand turned bright red. Li Shuang, just when he thought the outcome was about to be decided, fear and disbelief reappeared on his face. Swallowed by this strange door, Shi Qianlang, who had initially given up hope, was shocked and filled with mixed emotions upon seeing this scene. If she had helped Li Shuang when the island was besieging Yutao and the Black Shark Guild, the Zhulang Guild might have gained an ally with such terrifying strength. But there's no going back. She is now increasingly grateful that she didn't kick someone when they were down. There might still be hope. Li Shuang opened the spatial gate with his right hand, gaining a general understanding of his own limits. The time-lag vision can only slow down the speed at which surrounding targets appear in the eye, but his own speed can only be continuously enhanced by his physical body. Once the alpha agent strengthens the body to a terrifying level, it might be able to easily evade these 20-odd firearms. He crept up to Chairman Qian. With a single hand, he switched swords, and as a flash of cold light appeared from the sheath, Chairman Qian's head rolled to the ground. This bizarre scene made everyone present almost forget to breathe. They just couldn't understand how Li Shuang had managed to do it. So many bullets, yet he managed to take Chairman Qian's head without a scratch. Li Shuang sheathed her knife and looked coldly at the remaining people. I only intended to kill the two of them, but the portal has already been exposed to you. So, you two go down and keep them company. The remaining people all had deathly pale faces filled with fear. The fact that so many people couldn't even scratch Li Shuang completely shattered their fighting spirit. Run! Run! Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone ran towards the door like madmen. But how could Li Shuang let this group go? Lulu! With a loud shout, the gigantic Lulu immediately extended its thick tentacles, instantly piercing through the chests of more than a dozen people. Several others who escaped were also killed by Li Shuang with an AK. After confirming that it was safe, Li Shuang put away his gun and went to Shi Qianlang, who was lying on the ground. Gazing at that thin yet decisive figure, Shi Qianlang's pale face beamed with a charming smile. Li Shuang's younger brother is really amazing. I'm even starting to want to try being a man myself. Li Shuang remained expressionless. He had already guessed that this woman's sexual orientation was abnormal. Without any preamble, he pulled out a scroll of loyalty and handed it to the latter. Shi Qianlang's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with spring as she deliberately brushed her long, slender fingers across the back of Li Shuang's hand before accepting the scroll of loyalty. Ding! Target detected. Shi Qianlang. Bind on. Weather. Yes. After the binding was completed, Shi Qianlang found Li Shuang much more agreeable. All right, now that I'm yours, don't bully me. Li Shuang chose to ignore Shi Qianlang's flirting. It's simply a matter of each getting what they need. After Shi Qianlang completed his awakening and inheritance, Li Shuang immediately led his people away from this place. Those survivors who chased Li Machuan might return after they missed their target. If he saw the palace full of corpses and himself completely unharmed, he would probably be the headline on the World Channel today. He is not afraid of trouble, but there is no need for him to create unnecessary complications and make enemies everywhere. Stepping into the lounge cabin, Shi Qianlong's pale face showed deep shock. She could imagine that Li Shuang's LV-4 vehicle must have very high specifications. But after actually seeing everything about the yacht, her worldview was completely changed. After a brief moment of shock, Shi Qianlang quickly accepted reality. More astonishing than the luxurious living experience is Li Shuang's combat ability and the bizarre spatial portal. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru quickly ran out of the room. Upon seeing Shi Qianlang, both women took a step back. "What are you doing here?" Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Shi Qianlang with a hostile expression and questioned him. At the same time, she glanced at Li Shuang, her eyes showing a hint of grievance. The original plan was to rescue people, but they ended up bringing people back instead. Shi Qianlang covered his lips and let out a soft laugh. "Hey, so I'm Li Shuang's woman now, too. How was this possible?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened immediately, and even Jiang Qingru beside her looked at Li Shuang with a questioning gaze. Unexpectedly, Li Shuang nodded and then explained. "Shi Qianlang has obtained the power of the Awakening Stone and is now an Awakener, just like Yunxi. Of course, I am also an Awakened One. The more power the Awakened One has, the safer we will be. I still need her power." Now Lu Xiaoxiao and the other girl were finally relieved. After all, a mature woman like Shi Qianlang with a hot figure and a flirtatious personality might actually compete with them for Li Shuang. If they are recruited based on their abilities, they will feel much more at ease. Seemingly having guessed what the two women were thinking, Shi Qianlang smiled knowingly. He then casually plopped down on the sofa and downed the red wine on the table in one gulp. "It's delicious. Do you have any more?" After saying that, Shi Qianlang stuck out his tongue and licked his scarlet lips, then gave Li Shuang a flirtatious wink. Li Shuang rolled her eyes at her. The situation was urgent just now, and he is very curious about what Shi Qianlong's awakened ability is. "So, what skills have you awakened?" Shi Qianlong's expression turned serious, and she raised a slender hand. At that moment, a dazzling light shone in his palm, which then completely enveloped his hand. It seems to be mechanical affinity. Chapter 59, if the younger brother likes it. The older sister can be bisexual too. Shi Qianlang is still somewhat unfamiliar with his own abilities. However, after possessing the inherited memories, she gained a general understanding and then recounted them in detail. "With the enhancement of mechanical affinity, I can synthesize and upgrade materials, and the success rate can be increased by 50%. Moreover, this attribute is growth type, and the probability will continue to increase. In addition, I am also proficient in vehicle mechanics and can modify and upgrade various modules, including power, weapons, fishing rods, defensive armor, radar, etc." Li Shuang's eyes were serious as she carefully considered her options. Take the synthesis of medium carbon steel using a material synthesis platform as an example. The probability of combining 100 pieces of steel into one piece of medium carbon steel is 100%, while the probability of combining 50 pieces of steel is only 50%. But if Shi Qianlang were to operate it now, with the 50% probability of mechanical affinity, 50 pieces of steel would be enough to achieve a 100% probability. Furthermore, there is still much room for improvement and upgrades in each module of the vibranium yacht. Not only that, he now also has a soil transport boat. As a logistical support vehicle, the modifications should focus on power and defense, since the earth-moving ship does not have vibranium coating. Just recently, even a small swarm of 12 LV-1 wolves nearly wiped out the entire ship. Faced with this unknown threat, upgrading the soil transport vessels is urgently needed. Of course, there's one more powerful one. At this point, Shi Qianlang paused, deliberately looking at Li Shuang. Seeing that he still had no expression, she could only continue speaking as if she had made a fool of herself. "The most impressive thing is that I can dismantle and recycle other people's vehicles, and then use the recycle modules to modify and upgrade this yacht." Upon hearing this, Li Shuang's eyes lit up. Although he didn't bully and hunt down lone survivors like the Black Shark Guild, he still killed quite a few LV-3s during this period. There are no rewards after each kill, which is really frustrating. The weapons on those ships were something he really coveted. With this capability, he would love to fill the entire deck of the vibranium yacht with missiles, rocket launchers, and heavy machine guns. Noticing the change in Li Shuang's expression, Shi Qianlang smiled. Only now that she was certain that her abilities were valuable to Li Shuang did she truly feel at ease. Li Shuang stood up looking at Shi Qianlang with expectant eyes. Very good. From now on, you will stay on my yacht and use your abilities to assist me. As long as I live, I can provide you with the same protection as the others. As for Su Yen, she can join my other secondary ship. Li Shuang only let that stupid woman board the ship because of Shi Qianlang. He would never feel comfortable leaving her on the vibranium yacht now. Throwing them directly into the soil-carrying ship and having the survivors farm the land every day is the best fate for them. Shi Qianlang nodded with a serious expression, having no objection to the arrangement. After watching Su Yin pass through the coordinate gate, she asked anxiously, I want to confirm, when do you plan to rescue my sister? Having promised her, Li Shuang naturally wouldn't go back on her word. I know you're anxious, so naturally the sooner the better. By the way, do you have any of your sister's belongings, like a bracelet or some hair? I seized an item from a Black Shark member, which requires the items that the target handled to locate it. Shi Qianlang was overjoyed, not expecting Li Shuang to make a rescue plan so quickly. But after the initial joy, a shy expression she had never shown before appeared on her face. Li Shuang was a little uncomfortable with Shi Qianlang's sudden change to a more feminine demeanor and could only steer the conversation back on track. That's good. Take it out first. I can lock the coordinates now. Dies. Shi Qianlang tucked his curly hair behind his ear, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, but could I use the restroom first? Li Shuang pointed in the direction, assuming that Shi Qianlang just wanted to go to the restroom temporarily and didn't pay any attention to it. A few minutes later, Shi Qianlang walked out from behind the door with one hand behind his back, as if hiding something, his face flushed. When he arrived in front of Li Shuang, Shi Qianlang slowly reached out and placed a warm black lace D-cup, a mask, into his hand. This scene left Li Shuang and the other women speechless, especially Li Shuang. Feeling the lingering warmth and the size that couldn't be contained by one hand, Li Shuang couldn't help but swallow, her gaze involuntarily shifting downwards to Shi Qianlang's magnificent chest. That alone was enough to completely annihilate the women present, leaving them with nothing. Seeing Li Shuang's reaction, Shi Qianlang's lips curled into a smug smile. He glanced at the girls, seemingly casually, and teased Li Shuang with a wicked grin. What's wrong, little brother? Are you shy? My sister bought this, but she didn't like it after it arrived, so she gave it to me to wear. By the way, my sister's size is similar to mine too. It has to be said that mature women are far more alluring than young girls. The idea that cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness has become tangible in this moment. Li Shuang suppressed his thoughts and chose to return to yin yang. Of course I'm not shy. Why are you blushing? Aren't you gay? Li Shuang could almost be certain about this woman's sexual orientation. After all, her behavior was so obvious that anyone could guess what was going on. Unexpectedly, Shi Qianlang smiled and suddenly leaned forward in front of Li Shuang. Her alluring red lips pressed tightly against his ear, and she whispered a reply in a cool, warm voice. If the little brother likes, the older sister can be bisexual too. Damn it. Li Shuang froze and retreated repeatedly. After calming her inner turmoil, Li Shuang glanced at the lace mask in her hand. In any case, at least the problem of finding the coordinate locking tool has been solved. The ghost can only be used once a day, and it has already been used on Li Machuan today. In this situation, only the cursed compass can solve the immediate problem. But the thought of the voice lock on the cursed compass sent chills down Li Shuang's spine. Hiss! At this moment, he somewhat understood Zhao Jie's previous feelings. The bullet struck him right between the eyebrows. Li Shuang gripped the cursed compass tightly in her hand, her face showing embarrassment, and walked stiffly toward the restroom. I'm going to locate myself. Don't bother me. Seeing Li Shuang's unusual series of actions, and the lace mask he was clutching tightly in his hand, Shi Qianlang and the other girls exchanged glances, each revealing an expression of instant understanding. Jiang Qingru and Yunxi blushed deeply. As adults, it was hard for them not to have impure thoughts. In contrast, after a brief moment of surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao boldly tiptoed and quietly approached the toilet door. The remaining women widened their eyes. Their expressions varied, but they all did the same thing at the same time. Keep up the formation. Lu Xiaoxiao gently pressed the doorknob, and four heads looked down through the crack in the door, witnessing the most shocking scene of their lives. Li Shuang held a lace mask in one hand and a curse compass in the other, chanting in a deep, flamboyant voice, as if an occult ritual. A cup of good tea. Shake it, shake it, good fortune shines upon you. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Chapter 60, The Frozen Woman. After the location tracking ended, Li Shuang calmed down and pretended nothing had happened as she returned to the living room. People can't even empathize with themselves from just a few minutes ago. At this moment, all he wanted was to dig that son of a bitch Zhao Jia out of the siren's mouth and whip his corpse. Wrong. Considering the timeline, the only option now is to poop through the back door. Alright, your sister's coordinates at sea have been located. If I'm not mistaken, Li Machuan, having suffered heavy losses, will definitely seek support from Wu Qing of the Padi Guild. This time, we absolutely cannot let him get away. After Li Shuang announced his plan, all the girls lowered their heads in silence, suppressing their barely contained emotions. Only Shi Qianlang, his expression shifting back and forth, got up and followed Li Shuang downstairs to the control room. As soon as the two left, the lounge was filled with Lu Xiaoxiao's merciless mockery and the playful chatter of the other two women. What are they laughing at? Hearing faint laughter from upstairs, Li Shuang raised an eyebrow in confusion and looked at Shi Qianlang. When asked this question, Shi Qianlang was momentarily stunned and quickly changed the subject. Women all have their own little secrets. How would I know what they're laughing about? But you little rascal, still have your sister's biggest secret in your hands. Holy crap. Li Shuang suddenly realized what was happening and blurted out a phrase related to traditional Chinese culture. My integrity is gone. I've actually forgotten about this. After quickly returning the secret, still warm from his palm, to Shi Qianlang, Li Shuang felt inexplicably empty inside. Sensing Li Shuang's slight reluctance, Shi Qianlang suppressed the smile on his lips. For her, flirting with men is as easy as drinking water. Li Shuang pretended to be calm and walked to the light screen, putting the embarrassment from just now behind her, and stared intently at the light screen to confirm the navigation information. 18 hours? That means it won't be until tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, Shi Qianlong's face was filled with worry. However, she quickly composed herself. It's okay, there's still time. Actually, my sister just awakened her abilities in another sea area, and she was the one who helped me figure out the treasure map of the Death Islands. Perhaps at this moment, she is insisting that I go to save her. Shi Qianlong's eyes trembled, but his tone remained firm. But she was also filled with self-blame. If she hadn't agreed to let her sister cover their retreat when Li Machuan was chasing her, this situation might not have happened. All she could do from then on was wait. The vibranium yacht moved forward at top speed. After dinner, the group washed up and went back to their rooms. With 2 bedrooms, Shi Qianlang naturally shared a room with Yunqi. Before I could fall asleep, Yunqi's scream came from next door. Then, blushing, she covered her chest and knocked on Li Shuang's door. Brother Li Shuang, save me. Upon opening the door, Li Shuang looked at Yun Tide, whose face was flushed and filled with panic, and gripped the AK in midair with a wary expression. What's wrong? What happened? Sister, she said she would help me with that aerobics. She said it can make me bigger, and she even forced herself to rub my private parts. Brother Li Shuang, I'm so scared. I want to sleep in the same room as you. Please save Yunqi. Looking at Yunqi's aggrieved and panicked face, Li Shuang felt both amused and speechless. Just then, Shi Qianlang, the instigator, came out of the room, so Li Shuang questioned him with displeasure. Why are you bullying a little kid? Unexpectedly, Shi Qianlang didn't take it seriously and began to provoke them in a tone that seemed perfectly reasonable. We're good friends. Isn't it reasonable for me to care about Yunqi's health? If I don't massage it for her, do you have to? Li Shuang was immediately rendered speechless by this sophistry. Feeling Yunqi trembling as she hugged him tightly from behind, he could only glare angrily at Shi Qianlang before closing the door. Just as the door was about to close, Shi Qianlang winked at Yunqi inside, and Yun Tide returned a knowing look, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. At the same time, in a sea area more than 1,000 kilometers away from here, a fleet of over 30 fully armed ships is advancing rapidly. Although it was late at night, the escort boat at the very front was brightly lit. Even in the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees Celsius at night, a chilling cold still lingered in the center of the cabin, refusing to dissipate. Around the cabin, icicles radiated outwards, piercing through the surrounding bulkheads. In the center of the ship's cabin, within the thick, solid ice walls, a sleeping woman was frozen solid, creating an eerie scene. Upon closer inspection, one would find that several non-fatal bullet holes on the woman's body were slowly healing. Outside the cabin, a dozen survivors were using axes and machetes to hack at the solid ice through the cracks in the door. Brother Wu, this is too slow. We can't clear all this ice. Even bullets can't penetrate a meter deep. There's no way to dig this woman out. In the crowd, a scarred man who was smoking took a deep drag on his cigarette, but then looked greedily at the woman inside the ice wall. An awakened one. I never expected this woman to be an awakened one. If I devour her alive, my undying awakened body will advance to the second tier. Wu Qing arrived in front of the ice wall, slammed his palms onto the solid ice, and gave the order, word by word. Dig all night long. This woman must be dug out alive and brought to me. Lima Chuan, you have really given me a big surprise. Wu Qing laughed loudly, his scarlet tongue licking his teeth, seemingly eager to devour the woman in the ice. His crimson eyes gleamed with a scarlet light as he observed the woman's changes, and his gaze suddenly lit up. Does it possess a self-healing effect that allows it to freeze and enter a state of slumber? Your awakened ability to control ice is really becoming more and more to my liking. The next day, in the morning, Yunxi looked very haggard with dark circles under her eyes. When she arrived at the dining table, she sat down on the chair with her little face turned up in the air. For no other reason than, all night long, Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru flanked Li Shuang, not giving her a single chance. If the Chinese national football team had U2 as goalkeepers, they would have played all night and still ended in a 0-0 draw. Shi Qianling was slightly puzzled by this. But when she saw Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru sandwiching Li Shuang between them at the dinner table, she understood everything and couldn't help but smile. The meal was filled with tension. Even though Yunxi tried her best to serve food to Li Shuang, she was always intercepted by Lu Xiaoxiao, who was standing in the middle. Not only that, Jiang Qingru was also constantly feeding Li Shuang on the other end. The two best friends, one attacking and the other defending, completely overwhelmed Yunxi, forcing her to retreat in every move. Shi Qianlong's beautiful eyes darted around as she leaned close to Yunxi and whispered something in her ear. No one knows what she said, but Yunxi, who was originally dejected and sullen, suddenly had a mischievous smile on her face. Upon seeing this scene, both Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru felt a jolt in their hearts. The same thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Oh no, this gender-neutral stat monster is about to make its move. Chapter 61, What do you want to do? Li Shuang, who was focused on the navigation route, was unaware of the subtle tension at the dinner table. After finishing breakfast, he went straight to the control room. There's still more than 7 hours left. Li Shuang felt that time was passing too slowly. After learning that Shi Qianlong's sister was also an awakened, his initial intention to help her gradually turned into curiosity. But facing the formidable breaking enemy guild alone, which is even more powerful than Black Shark, she is afraid of dying and will find it difficult to escape. They may even have met with misfortune. Li Shuang knew this was quite likely, so she tacitly refrained from bringing it up. Taking an alpha combination drug after breakfast has almost become a habit. Needle insertion, drug administration, screams. It was still a series of tortures that made him wish he were dead. Name, Li Shuang. Race, human. Nationality, China. Strength, 35. Speed, 36. Defense, 34. Li Shuang's vision, which had become blackened due to the torment, slowly returned. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he clenched his fist, his veins bulging, savoring the wonderful feeling of being enhanced. The metrics for the 3 major modules have now reached an alarming level. He had a gut feeling that he could easily tear apart a LV1 Siren with his physical strength alone. After all, the stats of LV1 Siren are only in the 20s or 30s. Bare-chested with his muscular upper body, his eyes closed, his face filled with ecstasy as he experienced the exhilarating power of new energy. Wow, my little brother is in great shape. No wonder those younger sisters are always fighting over you. It turns out they eat so well. Shi Qianlong's teasing tone made Li Shuang freeze abruptly. He immediately turned around, only to find that Shi Qianling was practically pressed against him. A delicate hand with red manicured nails gently caressed his abdominal muscles, tracing the bulging veins and muscle lines. The electric shock-like sensation made his throat tighten. The mature charm wafting towards him made his morning erection rise uncontrollably once again. Seemingly noticing Li Shuang's embarrassment, Shi Qianlang revealed a mischievous smile, and her delicate hand swept over Li Shuang's abs, moving downwards. Li Shuang suddenly came to his senses and grabbed her wrist tightly with one hand. Looking at the female hooligan in front of him, Li Shuang questioned her with some displeasure and frustration. "What are you up to so early in the morning, woman? Think." Shi Qianlang bit her red lips, her peach blossom eyes filled with spring water as she looked pitifully at Li Shuang. Li Shuang? Even though he was wearing a shirt, it couldn't hide his slender and toned physique after the enhancement. Throughout the entire process, Shi Qianlang just stared at him expectantly. Originally, she joined Li Shuang's forces to save her sister, but after witnessing the former's power, Shi Qianlong's mentality has undergone a complete transformation. What must it feel like for such a powerful man to be ridden beneath her? Having lived this long, this was the first time she had ever felt a primal desire for a man. Li Shuang naturally had no idea what this woman was thinking. He simply urged Shi Qianlang to follow him through the coordinate gate. The speed of the dump trucks is too slow, and an upgrade to their power systems is urgently needed. After stepping through the coordinate gate, this was the first time Shi Qianlang had seen what he called the secondary ship. Even Li Shuang was surprised by the changes in the soil transport ship in just 1 or 2 days. It wasn't that the appearance or facilities had been upgraded, but rather that the royal scale grass and wolf-slaying bees had changed. Let's start with the royal scale grass. Since the growth rate was boosted by the constant temperature crop incubator, the leaves have grown from about 1 meter to 3 meters in just 1 or 2 days. In other words, even without a constant temperature crop incubator, it can grow 20 centimeters in a day. This terrifying speed has surpassed our understanding of reality. Sensing Li Shuang's arrival, the royal scale grass's leaves, fluttering like dragons and phoenixes, curiously reached out towards the man who had brought it back. Li Shuang carefully touched its leaves with her hand, feeling the cool and hard texture of metallic scales. Strangely, many leaves of the royal scale plant had bloodstains on them. The reflective wolf attacked the bees, and the queen bee, along with 11 of her kind, had already built the initial shape of their nest, a nest framed by intertwined royal scale leaves. When Li Shuang looked up and saw the honeycomb on the top of the cabin, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. According to his understanding, the royal scale grass is a very troublesome plant. How could it have had so many leaves picked off by the wolf-attacked bee? Just as he and Shi Qianlang were both shocked, Shikai and Wang Junhao had already arrived in the cabin. "Hello, boss." "Boss, how come you always bring back a new girl every time you go out?" Truly worthy of being the boss. Upon seeing Shi Qianlang beside Li Shuang, Shikai and Wang Junhao both revealed envious and admiring glances. Seeing this, Shi Qianlang did not refute, but instead looked at Li Shuang with affection. That wifely demeanor gave Li Shuang goosebumps. Li Shuang said irritably, "Get lost. What's with this wolf swarming bee thing?" "Oh, it seems like it's time to advance." Shikai snapped out of his daze and quickly reported on the situation of the past 2 days. In the past 2 days, the wolf swarm has hunted down a lot of LV-1C monsters and fed them all to this royal scale grass. This grass seems to really enjoy eating the corpses of sirens, and then it grows incredibly fast. Every time the royal scale grass grows a short distance, it will shed a leaf. These incredibly defensive leaves are all used by wolf-slaying bees to build their hives. These two organisms seem to have a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. Li Shuang suddenly realized why the royal scale grass could grow so fast. It turns out that the entire wolf swarm was racing against time to feed and nourish it. Li Shuang arrived at the bottom of the wolf-infested beehive. "Little Jean, suckle, suckle." Soon, the wolf-like queen bee, now even larger than before, squeezed out of the nest hole, then flapped its wings and landed steadily on Li Shuang's shoulder. "Sniffle, good dog." He rubbed the head of the wolf-attack bee queen. Now the golden stripes on its body have become denser, and its originally brown fur is gradually turning deep red, showing signs of an imminent breakthrough. Li Shuang took out a few tempting fruits, which were immediately greedily stuffed into the mouth and chewed by the wolf-attack bee queen. I believe it won't be long before this queen bee advances to LV2. Security for the soil transport ships is currently handled by wolf bee swarms. Once the scales of the royal scale grass grow larger, It will be able to handle both offense and defense. The most important thing now is speed. Li Shuang looked at Shi Qianlang, her tone full of anticipation. Let me see what you've got up your sleeve. Help me modify the engine of this dumper. No problem. The engine is part of the power module. Let me take a look at your engine first. Shi Qianlang spoke seriously with a mischievous grin on his face. But to Li Shuang, something just didn't feel right. However, being able to upgrade the power module is definitely a good thing. Li Shuang didn't quite understand the specific operating procedures. After handing over the basic materials to Shi Qianlang, the original power module immediately turned into a semi-transparent blue state after she touched it with both hands. This scene was familiar to Li Shuang. This is the vehicle's normal state after each upgrade. Shi Qianlang's mechanical affinity seems to allow him to autonomously control any module to enter this upgraded state. 2 hours later, the brand new power system was finally completed. Secondary ship name: Soil Transport Ship. Level: LV3. Speed: 80 kilometers per hour. Defense: 30. Weapon: none. Power source: unlimited. The original speed of 40 kilometers per hour was directly increased to 80 kilometers per hour. Chapter 62. Enduring AK Fire. Locked in a difficult battle. After settling the soil transport ship for logistics, Li Shuang returned to the vibranium yacht and waited in the control room for the coordinates to be reached. At this point, there was still about an hour's journey to the location of the cursed compass. During their casual conversation, Li Shuang also learned that Shi Qianlang's younger sister was named Shi Qinghe. In the world chat, many survivors are already discussing the new type of natural disaster. If I remember correctly, midnight tonight is the refresh point for the second natural disaster. Unfortunately, there have been no useful clues on the World Channel in the past few days. Everything is just speculation from the survivors. As a result, no one can take countermeasures in advance. As they drew closer, the atmosphere inside the control room grew increasingly tense. Li Shuang stared intently at the light screen. Suddenly, more than 30 red dots appeared on the edge in front of the radar. They're here. Li Shuang looked at the almost overlapping coordinates on the radar and immediately looked out the window. On the distant horizon, there is a densely packed fleet of ships. Li Shuang understood that these were members of the Breaking Enemy Guild. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the largest fleet he has ever seen. In this post-apocalyptic world at sea, new guilds rise or perish every moment. Even a powerful guild like Li Machuan's Black Shark Guild only enjoyed its glory for a few days before becoming a stray dog. As they drew closer, the Breaking Enemy Guild also noticed the vibranium yacht following closely behind. A series of reports were sent to the front of the fleet. On the deck of the escort vessel, blocks of ice, which had been chiseled out overnight, were scattered everywhere. Wu Qing casually crushed a piece of solid ice, but his eyes remained fixed on the figure in the control room. After a night of digging, only less than a meter of thickness remained before the woman could be completely unearthed. But Wu Qing was shocked to discover that even in such a high-temperature environment, the ice he had excavated melted at a rate dozens of times slower than that of ordinary ice. Not only that, its hardness and defense far surpassed those of normal ice. Brother, there's a yacht that's been following our fleet. Brushing the remaining ice shards off his hands, Wu Qing listened to his team's urgent report with a cold expression. Is there a ship following us? Wu Qing seemed completely uninterested in the news. It's just a ship. Why are you asking me such a small thing? The subordinate who was reporting noticed the impatience in Wu Qing's voice and immediately lowered his head to explain. Brother, we've already sent 2 ships to kill the target, but they were both destroyed. It's an LV-4 vehicle, and it also has heavy rocket launchers. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing smiled instead of getting angry. He then stood up with a hint of excitement, eager to try it out. It turned out to be a big fish. I hope I can have a lot of fun with this one. Keep chiseling the ice, but don't hurt this woman in the slightest. Wu Qing looked at Shi Qinghe inside the ice block, couldn't help but lick his lips, and then steered the fleet to turn around. At this moment, on the deck of the vibranium yacht, 2 shipwrecks, whose power modules have been destroyed by shipborne RPGs, lay silently. Shi Qianlang placed his hands on the ship and activated his awakened ability to disintegrate it. Within minutes, the wreckage of both ships had completely disappeared, replaced by a large amount of decomposed material stacked on the deck. Li Shuang stretched out her hand with satisfaction. and the spatial gate collected all the materials. List of takeaways. Bulletproof glass asterisk 19. Rubber asterisk 184. Steel asterisk 428. Medium carbon steel asterisk 3. Electromagnetic components asterisk 26. These two LV-3 vehicles were only used for reconnaissance. After being dismantled, they mostly yielded basic supplies. Li Shuang, clinging to the delusion of finding a bargain, let Shi Qianlang try, and sure enough, this was the outcome. This also means that if you want to dismantle something valuable, you should focus on LV-4 vehicles. At this moment, on the radar screen in the control room, red dots were rapidly approaching the vibranium yacht. Li Shuang's face was solemn. Soon, a patrol boat, even larger than the vibranium yacht, came to a steady stop opposite. Wu Qing stood shirtless on the deck, looking down at the viewpoint, his bronze skin gleaming in the scorching sun. His gaze swept across the vibranium yacht before finally settling on Li Shuang in the control room. LV-4 yacht. So, you must be Li Shuang that Li Machuan was talking about. Unfortunately, that guy is now severely weakened and can no longer benefit from your energy. Wu Qing licked his lips, looking at the vibranium yacht as if he were examining a trophy. Indeed, he had also heard from Li Machuan that Li Shuang possessed a large amount of energy. Even as awakened beings, they still face a crisis of energy reserves. As Wu Qing sensed the aura inside the vibranium yacht, his expression suddenly turned fervent. 3 awakened powers, a large energy reserve. You've really given me plenty of reason to kill you. Li Shuang's expression hardened, and she exchanged a glance with Shi Qianlang, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. What? Surprised? Aren't you curious about why I can sense awakened power? Wu Qing seemed quite satisfied with Li Shuang's current expression. But the next second, he leaped off the deck like Tarzan and landed heavily on the deck of the vibranium yacht. This unexpected scene shocked Li Shuang. This madman actually abandoned the heavy weapons on the escort boat and fought hand-to-hand. Seeing that Wu Qing had already rushed to the front of the control room, Li Shuang had a bad feeling and immediately raised the AK in her hand and pointed it at Wu Qing through the glass. Bang! With a shattering sound of glass breaking, several bullets were fired at Wu Qing simultaneously. Their approach to dealing with firearms differs from Li Shuang's. Wu Qing showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he chose to face the bullets head-on, as if he were about to die. Boop, boop, boop. A burst of bullets pierced Wu Qing's chest, producing a series of dull thuds. Hot blood gushed from the bullet holes, quickly soaking his chest, making him look incredibly ferocious and terrifying. However, despite such a fatal injury, he did not collapse to the ground as expected. After being shot, Wu Qing merely frowned, but his offensive did not stop for a moment, and he closed in on Li Shuang in just a few seconds. Seeing this bizarre scene, Li Shuang was startled and had no time to think. The time delay vision activated instantly, allowing him to smoothly dodge a punch that accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. Despite missing his target, Wu Qing showed no anger, instead looking at Li Shuang with interest. Interesting. What's with your strange movement technique? How can you so easily dodge my attacks? Is this your awakened ability? When questioned, Li Shuang offered no explanation, but instead frowned and put the AK away. The scene before him almost caused his brain to shut down. The wound in Wu Qing's chest that had been pierced through his heart was stopped and healed within just a few seconds. Is this Deadpool or Wolverine? Although Li Shuang was able to dodge Wu Qing's attacks, he still couldn't kill the latter. Wu Qing also noticed this, and with a smirk, he made another move. This time, however, his fist struck Shi Qianlang's position. Not good. Li Shuang's alarm blared, and he immediately rushed towards Shi Qianlang's location. As the fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes, there was no time to dodge at that distance. Chapter 63, Reborn Monster, Wu Qing. Shi Qinghe awakens. Sizzle. With a tearing sound, Shi Qianlang felt a strong arm pull her up around the waist and slam her heavily into the corner of the control room. She opened her eyes and was taken aback by what she saw. 3 claw marks appeared on Li Shuang's shoulder, dripping with blood. Not far away, Wu Qing sucked and licked the remaining flesh and bloodstains between his fingers, his face full of ecstasy. As expected, the scent of the awakened is the most enticing. That's not enough. This isn't enough. If I devour you all, my power will evolve once more. Looking at the scars on Li Shuang's shoulder, Shi Qianlang felt a lump in his throat and tears welled up in his eyes. Just as she was about to help Li Shuang stop the bleeding, Wu Qing's fierce attack came again. Seeing this, Li Shuang quickly pulled Shi Qianlang into her arms, constantly dodging Wu Qing's repeated attacks. Gradually, Li Shuang's expression grew increasingly serious. I feel so frustrated, so incredibly frustrated. I wonder if an RPG could blow this bastard up. Wu Qing's punch missed its mark on the control room wall, and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. His punch was powerful enough to pierce the steel bulkhead, yet left no mark on the wall. Just as he was about to make another move, the surrounding sea suddenly rippled, and thick tentacles stabbed towards the fleet. Serpent, be on guard. Under the ship. Fire. Yeah. Help. No. Concentrate your firepower and take out the tentacles first. The loud screams made Wu Qing stop moving and stare at Li Shuang in shock. At this moment, Li Shuang clutched his shoulder in pain, looking at the person in front of him with a mocking expression. The screams from the surrounding sea continued unabated. Countless tentacles emerged from underwater, entangled the vehicles, and gradually dragged them underwater. Wu Qing watched this scene with an extremely cold expression. He had no idea that there was a level 3 sea monster watching them underwater. You beast! How dare you! Finally, Wu Qing couldn't help but curse angrily, temporarily abandoning Li Shuang and choosing to deal with this sea monster first. If the destruction continues unchecked, the Destroyer Guild will suffer heavy casualties. He also understood the principle of capture the king first to catch the thief. But now he is no longer able to cause any real harm to Li Shuang. If the Petty Guild suffers a major blow, his subsequent upgrade to LV5 will inevitably be affected. It's too late to leave now. Seeing that Wu Qing was finally losing his temper, Li Shuang smiled coldly and chose to take the initiative. Wu Qing didn't take Li Shuang's offensive seriously at all. His immortal awakened body can regenerate within a minute, even if it is blown to pieces. Bullet attacks like this can restore the device to its original state in just a few seconds. Just as he reached the deck and prepared to jump, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell uncontrollably onto the deck. Wu Qing's vision blurred, and he suddenly realized that one of his legs had been severed. Meanwhile, Li Shuang, who had made the move, continued to attack him with a samurai sword. You're really good at having babies. Let's see if you grow faster, or I chop you down faster. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shuang slashed at Wu Qing's other leg with his knife. Just as the katana was about to fall, it was firmly grasped by the latter with both hands. Fresh blood flowed continuously down Wu Qing's arm. The blade only lasted a few seconds before it snapped in two. A murderous intent surged in Wu Qing's eyes. His severed foot had already regenerated, and he kicked fiercely towards Li Shuang's chest with a powerful kick. Upon receiving the kick, Li Shuang instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, but still underestimated the destructive power of the attack. A powerful force surged from my arms, as if I were being butted by a bull. My arms were so painful and numb that they felt like they were about to break. I was jolted back several steps until my back hit the bulkhead, and I barely stopped. Wu Qing retracted the leg that was dangling in midair. He could feel that Li Shuang's body had also been enhanced by the alpha elixir. If you weren't an alpha-level physique, both your arms would be shattered by now. After giving Li Shuang a cold look, Wu Qing leaped into the sea. Li Shuang endured the excruciating pain and rushed off the deck, only to see Wu Qing already jumping onto Lulu's body and launching a fierce counterattack. After a brief moment of panic, the members of the Breaking Enemy Guild used their firepower to blast off many of Lulu's tentacles. Especially Wu Qing, whose every punch seemed to carry the terrifying power of cannon fire, smashing holes into Lulu's body. Even as a level 3 siren, Lulu couldn't withstand such an attack for long. Li Shuang quickly told it to retreat, and it transformed into a miniature Lulu and landed back on the deck. Careful! Shi Qianlang shouted a reminder from the control room. At this moment, all of Putty's weapons were aimed at the vibranium yacht and Li Shuang. Sensing something was wrong, Li Shuang immediately retreated back to the control room. Countless bullets and cannon fire exploded on the vibranium yacht, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Just then, the surrounding air suddenly felt cool. Visible frost and condensed water vapor covered the deck and hull, and tiny ice crystals gradually floated on the sea surface. This is... Wu Qing raised his hand, looked at the snowflakes falling into his palm, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he turned around abruptly. On the escort ship not far behind them, 5 members responsible for breaking through the ice were instantly pierced through by an ice pillar and frozen in place. Everyone's posture and expression were frozen in that instant of terror and despair. That woman, she's awake. Wu Qing glanced at the vibranium yacht filled with smoke and immediately leaped back onto the escort boat. At the hatch in the control room, Shi Qinghe, pale-faced, slowly walked out, leaning against the wall. She was surrounded by a cold mist, and her ice-blue hair was scattered wildly. The commotion here also caught the attention of Li Shuang and his companion. When Shi Qianlang looked at the familiar figure in the distance, he immediately called out excitedly, "Qinghe, elder sister?" Shi Qinghe's eyes gradually cleared, and she saw Shi Qianlang as well. Upon seeing each other again, Shi Qinghe immediately tried to escape despite her weakness, but was knocked to the ground by a huge impact. Wu Qing withdrew his leg and looked at Shi Qinghe, who was lying on the ground in pain at the end of the deck. "Don't worry, you will all be reunited inside my belly." Just as he was about to strike again, his body was struck hard by a rocket launcher. The vibranium yacht, now completely unharmed, accelerated toward the escort vessel after the thick smoke dissipated. Seeing Wu Qing's condition, Li Shuang was secretly surprised. An RPG rocket launcher only managed to blast half of his body apart, leaving him lying on the deck in the distance like a charred corpse. Visible blood vessels and muscles are constantly wriggling and growing, covering the gradually solidifying bones and regenerating rapidly. Li Shuang knew time was running out, and he had already given up on the idea of killing Wu Qing, this regenerating monster. Bang! The two ships collided, and the enormous impact nearly capsized the escort vessel. Lulu's gigantic tentacles reached out again, wrapping around the unconscious Shi Qinghe and pulling her back to the deck of the vibranium yacht. Retreat immediately. Chapter 64, Everyone's cooking, both inside and outside the door. Li Shuang looked serious, and the vibranium yacht immediately turned around to create distance. Now that Shi Qinghe has been rescued, there is no need to dwell on it any longer. Wu Qing's awakened power is disgusting. Being entangled with him is a real headache. You can't stand it if someone takes a hit from an RPG and loses half their body, but then they're healing rapidly? Taking advantage of his recovery, the vibranium yacht sped away into the distance. Before leaving, they didn't forget to fire 2 rocket launchers, causing chaos in the enemy guild's fleet. On the deck of the escort boat, Wu Qing, his face filled with resentment, propped up his broken body. The muscle on the surface of the wound is about to finish growing, and the dark brown skin and flesh quickly scab over and fall off, replaced by a new layer of tissue. Looking at the yacht that had shrunk to a black dot and disappeared into the distance, Wu Qing's face was extremely ugly. Li Shuang and his group of 4 awakened individuals, including Shi Qinghe, simply ran away. His advancement plan was completely disrupted. As the inheritor of the undying awakened body, he can easily sense the aura of other awakened ones within 100 meters. This additional sensory ability is a perfect match for the physique he developed by consuming awakened beings to complete his evolution. Extreme reaction speed, vehicles immune to damage, and the ability to attract so many awakened individuals. Wu Qing took a deep breath. Li Shuang had brought him far too many surprises today. Contact Li Machuan and tell him I have something to discuss with him. Okay, big brother. His subordinates immediately obeyed the order, and the entire fleet entered the rescue and repair phase. Gurgle, gurgle. Inside the vibranium yacht, Shi Qinghe, who had just finished showering, sat on the sofa with her knees bent, staring curiously at the miniature Lulu on the table in front of her. She carefully reached out her slender hand and gently poked Lulu's soft head with her fingertips, finding it very novel and fun. So cute. Is this the LV3 siren that saved me earlier? Shi Qinghe raised her face and looked at Li Shuang. Despite having a youthful, delicate face, she possesses an astonishingly large size that stands out from the crowd. It seems Shi Qianlang wasn't lying. Her sister is indeed the same age as her. These 2 sisters are truly remarkable. That's right, its name is Lulu. Li Shuang introduced the fruit with a smile, and then handed Shi Qinghe a food-attracting fruit, indicating that she could feed it. Upon seeing something to eat, Lulu became even more affectionate towards Shi Qinghe, and the 2 of them had a wonderful time playing together. Brother Shuang, the medicinal bath is ready. Jiang Qingru poked her head out of the bathroom and invited Li Shuang to take a bath. Although the bloodstains on my shoulder had long since scabbed over, they were still very painful. Moreover, having withstood Wu Qing's kick, his arms now urgently need treatment. After finishing her medicinal bath, Jiang Qingru rushed to the kitchen to help Lu Xiaoxiao cook. Lu Xiaoxiao was heartbroken when she saw Li Shuang was injured, and she was going to cook a delicious meal to help him recover. Li Shuang entered the bathroom, where Shi Qianlang was bending over and feeling the water temperature in the bathtub with his hand. Compared to Lu Xiaoxiao and the others, her figure leans towards a more voluptuous and tall, mature look. Her fiery red, long, curly hair cascaded down her back, paired with a black lace dress that she had changed into at some point in her life. The breathtaking curve and the glimpses of snow-white skin made Li Shuang's heart race. Noticing someone behind him, Shi Qianlang turned around and looked at Li Shuang with a smile. This also allowed Li Shuang to see the style of the dress clearly. The deep V-neckline plunged to the abdomen, with delicate lace trim woven in the middle, yet couldn't conceal the enormous breasts that were about to burst forth. Seeing Li Shuang standing there motionless, Shi Qianlang stepped forward, bent down slightly, and looked up at Li Shuang. The sheer whiteness from this angle almost made Li Shuang's eyes dizzy. At such close range, it seems I can already smell the milky aroma wafting towards me. What's wrong, little brother? With deep affection in her eyes, Shi Qianlang stretched out her jade-like hand and waved it in front of Li Shuang's eyes, bringing with it a pleasant fragrance. In his eyes, there was gratitude, but also some indescribable emotions and entanglement. This man not only saved her, but also her sister. He has now become the support for the two sisters. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, based on her understanding of Li Shuang, she would definitely allow Shi Qinghe to stay. An awakened being with awakened abilities and of a combat attribute. This is a force that anyone would try their best to recruit. Huh, aren't you going out? As Li Shuang unbuttoned her collar, she tentatively asked him a question. To his surprise, the woman showed no intention of leaving and simply waited by the bathtub, smiling at him. Li Shuang looked suspicious, thinking that she was just teasing her, so she simply took off her shirt. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, paired with well-defined and full abs and powerfully sculpted arms. Only one shoulder was clearly marked with a hideous claw mark. Shi Qianlang quickly stepped forward and carefully examined her, filled with self-reproach and heartache. Thank you so much for saving me and my sister. After carefully hanging up Li Shuang's shirt, Shi Qianlong's eyes were slightly red as he looked at Li Shuang earnestly and said, although this time was somewhat dangerous, Li Shuang also gained 2 awakened individuals. The addition of these 2 sisters to his fleet will greatly assist him. Therefore, taking this risk is worthwhile. It's simply a matter of each party getting what they need. No need to thank me. After all, I didn't save people for nothing. Li Shuang thought for a moment, then calmly added, I will also bind a loyalty scroll to Shi Qinghe later. For safety reasons, I hope you can understand. Of course, I will talk to Qinghe. Upon hearing that Li Shuang wanted to bind the scroll of loyalty, Shi Qianlong's last trace of worry vanished, and he happily agreed. She understood that Li Shuang would only stay on the yacht if he truly considered them his own people, and binding the loyalty scroll meant she had completely latched onto this powerful figure. Li Shuang nodded, satisfied with Shi Qianlong's attitude. When you talk to a smart person, they understand immediately. But when he was about to unbuckle his belt, Shi Qianlang remained unmoved and stared at him. The atmosphere became awkward again, and he couldn't help but ask again, I'm going to take my pants off? Why aren't you leaving yet? Upon hearing this, Shi Qianlong's face flushed with an alluring blush and a mischievous glint. He walked step by step to the door, but locked it from the inside with his back turned. This scene left Li Shuang completely stunned. His voice even trembled. No, aren't you a lesbian? Hey, don't come any closer, damn it. Shi Qianlang pulled down his collar and approached him step by step with an almost palpable urge. A sense of humiliation and being forced welled up in Li Shuang's heart. Lu Xiaoxiao was like this before, and Shi Qianlang is like this now. When did you women become so proactive? Shi Qianlang didn't care what Li Shuang was thinking. She had already hooked her finger around the belt buckle. At the same time, she stared at him with lustful eyes, her whole body almost pressed against him. A delicate fragrance and softness made Li Shuang's body stiffen, as Shi Qianlang murmured in his ear with a playful, light breath. Li Shuang, You don't want to lose the two of us awakened ones, do you? Li Shuang's eyes widened instantly, and she stared at Shi Qianlang with an incredulous look. Shu, your girlfriends are cooking next door. You don't want them to find out, do you? Keep your voice down. They can cook theirs, we'll cook ours. Li Shuang was on the verge of tears, but couldn't help interrupting to stop him. Wait, you're using my words. Chapter 65, The Gate to a New World. The second natural disaster descends. Holy crap, isn't this all the storylines I skipped back in the day? How could I, a dignified 18 centimeters man, be forced by a woman? If you want to repay a debt of gratitude, there's no need to do it this way. Li Shuang thought Shi Qianlang was expressing his gratitude for saving her life, so she quickly explained. Unexpectedly, Shi Qianlang kissed his lips directly. After a period of intense demand, she surprisingly began to savor the experience with a thoughtful expression. She seems a bit different from a married woman, but she's not bad. Little brat, I didn't repay you with this. I just wanted to try out, man, and find out why Lu Xiao and the others were jealous of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Qianlang didn't care whether he agreed or not, and immediately shifted gears to get on the road. Veins bulged on Li Shuang's forehead, and evil thoughts began to stir within him. Okay, so you're using me as a guinea pig, huh? So he pushed Shi Qianlang into the bathtub, and the water splashed and soaked her lace dress, revealing an even more breathtaking figure. Li Shuang raised his hand and roughly slapped the back of the car. He was fiddling with the car's headlights. They were cleaning and maintaining the exhaust pipe of the new car from the back. You've gone too far. Only I could be on top. Shi Qianlang, whose mouth was covered, looked at a loss. But in an instant, his brows furrowed and his eyes became unfocused. So this is the gateway to a new world. Knowing that my brothers are all upright gentlemen and don't like reading this, I'll omit 1,000 words here. After soaking in a medicinal bath, the wound on Li Shuang's shoulder had scabbed over with dark blood, and he estimated that it would be fully healed after a few more soaks. The pain in my arms has almost completely subsided. However, he seemed to have entered a state of sage-like tranquility, and his face appeared extremely tired. At the dinner table, Shi Qianlang frowned and sat down with an unnatural posture. Shi Qing had got along very well with Lu Xiao and others, probably because they were closer in age. Halfway through the meal, Shi Qianlang, who was sitting opposite him, quietly took off his shoes. Her jade-like foot, painted with red nail polish, was gently lifted. Under Li Shuang's almost choking gaze, the foot landed with perfect precision. Shi Qianlang looked at Li Shuang with a flippant gaze, as if questioning his physical fitness. Just as she was about to withdraw her jade-like foot, she suddenly felt a warm and powerful hand clamping it tightly. Li Shuang, who had been dormant, also showed signs of awakening. Shi Qianlang's cheeks flushed red instantly, and he could only let Li Shuang play with that tenderness. An accidental discharge of a weapon. Sister, what's wrong? Your face is all red. Shi Qing had turned her head and asked with concern. It's okay, it's just a little hot. When questioned, Shi Qianlang quickly sat up straight and made up a flimsy excuse. Halfway through the meal, Shi Qinghe smiled serenely, raised her drink, and sincerely thanked Li Shuang. Brother Li Shuang, thank you for saving us, and thank you for taking care of my sister for me. It's okay. We'll be teammates under the same roof from now on. I'll definitely take good care of your sister. Li Shuang deliberately emphasized the word take care of, which aroused Shi Qianlang's barely perceptible embarrassment and annoyance. He fiddled with the object under the table, maintaining a calm demeanor as he clinked glasses with Shi Qinghe. Faced with Shi Qianlang's anxious and guilty gaze trying to stop him, he simply chose to ignore it. You deliberately set the fire and then try to run away? Li Shuang acted as if he wouldn't release the person until the fire was extinguished. This completely silenced Shi Qianlang, leaving him with an expression of giving up the struggle. After a harrowing meal, Shi Qianlang slammed the bathroom door shut as if fleeing. My feet felt sticky. After a satisfying meal, Li Shuang lay back on the living room sofa, enjoying the fruit and snacks that Lu Xiao and Jiangqing fed her. At the same time, he was also considering whether or not to hunt down Li Machuan. Wu Qing's abilities were too abnormal, and Li Shuang did not want to confront him directly. At the very least, you shouldn't initiate a conflict with him before you find his weaknesses. However, Li Machuan's Black Shark Guild is now severely weakened and may cooperate with Wu Qing or even join the Padi Guild. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to move on. This trip to the Death Islands was a huge success for him, so there was no need to continue the entanglement. Compared to Black Shark and breaking the enemy, he is now more concerned about the second natural disaster that will refresh at midnight tonight. In the world chat, a few people are already discussing this topic. Does anyone know what this natural disaster will be? I don't know. Anything is fine, as long as it can bring this damn temperature down. Damn it, I'm almost as tanned as an African. A black mark is good, because with a black mark you can directly apply for scholarships and air-conditioned single rooms. I've been sweating nonstop for the past few days, and I've even dried up all my urine. It's going to refresh in less than half an hour. What should I do? What should I do? I've heard that quite a few survivors have awakened their abilities. Joining their guild might help you survive a little longer. It's not that easy to join an Awakens guild. You need to be at least LV3 and have combat equipment. Li Shuang shook his head, surprised that he hadn't seen any useful information about the natural disaster after refreshing the page. Looking at the numbers, after a week of survival, only 2.1 billion of the original 3 billion survivors remain. At this rate, the remaining people won't even last a month. Most survivors were concentrated in the initial stages of environmental change. For example, as soon as you are teleported to this sea area, you're chased by ghostly mist, sea monsters appear, and there is also a high-temperature natural disaster. Every change in the surrounding living environment instantly eliminates many people. Then, one gradually adapts and even finds ways to cope. Li Shuang had a vague feeling that this strange sea world was not so simple. Lost in thought, Li Shuang suddenly noticed something unusual outside the window. He opened the window and stretched out his hand. A light snowflake landed in his palm and slowly melted from his body heat. This is... Li Shuang subconsciously turned to look at Shi Qinghe, but she was playing with Lulu with Yunqi. Clearly, this is not Shi Qinghe's awakened ability. Before Li Shuang could react, a dense flurry of snowflakes began to fall from the sky above the sea without warning. A gust of cold wind replaced the heat wave of the previous second, and in its place came a bone-chilling cold. In the world chat, almost all players simultaneously felt the sudden chill. Holy crap, what's going on? Why is it suddenly snowing? This is great. The temperature has finally dropped, and I don't have to sweat all day anymore. It's been a week. I'm totally stinking. Achoo! Why is the snow so heavy? Something's not right. My cabin windows are all frozen over. Is this another natural disaster? It's cold, so cold. The thermometer is already showing -4 degrees Celsius, and it's still dropping. Damn it, I'm wearing short sleeves. Someone help me. Give me some clothes. Where are the extra-large sizes in the market? Why are they all sold out? It's so cold. It's already -20 degrees Celsius, and it's still dropping. Even with the air conditioning on, it's still freezing. In the world chat, survivors who were initially relieved by the drop in temperature began to call for help. Li Shuang shivered and quickly wrapped herself tightly in the air conditioning blanket on the sofa. In the 2 rooms, several women, also wrapped in blankets and looking panicked, came into the living room. Just as they were about to ask, a server-wide notification suddenly rang out. Ding! The second natural disaster has officially been triggered. Type of natural disaster, extreme cold. Duration, 1 week. Disaster details. Sea temperatures will drop to -50 degrees Celsius, with snow and wind throughout the day. All survivors, please prepare yourselves and strive to survive. Chapter 66, The Power of Extreme Cold, Constant Temperature Heating Module. The emotionless notification sound echoed in the minds of every survivor across the server. It's exactly midnight now. Li Shuang opened the window, and a biting, numbing cold rushed in. Even though his body had been enhanced by the alpha synthesis, it still couldn't withstand such extreme low temperatures. I glanced at the yacht's temperature gauge on the control panel. The outside temperature has now reached -60 degrees Celsius. The lowest temperature in Mo is -60 degrees Celsius, but it's only -52 degrees Celsius. This temperature is equivalent to the average temperature in the Antarctic interior. Without professional protective clothing, one cannot endure such temperatures outdoors for long. It can be said that this second natural disaster was even more deadly than the first extreme heat wave. On the World Channel, countless survivors began to plead for help. It's so cold, my eyes are freezing. I'm wrapped in a blanket in the cabin, and my body is freezing. Is there any hot water? Can anyone give me some hot water? Down jacket. Does anyone have a down jacket? I'll buy it with ocean coins. Damn it, it's freezing cold. My hands and feet are completely numb from the cold. Minus 60 degrees Celsius? What kind of temperature is minus 60 degrees Celsius? Is this the temperature on Earth? Even with the air conditioning on, it's useless. It's unbearable. Help me, I'm dying. I only have a short sleeve shirt. Yeah, my ear. My ear. I just rubbed my ear and it fell off. It fell off. Losing an ear is nothing, bro. I just peed on the deck, you know? It froze off. Help. Is there anyone kind enough to give me some general purpose energy? I can't hold on much longer. All the energy has been used up by running the air conditioner. Damn it. Give me back this heat wave. I just upgraded my vehicle and stocked up on a whole freezer full of ice water. It's over. My ship hit an ice floe and is sinking. Can someone please come and save me? I'm sending you the coordinates, please. In a world channel, the number of people lost in just over 10 minutes has decreased by more than 300,000. This sudden and unexpected extreme cold disaster eliminated a large number of survivors who had just barely endured the extreme heat. Extreme heat can be endured as long as one can replenish moisture and provide shade. But in extreme cold, hiding anywhere won't help. Temperature, heat source. These are the most important things. Li Shuang shivered. Even with the air conditioning on, she couldn't withstand the bone-chilling cold. Brother Shuang, I'm so cold. What should I do? The air conditioner's heating seems insufficient. None of us have warm clothes or blankets. We should have bought more down jackets back then. Lu Xiao and the others trembled all over, wrapped tightly in blankets. But Shi Qinghe seemed unaffected, still wearing her pajamas and curiously looking at the snow scene outside the window. Li Shuang's expression turned serious, realizing the urgency of the situation. But he quickly remembered the constant temperature heating module that he had obtained from the gold treasure chest. Don't rush. Make some hot soup first so everyone can warm up. Li Shuang's words of comfort immediately brightened the eyes of the group. Yes, we also have hot pot base and sliced meat. Lu Xiaoxiao's nose was red from the cold, and she couldn't wait to pull Jiang Qingru and Yunxi into the kitchen. Then Li Shuang reached out and took out the constant temperature heating module. The effects of the golden treasure chest are far superior to the air conditioning added with vehicle upgrades. Item name, constant temperature heating module. Item description. This item allows you to bind it to a vehicle, providing heating to all enclosed spaces within the vehicle. It consumes a significant amount of energy. System review. This is an unconventional, hardcore heating system that ignores physical heat loss and locks the temperature firmly into the indoor space. However, its energy consumption is high, so caution is advised when using it. Li Shuang's lips curled up in a smile. In other words, even if the window glass and the bulkhead have poor insulation, heat will still not be lost. The main reason why it's difficult for air conditioners to raise the temperature is that a lot of heat is being lost through the glass. Coupled with the extreme low temperature of minus 60 degrees Celsius outdoors, the heating effect is greatly reduced. This constant temperature heating module completely solves this pain point. As for the high energy consumption, I have unlimited energy, so I don't care if you're at level 5 or level 8 energy efficiency. Since it's open, there's no intention to close it. Ding. Target of vehicle that can be bound has been detected. Target name, Vibranium Yacht. Target level, LV4. Do you want to bind your account? Weather. Yes. Li Shuang grinned and clicked confirm without hesitation. Ding. Binding complete. All interior spaces of the Vibranium Yacht have been adjusted to a constant 26 degrees Celsius for heating. The moment the system binding was completed, a warm, skin-friendly sensation surged from all directions. My limbs, which had been numb and cold just moments before, were immediately soothed, as if I were bathing in a hot spring. Outside the window, the wind and snow were raging, and the sound of the cold wind was terrifying. Yet, the lounge, separated only by a glass partition, is a quiet and warm space, like two worlds cut apart. Li Shuang took off the blanket draped over her body, sat comfortably on the sofa, and opened a can of ice-cold Coke. In the kitchen, several women emerged, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Huh? It's so warm. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so warm? Is the natural disaster over? Wasn't it supposed to last a week? Lu Xiao and Jiang Qingru looked at each other in disbelief and took off their blankets. Shi Qianlang subconsciously glanced at Li Shuang on the sofa, as if he had guessed something. Little brat, did you do something? Upon hearing Shi Qianlang's words, the group all turned to look at Li Shuang. Only Li Shuang could have accomplished such a miracle. Li Shuang smiled and nodded, then explained the constant temperature heating module. Now the group was completely relieved, as they had thought this week would be extremely difficult. Ignoring everyone else, Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly rushed into Li Shuang's arms and showered him with kisses on the face. Brother Shuang is amazing. We are so lucky. Yeah, if it weren't for Brother Shuang, we definitely wouldn't have survived this temperature on our own. Even though she was already in the safe and warm vibranium yacht, Jiang Qingru couldn't help but feel a lingering fear and sigh. This time, it's unknown how many people will die on the first night. Yunqi looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru, who were hugging Li Shuang, her face full of envy and loneliness. So she looked to Shi Qianlang for help, but the latter seemed a little guilty. This girl trusted me so much, yet I beat her to it and slept with Li Shuang. If she finds out, I wonder if she'll be angry with me. At worst, I can just help her win over Li Shuang later. That would be compensation for her. Shi Qianlang tried to comfort herself, then bit her red lips with worry. No, these girls are so cute. I can't lose them because of some jerk. Li Shuang had no idea what the girls were thinking, and he didn't care. The hot pot and side dishes were placed on the living room table, along with chilled soft drinks and various dipping sauces. Chapter 67 Arc Guild. The first midnight snack under the extreme cold has finally begun. The spicy and juicy hot pot meat and tripe, once in your mouth, send a warm and scalding sensation through your entire body. Paired with a refreshing, ice-cold cola to cleanse the palate, and surrounded by a table full of beautiful women of all shapes and sizes, it's simply a heavenly experience. Despite the raging wind and snow outside, the lounge remained warm and peaceful. When Li Shuang had almost finished eating, she suddenly received a message notification. Upon opening the dialog box, Shi Kai's tearful voice message played automatically. Boss, we're freezing death. Help, boss. Broken. Li Shuang slapped his thigh, realizing he'd gotten so caught up in the food that he'd forgotten all the people on the soil-carrying boat. After greeting the girls, Li Shuang quickly passed through the coordinate gate and arrived at the soil transport ship. The moment he stepped into the hold of the soil-carrying ship, the biting cold made his whole body numb and tense. I was too hasty. I should have brought a blanket. But it's too late to go back now, because Shi Kai and Wang Junhao, two brothers in misfortune, came to him with their bodies hunched over and trembling like leaves. Seeing the two in such a miserable state, Li Shuang felt a pang of guilt for 0.1 seconds before regaining her composure. Boss, it's so cold. The natural disaster has turned into extreme cold. Yes, the people down there are almost freezing to death. The air conditioning in the cabin is on the hottest setting, but it still feels only a few degrees Celsius. Everyone was wearing short-sleeved shirts, and now they're so cold they're wrapped in blankets and huddled together with the pigs and cows. The constant temperature livestock incubator has a certain space and a constant temperature. These people wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure if they weren't forced to. Seeing this, Li Shuang could only wave his hand and distribute a lot of food and supplies. Hurry up and organize all these instant noodles and meat dishes. Starting today, we'll cook more stews and add more chili peppers. Currently, all the clothes and blankets on the market have been sold out. I will continue to monitor the situation. Let's start with food for now, and keep all the air conditioners on. Don't go outside these days. Keep an eye on the crops. Spend the rest of the time staying in the cabin on standby. Remember, I'll provide plenty of food, drink, and energy. You two just need to make sure no one freezes to death. Shi Kai and Wang Junhao nodded repeatedly. During the extreme cold period, the food Li Shuang provided to these survivors consisted mainly of bread, instant noodles, and other fast food. The weather is too cold now. These alone are definitely not enough. Having these meat and vegetable dishes will definitely make things much better. Although Li Shuang has no shortage of water and energy, fresh meat and vegetables are also limited consumables. Previously, aside from the unlimited supply on the vibranium yacht, he would only give a portion to Shi Kai and Wang Junhao separately each time. As for the remaining survivors, Li Shuang had no intention of sharing weal and woe. Only an idiot would give good stuff to these rescued survivors. On the soil transport ship, the only people he cared about were Shi Kai and Wang Junhao. As long as the other survivors didn't freeze or starve to death, that was fine. However, in order to maintain the body temperature and provide heating for these people, We have no choice but to start with their diet. By the way, have you noticed anything unusual about the wolf-slaying bees? With the sudden drop in temperature, Li Shuang was somewhat worried about the condition of the wolf-slaying bees. Upon hearing about the wolf-snatching bees, Shi Kai quickly reported it. I just checked, and the wolf attack on the bees seems to have no effect on them. They don't seem to be afraid of the cold. But the wolf attack queen bee has become very strange. She has been staying in the hive without moving since yesterday. Upon hearing that something was amiss with the wolf attacking the queen bee, Li Shuang rushed straight to the cabin and arrived at the hive. Just as Shi Kai had said, all the wolf-hunting bees clung to the hive and did not succumb to the cold. The queen bee huddled in the very center of the hive, surrounded by other wolf bees that seemed to be protecting her. Li Shuang's eyes lit up instantly when she looked at the wolf attacking the queen bee. Target name, Wolf attacks queen bee. Target status, LV1. LV2 advancement in progress. System notification. The siren is in the final stage of her evolution, vulnerable and weak. Be extremely cautious of external threats. Is it time to advance? Looking at the wolf attacking the queen bee, which was twice as big as before, the golden lines on its fur had become thicker and denser. Li Shuang's joy was beyond words. The next step is to get the remaining wolf-slaying bees to advance as quickly as possible. If a swarm of bees is large enough, even a level 3 siren could be overwhelmed and killed by a swarm of bees at level 2. At that time, this wolf swarm will become a powerful fighting force for him. However, the wolf-slaying bee needs to devour a large number of sea monsters to advance, and the higher the level of the sea monster, the more energy it replenishes. It's still just an enticing fruit. However, a considerable number of staff are also needed. If we can hunt more sirens to feed the wolf swarm bees, it will definitely accelerate their reproduction and advancement. Furthermore, the vehicle upgrade to LV5 has been delayed for a long time, and it's time to speed things up. Upgrading an LV5 vehicle not only changes the LV5 vehicle blueprint fragments, but also transforms the original basic materials into advanced materials. Medium carbon steel is one of them, along with bulletproof glass and other materials. These items can only be obtained by opening treasure chests or by hunting high-level sirens, or by using basic resources to synthesize them with a probability. Shi Qianlong's abilities can save at least half of the costs. If we sell these essential upgrade materials, we'll definitely make a fortune. After a moment of contemplation, a new blueprint emerged in Li Shuang's mind. Shi Kai, you and Wang Jinhao should keep a close eye on the basic materials on the market lately. I'll give you a list later, and you should buy up all the low-priced ones. Pay more attention to clothes and quilts as well. Let's prepare 50 sets first. Huh, boss, what do you need so much stuff for? Shi Kai rubbed his head, somewhat puzzled. What puzzled him even more was the clothes and quilts. There weren't that many people on the soil transport ship, so where did they need so many sets of clothes and quilts? Li Shuang looked out the window, with a howling wind and snow created a chilling sound. He originally thought that fighting alone was the safest option. Having faced relentless attacks from major guilds, he had to admit that banding together for mutual support was the only way for him to become stronger. I want to expand the population, and the next plan requires more people to hunt sirens and collect supplies for me. Li Shuang looked at Shi Kai and Wang Jinhao and explained the plan. The two immediately expressed their support after hearing this. Boss, we'll listen to you. As long as we're strong enough, even Black Shark and the enemy Breaker will have to polish the boss's shoes. After arranging everything, Li Shuang returned to the Jinjin yacht. The next day, the market finally had plenty of quilts and winter clothes. A winter coat cost 5,000 ocean coins. Even drug dealers would kneel down and beg him to teach them how to operate a sewing machine at this price. However, this is naturally not a problem for Li Shuang. Unsurprisingly, he snapped up all the dozen or so winter coats on sale. Meanwhile, prices for various ingredients, such as ginger and chili peppers on the market, have also risen slightly. In the world chat, after a whole night of torment, there have been some losses. Meanwhile, Shi Kai and Wang Jinhao were following Li Shuang's instructions, privately messaging nearby distress signals one by one. By the way, boss, what's our guild's name? Li Shuang hesitated for a moment before finally sending 4 words. Our guild. Chapter 68, Internal Strife during the Rescue of Survivors. Of course, the first priority should be given to arranging a dozen or so sets of winter clothing for our own people. Lu Xiaoxiao, Shi Qianlang, and the other girls each chose an outfit they liked. Wow, it's so warm. Yunxi was the first to try on the winter clothes. The petite girl looked thick and bulky, like an adorable Super Mario. Lu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingru chose blue and pink respectively. The two of them were taller and didn't seem as physically immobile as Yunxi. However, among these people, Shi Qianlang is still the one who seems to have a cheat code. Her bright orange-red winter coat looked like a rising flame. Even through several thick layers, those enormous breasts could not be concealed. Her rounded hips accentuated the alluring curves of the winter coat, subtly revealing a sexy side. After making their selections, everyone was quite satisfied with their winter clothes. Only Shi Qinghe, after looking around, ultimately chose to let go. Upon seeing this, Li Shuang couldn't help but step forward and ask, "What's wrong? Don't you like any styles?" "No, I don't feel cold." Shi Qinghe shook her head, seemingly not just being polite. Considering her ability to control ice, all of this seems to make a lot of sense. Li Shuang didn't insist, and also picked out a black winter coat for herself. The one-piece winter coat has 3 layers, inside and out, which is enough to withstand the extreme cold outdoors. After counting the remaining winter clothes, there were 8 sets left, which were temporarily stored away in the storage space. Next, they arrived at the soil transport boat, where only Shi Kai came to meet them. Li Shuang piled the winter clothes on the ground and began to explain the details of the arrangements. There are 8 more sets of cold weather clothing here. You and Wang Jinhao can each choose 1 set, and the remaining 6 sets will be given to the strong and healthy male survivors. With these, you can relax and move around on the outdoor deck. From today onwards, you will be hunting sirens while wearing your winter coats. Upon receiving the winter coat, Shi Kai felt the thick, warm wool lining and was extremely excited. "Thank you, boss. We also purchased more than 20 quilts and more than a dozen down jackets today. Although down jackets are not as thick as winter coats, they are sufficient for indoor environments that are a few degrees Celsius." Li Shuang nodded. Now the most basic insulation was no longer a problem. The crops and livestock, being in temperature-controlled incubators, were unaffected. After looking around, Li Shuang still couldn't find Wang Junhao and asked, "Where are the others?" Shi Kai was straightening his winter coat when he immediately realized who Li Shuang was talking about, and quickly explained with a cheerful smile. "Old Wang is in the basement cabin right now. We rescued a total of 9 survivors early this morning. These 9 people were all unable to withstand the severe cold and were in the nearby waters. The rules were explained to them before they were picked up and put on the boat." Li Shuang was naturally very clear about the rules that Shi Kai had mentioned. The Art Guild will lend a helping hand to you when you're on the verge of death. After joining the guild, you can enjoy shelter and food, but you must also follow orders and do labor. Now that he was here, Li Shuang wanted to see the newly recruited survivors. After all, strictly speaking, he is now considered the leader of a guild. Unlike other guilds that recruit members everywhere, Art Guild has just been established and has not yet promoted itself in the world chat. This method of rescuing survivors is being adopted temporarily, as it is easier to manage. Being passively recruited can also reduce the likelihood of survivors forming cliques. We arrived at the lower level of the ship's cabin, which was larger but also more deserted than the first floor cabin. Half of the area has been filled with various incubators. This is a newly planned planting and breeding area. The other areas were used to store miscellaneous items, leaving them empty and cluttered. To provide a rest area for the new crew members, Wang Zhenhao purchased a lot of bunk beds and placed 10 of them in the corner of the cabin. In front of several beds in the corner, 9 rescued survivors were eagerly waiting for Wang Zhenhao to distribute supplies. Upon seeing the quilts and down jackets, these people immediately wrapped themselves in them as if they had found a treasure. After finishing all that, Wang Zhenhao brought over a pot of steaming hot meat and vegetable stew, giving each of them a large bowl, along with 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of water. Although the stew didn't look appealing, the long-lost aroma of meat and the ultimate warmth made everyone devour it. Seeing the group enjoying their meal, Wang Zhenhao cleared his throat and began to get down to business. "Everyone, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Zhenhao, and I am a member of the Art Guild under Guild Leader Li Shuang. This soil transport vessel is usually managed by Shi Kai and me. Your task after joining us is to manage the planting and breeding areas. Since Chairman Li Shuang has new plans recently, I will be leading you and the others on a siren hunt. As soon as he finished speaking, a blond-haired young man in the crowd threw his empty bowl on the ground and questioned him arrogantly. Siren hunting? You're sending us to our deaths. Wang Jinhao frowned upon seeing this. Although he was displeased, he patiently explained according to Li Shuang's plan. Of course I'm not sending you to your deaths. All members involved in outdoor work will be provided with cold weather clothing, as well as hunting bait and weapons, which will be arranged by the chairman. And Sure Kai and I will also participate in the hunt. If it's a suicide mission, we won't just go and die with them. Hard to say. With a cold expression, the blond-haired man picked at the bits of meat stuck between his teeth with his fingers, then casually spat them out at the ground, his tone full of hostility. Everyone knows how terrifying the siren is, yet your art guild still makes us take this risk. What's wrong with Li Shuang? Is he some kind of big shot? Isn't it just the first LV4 in the entire server? I think he's nothing but a scoundrel who exploits his members. Only idiots like you listen to him. The blond-haired man complained without any restraint, and even the woman following him couldn't stand it and quickly tried to stop him. Brother Yang, stop talking, we're still on their boat. The blond-haired man, known as Brother Yang, flung the woman's hand away and became even more aggressive. Get lost. If it weren't for you, you slut, turning on the heater because you were cold, would our ship's energy have been used up so quickly? Outside, everyone calls me Brother Yang, but now I've been reduced to hiding in this godforsaken place. And there's some mixed stew. Is this pig slop you're serving me? Huang Mao kicked the half pot of stew, sending it rolling away and spilling the hot, thick soup and meat onto the ground. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Wang Jinhao's forehead veins bulged, and he couldn't help but shout angrily, but Huang Mao still wouldn't let it go and continued to provoke him. Fuck you, what are you barking about, you dog? You're just Li Shuang's dog, you know that? What are you pretending for? Where's Li Shuang? Tell that kid to come out here. I want to ask him why he was hiding in the back and sending us to our deaths to hunt sea monsters. This time, before Wang Junhao could even get angry, 2 of the 9 survivors joined in to defend him. Stop arguing. The Art Guild saved us. What more could you want? Exactly. They already said there were winter clothes and weapons. You're going too far by criticizing the cook after you've had your fill. Chapter 69, Punishing the Troublemakers, the Awakened Ones of the Luo Shui Guild. Suddenly accused by the 2 men, the blond-haired man exploded, grabbing the nearest one by the collar and pulling him in front of him. You son of a bitch, what's your name? You think I want to chop you up? The blond-haired man raised his fist, about to punch the man in the face, but Wang Junhao grabbed it. Faced with such a scoundrel, Wang Junhao chose to expel him directly. Get out. Our art guild doesn't welcome scum like you. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Being publicly kicked off the boat, the blond-haired man was so angry that he laughed instead. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he grabbed Wang Junhao's hand, which was originally holding his, and twisted his arm to clamp it tightly behind his back. The intense pain made Wang Junhao cry out. The blond-haired man's face was contorted with rage, and his eyes flashed with madness as he continued to shout. Do you know how to write the word death? I've been in this business for so many years. 10 pieces of trash like you wouldn't be enough for me to beat. You like to block my way, huh? I'll break your dog paws. The blond-haired man's face hardened, and he exerted force with both arms at the same time, causing Wang Junhao's face to immediately turn red with pain. Just as his arm was about to be twisted out of place, a whip kick with a whooshing sound slammed into the back of the blond man, sending him flying 5 meters away. Wang Junhao broke out in a cold sweat as a familiar figure appeared before him. Boss! Boss! No need to say anything. I heard everything just now. Li Shuang waved his hand in acknowledgement. Sure Kai, who was behind him, quickly helped Wang Junhao up, while staring coldly at the groaning blond-haired man as he got up. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Who dares to ambush me? Huang Mao rubbed his back in pain, his face pale, and propped himself up, immediately locking his gaze on Li Shuang, who stood at the front with his hands hanging down. You're Li Shuang? Li Shuang's eyes betrayed no emotion, as if she hadn't heard his words at all, and instead scanned the remaining 8 people. Of the 8 people, 6 were men and 2 were women. After finishing their hot meal and wrapping themselves in blankets, they seemed to be in good spirits. Moreover, 2 of the 6 men were quite strong and could be useful in hunting sirens. Seeing that Li Shuang had been ignoring him from beginning to end, Huang Mao felt a surge of humiliation at being looked down upon, and immediately swung his fist and charged forward. You dare kick me? You're asking for it. Just as the blonde-haired man's fist was about to land, Li Shuang took a half step back at the last moment and turned his whole body to the side. The blonde-haired man's fist grazed Li Shuang's nose and missed its mark. Before Huang Mao could adjust his attack, Li Shuang decisively threw a punch, striking him hard in the abdomen. With his body enhanced by the alpha synthesis, he only used 3/10 of his strength in this punch. If he goes all out, Huang Mao will surely die. With one punch, a muffled thud came from the blonde-haired man's throat, and he slumped to the ground, his back hunched over. The intense pain made his vision go black for a moment, and he instinctively grabbed Li Shuang's sleeve, but Li Shuang forcefully pried his hand off and threw it on the ground like trash. After doing all this, Li Shuang looked around at everyone and finally spoke. "Everyone, I am Li Shuang, the guild leader of Arc Guild. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. First, leave this ship. From now on, you'll have no connection whatsoever with the Arc Guild. Second, join the Arc Guild and follow all my instructions and work arrangements. I will provide you with shelter, food, and water." Li Shuang's voice echoed throughout the cabin. The 8 people present looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear, but even more so with recognition of Li Shuang's strength. So they all spoke up to express their opinions. "I'm joining the Arc Guild. I'm willing to. If you hadn't saved me, I would have frozen to death on the ship long ago. It's minus 60 degrees Celsius outside now. If I leave here, I'll die even faster. I'll join them." "That's right, me too. I'm joining the Arc Guild as well." The woman next to Huang Mao tugged at her clothes, then secretly glanced at Huang Mao, whose eyes were glazed from the beating, before finally raising her hand as well. I'll join too. You filthy bitch, do you want to die?" Even after recovering, the blonde-haired man's face was still grim. He grabbed the woman's hair and glared at her fiercely. He then turned around and stared intently at Li Shuang. "Li Shuang, if this place won't keep me, there are plenty of other places that will. Who wants your broken-down ship?" After saying that, he grabbed the woman's hair and walked towards the door. But halfway there, he suddenly remembered that he no longer had a vehicle, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. "Wait, you let us go, but why won't you compensate us for our vehicle? You brought us back, causing our vehicle to sink due to lack of control. You are fully responsible." Looking at this person's absurd and illogical thought process, Li Shuang's last bit of patience was completely exhausted. He walked step by step toward the blonde-haired man, then suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a chick. Li Shuang's tone was icy cold, as if he were pronouncing a death sentence on him. "Originally, I wanted to throw you into the sea to feed the sea monsters, but now I've changed my mind." At this point, Li Shuang pointed to the half-eaten pot of stew that had been kicked over on the ground. "I will tie you up, starve you for 3 days, and then use you as bait to hunt down sea monsters." The blonde-haired man's eyes were so terrified they almost popped out of their sockets. He found that no matter how much he struggled, Li Shuang's hands were as firmly gripping his neck as if they were made of welded steel. A suffocating fear filled my mind. Just as his face turned purplish red from lack of oxygen, Li Shuang finally let go. Cough, cough. "Li Shuang, do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Luo Shui Guild, and our guild leader is an awakened one. Let me go if you don't want to die." In response to Huang Mao's threat, Li Shuang directly broke 2 of his fingers. "Ah, it hurts so much. Help. Li Shuang, you'll die a horrible death. When our leader arrives, he'll kill you." The yellow-haired man's wailing screams echoed through the cabin, even attracting the attention of the survivors on the first floor, who looked down the stairs. Li Shuang glanced at Shi Kai and gave the order. "Find an iron chain and tie him up. For the next 3 days, no one is allowed to give him food or water." "Clear." Wang Zhenhao and Shi Kai, who had long disliked Huang Mao, echoed his sentiments and watched Li Shuang leave. Back on the vibranium yacht, Li Shuang continued to monitor the weapons and equipment listed on the market. Hunting sirens with only enticing fruits is definitely not enough. In order to hunt down the sirens more efficiently, and at the same time prevent the survivors from causing trouble, Li Shuang only purchased 30 harpoons. As the number of survivors increases, more troubles will follow. Li Shuang was extremely uneasy about providing them with firearms. After all, only Shi Kai and Wang Zhenhao on the soil transport ship had the loyalty scroll bound to them. After it ended, Li Shuang suddenly received a friend notification. Upon opening the message, the note clearly showed President Luo Shui. Unexpectedly, what Huang Mao said was true, But Li Shuang was not one to back down from trouble. Looking at the screen, Li Shuang narrowed his eyes slightly and clicked accept to see the other party's intentions. Chapter 70 LV 4 Siren, Deep Sea Shark. After accepting the friend request, Li Shuang questioned him with some displeasure. President Luo Shui, what brings you here? Based on her preconceived notion of Huang Mao, Li Shuang didn't have a good impression of this guild. Faced with Li Shuang's displeased questioning, the other party's reply made him take it seriously. President Li, I heard you obtained the Awakening Inheritance in the Death Islands. There were quite a few survivors on the Death Islands that day, and it was inevitable that some of them would slip through the net and leak the fact that Li Shuang had gained power. So after a brief moment of shock, Li Shuang regained her composure. Instead of answering the question directly, he turned the tables and questioned it in return. Your sudden contact with me probably isn't about this. What do you want? President Li, I have a collaboration I'd like to discuss with you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Upon realizing that the other party was not there to demand someone back, Li Shuang's attitude softened slightly. Presumably, Huang Mao had just been taken into custody and hadn't had time to contact the guild for help. However, having learned from Yu Tao's previous experience of setting a trap, Li Shuang had to be more vigilant. But he was also curious about the details of the collaboration, so he wanted to hear about it first. Tell me about it. Seeing that Li Shuang was interested, the Luo Shui Guild immediately sent a message. Let me introduce myself first. I am Luo Li, the guild leader of Luo Shui Guild. As the first survivor of the LV4 vehicle, Chairman Li must be very interested in upgrading to LV5 now. To be honest, I recently discovered a LV4 sea monster, the deep sea shark. But the LV4 siren is too strong. Even with my awakened power, I still have no chance of winning. President Luo Li, I'd like to know why you've asked me to cooperate. Before Luo Li could finish speaking, Li Shuang suddenly interrupted and asked a direct question. Faced with Li Shuang's questioning, Luo Li offered a series of analyses. Of the 3 awakened treasures of the Death Isles that day, I inherited one of them. The other one was inherited by Chairman Li, but there has been no news of a successor for the third one. But as far as I know, Li Machuan has never obtained a third awakened power. So where did this awakened treasure go? Luo Li paused slightly at this point, seemingly implying something. Under these circumstances, Li Shuang could not possibly admit it. At the same time, he recalled that Luo Li was the woman who controlled the lake water to shoot down his drone that day. Luo Li chuckled softly and spoke again. Li Machuan was hunted down like a stray dog and fled far away, while another group of survivors all died on the island. Therefore, I suspect that the person who stole the treasure and the person who killed the survivors are the same person. That is Li Shuang. After listening to Luo Li's analysis, Li Shuang's heart sank slightly. If this news gets out, the guilds behind so many survivors will inevitably be implicated. Although Li Shuang is not afraid of retaliation, it would be a headache if she were really targeted by someone with ulterior motives. A venomous snake lurking in the shadows. You never know when it will suddenly bite you. He was a little unsure whether Luo Li wanted to cooperate or was trying to increase her leverage. Where's the evidence? Are you trying to blackmail me with this kind of speculation? Luo Li immediately denied it and explained again. Of course not. It's just that I know Chairman Li Shuang has awakened power, and there are very few awakened individuals in this nearby sea area, so I can only cooperate with you. LV4 sirens drop LV5 vehicle blueprint fragments, and I can give them to Chairman Li no matter how many there are. Li Shuang frowned. This unusual compromise had an inexplicable eeriness about it. Sure enough, Luo Li then proposed another condition. However, there's one thing in Deep Sea Shark that I hope Chairman Li can give to me. What is that? Li Shuang asked in surprise, and the other party replied almost instantly. The heart of the mad shark. Before Li Shuang could ask any further questions, Luo Li immediately began to explain the function of this thing. The heart of the furious shark is the crystal core of a deep-sea furious shark, containing a large amount of heat. Even LV1 sirens have crystal cores, but the energy inside is pitifully small, so they have no value. Deep-sea sharks live near underwater volcanoes. Due to the special nature of this property, their crystal cores possess a large amount of thermal energy, enough to provide warmth for dozens of members of the Luo Shui Guild. With the arrival of extreme cold, this crystal core is very important to us. Luo Li spoke sincerely, but her words were also filled with helplessness. With so many people in the guild, We're relying on this crystal core to survive this week's natural disaster. As for air conditioning, not only is it ineffective, but they also don't have enough energy to consume it. It can be said that this crystal core is far more valuable to them than the LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragment. Li Shuang fell silent briefly, seemingly considering the difference in their values. But Luo Li felt uneasy about this idea. In the face of extreme cold and natural disasters, the strategic value of this crystal core is extraordinary. She was also worried that Li Shuang might take a liking to the item, which would make it difficult to reach an agreement on cooperation. After much deliberation, she had no choice but to reluctantly increase the stakes again. President Li, if you are willing to give me this heart of the Mad Shark, in addition to the LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragments that dropped, I will personally give you other compensation. Li Shuang's lips curled up in a smile. In such negotiations, the more composed you are, the more you can take the initiative. However, it's also clear that Luo Li genuinely wants to cooperate. Oh, tell me, what are you planning to compensate me for? Since the other party has made the offer, there is naturally no reason to refuse. Seeing that there was still room for negotiation, Luo Li immediately gave her offer, albeit with a heavy heart. I can give you a levitation module. It came from a platinum chest. A floating module? What's that? Li Shuang immediately became interested and couldn't help but ask, and Luo Li directly sent a sharing of the item details. Item name, floating module. Item description. You can select any vehicle to bind to. After binding, the vehicle can hover and travel on land, allowing for vehicle landing. After reading the introduction, Li Shuang's eyes lit up. This thing is a perfect fit for him. Although vibranium yachts have absolute defense, they can't always avoid the need to go to the island for operations. With this levitation module, he can practically roam freely on the island. Li Shuang couldn't help but feel envious whenever she saw those amphibious vehicles. If this module had been on the dead islands before, he could have wreaked havoc across the entire archipelago. But Li Shuang couldn't help but be a little puzzled that Luo Li was willing to give away such a precious item. Are you sure you're willing to give this away? Luo Li gave a wry smile. She could certainly hear the doubt in Li Shuang's words. My awakened ability is water control. I can form a water shield to envelop the vehicle and take it to the seabed, or I can use water to carry the vehicle to the island. My abilities are far more powerful than this levitation module. This thing is worthless to me, but it could definitely fetch a lot of money if I sold it. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. Chapter 71, 1,000 meters under the sea. After hearing Luo Li's explanation, Li Shuang couldn't help but feel extremely envious. This water control technique is practically cheat code. Since that's the case, he had no reason to refuse. Let alone the LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragments. This hovering module alone is enough to make him make the trip. However, he still wanted to try harder, so he probed again. Okay, but I want to take the carcass of the deep-sea shark with me. A corpse? What do you need that for? Although Luo Li was puzzled, she quickly agreed. No problem. The siren's corpse is of no use to me. I only need the crystal core. You can do whatever you want with the corpse. Make a deal. Li Shuang suppressed her excitement, and the two hit it off immediately. He couldn't imagine how terrifying a level 4 siren would become if fed to a wolf swarm. Who knows, a wolf attacking a bee queen might even allow them to advance to level 3 siren. At that time, it will lead a group of LV2 wolf bees to attack the bees. As long as it doesn't directly face a LV4 siren, it will be basically invincible. After discussing the details, the two prepared to meet up as soon as possible. Upon receiving Luo Li's location, Li Shuang immediately set off towards the designated location. During the 5-hour flight, Li Shuang took the opportunity to inject the alpha combination agent for the day. After the injection, as Li Shuang's physical strength gradually increased, her endurance also improved considerably. Although the pain was still intense this time, he only broke out in a cold sweat and endured it without groaning. Name, Li Shuang. Gender, male. Race, human. Nationality, China. Strength, 45. Speed, 46. Defense, 44. After the 4th injection, Li Shuang's 3 indicators had almost reached their limits. The once lean muscles became firm again. Although the size did not reach an extremely exaggerated visual impact, the writhing blood vessels and muscle fibers subtly contained the ultimate power. Li Shuang opened her eyes, and the scene before her was inexplicably clear. Both sight, hearing, and smell seemed to have been enhanced. Even though she was in the control room, she could still faintly hear the subtle sounds of Lu Xiaoxiao fiddling with her nails upstairs. Suddenly, a Faustan assaulta Li Xuan's nostrils. Looking down, he noticed a thin layer of dead skin and dirt on his skin as he sweated. I took a refreshing hot shower in the bathroom, and now all that's left is to wait for our destination to arrive. The 5-hour flight passed quickly. As the radar warning sounded, Li Shuang looked out the window and saw a small cruise ship rapidly approaching on the distant horizon. Although it is small, it is still a size larger than the vibranium yacht when you get close. On the deck, a girl wearing a winter coat took off her goggles and waved to Li Shuang. Wrapped in her winter coat, Li Shuang, holding Lulu in her arms, cautiously approached the deck and looked at Luo Li. "President Li, your yacht is really beautiful." The two boats were only a dozen meters apart, and Luo Li's delicate face showed amazement and admiration. Although both are LV-4 vehicles, her cruise ship, while large, is far inferior to Li Shuang's yacht in terms of various configurations and luxurious appearance. Li Shuang smiled slightly and got straight to the point. "President Luo Li, let's take care of business first." "Sure, but let's bind the covenant scroll first." As soon as Luo Li finished speaking, a wave instantly surged up on the sea. A sea bridge, supported by the seawater, floats gracefully between the decks of the two ships. The one who cast all this spell, Luo Li, landed directly on the deck of the vibranium yacht by stepping on the sea bridge. The last time I witnessed Luo Li's water control was in the footage from a drone. The sight of him actually using water control techniques right before his eyes truly startled Li Shuang. Luo Li shook her hair, which was wet from the waves, and slowly walked up to Li Shuang. He looked the woman up and down for a moment. Although her figure isn't as outrageously good as Shi Qianlong's, the bulky winter clothes still couldn't hide her perfect proportions. Especially her face, exquisite yet with an innate aloofness, was now gazing at Li Shuang with a perfectly polite smile. "You look prettier than you do in the surveillance footage." Li Shuang commented with a serious expression, which made Luo Li both puzzled and amused. But then she suddenly remembered something and looked somewhat incredulous. "That drone that was spying on me, was it yours? You admit that you damaged my drone?" Li Shuang snorted coldly and suddenly launched an attack. Luo Li felt a little embarrassed by this straight man attitude and quickly changed the subject. "President Li, this is the Alliance Scroll. After signing it, our two guilds will be able to live in peace. The specific function is similar to the Loyalty Scroll, but it is a one-to-one relationship, while the Covenant Scroll is a mutual constraint between forces." Li Shuang nodded. He had been worried about being betrayed again. With this kind of tool available now, we can work together with more peace of mind. After the two were completely bound together, Li Shuang and Luo Li in front of him seemed to have an additional subtle connection. After signing the agreement, Luo Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, snow was falling heavily outside, so Li Shuang led her directly to the lounge to have a detailed discussion. Pushing open the door to the lounge, a wave of warm, spring-like air rushed out. Luo Li stared wide-eyed at everything, as if in disbelief. Li Shuang was already used to such shocks. Kuluali stared at the scene inside the room, pointing her finger and muttering to herself. 1, 2, 3, 5. You actually have 5 such beautiful girls on your ship? Where did you come from? You won't. Luo Li immediately panicked, clutching her chest with a nervous expression as she looked at Li Shuang, while simultaneously backing away, as if Li Shuang were a drooling pervert. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others inside the house had incredibly interesting expressions. "That's right, Shuangji is a pervert. You can't escape now." Lu Xiaoxiao deliberately made a sly expression, hugging Jiang Qingru and Yunxi beside her, looking like she had been bullied and broken. Shi Qianlang, on the other hand, watched Luo Li warily, lost in thought. Shi Qingha took Lulu and continued to play with her, as if it had nothing to do with her. Seeing Luo Li's misunderstanding of him, Li Shuang was speechless. Isn't this woman a bit too narcissistic? But her looks certainly give her the right to be narcissistic. Left with no other choice, he could only join forces with the women to explain. After understanding everything, Luo Li began to get down to business. "The underwater volcano is right beneath our feet. I have surveyed this area before, and its location is correct. But this LV-4 deep-sea shark was at a depth of about 1,000 meters, so ordinary firearms were completely ineffective. Wait, 1,000 meters deep? You're planning to fight it on the seabed. Li Shuang immediately realized something was wrong and stared at Luo Li as if she were an idiot. Chapter 70, Too Deep into the Sea. Otherwise, this is the only way. Luo Li pouted, grabbed a can of iced cola from the table, took a satisfied swig, and then continued speaking. Don't worry, my water control technique can not only create a water shield for myself, but also for you. I can take you down to a depth of 1,000 meters, and I can ignore the water pressure. At the end, Luo Li winked playfully, giving me a look that said, "Praise me." This incredible ability truly startled Li Shuang. In the context of the ocean, Luo Li's water control technique is arguably the most practical in terms of functionality. Seeing Shi Qinghe happily playing with Lulu, Li Shuang decided to bring her along as well. "Qinghe, come with me later." "Huh? Okay. Suddenly called on. Shi Qinghe was a little flustered and reluctantly put Lulu down like a child who had been playing in class. "I'll go too." Seeing this, Shi Qianlang also wanted to join them, but Li Shuang rejected him. "No, this time I'm taking Qinghe with me. Your abilities are not suited for combat, but Qinghe's icy attacks can greatly increase our chances of winning. If the three of us work together, even if we can't hunt down the LV-4 siren, we should be able to escape without any problems." Upon hearing this, Shi Qianlong's face turned dejected. But she knew Li Shuang was right. In this situation, even if she went, she would only drag the team down. Li Shuang patted Shi Qianlang on the shoulder to comfort him. Lu Xiaoxiao and the other girls all looked at him with worried expressions. Before long, the group of people who were ready to depart arrived on the deck. Behind them, several women watched Li Shuang's retreating figure with concern. The sky was a hazy gray as the wind and snow raged. Li Shuang rubbed his hands together, exhaled a puff of white mist into his palms, and tightened the collar of his winter coat. Shi Qinghe, who was beside her, had changed out her nightgown and put on a new set of JK white stockings and leather shoes. Beneath the pleated skirt were legs with shallow marks from the stockings, highlighting the fair and rounded upper thighs. With her shapely figure and ample bosom that rivals Shi Qianlong's, her slightly chubby physique is simply exquisite. In comparison, Shi Qinghe is clearly more attractive than the fully armed Luo Li. But Li Shuang was not in the mood to appreciate the temptation at the moment, because just one glance made him feel a chill run down his spine. In this extremely cold weather, Shi Qinghe seemed to have lost her sense of temperature and just stood quietly beside Li Shuang. Having the ability to freeze, she has become immune to this extremely cold environment. Luo Li looked at Shi Qinghe with surprise and suspicion, then looked at Li Shuang. She saw a hint of helplessness in the latter's eyes. Ultimately, she could only suppress her shock and prepare to act. "Are you ready, Chairman Li?" "That's fine." Li Shuang nodded, while Shi Qinghe beside her was equally on high alert. Seeing that the two were all right, Luo Li stretched out her hands, and 2 columns of water immediately rolled out from the sea behind her, slowly enveloping Li Shuang and Shi Qinghe like rotating water dragons. Soon, a light blue, transparent body of water appeared around the two of them, like 2 large water spheres, quietly floating on the deck. Li Shuang stared at the water film in front of her and tentatively touched it with her finger. The fingertip easily penetrated the water film, but the water film did not break down at all. That's interesting. This was the first time Li Shuang had personally experienced the wonders of water control. After confirming that it was safe, the 3 of them stood side by side on the edge of the deck, took a deep breath, and jumped steadily into the sea. Thump! The sound of splashing water rang out almost simultaneously, and looking around again, we were already underwater. Luo Li manipulated the water ball to come between Li Shuang and Shi Qinghe and stretched out her arms to grab each of their hands. The warm, smooth fingers clenched into his palm, and the soft, boneless touch made Li Shuang unconsciously squeeze it gently. Feeling the strength in her hand, Luo Li's ears flushed slightly. As the 3 water spheres slowly merged together, Luo Li's voice was finally heard. "To prevent us from getting separated, I'll take both of you with me. The underwater volcano is located just below, so we must remain vigilant at all times." Li Shuang and Shi Qinghe nodded simultaneously, cautiously examining the surrounding seabed environment. As the three continued to sink, the gray sea above them gradually receded into the distance. Strangely, not a single fish or even a sea monster could be seen beneath this ocean. It was as if this sea area was a silent, dead land. The three continued to descend, and the surrounding light gradually dimmed until they were almost completely plunged into darkness. A few minutes later, Li Shuang was the first to notice a red light gradually appearing beneath her feet. Before we knew it, the surrounding seawater had become warm. Luoli looked at the two of them with a serious expression and a somewhat unnatural expression. Oh no, it looks like the underwater volcano is about to erupt. When I came to probe yesterday, the temperature wasn't this high. Now it's very difficult to get close. Luoli looked unwilling. Was she really going to give up like this? This depth is probably only a little over halfway, and we haven't even seen a single deep-sea shark. Thinking of the entire ship full of guild members waiting for her to bring back the crystal cores, Luoli was filled with despair and sadness. Li Shuang also realized the difficulty of the problem. He was determined to get both the hovering module and the LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragments. Just when the two were at their wits' end, Shi Qinghe finally made her move. She stretched out her right hand and gently touched the edge of the water film in front of her. An extremely cold temperature surged from her body, and countless ice crystals spread rapidly outwards from her fingertips. The ice crystals continued to intertwine and condense, eventually forming a half-meter thick ice wall around the three of them. The lingering heat of the seawater was completely shut out of the ice wall. Sensing the temperature drop, Luo Li was overjoyed and immediately quickened her pace to continue descending deeper. A moment later, a crater the size of a football field suddenly appeared before her eyes. The molten lava surged on the surface, making the surrounding seawater scald. In such an environment, it would be almost impossible for any organism to survive. Despite the distance, Li Shuang's enhanced eyes immediately spotted his target, the deep-sea shark. A terrifying behemoth nearly 20 meters long is roaming above the crater. The deep-sea shark's skin is covered with grooves resembling magma patterns, and its eyes are bloodshot. They even occasionally dive into the magma, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying temperatures. Deep-sea sharks are near the crater. Li Shuang reminded him in a deep voice, while Luo Li looked at him with a puzzled expression. As they got closer, they indeed spotted the deep-sea shark. Before the battle, Luo Li still reminded the two of these things. Remember, if you can't beat them, run away immediately. I've never fought an LV-4 siren before. Li Shuang and Shi Qinghe nodded seriously, and the three of them quietly approached each other. The ice wall isolated the three people's auras, but it also prevented them from launching any attacks. Ultimately, the group could only move the deep-sea shark to an area far from the volcano's crater. The effect of the enticing fruit on LV-2 has become weak, and it has almost no effect on LV-4. In the end, they resorted to the simplest but effective bad idea. Chapter 73, The Second Deep-Sea Shark. As Luo Li and Shi Qinghe attacked simultaneously, ice spikes, accompanied by water dragons, struck the massive body of the deep-sea shark. However, these two attacks failed to even break through its defenses, but they did enrage the deep-sea behemoth. As the apex predator of the ocean, it hunts and devours all life within a 100-kilometer radius of the sea. All the sirens knew that this area was the territory of the deep-sea sharks. Now that an uninvited guest has appeared at its doorstep, it certainly won't miss the opportunity to devour it. Buzz! The deep-sea shark emitted sonic vibrations from the seabed, like invisible ripples penetrating the three of them. And just like that, the underwater coordinates of Li Shuang and the others were immediately locked by it. Then, the deep-sea shark twisted its massive body and charged toward them. At the same time, it spewed out flowing, scorching magma from its mouth, launching an attack on the group. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. The three were unable to dodge in time, and the ice wall to their side was pierced by the magma, making a hissing sound as it melted. The scalding seawater instantly enveloped the ice wall, transmitting its astonishing temperature. Shi Qinghe quickly condensed a new layer of ice to seal the opening. Keep the distance. We can't fight in this area. Li Shuang quickly reminded her, and Luo Li understood this as well, so she quickly controlled the ice wall to keep retreating. This tactic proved effective. Despite the group's attempt to escape, the deep-sea shark relentlessly pursued them, successfully leading them elsewhere. But what followed was a new crisis. The beast was incredibly fast, catching up in the blink of an eye. The gaping maw, flowing with magma, slowly opened, charging up an even more powerful attack. The next second, scalding hot lava bombs, carrying scalding seawater and countless bubbles, slammed down. Luo Li and Shi Qinghe attacked simultaneously, and the water dragon and ice pillar tried their best to resist, but they still couldn't withstand the attack. Seeing the magma bomb so close at hand, Li Shuang immediately opened a spatial gate and swallowed it into the space. This incredible feat also stunned the two women. Even Shi Qinghe was seeing Li Shuang's spatial gate for the first time. Luo Li covered her mouth, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. Impressive, Chairman Li. You've been keeping a low profile. Is this your awakened ability? No wonder you were able to steal two awakened treasures and still escape unscathed. Don't get too excited. Here we go again. Seeing the deep-sea shark attacking again, Li Shuang quickly gave a warning. It quickly reacted after being engulfed by the magma bomb, and immediately chose to attack with its own body. The sharp, enormous maw opened, revealing scorching hot magma. This magma flows like blood within the deep-sea shark's body, as if it were an integral part of it. With one bite, the surrounding ice wall shattered. The surrounding seawater rushed in instantly. Fortunately, with Luo Li's water control technique, the new water film was quickly maintained. If it had been a second later, the three of them would have been crushed to death by the water pressure. Li Shuang became increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. The LV-4 siren is far more terrifying than the LV-3. But this magma bomb can scald a Lulu to death with just one shot. From now on, this sea area will have one less centipede octopus, but one more takoyaki. Such a huge gap in combat power. He couldn't imagine how to hunt down this enormous creature in front of him. Multiple ice pillars condensed around Shi Qinghe and shot them all into the mouth of the deep-sea shark. The icicles shot into the lava, immediately making a hissing, melting sound, but had no effect whatsoever. But as the battle continued, Li Shuang keenly noticed that the further away from the crater the deep-sea shark got, the weaker it became. Both speed and attack power have visibly declined. Its power comes from volcanic magma. Everything makes sense now. No wonder the deep-sea shark had been lingering near the crater. Each time it plunged into the magma, it was replenishing the magma's energy. As expected, after firing 5 magma shells in quick succession, the deep-sea shark suddenly slowed down, seemingly considering retreating. Quickly, control it. Don't let it get away. Even without Li Shuang's reminder, the two women realized this as well and began to fight back with all their might. Ice spikes pierced the deep-sea shark, causing the magma patterns on its body to cool and deepen, and its movements to become increasingly sluggish. Luo Li manipulated the water dragon to continuously crash and splash, stirring up the surrounding seawater and slowing it down again. Li Shuang pulled out the spear gun he had previously purchased and plunged it hard into the head of the deep-sea shark. The sound of flesh being pierced and torn rang out, followed by a continuous flow of scorching magma. The deep-sea shark howled and writhed in pain, its condition extremely distressed. Shi Qinghe followed closely behind, plunging the ice pick deep into the wound created by the harpoon. The ice spike pierced the body of the deep-sea shark, and countless ice spikes began to spread and proliferate. The massive body was gradually restricted in its movements, and Luo Li took the opportunity to control the surrounding seawater, creating a vacuum zone around the deep-sea shark. Li Shuang stared at the shark head in front of him, which looked like a bus, and could hardly believe that it could hunt down this LV-4 siren. Just as he raised his harpoon to deliver the fatal blow, the deep-sea shark suddenly opened its blood-red maw and let out a roar that caused ripples in the surrounding seawater. The shock of the blow made Li Shuang instinctively cover her ears. However, just as he realized something was wrong, the distant crater suddenly spewed out a large amount of smoke and lava. The entire sea area, along with the Earth's crust and volcanoes, was trembling slightly. Li Shuang's eyes widened as he saw a nearly 30-meter-long deep-sea shark slowly emerging its massive head from the lava in the volcano's crater. Then it swam its massive body, its scarlet, fiery eyes fixed on Li Shuang and the other two. Upon seeing this, Li Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. Holy crap, there's another one. Luo Li's face was also pale. Seeing its even larger and more imposing presence than the one in front of it, She was horrified to discover that this deep-sea shark was about to enter the ranks of LV5 sirens. It's about to advance. The reason it's been diving into the magma is probably to replenish its energy in preparation for advancing. Run, Chairman Li, it's too late. Luo Li shouted a reminder. But how could Li Shuang possibly give up the spoils in front of him? He gritted his teeth and plunged the harpoon into the head of the deep-sea shark in front of him. Then, to Luo Li and Shi Qinghe's astonishment, the enormous body was stored in their spatial storage. Looking at the deep-sea shark that had suddenly disappeared in front of her, Luo Li almost had a mental breakdown. However, another deep-sea shark had already charged in, leaving her no time to react. Run! Li Shuang shouted, and the three of them immediately rose rapidly towards the surface of the sea. As long as he can reach the sea and return to the vibranium yacht, he is confident that he can escape even a level 5 siren. However, the three of them were not able to ascend as fast as the deep-sea shark was chasing them. Soon, a giant maw of magma, the size of half a basketball court, appeared below the three of them. Chapter 74. The three of them worked together to achieve the first kill at LV4. In desperation, Li Shuang opened a spatial portal. A magma bomb, radiating intense heat, appeared out of thin air beneath everyone's feet. This magma bomb was the very one he had just stored in his spatial dimension. The LV4 deep-sea shark delivered a full-force blow in return to the second deep-sea shark. The lava projectile hurtled down into the shark's mouth, its terrifying heat turning the surrounding seawater scalding and creating countless boiling bubbles wherever it passed. The blow struck the deep-sea shark squarely in the mouth, and the shark's massive body groaned with a muffled thud. Seeing that the magma bomb attack was effective, Li Shuang and his two companions immediately seized the opportunity to rise to the surface. The deep-sea shark below, after being struck and brought to a standstill, regained its strength and chased after the three. On the sea, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others stood on the deck with worried expressions, watching the seabed closely. Just then, a pinned announcement that resounded throughout the entire server echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations to the three survivors, Li Shuang, Luo Li, and Shi Qinghe, for successfully defeating the LV4 deep-sea shark and achieving the first kill of the LV4 siren. This achievement also rewards 3 beta potions, 3 platinum chests, and 1 shipborne electromagnetic turret. The server-wide announcement was pinned to the top of the world chat for a long time, and countless survivors were brought out by the bombardment. Damn it, I'm the poet. LV4 siren, really? Has Li Shuang awakened some kind of ability? There was a Death Islands in the waters near my place before, and Li Shuang went there too. He must have obtained the awakened treasure of the Death Islands. Luo Li, this is the president of the Luo Shui Guild. Rumor has it that she has also awakened her abilities. That's right, I was on the island at the time, but she beat me to it. And this Shi Qinghe, he might also be an awakened one. My God, when did awakened ones become so worthless? 3 awakened ones. No wonder they were able to take down a level 4 siren. A platinum chest. I've never even gotten a gold chest, and they just gave me 3 platinum chests as a reward. Hey Li Shuang, are you hiring? I want to work with you guys. I can't take it anymore. I want to join the Luo Shui Guild too. Life would be much more stable with a guild leader who has awakened abilities. Li Shuang also has a guild called Arc Guild. My friend is on his guild's ship. Holy crap, there really are guilds. I want to join. Hurry, or you'll miss out. Chairman Li, please help me out. The announcement on the World Channel had just ended, and the girls were still in shock. Lu Xiaoxiao stared wide-eyed at the sea, letting out an incredulous exclamation. Brother Shuang actually succeeded? Suddenly, a huge wave erupted from the sea, and 3 figures enveloped in water spheres returned to the deck. The group immediately stepped forward. It turned out to be Li Shuang and his 2 companions. Brother Shuang, you're finally back. You scared me to death. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Several people chattered and crowded around, but Li Shuang quickly told them to retreat. A level 4 siren is catching up. Run. Huh? A level 4 siren. The women immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly returned to the control room. Luo Li also took the opportunity to return to her cruise ship and retreat alongside the vibranium yacht. The 2 ships sped away, but the pursuit on the seabed never stopped. Ding! A dangerous target has been detected, rapidly approaching from 200 meters below the seabed. Target name, Deep Sea Shark. Target level, LV4. A rapid system notification sounded, and a red on the radar screen was quickly overlapping with the vibranium yacht. Li Shuang accelerated the engine, but the boat still swayed. The loud explosion sent water splashing onto the deck of the vibranium yacht. The sea around the yacht was filled with large amounts of cooled lava debris. Ding! Attack detected on the bottom of the ship. Durability, 100%. The magma bomb struck the bottom of the vibranium yacht directly. Although the vibranium yacht is immune to damage, the commotion it causes is genuinely frightening. Li Shuang swallowed hard, still feeling a lingering fear. He had no doubt that without the vibranium coating, this single magma bomb would have been enough to blast the yacht to pieces. The destructive power of a level 4 siren is simply astonishing. The higher the level, the greater the difference between each level becomes. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the deep-sea shark on the seabed immediately opened its teeth again, and the flowing magma in its mouth slowly took shape, and another magma bullet was rapidly charging up. This time, it changed its target and set its sights on Luo Li's cruise ship. Although the two ships were running side by side, the cruise ship was slower than the vibranium yacht. In the control room, Luo Li stared at the radar screen with a pale face. She too noticed that the deep-sea shark was gradually approaching. She possesses the ability to control water, and she also has another passive ability. That is water perception. She can sense all underwater movements within a 10-kilometer radius. However, this second deep-sea shark remained deep within the lava, perfectly evading her senses. That's why she only detected one. Just now, she sensed that Li Shuang's yacht withstood a magma bomb without a scratch. Not only that, but the driving speed was not affected at all, and the distance between them continued to increase. This unexpected turn of events caught her completely off guard. How could this be? Why was Li Shuang's yacht undamaged? That's not right. It definitely hit me. My senses can't be wrong. Before she could figure out what was going on, her expression suddenly changed, because she sensed a magma projectile heading straight for her cruise ship. The magma bomb, carrying scalding, boiling water bubbles, rapidly approached. Luo Li gritted her teeth and decisively pressed the red button on the control panel. Anti-sea monster torpedo fire. As soon as the command was given, 2 torpedoes were launched simultaneously from underwater positions on both sides of the cruise ship. The anti-siren's torpedo is the last resort on the Luo Li cruise ship. However, there were only 10 torpedoes in total, and 6 of them had already been used. Now that 2 more have been launched, her heart feels like it's bleeding. Boom! 2 torpedoes collided with the lava bomb, and the shock waves from their explosions sent waves crashing towards the cruise ship. This shot completely crushed the deep-sea shark's hopes. This distance is almost 10 kilometers from the crater. The deep-sea shark, unwilling to give up the chase, chose to turn back. Compared to these 2 uninvited guests, advancing to LV5 is much more important. Sensing that the deep-sea shark had left, Luo Li's heart, which had been clenched with anxiety, finally relaxed. When she released her grip on the control panel, she realized that her palms were clenched and sweaty without her noticing. Li Shuang also noticed the commotion here. After the 2 ships sailed another 20 kilometers and confirmed that the surrounding area was safe, Luo Li immediately sent a voice message. Chairman Li, it's time to divide the spoils. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Li Shuang smilat. Regardless of whether there was an alliance scroll or not, he would keep his promise. Because Luo Li's water control technique can indeed be a great help. Chapter 75, The Dividing of the Bountiful Harvest. A visit to the Luo Li cruise ship. President Luo Li, shall we go to your branch or come to mine? Come to my place. I'll show you around my cruise ship. It's just as good as your yacht. Luo Li's playful voice was filled with joy and ease. With the imminent acquisition of the deep-sea shark's core, the heating problem for the Luo Shui Guild can finally be completely solved. Li Shuang did not find the suggestion inappropriate. The Covenant Scroll is signed by both guilds, and under the power of these rules, his safety can be guaranteed. After the 2 boats came to a stop, Li Shuang led Shi Qinghe onto the water bridge and onto Luo Li's cruise ship. Stepping onto the deck, a sense of retro charm washes over you. Both the decorations and the objects evoke the prosperity of the last century. Luo Li was wrapped in a winter coat, with her 2 most trusted teammates by her side. President Lee, this time my intelligence was wrong, and I almost implicated you as well. Seeing Luo Li's somewhat embarrassed expression, Li Shuang didn't dwell on the issue too much. With a casual flick of his wrist, the carcass of the roughly 20-meter-long deep-sea shark was laid out on the deck. Fortunately, the cruise ship was quite large, and the deck was spacious and flat. If a smaller vehicle were used, it might not even be possible to dispose of the body. Seeing Li Shuang demonstrate this ability once again, Luo Li and her teammates behind her widened their eyes in astonishment. The latter, in particular, was so terrified when he saw the enormous and terrifying siren's corpse that had inexplicably appeared in front of him that he immediately collapsed on the deck. President Li, is this your awakened ability? Li Shuang did not offer an explanation when Luo Li asked her. In Luo Li's eyes, this attitude was almost tantamount to tacit agreement. She then took a deep breath and instructed two members to step forward and use a chainsaw to cut open the carcass of the deep-sea shark. Soon a fist-sized, fiery red crystal core was finally unearthed. As the crystal core detached, a notification sound simultaneously rang in the minds of Li Shuang, Luo Li, and Shi Qinghe. Ding! Killed LV-4 deep-sea shark. Reward. Ocean coins * 20,000. LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragment * 5. LV-3 taming scroll * 1. Li Shuang then realized that the kill reward for a level 4 siren would only be triggered by cutting off or destroying its crystal core. Fortunately, the body was taken away at the last moment, otherwise all these rewards would have been lost. After obtaining the crystal core of the deep-sea shark, Luo Li immediately threw the levitation module towards Li Shuang. After steadily taking over the floating module, Li Shuang then presented the system reward for the first kill of LV-4. This is really hard to tell. Li Shuang sorted through all the rewards. LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragment * 5. Ocean coins * 20,000. LV-3 taming scroll * 1. Beta mixture * 3. Platinum treasure chest * 3. Shipborne electromagnetic gun turret * 1. The three men stood head to head, scrutinizing all the spoils with expressions of indecision. Luo Li pointed to the 5 LV-5 vehicle blueprint fragments and pushed them directly in front of Li Shuang. Hey, a word from this beautiful lady is as good as gold. Everything I promised is yours, so take it. Yes, President Luo Li is truly a heroine among women. Li Shuang took the opportunity to boast for a while, then unceremoniously put the device into his spatial storage, before looking at the miniature shipborne electromagnetic gun turret. At this moment, Kuluali was also staring intently at the weapon. Her cruise ship had only torpedoes as its heavy weaponry, and it was almost out of ammunition and supplies. Right now, besides crystal cores, weapons are what she needs most urgently. The two looked up at each other at the same time and almost instantly understood each other's thoughts. Luo Li raised her neck like an elegant and proud white swan. Chairman Li, please forgive me for not being able to give up this shipborne electromagnetic gun turret any longer. With so many people on our cruise ship, our only heavy weapon is the torpedo. To be honest, we only have 2 torpedoes left. I hope Chairman Li understands. Li Shuang scratched his ear, but gave Luo Li an answer she hadn't expected. President Luo Li, do you like opening blind boxes? Huh? Blind boxes? What does this have to do with the rewards? Luo Li was confused by Li Shuang, but then she saw Li Shuang push a platinum treasure chest in front of Shi Qinghe, and then push 2 more platinum treasure chests directly towards her. I'm sure you know the value of the platinum chest. 2 treasure chests, you keep mine, and I'll keep the shipborne electromagnetic gun turret. Isn't that a good deal? Compared to heavy weapons that consume energy to recharge, 2 platinum treasure chests are much more valuable. Li Shuang looked at Luo Li with a confident expression. The value of the platinum treasure chest would definitely tempt her. Faced with this sudden arrangement, Luo Li pondered for a moment. There was one thing she thought Li Shuang was right about. Shipborne electromagnetic railguns require energy to recharge, but cruise ships do not have much energy, making it difficult to support their frequent use. The 2 platinum chests essentially gave her 2 new opportunities. After a moment's consideration, Luo Li nodded emphatically and carefully accepted the 2 platinum treasure chests. Upon seeing this, Li Shuang was secretly delighted. He wasn't stupid, it's just that the shipborne electromagnetic railgun was a perfect fit for him. The energy charging characteristic is equivalent to unlimited firepower for him. This is a weapon tailor-made for vibranium yachts. Shipborne RPG rocket launchers are powerful but have a short range and are not suitable for engaging underwater targets. Even with 2 platinum chests, it would be difficult to find such a perfect weapon again. Then, Li Shuang looked at the 3 vials of beta solution. After distributing the 3 sticks equally to everyone, Li Shuang, under Luo Li's puzzled gaze, took her stick back. Then, he pushed the LV3 taming scroll in front of Luo Li. President Luo Li, if you give me this beta elixir, Qing He and I will withdraw from the distribution of LV3 taming scrolls. How about it? Think it through carefully. An extra beta potion is dispensable to you, but an LV3 taming scroll can tame an LV3 siren, giving you another powerful ally. Li Shuang accurately pointed out the pain point of Luo Shui Guild's lack of combat power, leaving Luo Li completely bewildered. In the end, Luo Li firmly grasped the LV3 taming scroll. Although there is a feeling of being tricked, this allocation arrangement is indeed the most appropriate. Luo Li looked at Li Shuang with a resentful expression, but reluctantly agreed. As for the remaining 20,000 ocean coins, the 3 of them each took a portion, finally dividing up all the spoils. Luo Li bound the crystal core to the cruise ship, and the entire vehicle actually began to slowly heat up. The LV4 deep-sea shark's crystal core is indeed a treasure. After receiving their rewards, Li Shuang followed in Luo Li's footsteps and toured the enormous cruise ship. This cruise ship has a total of 5 decks. Luo Li made good use of every floor, and even used an entire floor of the ship's cabin for planting. As Luo Li walked, she introduced the cruise ship to everyone. Because of limited energy, we can't use temperature-controlled incubators to grow crops. We can only grow these crops using traditional methods, and the sand is also transported from the island little by little. Fresh water is also obtained by high-temperature evaporation at the top layer. We specifically purchased a lot of membranes and containers beforehand. Thanks to the terrifyingly high temperatures caused by the extreme heat disaster, the evaporation efficiency was unexpectedly good. At this point, Luo Li's eyes suddenly dimmed. Unfortunately, with the arrival of extreme cold, this method of heat evaporation has become completely ineffective.